William Morrow and Harper Audio present All the Knowledge in the World, The Extraordinary History of the Encyclopedia, by Simon Garfield. Read by Tim Benting. For Justine. A large work is difficult because it is large. Samuel Johnson. Preface to A Dictionary of the English Language, 1755. Books can be useful from so many points of view. In my early days, for example, I used to use the Encyclopaedia Britannica as a trouser press, and certainly the house that was without it was to be pitied. Ford Madox Ford, Letter to the Philadelphia Inquirer, September 1929. This great mass of human knowledge, so vast in its range that not even its editors can hope to read all through the complete work. BBC News Report on the 14th edition of Encyclopaedia Britannica, 1951. Introduction. On Friday the 4th of June 2021, I made Peter Hodgson 1959 an offer for his encyclopedias. He was selling what he described on eBay as Encyclopaedia Britannica Pre-Assembly Supplement Set, 4th, 5th and 6th editions. 7 tall volumes. Condition acceptable. They dated from 1815 to 1824, with articles on acoustics, aeronautics, and Spain. I was intrigued by the prospect of a 29-page entry on chivalry, and frightened by the 40-page treatise on equations. I hoped to learn what 1819 knew about Egypt, and what 1824 understood about James Watt. Peter Hodgson 1959 had set the opening bid at £44, which I liked for its randomness. I offered him £50 to end the auction a few days early, and was delighted when he agreed. Peter told me he had owned the books for about 12 years. For some reason, he had decided to obtain a set of each of Britannica's 15 monumental editions spanning 1768 to 2010, several hundreds of volumes and hundreds of millions of words. But now he was downsizing his home and evaluating his reasoning, and things had to go. My 7 supplementary volumes arrived via UPS 4 days later. Acceptable may have been better described as flaky or even deplorable, because they were foxed, water-stained, falling apart, and they smelled of armpit. But they were still wholly legible and fascinating, and more than acceptable to me. They were additionally acceptable because all but one of the opening pages carried the elegant signature of P.M. Roget. Peter Mark Roget, a well-regarded physician and active fellow of the Royal Society, had not only found time between teaching and surgery to purchase the greatest encyclopedia of his age, but also, in his late 30s, to contribute regular articles. At the front of Volume 1, he had written a list of his entries: ant, apiary, bee, cranioscopy, deaf and dumb, kaleidoscope, and physiology. And of course he had found time for something else, for while he was writing his Britannica entries, he was also writing, composing, compiling, producing, penning his Thesaurus. I was enchanted by the conflation of these two great reference works, both of which I'd consulted all my life. But perhaps I shouldn't have been. Roget's fellow contributors to my supplements included Walter Scott, William Hazlitt, and Robert Stevenson. There was also an entry by David Ricardo on money. Ricardo was one of the few contributors to Britannica to have refused payment on the grounds that his article wasn't good enough to merit it. A few weeks later, I came across another set of Britannica in the basement of Henry Pord's books in Charing Cross Road. They were just there, in a row on the floor, kickable. It took a bit of effort to crouch down, ease one volume from the pile of other reference books above it, the Australian Encyclopedia, the Encyclopedia of Restoration Comedy, and bring it up to a level where it could be identified as Volume 11 of the 1951 London printing of the 14th edition. 25 volumes, 38 million words, 17,000 illustrations, slippery black faux leather binding, gold embossed lettering, 9-hole side stitching, whiff of tobacco and fish. Once I was upright, the volume was tricky to hold. Large, heavy and unwieldy, all the things one hopes an encyclopedia will be, always suggestive of a proper bounty. Volume 11, Gun to Hydrox, contained, in very small print, important information about the herringbone pattern, and homosexuality. This edition, launched in 1929 and updated every few years, had 4 founding aims: to promote international understanding, to strengthen the bonds between English-speaking peoples, to encourage interest in and support for science, and to sum up the ideas of the age for future generations. It contained original articles by Alfred Hitchcock, Motion Pictures, Linus Pauling, Ice, The Theory of Resonance, Edward Weston, Photographic Art, Margaret Mead, Child Psychology, J.B. Priestley, English Literature, Jonas Salk, Infantile Paralysis, J. Edgar Hoover, FBI, Harold Lasky, Bolshevism, Konstantin Stanislavski, Theatre Directing and Acting, Helen Wills, Lawn Tennis, and Orville Wright, Wilbur Wright. What a lineup! The articles on flying and homosexuality would now be considered off-beam, to say the least. The week after I bought Peter Hodgson's 19th century supplements, I went on eBay again. I was becoming hooked on old knowledge. And how cheap it was. A seller called 2011123OK from Haywards Heath was willing to part with a complete 19-volume Children's Britannica from 1993 for 99p. David F7327 from Buckfastleigh was selling a 26-volume 1968 Britannica, with yearbook and atlas, for £1. And Cosmic Manallan from the Rhymney Valley offered a 24-volume set of the 14th edition, condition good, for £3. There was a lot of talk in the papers at the time of how we were all searching for certainty in our lives. Amid COVID-19 and disruptive social change, we yearned for an element of stability and control, something trustworthy and authentic, the reliable pre-pandemic world in reliable physical form. Not the case with encyclopedias, it seemed. Not if the items on eBay were anything to go by. Someone calling themselves The Little Radish was selling the complete 15th edition, the last in the line, originally published in 1974. 34 volumes, including yearbooks. This particular set was last updated in 1988, and they were in near perfect condition. The starting price of the auction was £15. I thought they might reach £30 or £40, but no one else wanted them. So the set was mine for £15, which was obviously incredible, considering that it contained the work of around 4,000 authors from more than 100 countries. And these authors weren't just random people. They were experts, PhD people, men and women who had not only attained excellence in their specialisms, but were able to share their knowledge with others, with me. According to Britannica's own account, the editorial creation of this work cost $32 million, exclusive of printing costs, which made it the largest single private investment in publishing history. And the price now, 44 pence a volume, less than the cost of a Mars bar, made it the best value education one could possibly buy, and the fastest depreciating assemblage of information ever known. If the market assigned true worth, then the stock in encyclopedias had tumbled into the basement, if not back into the soil. Of course, I had to add petrol to that. I drove down to Cambridge, to collect the set in my seething Toyota. Cambridge University Press had published Britannica in its heyday at the beginning of the 20th century. The Little Radish turned out to be a 32-year-old named Emily, who was not particularly little and lived in Sawston, about 7 miles from the city centre. And she joked that the extra weight I was about to load into my car was nothing, for she just had to carry all the books down the stairs. They were waiting for me in the front room, 6 piles spread across one wall. And as I shifted 4 books at a time into my boot, and then my back seats, and then my front seat, Emily apologized for the possible scatter of cat hair. Emily told me she had never actually consulted any of the volumes herself. During my drive to her home, I assumed she'd inherited the set from a recently departed parent or grandparent, and their value to her wasn't justifying the space they were taking up, and her loss would be my gain. But no, she had a side hustle, buying and selling on eBay, usually selling for more than she bought. Not this time. She had bought the set 3 months ago from someone who said his children had used them all through school, and now that they were young adults, he had no use for them anymore. She didn't want me to reveal how much she'd paid for them, but it's safe to say she wouldn't be buying any more sets for profit. As we'd both just experienced, an old encyclopedia was about as popular as a burst balloon. Emily's young daughter toddled through from the kitchen. "You don't want to keep these for her?" I asked her mother, but I had already guessed her reply. The great set from the Little Radish in Cambridge joined 3 other sets in my study. 2 were from my childhood. The first, shared with my brother, who received it as a bar mitzvah gift, was The Everyman. Launched by J.M. Denton Sons in 1913, my 5th edition from 1967 contained 4,000 illustrations and 8 million words. The jacket flap promised nearly 50,000 articles, easily and lucidly written. The care given to the whole production is meticulous, the ideal encyclopedia. Handsome, but not too bulky. Detailed and comprehensive, but not too voluminous. The lowest-priced major encyclopedia in the English language is incomparable value for discerning purchasers. It had cost someone only £28 for 12 volumes, and for that, I got everything I needed to understand everything around me. There was a huge, confusing universe out there, and a child of 8 who wasn't even allowed to go to school alone on a bus could easily feel overwhelmed by it. But now, that universe had come to me in 12 alphabetical volumes. I would never need another book again. The concept of school was suddenly outmoded, except for sports. And if I did still have to go to school, the encyclopedias would be useful for an additional reason. Teachers and examiners could always tell how much of one's schoolwork had been lifted from Britannica, but I was confident that a more obscure publication would be harder to detect. Alas, as its title implied, The Everyman was more popular than I suspected. In my younger days, what I really liked were the spine codes, or at least I thought of them as codes, those alphabetical guides to each volume. The Bang to Breed, Chaffinch to Colour, Dachshund to Dropsy, Xerxes to Ziflich. The encyclopedist's official name for these codes was catch titles, which didn't at all rule out a secret resonance. They were a cipher, surely, ushering in something big, something final. Aliens? Critical answers in exams? Perhaps in the far future, women with huge foreheads from amazing worlds would explain them all, although by then we would be their captives. If encyclopedias were the ultimate gathering of knowledge, then the spine codes had to be the ultimate refinement of this, the filtered, pure essence of deep learning. In other words, the Enlightenment, transcendence, the truth, Dachshund to Dropsy. Sometimes the codes revealed more obvious and natural connections, particularly for younger readers. Volume 2 of the 1976 edition of Britannica Junior, for example, had the catch title Animal to Bacon. Over the years, I occasionally thought of the set I had consulted at school. Consulted is probably too polite a word, Between the ages of 7 and 13, the collection in the school library was mostly used for tracing and tittering. Inevitably, we scoured it for rude biology and pictures of Amazonian tribes. The children's encyclopedia was 10 volumes, quite a formidable carry, lithographic colour, seemingly endless amounts of texts on the subject of knights. It was edited by a man called Arthur Mee, and the trinity of beliefs deeply embedded within his writing, God, England, Empire, must have left quite a dent in our minds. In the early 1970s, my parents had invested in the Encyclopedia Judaica, which occupied a large part of my father's study for 30 years, and has since taken up residence in the Hampshire home of my parents-in-law, where even if it is rarely consulted, it certainly looks proud in its blue and gold binding. Then there was a 1973 printing of Britannica, an updated version of the 14th edition, which pulled up in my septuagenarian father-in-law's car about 10 years ago. He couldn't see the use for them anymore, now that all the information appeared to be inside his computer. He had a point, of course. Any factual disputes could be settled far more quickly online, exposing the printed volumes as outdated at best and inadvertently offensive at worst. And they were woefully insubstantial on the Munich Olympics and Pink Floyd. But I certainly couldn't bear to part with them. Scholarship of any era is still scholarship. So, for a while they sat beneath a table supporting my iMac, and they never once groaned at the irony. For someone whose entire working life has been based on the accumulation and elucidation of information, a good encyclopedia will always be the historical backbone of broad knowledge. Familiar, unshowy, faithful, exact. Yes, they're unwoke, and yes, my attraction to them is rooted in musty nostalgia, and even though I may not consult them as much as I did, just knowing they may be consulted, I find as comforting as an uncut cake. Many encyclopedias had passed through my hands over the course of my life. The only thing my current burgeoning collection couldn't teach me was how to know when enough domestic encyclopedias was enough domestic encyclopedias. And then the inevitable happened. Cambridge Bag Lady listed a complete set of the 1997 Britannica for 1p. I looked at my screen again. It really was £0.01. The seller described the books as pristine. There was even a bonus book, Science and the Future, predicting everything but the demise of the encyclopedia. The item was collection in person only, and all 35 volumes were in southeast Cornwall. Quite beautifully, for something on which I could spend a penny, they were in lieu. Would the 500-mile round trip be worthwhile? Could I pick up the books during a Cornish holiday? Did I really need these volumes, cheap and pristine as they were? Yes, yes, and no/yes. What had happened to this brilliant world? How had something so rich in content and inestimable in value become so redundant? Why were so many people giving these wonderful things away for almost nothing? I knew the answers, of course. Digitization, the search engine, social media, Wikipedia. The world was moving on, and access to knowledge was becoming faster and cheaper. But I also knew that information was not the same as wisdom, any more than the semiconductor was the same as the turbine. And I was fairly certain that relinquishing so much accumulated knowledge so dismissively was unlikely to signal good things. At a time when researchers at MIT had found that fake news spread 6 times faster on social media than factual news, whatever that is, and when false information made tech companies much more money than the truth, whatever that is, we should necessarily ask whom we can trust. Despite its numerous and inevitable errors, I have always trusted the intentions of the printed encyclopedia and its editors. That we don't have the space in our homes and increasingly our libraries for a big set of books suggests a new set of priorities: depth yielding to the shallows. The process of making an encyclopedia informs the worth we place on its contents, and to neglect this worth is to welcome a form of cultural amnesia. This book is as much about the value of considered learning as it is about encyclopedias themselves. It is about the vast commitment required to make those volumes, an astonishing energy force, and the belief that such a thing will be worthwhile. Those who bought them did so in the hope of purchasing perennial value. An encyclopedia is a publishing achievement like no other, and something worth celebrating in almost every manifestation. As I spent more time with the old volumes at the London Library and bought more from eBay, I wondered about the collective noun. An academy of encyclopedias? A wisdom or diligence? Alas, increasingly an overload and a burden. It is the task of this book to correct this perception. Like an old atlas, old encyclopedias tell us what we knew then. Not so long ago, just before we all got computers, in fact, they did more than any other single thing to shape our understanding of the world. It is no surprise that many of the greatest minds contributed to their success, from Newton and Babbage to Swinburne and Shaw, from Alexander Fleming and Ernest Rutherford to Niels Bohr and Marie Curie. Leon Trotsky wrote about Lenin. Lillian Gish considered motion pictures. Nancy Mitford courted Madame de Pompadour. W.E.B. Du Bois summarized Negro literature. Tenzing Norgay tackled Mount Everest. And it should be no less surprising that our encyclopedic story has a role for Chaucer, Shakespeare, Francis Bacon, Coleridge, Voltaire, Rousseau, Flaubert, and the founding fathers of the United States. The role of women in this saga went underappreciated until the 11th edition of Britannica in 1910. Only with the leadership of Wikipedia has this markedly improved. After I had decided to write about encyclopedias, I fell under their spell once more, and I found them everywhere. I read Thomas Savage's magnificent The Power of the Dog when the film came out, and discovered that the malevolent Phil Burbank had learned chess from a C volume a century ago. I read the celebratory tributes to Alice Munro on her 90th birthday, all of which mentioned lives of girls and women. Her book with that rare thing, a mother flogging encyclopedias to local farmers. I read Colson Whitehead's The Nickel Boys, with young Elwood Curtis winning what he thought was a complete set of Fisher's Universal Encyclopedia in a competition, only to find that all but the first volume were blank. He still wowed them at school when the Aegean and Archimedes came up. And then I turned on the television. Streaming on Apple TV Plus was a series based on Isaac Asimov's futuristic Foundation trilogy, in which almost 150,000 scientists had been toiling in a distant galaxy for more than half a century to write Encyclopedia Galactica, containing all the knowledge in the world and the worlds beyond. Only later do we find the project to be a fraud, an invention to keep the cleverest minds occupied while their fellow citizens are forced to surrender their free will by a new fascist regime. But you probably saw that coming. There is possibly a moral here, or maybe three. Too long in ivory towers will blind you to the real terrors of the world. 55 years spent on producing the first volume of anything is probably excessive. The attempt to capture the definitive sum of all human knowledge in one place, ever looking back, seldom looking forward, may, after all is said and done, be a wholly fruitless enterprise. As someone explains early on, working on an encyclopedia is all very interesting, but it seems a strange occupation for grown men. It made me think of Douglas Adams, who once observed that The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy had already supplanted Asimov's Encyclopedia Galactica as the standard repository of all wisdom. For although it had many omissions and contained much that is apocryphal, or at least wildly inaccurate, It scored over the older, more pedestrian work in two important respects. First, it is slightly cheaper, and second, it has the words "Don't Panic" inscribed in large, friendly letters on its cover. Of course, there was a reason for this ubiquity. Encyclopedias were once as common as cars. Attracting both esteem and derision, they occupied the literature because they occupied the life, the weighty backdrop to an intelligent discourse, the stern status symbol on the shelf, a reliable target of satire. "I've come to rob your house," a man tells a woman on her doorstep in the first series of Monty Python. "Well, okay," she replies, "just as long as you're not selling encyclopedias." The printed Britannica is printed no more, but it exists as myth, as plagiarized schoolboy homework, as parental guilt-ridden purchase, as a salesman's silver-tongued wile, as evidence of a ridiculously bold publishing endeavor, and as a mirror to the extraordinary growth of cultured civilizations. This is not an encyclopedia of encyclopedias. It is not a catalogue or analysis of every set in the world, just those I judge the most significant or interesting, or indicative of a turning point in how we view the world. The only mention of the American Educator Encyclopedia and Dunlop's Illustrated Encyclopedia of Facts, for example, has just occurred. If your favorite is Johann Heinrich Alsted's Encyclopedia Septem Tomis Distincta of 1630, I can only apologize for its absence. Specialist guides are also missing. The Encyclopedia of Adoption, say, and the Christopher Columbus Encyclopedia, brilliant as they both might be. No room either for the Encyclopedia of World Crime, 6 volumes, Marshall Cavendish, 1990, or even the Concise Encyclopedia of Traffic and Transport Systems, Pergamon Press, 1991, $410. If you live in the Netherlands, I hope you already know all about the Grotewinkel Prins Encyclopedie, 26 volumes, Elsevier, 1985 to 1993. Almanacs and catalogues of miscellany, astrological charts, lists of capital cities, seasonal gardening tips are also excluded. I was tempted to include the Pragmatics Encyclopedia, Routledge, 2010, £125, but I took the pragmatic approach myself, reasoning that the fact it was possible to compile entries on implicative, deixis, presupposition, morphopragmatics, the semantics pragmatics, syntax pragmatics, and prosody pragmatics interfaces was probably knowledge enough. But I am happy, in passing, to include a few outliers in this book, including the 3-volume Encyclopedia of the Arctic, Routledge, 2005, the 19-volume New Catholic Encyclopedia, Catholic University of America, 1995, and the 32-volume Great Soviet Encyclopedia, Moscow, 1970, New York, 1975, the latter of particular interest for its subject choices, many of which have both lost and gained something in translation from the Cyrillic. Who would want to miss additional penal measures, apartment house, auxiliary gearbox, Batman, children's excursion tour station, cleavage, daily milking block, decontamination, nuclear agents, Danube Cossack host, and Declaration on the Rights of the Toiling Masses and Exploited People? Astonishingly, these are all in the first third of Volume 8. For those wondering whether cleavage and daily milking block are connected, I am happy to report they are not, and that cleavage is defined as a series of successive divisions of an egg into increasingly smaller cells, while discoidal cleavage is the same, but refers specifically to those animals, scorpions, certain types of mollusks, producing eggs with a much more dominant yolk. My history focuses on the West, on the great European and American tradition. Chinese and South American volumes get a look in along the way, but they are exceptions in my attempt to record not just the monumental achievements of encyclopedias as objects, and the admirable, if sometimes maniacal, ambitions of their compilers, but to set these objects within the framework of Western knowledge building. They were as much a part of the Enlightenment as they were the digital revolution. I'd be missing a trick if my book wasn't in alphabetical order, and with the exception of the letter A, it will follow a vaguely chronological pattern. I count myself fortunate that Britannica was first published near the beginning and Wikipedia was launched near the end. I didn't buy the books in lieu, not merely because lieu was a step too far, but because spending 1p on 35 volumes would have been obscene and unforgivably insulting to the notion of intelligence. I began to wonder what a set of unwanted encyclopedias, cheaper than firewood, says about the value we place on information and its history, particularly at a time increasingly decried as rootless and unstable. Perhaps the story will help us understand ourselves a little better, not least our estimation of what's worth knowing in our lives, and what's worth keeping. A. Here comes Andrew Bell. That's what they said when he approached. Andrew Bell was a novelty to himself and a wonder to others. He was born in Edinburgh in 1726 and achieved many things in his life, but nothing was as great as his great and extraordinary nose. His wasn't an averagely large nose, or even a very large nose. His was a nose that won rosettes, and you could pin the rosette on his nose and he'd hardly notice. Such was its pocked and fleshy expanse. It was the size of an avocado. He made the proboscis monkey look like Audrey Hepburn. When people met him, they found it impossible to look away. Such was its implausibility. When historians wrote of Andrew Bell, long after his death, they recalled a spry fellow of unusual appearance. The American writer Herman Kogan noted in 1958 how he stood 4.5 feet tall and had an enormous nose and crooked legs. His nose was so large that its owner made fun of it himself. According to Kogan, when guests stared or pointed to his nose at parties, Bell would disappear, only to reappear with an even larger nose made of papier-mâché. His nose became the subject of academic interest. The scholars Frank A. Kafka and Jeff Loveland, writing in a publication of the Voltaire Foundation at the University of Oxford, observed in 2009 that Bell's nose rendered him grotesque. An appreciation of Bell's career as an engraver by Anne Gunn in the Journal of the Scottish Society for Art History, Volume 22, 2017-18, mentions not only his nose but also his appearance in etchings by the caricaturist John Kay. One of these shows him side-on, talking to a colleague, his knock-kneed legs forming a triangle from his knees, his face with a baking potato where his nose should be. But Andrew Bell's entry in the Encyclopaedia Britannica makes no mention of it. Presumably, this is out of politeness, for Bell's other claim to posterity, beyond his outstanding appearance, was his key role in Britannica's formation. He contributed more than 500 engravings to the first 4 editions, and for the last 16 years of his life, he was sole owner of one of the greatest publishing achievements of his age. Bell and his co-founder conceived a work of accumulated learning so wide in its scope and so lasting in its significance that Britannica, the great EB, is the first name most people associate with the word encyclopedia. Launched in 1768, it was far from the first and obviously far from the last. It emerged in what was certainly the golden age of encyclopedias. The 18th century produced at least 50 sets in Great Britain, France, Germany, the Low Countries, and Italy. 50. In English, the Britannica was the figurehead, the watershed, and the gold standard. It proved itself and improved itself over many editions, hundreds of printings, and hundreds of thousands of articles. Its contributors were revered and its words were trusted, so much so that when Wikipedia launched in 2001, it plundered huge amounts of Britannica's, out of copyright, 11th edition as its core knowledge base. Wikipedia currently mentions not only Bell's achievement as an encyclopedist and possessor of a not small nose, but also carries a sketch of a tiny man riding around Edinburgh on a huge horse, with a ladder brought for his mount and dismount, forever cheered on by a crowd delighting in his fearless ambition. Accumulation. Andrew Bell's involvement was artistic and inspirational. By contrast, the role of his colleague, Colin MacFarquhar, a printer in Nicholson Street near the University of Edinburgh, was businesslike and practical. Both men appreciated the money that a groundbreaking new publishing enterprise might accrue. We shall see how the principles of the ancient Chinese or Greek encyclopedias did not share these considerations. Theirs was a philosophical concern, usually founded on privilege and social class. But by the 1750s, knowledge, or at least the accumulation of information, was seen as a marketable commodity, as saleable as cotton and tin. This principle wouldn't be reversed for more than 200 years, and not until the emergence of the Internet would it be seriously challenged. For Bell and MacFarquhar, the collation and summation of the world's practical thinking into a few manageable volumes presented nothing so much as an opportunity of trade. One could view it more radically still, as a bourgeois accumulation of goods, intellectual property, to be obtained, ordained, and refigured, and then sent on its way again at a profit. Bell was not a wealthy man. When he wasn't carving copperplate illustrations for books, he was engraving dog collars. MacFarquhar was the son of a wig maker, and his printing works faced such strong competition that he had developed a reputation for the piratical. He had been fined for the unauthorized printing of a Bible and Lord Chesterfield's letters to his son. One may assume his financial affairs received advantageous guidance after he married the daughter of a Glaswegian accountant in 1767, the same year he was honoured as a master printer. Together, Bell and MacFarquhar announced their intentions. A weekly part work in 100 instalments, sold initially from MacFarquhar's print works, each 24-page instalment, or number, or fascicle, costing 6 pence on ordinary paper and 8 pence on more refined stock. Every week would see an advancing accretion of letters until the instalments were compiled into 3 volumes, and the volumes were compiled into a set. The first volume ran from AA to BZO, a town of Africa in the Kingdom of Morocco. The second covered Kaaba to Lithrum, while the third stretched from Macau to Zyglophyllum. The second and third volumes contained significantly shorter entries, or at least distinctly fewer long ones. The page size was quarto and the typeface was small. The enterprise in double-column text we might now regard as 8-point, and sometimes 6-point, benefited from the application of a magnifying glass not supplied, especially if a reader hoped to tackle all of its 2,391 pages. The first complete leather-bound set was published in August 1771 at a cost of £2.10 on plain paper and £3.07 on finer. The number of its pre-publication subscribers is not known, but after moving its sales efforts to the bookshops of London, it sold its entire 3,000 print run within a few months. Who had written and compiled this magnificent thing? Almost certainly the same people who bought it. Collectively, they were known as a Society of Gentlemen in Scotland, and their names appear at the beginning of the first edition. It's a list of more than 100 experts and authors, a small handful of whom were direct contributors. Most of the names were simply sources, the authors of books filleted and condensed for a fresh purpose. The titles were arcane, at least to us today. Bealfield's Universal Erudition, Calmet's Dictionary of the Bible, Coates's Hydrostatical Lectures, and Sloane's Natural History of Jamaica. Then there was Priestley's History of Electricity and Macker's Chemistry. The use of the author's surnames suggests a long-standing familiarity with the standard text, in the vein of Gray's Anatomy. The full and correct title of Pierre-Joseph Macker's textbook, translated into English from the French and published in Edinburgh 5 years earlier, was Elements of the Theory and Practice of Chemistry. The author was a Parisian chemist. These works underlined one of the Britannica's prime objectives, the accumulation in one publication of the key titles one might expect to find in a university library. But the precise content of the first Encyclopaedia Britannica was ultimately the responsibility of one man, its principal editor, William Smellie. Perhaps it was inevitable that a man with an enormous nose would engage a man with such a surname, but Smellie also possessed other attributes. He appears to have been rescued from a possible life of debauchery and alcoholism by the twin redemptive forces of education and remuneration. He was a Presbyterian, with much experience of proofreading, editing, and printing, while his regular attendance at a wide variety of classes at Edinburgh University had rendered him a polymath, and he became an expert in bees and plant sexuality, the telescope and the microscope, and botany. Bell and MacFarquhar paid him £200 for 4 years' work, his contract demanding Smellie oversee the entire publication and compose 15 articles on capital sciences, which included, in the first volume alone, lengthy entries on anatomy and astronomy. In his preface to the first edition, William Smellie claimed his professed design was to diffuse the knowledge of science. To this end, he and his compilers had extracted the useful parts of many books and rejected whatever appeared trifling or less interesting. In other words, astute editing. The historian Herman Cogan found Smellie a roisterer, as devoted to whiskey as to scholarship. He was fond of reciting his father's tedious poems in Latin. At the age of 28, he already had many literary friends and connections, rendering him something of an intellectual show-off. There may have been no individual in the whole of the British Isles better suited to marshalling such an august and high-reaching publication. Despite his own modest status, his father was a builder, Smellie held a generally elitist view of his fellow beings. In his entry on mythology, he suggested common people were prone to superstition and born to be deceived in everything. Ignoring for a moment his Scottish environ, he believed that people of distinction tended to live in London. His employment was intended initially as a part-time occupation, but it entirely consumed him. It is not certain precisely how much of the first edition was written by Smellie himself, nor how much was created anew by his band of gentlemen scholars. All the articles went uncredited. "I wrote most of it, my lad," Smellie announced facetiously in his later years, "and snipped out from books enough material for the printer. With paste pot and scissors I composed it." Agriculture spanned 30 pages. "Agriculture is an art of such consequence to mankind that their very existence, especially in a state of society, depends upon it." Algebra occupied 38 pages. "A general method of computation by certain signs and symbols, which have been contrived for this purpose and found convenient." Medicine ran to 110 pages, with much on gout, quinsy, and other agues, but it did not cover midwifery, which merited its own 46-page entry, providing a step-by-step guide that assumed to eliminate the need for training and experience. The accompanying 3 pages of highly detailed anatomical engravings outraged many, not least churchmen, who urged readers to tear them out and burn them. Among his personal contributions, Smellie almost certainly composed the entry entitled Abridgment, for within it he laid out his intentions for his entire enterprise. The art of conveying much sentiment in few words is the happiest talent an author can be possessed of, he declared, in an entry much longer than those surrounding it. Abrax, an antique stone, Abrobania, a town and district in Transylvania. This talent is particularly necessary in the present state of literature, the entry maintained, for many writers have acquired the dexterity of spreading a few critical thoughts over several hundred pages. When an author hits upon a thought that pleases him, he is apt to dwell upon it. Though this may be pleasant to the writer, it tires and vexes the reader. Smelley's conclusion may be judged abusively anti-academic. Abridging is particularly useful in taking the substance of what is delivered by professors, he writes. Every public speaker has circumlocutions, redundancies, lumber, which deserve not to be copied. He recommended concision, elision, and omission. This would be more for the honour of professors, as it would prevent at least such immense loads of disjointed and unintelligible rubbish from being handed about by the name of such a man's lectures. Smelley's suggestion was unmistakable. Encyclopaedia Britannica was an alternative university, the modern way with knowledge. Buy these volumes, he seemed to be saying, and you need buy nothing more. This set will set you up for life. Those whose task it was to sell Britannica and other encyclopedias to cynical households in the years to come would seldom waver from this pitch. Accurate definitions and explanations. But how, in the late 18th century, in the age before door-to-door salespeople, in the age indeed before the train, was such a hefty, new and ambitious publication to be explained and sold? Principally by newspaper advertisement. Announcing the publication of the first volume in December 1768, a notice in the Caledonian Mercury claimed it would contain accurate definitions and explanations of all the terms as they occur in the order of the alphabet. This did rather make it sound like a dictionary, and with good reason. The encyclopedia, as we understand it today, a work of reference on a great variety of topics, a gathering of information and instructional articles intended as a summation of contemporary human knowledge, began life primarily as a definition of words. Between the exhaustive entries on agriculture and algebra, for example, there were a great many briefer ones, many of them banal. These included, in their entirety, aid. In a general sense, denotes any kind of assistance given by one person to another. Agendale, the name of a liquid measure used in Lancashire containing 7 quarts. Alarm bell, that rung upon any sudden emergency, as a fire, mutiny, or the like. Other entries read like the erratic index of an atlas. Aberystwyth, a market town in Wales, lying 199 miles west-southwest of London in 52.30 north latitude and 40.15 west longitude. Angermannia, a maritime province of Sweden, lying on the western shore of the Bothnic Gulf. Many other entries were anecdotal, whimsical, circumlocutory, contradictory, and pointedly subjective. Some were blind alleys. Others, rather than self-evident and brief, may now appear to us excessively detailed, given their subject matter. Abeston, a blundering way of writing asbestos. See asbestos. There is no entry for asbestos. Acridophagi, locust eaters. A famine frequently rages at Mecca when there is a scarcity of corn in Egypt, which obliges the inhabitants to live upon coarser food than ordinary. The Arabians grind the locusts in hand mills or stone mortars and bake them into cakes, and use these cakes in place of bread. Even when there was no scarcity of corn, they boil them, stew them with butter, and make them into a kind of fricassee, which is not disagreeably tasted. Annuities, a sum of money payable yearly, half-yearly, or quarterly to continue a certain number of years, forever or for life. This entry lasted 5 pages and often read like something from the Marx Brothers. The probability that a person of a given age shall live a certain number of years is measured by the proportion which the number of persons living at the proposed age has to the difference between the said number and the number of persons living at the given age. Armadillo, in zoology a synonym of the dasypus. See Dasypus. Dasypus, a genus of quadrupeds belonging to the order of Bruta. The dasypus has neither foreteeth nor dog teeth. It is covered with a hard, bony shell, intersected with distinct movable zones or belts. This shell covers the head, the neck, the back, the flanks, and extends even to the extremity of the tail. The only parts to which it does not extend are the throat, the breast, and the belly, which are covered with a whitish skin of a coarse grain, resembling that of a hen after the feathers are pulled off. Linnaeus enumerates 6 species of dasypus, principally distinguished by the number of their movable belts. 1. The Novemcincus, or dasypus, with 9 movable belts. 2. The Unicinctus, or dasypus, with 18 movable belts. The Trichinus, or dasypus, with 3 movable belts. The Quadricinctus, or dasypus, with 4 movable belts. Linnaeus is mistaken with regard to the trivial name and specific character of this animal. It ought to be called the Sexcinctus, or dasypus, with 6 movable belts. For, according to Briffonius, Buffon, and most other natural historians, none of the species of this genus have 4 movable belts. The Septemcinctus, or dasypus, with 7 movable belts. The dasypus, with 12 movable belts. This is the largest species, being about 2 feet in length, of dasypus. Questioning precisely how useful this might be to the general reader, or indeed to the dasypus, would be to miss the point. The information was conceived with expertise and believed accurate, and so it went into the encyclopedia. The broader question is, what exactly is an encyclopedia? The word entered common usage in the 17th century, originating from the Greek notion of enkyklaios paideia, learning within the circle, or all-round education. This circle would in turn make a well-rounded man, someone versed in all the liberal sciences and practical arts. Previously, such an accretion of knowledge would be experiential, or at least personally taught. Only now, with the enlightened Britannica and some of its European predecessors, was the word encyclopedia employed to define a book or a set of books that made universal learning possible from one extended text. A complete library was hereby filleted and compressed, and the wisdom of experts was attainable to anyone with a solid grounding in comprehension, or what William Smellie called any man of ordinary parts, and the financial wherewithal to expand it. It was no small irony that the principal purchasers of this condensed library were libraries. Now even those with limited means could attain information in a concise and direct manner. Although the first edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica had as many strange inclusions as it did odd omissions, it carried 2 clear messages for its purchasers. Buy these volumes and become one of us. Read these volumes and take your place in modern society. The cross-referencing of its entries applied equally to its subscribers. The connections, both textual and personal, united its readers in a shared purpose, a desire to contain what was known and could be agreed upon. Edinburgh was the perfect place for such a project. Its progressive university attracted students and teachers who were leaders in their fields. The university's self-esteem fomented only greater expertise. The Scottish Enlightenment was born of a large number of humanist individuals, among them the economist Adam Smith, the architect Robert Adam, lawyer and author James Boswell, surgeon John Hunter, philosopher David Hume, botanist Erasmus Darwin, and engineer James Watt, who proposed a rationalist, forward-thinking attitude to matters of the intellect. At the dawn of the steam age, the educational dominance of the church was neither an attractive nor workable proposition for these men, all of whom were overtaken by the demands of practical advancement and the rigors of empirical reasoning. Intellectually, even viscerally, 1768 was a hugely exciting time to be alive. Every possibility was expanding. The great early breakthroughs of the Industrial Revolution had already been made, not least Watt's early advances with the steam engine and James Hargreaves' revolution of the cloth trade. In other fields, the philosophies of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, David Hume, and John Locke were transforming the way we approached scientific argument and moral judgment. But no one was expanding the realms of the possible that year more than Captain James Cook, who embarked on the first of his voyages across the Pacific to New Zealand and Australia a few weeks before the first part of Britannica went to press, and arrived just as the final volume was being completed 3 years later. By the time the news of Cook's discoveries reached Edinburgh, it was clear to Britannica's founders that their city was home to one other valuable asset, an abundance of avaricious readers, not least at its academic institutions. Britannica was born of market demand, and the market demanded a continually updated version of the world. In 1771, when its publishers claimed every set had been either sold or reserved and would therefore require a second edition, their creation had become a living, lasting organism. Alphabetical order. Before a page of Britannica was compiled, William Smellie and his publishers faced a dilemma that wouldn't trouble us now: the question of how to organize such a vast tower of information in a way that would make its compilation rigorous and its reading seamless. The method chosen, alphabetical order, was far from universally accepted. This easy collation of characters might indeed be anti-intelligent. To take the A's, on the first page of the first edition, could a reader gain a rounded knowledge of the world from a discordant appreciation that Abam is a term among alchemists for lead, or that Aseo is a town in Africa situated near the mouth of the river Mina, or that Abactores is a term for such as carry off or drive away a whole herd of cattle by stealth, and that Abactus is an obsolete term among physicians for a miscarriage procured by art. Footnote: a miscarriage procured by art is achieved by interventionist means, a deliberate abortion. End footnote. Wouldn't this be just a speculative, subjective, and irregular collection of what today we may dismissively call factoids? Would such a random process not be considered absurd in any other constructive situation in life, such as the placement of skilled workers on a production line ordered to work next to the person closest alphabetically in surname, irrespective of their role? Or would this method inadvertently reflect the true nature of Britannica and most encyclopedias before and since? That is, a scattershot accretion of geographic, philosophic, and scientific miscellany, a grand admission that the organic amassment of human knowledge is an unattainable and maybe even fruitless endeavor. The alphabet is a concept, an abstraction. Its letters began as representative symbols, in much the same way as a coin became representative of money. The worth is not in the item itself, but in the promise of indicative value, in this case, the wealth of communication. Language symbols appear in the West first as Egyptian hieroglyphics, and around 1800 to 1700 BCE appear as a 22-letter abjad, a system consisting entirely of consonants. This North Semitic script was similar to Old Hebrew, and we know its order was firmly established by the time 9 acrostic Old Testament psalms were composed between the 6th and 2nd centuries BCE. The primitive alphabet was swiftly adopted by Middle Eastern craftsmen and merchants, who found the symbols far easier to remember and record than the thousands of previous cuneiform or hieroglyphic symbols. It was perhaps the earliest example of a communication technology promoted by commerce. And from Egypt and Israel, this alphabet passed to Greece around 1000 to 900 BCE. The Latin rendering removed the zeta and added G before incorporating both Y and Z. The Roman alphabet used in the West derived largely from Etruscan characters and extended to 26 letters in medieval times when I was differentiated into I and J, and V was split into U, V, and W. This is necessarily a highly truncated account. I have made no mention, for example, of the parallel Arabic script that emerged in Petra, nor the role played by Phoenician traders in the second millennium BCE. For a full and illuminating history of this development, see A Place for Everything by Judith Flanders, Picador 2020. Flanders observes that the word alphabet was not itself employed until surprisingly late. The Romans preferred either letter, letterae, or element, elementi, and it wasn't until Hippolytus of Rome wrote ex Graecorum alphabito to mean from the Greek alphabet, and derived from the first two letters in that language, alpha beta, around 200 CE, that the word probably entered regular usage. The appeal of alphabetical order was recognized by Aristotle in the 4th century BCE, and there is some suggestion that the Library of Alexandria employed it in its classification of scrolls by authors. But it was only in the 15th century, with the advent of the printing press and the subsequent use of paper as a popular system of storage and trading records, that the alphabet came to be used regularly as a method of ordering and reference. The development of movable type necessitated a distinct and fixed physical placement of letters that had never been required before. The liability and speed of making text depended on knowing a set order, much as we know the QWERTY layout of the keyboard. If this was to change every time we sat down, we would probably not sit down. In the age of Gutenberg, strict placement was doubly necessary, as the carved metal letters were visible only at the tip of their metal strip. The best way to mind or find your P's and Q's was by careful advanced assignment. The alphabet's printed roots lie in glosses or glossaries. The definition, usually at the end of a text or book, of words considered unfamiliar to the general reader, or, as the first edition of Britannica has it, glossary, a sort of dictionary, explaining the obscure and antiquated terms. Often, as in the case of the Roman physician Galen from the 2nd century CE, glossaries would appear in medical textbooks, and it seemed natural that these terms would appear in alphabetical order. But it wasn't until the demand for bilingual dictionaries in the 16th century that the logical tradition for an instructional reference book running from A to Z was established. But all this seems to run counter to Encyclopaedia Britannica's stated aim of creating a circle of human knowledge. After all, an alphabet was linear, not circular, a progressive string of characters. To Britannica's founders and editors, there was no doubt that the alphabet eased accessibility. It created order where none existed, particularly in a work of almost 1,000 pages. And it helped with retrieval, enabling a fact, definition, or explanation to be more easily found. What it didn't do was assist in the interpretation of a more detailed concept, or in the presentation of one of Britannica's proud treatises on the practical arts or sciences. To see how William Smellie and his publishers wrestled with this dilemma, one need only consult the title page. Encyclopaedia Britannica, or a dictionary of arts and science compiled upon a new plan, in which the different sciences and arts are digested into distinct treatises or systems, and the various technical terms, etc., are explained as they occur in the order of the alphabet. It was a compromise, an attempt to produce something both generally useful and academically detailed, in which thousands of brief definitions arranged alphabetically combined with extended expert sections on such things as horsemanship, 8 pages, hydrostatics, 19 pages, and law, 75 pages. These longer entries, each of which could have been published as an instructive pamphlet on their own, were split into sections or chapters, these subdivisions only occasionally adopting alphabetical order. While William Smelly's listing of his major sources and contributors also appeared in alphabetical order, from Albini Tabulae Anatomicae to Young on Composition, the editor made it clear in his preface that the system could not be extended to the more complex entries. There was a folly of attempting to communicate science under the various technical terms arranged in an alphabetical order. He found this concept repugnant to the very idea of science, which is a connected series of conclusions deduced from self-evident or previously discovered principles. The key to a reader understanding these principles depended on them being laid before him in one uninterrupted chain. His dual approach suggested perhaps that the publishers saw 2 distinct sets of prospective readers. It was entirely feasible that the Society of Gentlemen in Scotland, who had both written and subscribed to the first edition, and were most likely to have rallied for the in-depth articles, were regarded as a quite separate reader to the intelligent lay figure who may have been encouraged by newspaper advertisement or fanciful bookshop whim to purchase the set to improve their prospects. But it may also be that Britannica's publishers had seized upon a brilliant system of marketing. Few people would buy just one part of an encyclopedia arranged alphabetically. Once persuaded to buy the letter A and B for £1 each, a reader would either have to be disappointed with the text on offer or be straitened financially not to proceed to the end of the set. There is a compelling word for this concept, abecedarianism. While in its most neutral form it means something arranged in alphabetical order, or the process of learning an alphabet, or indeed buying something in alphabetical order, it has also taken on a slightly condescending tone, not least in tech circles, where it may be applied to something rather simplistic, perhaps a piece of programming progressing in an uninterrupted or obvious fashion. As such, it may also suggest a lack of imagination, a strict pedagogy. And then there is another apt definition. An abecedarianist is one who rejects all formal learning. Applied most commonly, and with some disputation, to the 16th century German sect of Anabaptists, it suggests a person wholly reliant on spiritual, instinctual, and religious guidance on how to live one's life. An encyclopedia, therefore, of any description and in any order would not have been part of an abecedarianist's armory. Ancient Mariner. Samuel Taylor Coleridge took a dim view of Smelly and his schemes. Today, his reputation as a fantastical poet tends to overshadow his work as a vociferous literary critic. But in late 18th century London, his influence was considerable, and his criticism of Encyclopaedia Britannica was the literary equivalent of gunboat diplomacy. For a start, he regarded the concept of alphabetical order as absurdly random and completely nonsensical. In its place, he offered a superior intellectual approach to the organization of knowledge, and thus, almost by definition, a less marketable one. He advocated a rational arrangement and a strict scientific method, a circular philosophical relationship between all subjects in an encyclopedia organized into one harmonious body of knowledge, an organic connection of past and present. The historian Richard Yeo has suggested that Coleridge wished for all branches of sciences and fine arts to be arranged in terms of class, order, genus, or species, each of which derived its scientific worth from being an ascending step towards the universal. By By contrast, any encyclopedia organized around the alphabet was mechanically arranged, a caged animal, compared to Coleridge's promotion of the safari park. Despite its alphabetical strictures, Coleridge argued that Britannica was characterized by more or less complete disorganization of its subject matter. In 1803, Coleridge wrote to the poet Robert Southey of the strange abuse that has been made of the word encyclopedia. He found the huge unconnected miscellany of the Britannica too frequently determined by the caprice or convenience of the compiler. Knowledge was splintered and fractured, he complained, and thus rendered almost useless. The complaint was a simple one, and William Smellie had heard it before. The reader might be obliged to search back and forth through several entries in several volumes to acquire a thorough understanding, say, of industrial growth or meteorology. The experience was comparable to printing chapters of a novel in an order that made comprehension purposefully difficult. Also, there was a tendency for entries appearing in Britannica late in the alphabet to be condensed in order to meet printing deadlines and financial constraints. In the first edition, the letters A and B occupied 697 pages, with the remainder squeezed into 2,000. What was Coleridge's solution to these dilemmas? It was called Encyclopaedia Metropolitana, the publication as big, burdensome, and doomed as the albatross. We shall mark its rise and fall a little later in this chronological alphabet. Anomalies and apologies. By today's standards, Encyclopaedia Britannica was not wholly enlightened. The fact that it was compiled by men for men may be borne out by consulting the entry woman, which read, in its entirety, "The female of man, see homo." Footnote. 30 years later, with the publication of Britannica's fourth edition, 1801-09, the consideration of women in relation to men had entered a new phase. The man, more robust, is fitted for severe labor and for field exercise. The woman, more delicate, is fitted for sedentary occupations, and particularly for nursing children. The man, bold and vigorous, is qualified for being a protector. The woman, delicate and timid, requires protection. The man, as a protector, is destined by nature to govern. The woman, conscious of inferiority, is disposed to obey. One may, at this point, believe this to be parody, but it is not, and it goes on. Men have penetration and solid judgment to fit them for governing. Women have sufficient understanding to make a good figure under a good government. A greater portion would excite dangerous rivalry between the sexes, which nature has avoided by giving them different talents. Women have more imagination and sensibility than men, which make all their enjoyments more exquisite. At the same time, they are better qualified to communicate enjoyment. With respect to the ultimate end of love, it is the privilege of the male, as superior and protector, to make a choice. The female preferred has no privilege, but barely to consent or to refuse. End footnote. Women do fare slightly better when it comes to religious affairs. Here, the entry for God runs in its entirety, one of the many names of the Supreme Being, while goddess receives the greater coverage, in length at least. A heathen deity of the female sex. The ancients had almost as many goddesses as gods. Such were Juno, the goddess of air, Diana, the goddess of woods, etc. And under this character were represented the virtues, graces, and principal advantages of life: truth, justice, piety, liberty, fortune, victory, etc. It was the peculiar privilege of the goddesses to be represented naked on medals. There were similar anomalies elsewhere, and many idiosyncratic editorial choices. The entry on Mahometans, the outdated term for those who followed Muhammad and would now be regarded as Muslim, runs to 17 pages, covering all forms of cultural history and religious observance. The entry on Jews and Judaism, by contrast, extends to one paragraph. Those who profess obedience to the laws and religion of Moses. They lay great stress upon frequent washings. Every Jew is obliged to marry, and a man who lives to 20 unmarried is accounted as actually living in sin. Elsewhere, bloodletting from the penis is a bit of a cure-all. Squinting is a contagious disease and may be caused by nurses placing a child's cradle in a wrong position with regard to the light. And you didn't necessarily want to buy the first edition if you were hard of hearing. Some say the eggs of ants bruised and put into the ear with the juice of an onion cure the most inveterate deafness. In his preface, William Smellie excused himself early. For all the fanfare, and for all the work employed in its creation, he explained that, in his opinion, Encyclopaedia Britannica was still a little rushed. The editors, he said, were not aware of the length of time necessary for the execution, but engaged to begin the publication too early. Even though the publication was delayed by a year, still time was wanted. And then there was a plea for forgiveness. A work of this kind, Smellie argued, was bound by its very size to contain errors, whether falling under the denomination of mental, typographical, or accidental. He reasoned that those familiar with a work of such an extensive nature will make proper allowances. Any reader, indeed any writer, would surely have sympathized. Of course there would be mistakes in a work of this complexity, and most of them were straightforward. St. Andrew's Day, for the 13th, read the 30th. Interlocutor, for extacted, read extracted. Law, read 1672, not 1972. And then there were entries that would only prove suspect with time. Asbestos, a sort of fossil stone which may be split into threads and filaments from 1 inch to 10 inches in length. Very fine, brittle, yet somewhat tractable, silky, and of a greyish colour, not unlike talc of Venice. It is almost insipid to the taste, indissoluble in water, and endued with the wonderful property of remaining unconsumed in the fire, which only whitens it. Pliny says he has seen napkins of it, which, being taken foul from the table, were thrown into the fire, and better scoured than if they had been washed in water. This stone is found in many places of Asia and Europe, particularly in the island of Anglesey in Wales and in Aberdeenshire in Scotland. By the time the first edition of Encyclopaedia Britannica sold the last of its 3,000 sets in the 1770s, the notion of this grandly ambitious multi-volume publication attempting to encompass the sum of human knowledge had become a sport, a pastime, and an enduring sensation. Britannica was one of the 18th century's most enduring brands. Although at first there was no indication that the first edition wouldn't also be the only edition, it was decreed that, like the Dasypus, it should in future come in different sizes, with updates and printings and additions. But the second edition would require a new editor. William Smellie declined to continue in the role, for he had other plans, with alcohol once more a prominent part of them. 20 years from his initial engagement, and after years as an influential founding member of various philosophical and natural history societies, including the Royal Society of Edinburgh, Smellie found himself the celebrity owner of a drinking club on Edinburgh's Royal Mile called the Crocallan Fencibles. His biographer, Robert Kerr, found him increasingly dishevelled during this period and in financial disarray, while one fellow club member, the poet Robert Burns, revelled in Smellie's inebriated joshery and found him a veteran in genius, wit and bawdry. Smellie, according to a source quoted by Kerr, used to thrash the poet most abominably. Nonetheless, Burns honoured him with a verse. His uncombed hoary locks, wild staring, thatched, a head for thought, profound and clear, unmatched. Yet though his caustic wit was biting rude, his heart was warm, benevolent, and good. Colin MacFarquhar died in 1793, William Smellie in 1795, and Andrew Bell in 1809. Their extraordinary publication lived on, surviving controversy, calumny, mutiny, bankruptcy, parody, ignominy, and perfidy, until it announced in 2012 that it would print no more. B. Backstory. In 1964, the historian Robert Collison compiled a chronology of more than 40 encyclopedias that predated Britannica. Not all of these exist to be perused today, and not all are what we might recognize as encyclopedias. A great many Latin works contained a varied display of intellectual artistry without holding to a recognized or ordered system, while others seemed unnecessarily ambitious. In 1245, for example, the French priest Gauthier de Metz composed L'Image du Monde, laying claim to be the first encyclopedia written in verse. It was part fact, part religious fantasy, with references to angels and dragons, and a belief that the sky was made out of some sort of very early concrete. Collison's list highlighted a diverse attempt at uniqueness: the first German encyclopedia, the first encyclopedia for women, the first encyclopedia with a specifically Catholic view of the world. But they shared with Britannica a familiar intention. The chief mirage that hovered tantalizingly before so many generations was that it was possible to compile a work that would supersede all other books and render them unnecessary. Collison claims that the first encyclopedic work was written by the Greek philosopher Speusippus, Plato's nephew, around 370 BCE, although later scholars question this. It may be that the philosopher's writings should be considered encyclopedic in their scope, given that they covered such topics as mathematics, legislation, and the gods, and that Speusippus believed that knowledge stemmed from the ability to understand not one thing alone, but one subject's relationship to others. Perhaps Aristotle may stake the greatest claim to have studied matters so wide in variety that his knowledge may be justly classified encyclopedic, no matter how unsystematic in form was the result. An encyclopedia by Aristotle would surely be a thing to behold. His knowledge arranged, perhaps, into the strict taxonomic disciplines of metaphysics, ethics, and poetics. Alas, what we know of his mind was principally written down by students at his Lyceum, a university by all but name. The first Roman encyclopedia is sometimes named as Cato the Elder's Praecepta ad Filium, Precepts to his son, circa 185 BCE, a collection of teachings derived from his speeches, although nothing of this survives in the original. But as great a case may be made for his encyclopedic, if particular, De Agricultura, on the cultivation of the field, a ramshackle and exhaustive guide to agriculture and husbandry, combining the latest scientific practices with superstition, including much reverential considerations of asparagus and cabbage. We do have an account of Cato's teachings from Pliny, a report of a lecture to his son on the untrustworthiness of his rival Greeks. They are a worthless and unruly tribe. Take this as a prophecy. When those people give us their writings, they will corrupt everything. They call us barbarians too, of course. Today, the oldest writing we may recognize as encyclopedic is from Pliny the Elder. Begun not long before the eruption of Vesuvius in 77 and completed by his son after its author perished in its aftermath, Pliny's Naturalis Historia runs to 37 books, from astronomy to zoology, purposely monumental. Its author claimed that such a thing had never been attempted before, although he makes reference to those who had attempted less ambitious efforts, notably the medical reference work of Aulus Cornelius Celsus and the 9-volume illustrated guide to the liberal arts Disciplinarum by Marcus Terentius Varro, 116-27 BCE, which included meditations on grammar, rhetoric, geometry, astrology, and music. Most significantly, and unlike Varro's compilation, Pliny's writing survived. It is known to us now as one of the most influential and earliest printed multi-volume works, first appearing in Venice in 1469. Naturalis Historia was neither alphabetical nor cross-referenced, but it did have the sort of clearly defined contents page, the summarium, we may expect to see in efficient modern textbooks. It was consistently enthusiastic in tone. Pliny seemed to be in love with the entire world. The books encompassed geography and anthropology, botany and mineralogy, the cosmos and Mother Earth, olive and wine growing, mammals and insects, gemstones and dyes, sculpture and portraiture. The world of nature, Pliny wrote, or, in other words, life. In one sense, it was the great library of Alexandria arrayed along a single shelf. Pliny defined his intentions in his preface, a dedication to the future emperor Titus. This is not a well-travelled path for most scholars, or one that minds are eager to wander. None of us has ever attempted it, and no one Greek has covered all of it. Most people look for attractive fields of research. Those which are treated by others are said to be of immense subtlety and are weighed down by the gloomy obscurity of the subject. Now, all the subjects that the Greeks call enkouklios paidii ought to be dealt with, but they are unknown or made confusing by overcomplications, while others are so often discussed that they become tedious. It is a difficult thing to give novelty to the familiar, authority to the brand new, shine to the out-of-date, clarity to the obscure, charm to the dull, authority to the implausible, its nature to everything, and all to its own nature. And this is why, even if I have not succeeded, it is a brilliant and beautiful enterprise. Pliny claimed to have studied around 2,000 books by 100 authors, among them Catullus, Cicero, Livy, and Virgil, resulting in some 20,000 digestible facts and observations. Modern scholars suggest these numbers may have been greater still. He was either being modest or lost track. His nephew, Pliny the Younger, described him as a classical workaholic. Travelling through Rome, he would pay a companion to read to him as he walked. Having a bath, and more than one account describes him as a compulsive bather, he would dictate his latest entries, including this B-list of the healing properties of plants and fruits, nature in the service of man. Briar. The pounded bark is given for the spitting of blood and for excessive menstruation, also to sufferers from celiac disease. The leaves, with honey added, are applied to gangrenous sores. A decoction of them is healing to toothache and earache. The leaves, furthermore, are applied with pearl barley to spreading ulcers. It is applied with chicken fat to boils. It is an antidote also to the poison of serpents, except that of the asp. They say that if it is mixed with the urine of a castrated ox and taken in either drink or food, it is an aphrodisiac. Brambles. Nature did not create brambles for harmful purposes only, and so she has given them their blackberries, food even for men. They have a drying and astringent property, being very good for gums, tonsils, and genitals. They counteract the venom of the most vicious serpents, such as the hemorrhois and presta. The bloom or the berry counteracts that of scorpions. They close wounds without any danger of gatherings. The same shoots, eaten by themselves like cabbage sprouts, or a decoction of them in a dry wine, strengthen loose teeth. They are dried in the shade and then burnt, so that the ash may reduce a relaxed uvula. Black hellebore. a cure for paralysis, madness, dropsy without fever, chronic gout and disease of the joints. It draws from the belly bile, phlegms, and morbid fluids. For gently moving the bowels, the maximum dose is 1 drachma. A moderate one is 4 oboli. It matures and clears up scrofulous sores, suppurations, and indurations. Fistulas also, if it be taken off on the 3rd day. Pliny hoped that all of educated Rome would benefit from his labours. He saw the path of learning as a moral expedition. Similarly, we see how an encyclopedia may reflect both the period in which it was written and the moral guidance of its compiler. With Naturalis Historia, Pliny was expressing his belief that man and nature existed in productive harmony, and he was concerned with what we might now call an ecological balance. Neither half should be unregarding or unprotective of the other. He was also celebrating Rome as the learned centre of the universe, and defiantly Rome rather than Athens. He lived at a time of immense cultural and scientific confidence. Knowledge, be it of the practical advances in mining or the orbital timings of the planets, was amassed and conquered in step with the conquests of the empire. Indeed, this was another encyclopedic goal, a sense of all being well with the world, a notion of order and stillness, perhaps even control. If you wrote it so, it would be so. Nothing confirmed mastery in this eternal city as much as carved or written text. With this extended manuscript, everything seemed in one's command, the sun moving sublimely around the earth, Vesuvius unthreatening in the distance. Footnote: Pliny's manuscript was reproduced many times, and more than 200 handwritten copies survive. It was no less popular by the time of the printing press. At the end of the 15th century, there were 15 different printed editions. End footnote. Bishop of Seville. If Pliny ever wondered how his text would be remembered, he would have gazed with satisfaction at the work of Isidore of Seville. Some 7 centuries later, Pliny's Naturalis Historia would continue to form a cornerstone of learning in early medieval Europe, and thanks to Isidore's Etymologiae, 625 CE, it would remain influential throughout the Renaissance. And we have further reason to be grateful to Bishop Isidore of Seville. In 2018, the English Historical Review called him the patron saint of the Internet. Shortly after Isidore's death in 636, his pupil, Braulio of Saragossa, would remember, "An excellent man, educated in every kind of expression, so that in the quality of his speech he was suited to both the ignorant audience and the learned." Isidore produced an extravagant spread of reference works, books which catalogued the saints, analyzed the scriptures, described each office of the church, and explained all current interpretations of the elements. Accordingly, Braulio claimed, we may fittingly apply Cicero's comment, "Your books have brought us back, as if to our home, when we were roving and wandering in our own city like strangers, so that we might sometimes be able to understand who and where we are. You have laid open the lifetime of our country, the description of the ages, the laws of sacred matters, and of priests, learning both domestic and public, the names, kinds, functions, and causes of settlements, regions, places, and all matters both human and divine." We know relatively little about his life. He was born in the middle of the 6th century with Spain under Germanic Visigothic rule. His Catholic bishopric began in 600, and his close relationship with King Sisebutt enabled him to follow both an influential political career and a humanist religious path. Etymologiae, sometimes called Origins, was composed in his scriptorium, writing house, and intended as a grand tour of civilization, starting with an outline of the formal curriculum of the ancient classroom and ending with a helter-skelter of mundane details about the objects to be found in a Roman garden or stable. It was that standard thing, a compendium of all knowledge in the known world. But its author never meant it as a reference work, and certainly not something to be dipped into in search of a single fact. Then, as now, humanism was a term open to interpretation. Isidore's theology included a book called Against the Jews, an argument designed to convert Jews to Catholicism, which included much criticism of Jewish rituals. After Isidore's death, Etymologiae was divided by his pupil Braulio into 20 books, and the table of contents alone may leave us overawed, for here were the most important things in life. 1. Grammar and its parts. 2. Rhetoric and dialectic. 3. Mathematics, whose parts are arithmetic, music, geometry, and astronomy. 4. Medicine. 5. Laws and the instruments of the judiciary and times. 6. The order of scripture, cycles, and canons, liturgical feasts and offices. 7. God and angels, prophetic nomenclature, names of the Holy Fathers, martyrs, clerics, monks, and other names. 8. Church and synagogue, religion and faith, heresies, philosophers, poets, sibyls, magicians, pagans, gods of the Gentiles. 9. Languages of the nations, royal, military, and civic terminology, family relationships. 10. Certain terms in alphabetical order. 11. Human beings and their parts, the ages of humans, portents and metamorphoses. 12. Four-footed animals, creeping animals, fish, and flying animals. 13. Elements, that is, the heavens and the air, waters, the sea, rivers, and floods. 14. Earth, paradise, the regions of the whole globe, islands, mountains, other terms for places, and the lower regions of the earth. 15. Cities, urban and rural buildings, fields, boundaries and measures of fields, roads. 16. Earthy materials from land or water, every kind of gem and precious and base stones, ivory likewise, treated along with marble, glass, all the metals, weights and measures. 17. Agriculture, crops of every kind, vines and trees of every kind, herbs and all vegetables. 18. Wars and triumphs and the instruments of war, the forum, spectacles, games of chance, and ball games. 19. Ships, ropes and nets, ironworkers, the construction of walls and all the implements of building, also woolworking, ornaments, and all kinds of clothing. 20. Tables, foodstuffs, drink, and their vessels, vessels for wine, water, and oil, vessels of cooks, bakers, and lamps, beds, chairs, vehicles, rural and garden implements, equestrian equipment. And then there were the subheads. To take just Book 1, Grammar, we encounter discipline and art, the common letters of the alphabet, the Latin letters, the parts of speech, accents, signs used in law, epistolary codes, schemas, tropes, meters. In an introduction to the first full English version in 2006, the translators select several bits of amusing and unreliable lore from each of the books, asides that may have caused a 17th century Irish monk or an Italian poet from the 13th century to look up briefly from their work and wonder about the man who compiled them. From Book 1, Caesar Augustus used a secret, although hardly unbreakable, code in which he replaced each letter with the following letter of the alphabet, B for A, etc. Book 3, the term symbol derives from the Greek word for with and dancing. Book 6, architects used green Charistean marble to panel libraries because the green refreshes weary eyes. Book 11, in the womb, the knees, genua, of the fetus are pressed against the face and help to form the eye sockets, gennae. Book 12. The ibis purges itself by spewing water into its anus with its beak. Book 20. Wine, vinum, is so called because it replenishes the veins, vena, with blood. And what of the title itself? Isidore was deeply interested in origin stories, of philosophies and disciplines, not least rhetoric and physics, and he was fascinated by the regions where things, metals, spices, birds were first identified. Pliny was not Isidore's only source. He found much to reproduce from the writings of Servius, Donatus, Palladius, and Nonius Marcellus, as well as the Christian writers Jerome and Augustine. Unlike Pliny, Isidore's work for the church precluded him from conducting much research of his own. He didn't travel much, and there are scant original narrative observations of the sort found in Tacitus. His work was an abridgment and a bridge, a link between late antiquity and medieval Christian scholarship, between the Greek and Roman empires and those of the pagans and Visigoths. Isidore had a term for his method, something he considered a viable new trade: compilator. He defined this as one who mixes the words of others with his own, such as those making pigments crush many different colors in the mortar. He also saw himself as a gardener, selecting textual flowers as he went. Consulting Etymologiae today, we may revel in that combination of pleasures an old encyclopedia never fails to provide: illumination, bafflement, and the invaluable impression of an age. Within Isidore's orchard, we find birds. There is a single word for birds, but various kinds, for just as they differ among themselves in appearance, so do they differ also in the diversity of their natures. Some are simple, like the dove, and others clever, like the partridge. Some enjoy the company of humans, like the swallow, while others prefer a secluded life in deserted places, like the turtle dove. Some make a racket with their calls, like the swallow. Some produce the sweetest songs, like the swan and the blackbird, while others imitate the speech and voices of humans, like the parrot and the magpie. But there are innumerable others, differing in kind and behavior, for no one can discover how many kinds of birds there are. Bronze. The ancients used bronze before they used iron. Indeed, at first they would plough the earth with bronze. With bronze weapons they would wage war, and bronze was more prized, while gold and silver were rejected as useless. Now, according to Lucretius, on the nature of things, it is the opposite. Bronze is despised, and gold has attained the highest honor. Thus, time, in its turning, changes the position of things, and what was prized becomes finally without value. Ball games. A ball, pila, is properly so called because it is stuffed with hair, pilus. It is also a sphere, sfera, so called from carrying, ferre, or striking, ferire. Among the types of ball games are trigon ball, trigonaria, and arena ball, arenata. Arena ball, which is played in a group, when, as the ball is thrown in from the circle of bystanders and spectators, they would catch it beyond a set distance and begin the game. They call it the elbow game, cubitalis, when two people at close quarters and with their elbows almost joined strike the ball. Those who pass the ball to their fellow players by striking it with the outstretched lower leg are said to give it the calf, suram dare. The influence of Etymologiae was wide, informing all the cultural centers of Europe before the Enlightenment. Almost 1,000 manuscript copies survive, and it was among the earliest texts to have benefited from Gutenberg's printing press. Bede referred to Etymologiae extensively, and its author was immortalized more than 500 years later by Dante, whose Divine Comedy, circa 1320, concludes with the dancing souls of solar illumination. See flaming beyond the burning spirit of Isidore. Isidore had once found a little time for his own poetry. Although its authorship has been disputed, he is believed to have composed several verses outlining his general philosophy of learning, perhaps even of life itself. Reading the lines below, one may imagine him looking around a cathedral library at Seville, or possibly a monastery scriptorium, surrounded by other learned men, intoxicated by the volumes stacked high upon the walls. These bookcases of ours hold a great many books. Behold and read, you who so desire, if you wish. Here lay your sluggishness aside. Put off your fastidiousness of mind. Believe me, brother, you will return thence a more learned man. But perhaps you say, why do I need this now? For I would think no study still remains for me. I have unrolled histories and hurried through all the law. Truly, if you say this, then you yourself still know nothing. Byzantium. What a falling off was there. The relatively barren centuries between Isidore of Seville and the High Middle Ages were necessarily as hazardous towards the notion of encyclopedias as towards all other secular manuscripts. But our lack of cultural records in this period suggests that because nothing survived, therefore nothing existed. What did survive was curiosity and desire, not least the desire to gather and interpret, and we must locate this innate human attribute in other places and forms. Byzantine culture, declares the Byzantine professor Paul Magdaleno, was permanently encyclopedic in the sense that it was continually collecting, summarizing, excerpting, and synthesizing. Much of its Orthodox Christian output was a textual collation composed by kings for their heirs and tutors for their pupils. And although the 9th and 10th centuries produced nothing of a cohesive nature that could be compared to Pliny or Isidore, it did construct plenty of moral and specialized compendiums. Our appreciation of these works requires a parallel effort of encyclopedism, bringing together the surviving excerpts of diverse works commissioned by Leo VI, Constantine VII, and Basil II, a list covering law, ecclesiastical teachings, and general history. Emperor Leo VI the Wise, 866 to 912, ruled from Constantinople, and if ever a medieval empire could be said to be sprawling, this was the one. His kingdom, the eastern half of the Roman Empire, extended from the shores of the Bosporus to cover much of the land surrounding the Mediterranean, including what is now Italy, Greece, North Africa, and the Middle East, extending north to the Danube and east to Syria. But in the Macedonian dynasty in which Leo governed, the empire was under constant attack from Bulgarian and Arab armies, from maritime fleets capturing Sicily and Crete, and his military talents were not equal to his literary and scholarly ones. Indeed, his written histories and treatises may have reflected a desire to instill some sort of order to his kingdom in such a persistent period of turmoil. Leo VI earned his moniker, the Wise. He was also called the Philosopher. He attempted to codify all Byzantine law and trading regulations, and his poetry spoke of oracles and visions of the future. The emperor married 4 times, in the face of much church opposition. His illegitimate heir, Constantine VII, inherited his father's scholarly zeal, and his writing benefited greatly from his father's preparatory work. The finest example, and the one we may classify as encyclopedic, is now known as the Constantinian Excerpts, a large historical survey sourced from the ancient Greeks Herodotus and Thucydides, through Peter the Patrician, born 500 CE, to George the Monk, 9th century CE. Written in Greek and arranged originally into 53 volumes, each with the same preface explaining the intention of the writing that followed, to render historical information both more intelligible and accessible. Composed between 900 and 990, the project was thematic rather than chronological, utilizing at least 26 credited histories at no little expense. Some 10,000 sheep had to be slaughtered and skinned to supply the parchment. The emperor and his proudly studious colleagues produced much else of an encyclopedic nature, not least a history of the empire from 817, the exhaustive agricultural manual Geoponica, with tips on how to grow flowers and plough a turnip field, and De Ceremoniis, a guide to court ceremonies and rituals. The concept of cohesive and comprehensive learning was something young Byzantine students learned at school. The curriculum, consisting mainly of grammar, rhetoric, philosophy, and history, was indeed called Enkyklios Paideia. The Dark Ages that fell upon Western Europe since the fall of Rome, with church indoctrination all but eliminating the teachings of classical antiquity, was resisted in the East. In the loosest sense, the barbarians at the gates were fended off as much with ancient Roman statuary and a belief in the retention of intellectual civilization as they were with swords and spears. It is likely that Constantine's historical encyclopedia was completed by Emperor Basil II some 20 years later, around 990, and in this way did the imperial scribes safeguard and promote much of the knowledge that would resurface in the early Renaissance printing press of the 15th century. C. Chalcentorosity. On Wednesday, the 14th of January 1998, a man called Jeffrey Gibson sent an email to the Classics listserv registered at Washington University in Seattle. He had a simple and modest request. I've probably asked this before, so please forgive duplicate postings. Is there an English translation of the Suda? Later that day, the list received a reply from Peter Green. The answer, alas, is no. Why? Were you thinking of filling the gap? A lot of people would be grateful, I suspect. The following day, Bill Hutton added, since translating the Suda would be a task requiring greater chalcentorosity than most individual classicists possess, perhaps we should make it a group project. Hutton thought it would be just the sort of thing a global academy did best. Each of us could send in our favorite entries by email. An hour later, Elizabeth Van Diver emailed, sounds good to me. I claim Ikria. This conversation went on for a while. Years, in fact. If one wasn't a classicist, and one came across this open conversation by chance, one might have several questions. Why did Professor Van Diver choose Ikria, and what actually was the Suda? Before any of these could be answered, there was another keen outpouring online. It seemed, in fact, that enthusiasm was boundless from all quarters of the United States and Europe. I cannot think of a better collaborative enterprise, wrote Professor Joe Farrell from the University of Pennsylvania, nor of a better way to create and distribute the product than via www. May I suggest that there is also an opportunity to organize a number of graduate seminars around this objective. This would speed the work and lend excellent focus to the training of young scholars. The next day, several other contributors began to consider how HTML text would be unified on the site, and how much time such a translation project would cost, and what sort of cross-referencing there would be. Almost immediately, the project had a follow-up project with the name Suda Online, and someone proposed a logo reflecting its acronym, a shining sun. I think all these suggestions are terrific, wrote Kenneth Kitchell, a classics professor at Louisiana State University. I would like to add one cautionary note, however. Such a project is likely to be done once and once only. Quality control is of great concern, so that the project becomes a vehicle for fostering the dissemination of information and not misinformation. James Boutrica sounded another word of warning. The original suggestion for people to translate their favorite entries is not going to work, since it would require too much supervision to make sure that everything got covered, and some entries might languish untouched. Not everybody is as interested in iophon as I am, for example. But if each letter were taken by one translator, with additional translators for the letters like alpha that have many entries, it could be done in a relatively expeditious manner. Si monumentum requiris. And in this way was a monumental project born. It took 16 years to complete, or at least to arrive at what its editors called a usable standard, and some of its founders, such as Professor Boutrica, did not live to see its full online publication. The internet was a very different place in 2014 to when the translation had begun, but a small community had managed to produce a work that spoke only of its best attributes, namely the collaborative dissemination of information and ideas. And it was no small irony that the work of translation, coordinated by two of its founders, Bill Hutton and Elizabeth Van Diver, and based at the University of Kentucky, reflected the aim and methodology of the original cohort of writers who had worked on it more than 1,000 years before. And this time it had footnotes and a bibliography, and was keyword searchable. The Suda, or fortress, stronghold, was a vast 10th century Byzantine Greek historical encyclopedia, combining material on classical antiquity with biblical and Christian sources. It had been edited and published several times since the end of the 14th century, but it had never previously been fully available in English. It was compiled no later than 1000 CE, but its compiler or compilers remain unknown. The entries are arranged in alphabetical order and appear as a combination of dictionary and conventional encyclopedia. Grammatical points and philosophical concepts blend with biographies of ancient authors and lines from ancient texts. Sources range from Aristophanes, Homer, and Sophocles, as well as Pliny's Naturalis Historia and other classical abridgments. More than 200 people worked on its modern, peer-reviewed translation, an extraordinary display of scholarship and erudition, producing 30,000 entries on history, literature, and biography that might otherwise be lost to us. What may we see through this looking glass? At random, that the ancient Greek word galliagra, in its Latin transliteration, means weasel trap, a device for punishment, and is accompanied by an unsourced quote. As a finale, they threw him into a weasel trap, all shut up with iron bolts, and rolled it on rough ground, which may refer to a specific cruelty practiced by Caligula. We find that gallos translates as eunuch, as in the quip from Greek philosopher Arcesilaus that Galli come from men, but men do not come from Galli. Another example cites a cunning military ploy. He sent out youths whom he had prepared as Galli, with pipers in women's robes and having drums and figurines, against those besieging the territory. And we learn that the verb gastrizathai means to be gorged or nourished rather magnificently, but also to be hit in the gut, and that the noun galacinois translates as dimples, specifically the lines that derive from laughing. The philosopher Democritus was nicknamed Dimple when he laughed at the hollow ambition of mankind. And of those special entries earmarked by the founding editors of Suda Online in their first tentative emails, Ikira means benches or planks, and may be used to define the earliest form of theatre seating. Iophon was an Athenian tragedian, the son of Sophocles. He is credited with some 50 plays, although authorship is disputed, and many of them may have been the work of his father. And what of Bill Hutton's consciously pretentious use of the word chalcenterosity? It derives from chalcenterus, meaning the possession of bowels of brass, a gender-neutral equivalent of balls of brass, or possessing a tough, indomitable, and possibly foolhardy nature. Campfire Tales. We may ask what the monk of 1010 or the squire of 1050 was really learning here. Even if they could read Greek or Latin and had access to such a manuscript as the Suda, how much use was it to know that the Greek word angopenia, which meant woven vessel, derived from the honeycomb pattern in a beehive, or that ankon denotes an elbow, both in the biological and architectural sense, the latter describing a small room or enclosed area where a tyrant may throw someone undesirable. This is indeed the ultimate expression of knowledge in the round, as ancient tutors had intended for their school curriculum. It borders on trivia, and is no less fascinating for that. We may logically ask the same question of all medieval collations. The Cambridge professor Peter Burke has noted that what may pass for knowledge today would carry quite another definition a few hundred years ago. One can make a valid distinction between raw information, something practical and specific, and cooked knowledge, something that has been processed and analyzed. Even this varies over time. Early medieval knowledge would certainly incorporate witchcraft, angels, and demons. We know that wisdom is not a cumulative accretion of facts, but something to be learned, perhaps through experience. But even an individual's gathering of knowledge may not always be progressive. Increasing specialization may produce a more limited range of knowledge, and when encyclopedias are updated, we may lose old knowledge to make way for new. We know of several distant manuscripts composed between 1050 and the first literary glimpses of the Renaissance and printing press in the 15th century. We may read these encyclopedias as vault-like repositories of information, an early inky storage and retrieval system, and perhaps a slightly desperate one. They were a form of intellectual harvesting, a resistance against the disintegration of wider learning and the wider world in the face of restrictive religious uniformity and the application of reason to faith. There was no room for skepticism. Writing and reading these rare volumes was almost a political act, although it's unlikely the studious compilers from A to Z would have seen it that way. The encyclopedists' notions of science, the cosmos, biology, were still linked largely to theology, and the category of science was mostly understood as practical craftsmanship. The wider world was almost a myth, with one's nearest cathedral city and Jerusalem the only two destinations worth consideration. The age of exploration that would later transform our geographical appreciation of the world was still several centuries away. The earliest universities in England, Italy, France and Spain, Bologna and Oxford in the 11th, 12th century, Modena in the 12th century and Paris at the start of the 13th, evolved from cathedral schools and monastic schools, all of which followed the Latin Catholic theistic tradition. Most of these Latin manuscripts survive in fragments alone, but of the handful that exist in their entirety, by far the most appealing is the Otia Imperialia by Gervase of Tilbury, all 196 chapters of it. Despite his name, in the 12th century Tilbury was a marshy manor on the north side of the Thames, and possibly a former Roman village, Gervase spent his adult life in Bologna, Naples, Venice, Arles, and Rome. His education derived as much from experience as academia. A well-connected lawyer, once in the service of Henry the Young, the son of Henry II, he composed his great medieval text between 1210 and 1214 for his patron Otto IV of Brunswick, the Holy Roman Emperor. The translated subtitle suggests it was intended as an entertainment and relaxation, although there was certainly also much instruction. The original title was Liber de Mirabilibus Mundi, Book of the Wonders of the World. One rarely read alone in the Middle Ages, and the manuscript was most likely read to Otto at night by his clerks as he struggled with insomnia. The encyclopedia is divided into 3 parts. The first 25 chapters examine the world from creation to Noah, beginning with the storied flow of the Ganges, the Nile, the Tigris, and the Euphrates, the 4 rivers that flow from paradise. Gervaise then examines the conditions necessary for the formation of clouds and rain. The second section, in 26 chapters, is concerned with history and topography, and the current rulers of the known world. And the remaining 145 chapters assume a more spiritual and mythological tone, describing folklore, miracles, and the supernatural, or, as Gervaise has it, marvels of every province. Not every marvel, but some from each province. One review of the project concludes that it looks as though the author, in some hurry to present his book to the emperor, did not expand his notes as he had intended. We may balk at the contents of this dominant section, being so far removed from the more sober ambitions of Pliny and Isidore, but taken as a whole, Otia Imperialia provides a comprehensive survey of the fearful world slowly emerging into a modern one. Gervaise relied both on classical and oral traditions, his many biblical allusions combining with contemporary Christian theology and what one might call witches' tales, or what one 18th century editor called a bagful of foolish old woman's tales. No one source was treated with more weight than another. Gervaise himself stated in his dedication that many of his entries may be dismissed as idle chatter, but they ought to be given a hearing, because they can provide no trifling instruction or warning with regard to many things. As was common with such a personal endeavour, there was also a prominent smattering of opinion on current affairs. Gervaise supports a German claim to the throne of Constantinople and weighs in on papal abuse. In other news, the Isle of Man is quite densely populated, and the way of life there is more refined than is the norm. The first full English translation wasn't published until 2002. The volume runs to more than 1,000 pages, and it opens with a summary of previous attempts. An earlier translator at the University of California labored strenuously on the Latin manuscripts during the 1950s and 60s, but had his work sadly interrupted by his death. The first complete edition provides extraordinary insights into the medieval mind. From Part 2, a view of Asia. It starts to the east with the region of Paradise, a secure place, remarkable for its possession of every delight, but inaccessible to human beings because it is surrounded by a wall of fire reaching right up to heaven. Within it is the tree of life. Whoever eats of its fruit will remain in the same state forever and will never die. A few pages on, a description of India. There are various kinds of monstrous creatures there. There are some, for instance, whose feet point backwards, and they have 8 toes on each foot. Others have a dog's head and hooked claws. Their skin is like the hide of cattle, their voice like the barking of dogs. There are women who give birth 5 times, but their offspring do not live beyond their 8th year. There are also some creatures with no head. Their eyes are set in their shoulders, and they have 2 holes in their chest to serve as a nose and mouth. There are others near the source of the Ganges who live just on the fragrance of a particular kind of apple. If they travel any distance, they take some of these apples with them, because if they were to breathe bad, unhealthy air, they would die at once. And just as you're thinking, I'll have what he's having, consider the fate of Indian animals. There are snakes so huge that their diet consists chiefly of stags. They even cross the ocean. The beast called the manticore is found in India too. It has a human face, a triple row of teeth, a lion's body, a scorpion's tail, and blazing eyes. It is the color of blood, and has a voice like a snake's hiss. It feeds on human flesh, and can run faster than a bird can fly. Campfire tales, ghost stories, unsettling tales of inexplicable occurrences, Gervaise's Otia was full of them. His readers must have fallen upon such wonders as he describes, of mermaids and storm-inducing dolphins, not just with glee, but some degree of nodding familiarity. These were not tales of the gullible, but tales of the everyday. Not to believe them might be the greater sin. About 30 manuscript copies of the Otia Imperialia survive in their entirety, which is about 28 more than the Speculum Maius, the mid-13th century work of Vincent of Beauvais. There is a simple reason for this: size. Speculum Maius, the Great Mirror, was an immense, gushing river of a work. 80 books in all, divided into 9,886 chapters. There are more than 4 million words. It made Gervase of Tilbury's effort look like homework scribbled on a bus. Vincent of Beauvais is widely regarded as the most important educator of the 13th century. We know roughly when he died, 1264, but not when he was born, somewhere between 1184 and 1194. He became a Dominican friar in Paris before 1220, and he became a lector, a specialized reader and educational advisor, in the monastery of Royaumont, founded by Louis IX in 1228. He began writing his great encyclopedia under the king's patronage in 1235, and didn't put down his quill until 29 years later. He almost certainly received help from a team of scribes, for no one could have realized this project on their own. As was the pattern, Speculum Maius was a compendium, a collection of all writing its editor considered cogent, commendable, and creditable. It was certainly comprehensive. There are 171 chapters on herbs, 161 on birds, and 134 on seeds and grains. About 900 chapters mention the lives of the saints, and about half this amount allude to chess. It was also contradictory, with about 350 cited sources, from Pliny the Elder to contemporary French scholars, from Cicero to Helenan de Froidmont. It would have been extraordinary had it not been. Entries disputed many things, not least whether a deer's tail was poisonous, and whether the black poppy was edible. But what, in the grand scheme of things, did Vincent's great mirror reflect? It showed its readers everything of themselves. It shone a light both pagan and Christian, its author expressing a preference for neither. Vincent spoke of his work as valuable for preaching, for lecturing, for resolving questions, and generally for explaining almost any sort of matter from every art. It also reflected the late medieval desire for ordering, for the organized setting down of a universe. The work was divided into 3 parts: Speculum Naturale, science and natural history, including chapters on astronomy, anatomy, agriculture, light and color; Speculum Doctrinale, medicine, the mechanical arts, theology, based on the resurrection of man after banishment from Eden; and Speculum Historiale, from creation to the last judgment. A 4th section was added after Vincent's death and appears in printed versions from the 15th century. Speculum Morale was largely copied from the work of Thomas Aquinas and was an attempt by Vincent's followers and later printers to attune the work to a more modern philosophy and Christian theology. Vincent's own moral instruction continues to excite debate. He was a modest editor, claiming little credit for his vast encyclopedia, indeed apologizing for its shortcomings in its preface, a recurring theme, crediting instead the vast army of writers upon which he drew. But his modesty was inherently false. While he very rarely adopted the outspoken role of auctor, or learned scholar expressing his own views, his selection from his sources was nonetheless pointed, politically and morally. Vincent was particularly intrigued by the role of women. Although he may not quite fit the role of medieval progressive some have assigned him, he made an educational distinction between the sexes, but it was very much the traditional one. "You have sons," he quotes from the book of Ecclesiasticus, "Train them and care for them from boyhood. You have daughters, watch over their bodies, and do not show yourself joyful to them." But Vincent also displayed a rare acceptance in the Middle Ages of the view that women might be worthy recipients of his collation of knowledge. In France, he was exposed to several instances marking the ascendancy of women, not least the regency of Blanche of Castile, and the chivalrous concept of courtly love. There are sections in his Great Mirror highlighting specific crafts suitable for women, all non-physical, all domestic, as one might expect, and he places much emphasis on the value of women reading, albeit for religious guidance. The education scholar Rosemary Barton-Tobin has observed that while another of Vincent's works, De Eruditione Filiorum Nobilium, The Education of Noble Children, has the last 10 of its 51 chapters devoted to young women, the instruction he suggests concentrates on the promotion of abstinence and the protection of chastity. Vincent opposed all forms of cosmetic beautification, for this would deflect focus from the soul. Moreover, Professor Tobin notes, a woman would always be required to uphold more virtuous standards than a man. The girl is responsible for both her own behavior and whatever interpretation others may place upon that behavior. It is a severe burden, which only adds to the heavier responsibility Vincent gives to girls as opposed to boys in the sphere of moral action. Cook's Tale. But Chaucer was a fan. He once referenced Vincent in his Storial Mirror, and he may have drawn on his Great Mirror for the Canterbury Tales. Chaucer's great work is in itself encyclopedic, his 24 tales covering all manner of occupations and daily pursuits, the physician, the monk, the prioress, the friar, the merchant. But his range of fictional forms also suggests a catalogue, spanning, in the words of one Middle English specialist, every possible style. Romance, moral prose allegory, the comic and bawdy fablio, penitential manual, beast fable, Breton lie, sermon, fictional autobiography, parody, dramatic monologue, tragedy, exemplum, satire and hagiography, to name but a few. Professor Helen Cooper compares the Canterbury Tales to the compendiums of Vincent of Beauvais, not least in its fully rounded exploration of human character, strengths and weaknesses, reality and imagination, abstract thought and intellectual rigor. She believes the work was intended to be read as an entire literary expression of life, with some narrative cross-referencing, and to address one story alone would be to miss the point. Like reading The Murder of Gonzago without Hamlet. The characters in the tales are broadly divided into 3 social groups: those who fight, those who work, and those who pray. While the range of the stories would indeed have been familiar to anyone versed in the thematic groupings of a medieval encyclopedia, for they form a complete presentation of the world, the exotic world of romance and chivalry, the everyday practical world, and the spiritual and cosmic world. And in a similar vein to many religious entries in early compendiums, the tales are morals. The stories test the extent to which the pilgrims live up to, or fall short of, an ideal. The main difference between Chaucer's work and the encyclopedia is that there is no attempt at universal or empirical answers. Every character strives for their own truths. D. Damask Silk. The book you are reading now is a work of fact and opinion. Better than that, it is a collection of facts and opinions about books about facts and opinions. But now I want you to use your imagination. You need to imagine an encyclopedia in an unfamiliar language from a distant land more than 600 years ago. It is the biggest and most exacting encyclopedia ever made, too big to be printed. It is created in fairy tale fashion for one megalomaniacal man, and it is named after him, the whole running to 22,937 sections within 11,095 manuscript volumes, each between 1 and 2 inches thick, all bound in the finest yellow damask silk. Now, open your eyes, for such a thing did exist. It exists still, in a recklessly truncated and scattered form, a mere speck of the original. It is mentioned in hushed tones by scholars of Chinese history and literature, as if its power is still a virulent force, and it has a wonderful name, the Yongle Dadian. It is also known as Yongle Dadian Vast Documents of the Yongle Era and Grand Canon of Yongle, and in an earlier form, Wenxian Dacheng. When an analysis of the work was published in the Journal of Library and Information Science in 2010, its name was proving impossible to spell, as if it was jinxing readers from beyond the grave. Occasionally it was the Yonle Dadian, once the Yonele Dadian, and once even the Yonglo Dadian. Either way, it was the culmination of all Chinese knowledge, which by immodest extension meant all the knowledge in the world. It was commissioned by the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di, the third emperor of the Ming dynasty, known also as Ming Chengzu, known also as the progenitor of the Age of Perpetual Happiness, additionally known as the fiercest of warlords. According to Piqing Su of San Francisco State University, the Ming Emperor Yongle was a man of contradictions. He has been portrayed as both a sage king concerned primarily with the everlasting well-being of his subjects and empire, but also as someone associated with quite a few less happy events, including political scheming and mass murder. The emperor was clearly an educated man, which explains his encyclopedia, but also an insatiable self-aggrandizer, which explains the size of it, and also his creation of the forbidden city of Beijing. As an empire builder, he was unsurpassed, extending Chinese influence during his rule, 1402 to 24, to Vietnam, Korea, and Japan, expending much energy fighting the Mongols, while also reinvigorating domestic agricultural prosperity. And then there were the other things: killing his enemies, establishing a large spying network staffed by eunuchs, purging anyone who might question his legitimacy or expose his sexual appetites and scandals. But as Professor Su attests, the tyranny was punctuated with outward displays of being very kind to animals, not least wild horses and cats, and he showed particular affection towards an imported giraffe, believing it to be some sort of unicorn. And so it is with some relief that we return to his reference work. The Yongle Dadian was composed with an extraordinary sense of urgency between 1403 and 1408. Written by thousands of travelling scholars scooping up everything in their path, the contents were quantified in 1901 by the historian Luther Carrington Goodrich as thought, morals, poetry, frontier people, the Xiongnu and Hu, for example, geography, surnames, government, law, the spirits, biography, divination, architecture, gates, bridges, halls, storehouses, walls, offices, villages, capital cities, history, burial customs, astronomy, botany, grain, military matters, Buddhism, Taoism, travels, bronzes, food and drink, caves, dreams, scholars, drama, sacrifices, clothing, mathematics, carpentry, post stations, shamans, literary collections. The compilers submitted their first draft to the emperor after 17 months, but he disapproved, deeming it insufficient for his needs. No doubt happy to escape with their lives, the anxious scholars went back to plunder a further 8,000 ancient texts, emerging with a much bigger encyclopedia of 3.7 million characters on 917,000 pages. This time the tyrant appeared content, But one may reasonably ask the question, what was he so worried about? Why did his megalomania, his harvesting of everything, become so important to him? Powerful men and women are inevitably concerned with their legacies. It would be unusual if they amassed their immense power and wealth without simultaneously amassing cavernous amounts of guilt. It would be understandable, therefore, if they wished to leave something good behind, a reputation not wholly damning, something that may prompt future generations, their hand-washing descendants, say, or historians, to think better of them. A foundation, a grant or prize, the naming of a library, a benefactor putting something back. Emperor Yongle had more to put back than most, but in this case I think he may just have been being an emperor. He wanted the best, the most, the ultimate. It wasn't knowledge for dissemination, or even knowledge for knowledge's sake. It was knowledge that no one else could have, a gift to himself wrapped in yellow damask silk. And of course the emperor's own entry in the encyclopedia would be a glorious textual shrine. But even if he had been persuaded to spread the knowledge around, the almost impossible size of the enterprise ensured that no one could afford to reproduce it, and that no one got to read it. The problem with having 3.7 million characters was that one needed an awful lot of wood carvers and a very large forest to turn it into something that could be printed and distributed. Scribes made a few copies of some of it, but the master copy was the only complete proof that such a thing ever existed. By logical extension, all that knowledge in the hands of one individual, wasn't that the perfect definition of intellectual tyranny? Wasn't that the exact opposite of what an encyclopedia was supposed to be? The Chinese had been making encyclopedias, Lei Shu, since the Warring States era between 474 and 221 BCE. Even then, the historian Harriet Zerndorfer notes, there was a dream of writing the world into a single text. In the dynasties that followed, the shape and intention of these manuscripts fell into several categories. The compendiums of everything known, the natural and philosophical histories, the factual texts designed for civil service examinations, and all manner of specialist volumes. Then there were the Riong Leishu, or collections of everyday practical information for those with limited literacy. Unlike the Yongle Dadian, almost all of them were printed. For a snapshot of the vast range on offer, one may consult the unique Siku Quanshu, complete collection of the four treasuries, an imperial library catalogue compiled in the 18th century. The catalogue gave way to a physical library, combining 3,461 separate works into a new masterwork of 2.3 million pages in 36,000 large folio volumes. 7 duplicates were made and distributed throughout the empire. It incorporated 65 leishu from a total of 217 consulted by the editors. These included volumes dating as far back as the Liang dynasty, 502 to 57, with 10 from Tang, 618 to 907, and 12 from Ming, 1368 to 1644. Wang Chutong, one of the Siku Quanshu editors, then went on to compile the Lianxi in the 1790s, the first modern encyclopedia devoted entirely to the work and activities of women. Subjects covered marriage, physical appearance, weaving, poetry, and the role of women across the social spectrum, from imperial princess to streetwalker. The work was edited by men, but, as Dr. Zerndorfer observes, of the 100 contributors to the Lianxi, a large proportion were married to women with prestigious literary reputations. One may infer that their appreciation of these women's talents spurred their involvement, and that the topics they pursued therein reflect that admiration. Given the circumstances surrounding its inception, perhaps it was inevitable that the Yongle Dadian would meet a tumultuous end. Initially stored in the Ming Dynasty capital Nanjing, it moved with the emperor to the new capital Beijing in 1421. And for almost a century and a half, it remained in the Summer Palace in the Forbidden City. When a fire almost destroyed the palace, 2 copies were finally made, one of them destined for the Beijing Hanlin Academy, China's largest repository library, established in the 1720s. The fate of the other copies, and fragments of copies, is uncertain, but many were burnt when British and French troops sacked the Imperial Archive in 1860. The last remaining copy, the one at the Hanlin Library, met a lonely and unceremonious fate. That manuscript, writes Loren Christos, the librarian at Florida International University, over time fell prey to poor preservation, whether through theft, rodents or insects, warfare or fire. The rodents didn't chew everything. Of the original 11,095 volumes, about 800 were still readable in 1900. After the siege of Peking in that year, and the fire that swept through the library, the number dropped to only 370, or 809 sections, the equivalent of having only entries for the letter A. The loss of the text heralded the loss of an entire culture. For what is a society without an archive of its history and the memory of its people? In some quarters, the destruction of physical evidence of a group's culture is legally defined as genocide. And in time, even the name disintegrated. Maybe it really was the Yongle Dadian, or the Yonglo Dadian. Perhaps Wengxian Dansheng should still hold. We only have what we call it today. For tomorrow, it is still not there. Devise, wit. Devise, wit, write, pen. For I am for whole volumes in folio. When the lovelorn Armando calls upon divine inspiration near the beginning of Love's Labours Lost, the audience knows his quest is doomed. Here is the pompous Spanish braggart, sure that he was the first man to fall in love, dropping his military pursuits to woo his intended with poetry. Alas, he has neither the talent nor the learning to write the persuasive sonnet. He has only the pale prospect of parody. For centuries, scholars have debated the learning of Shakespeare himself. We have little, if any, documentation of what he was taught at school, nor the historical volumes by his side as he wrote Henry VI in 1591 and Henry VIII in 1612, nor what informed his philosophical worldview as he framed the minds of Hamlet and Lear. It's unnerving to learn that for much of the 18th century, Shakespeare was regarded as an ignoramus. His plays were castigated for their lack of chronological, historical, and geographical accuracy, and his lack of bookishness was used by the academic elite as an assault on creativity. The modern view has changed. Though lacking a Donish background, we know that Shakespeare had access to several almanacs and encyclopedias, and there are numerous direct correlations between passages in his plays and the widely available volumes he may have had at his elbow. He wrote on the cusp of Copernican comprehension, that is, the gradual acceptance that, if the earth revolved around the sun, we should adapt our philosophical and dramatic approaches accordingly. The first English translation of Copernicus, A Perfect Description of the Celestial Orbes, appeared as part of the Digges Almanac of 1576, a popular digest that was almost certainly within Shakespeare's grasp. Another publication, a more general encyclopedia commonly known as Batman upon Bartholomew, is widely regarded as his most likely companion. It was published in 1582 when Shakespeare was 18, and immediately entered university libraries and educated homes. Republished is more accurate, for it was a reprinting and modest update of a 13th century work by the Franciscan monk Bartholomeus Anglicus, popularized when printed by Wynkin de Worde in London in 1495, and finally updated by Stephen Bateman, or Batman, in Shakespeare's time. The whole was the traditional mixture of fact and fiction, and as English professor Neil Rhodes points out, scholars have detected some possible direct borrowings. The encyclopedia mentions the effects of the moon's light as a cause of madness, alluded to in both Measure for Measure and Othello, the geometric properties of the soul and our energy patterns, King Lear, and the concept of beast-like men, The Tempest. Other entries would be reflected in his sonnets. One more publication stakes a claim, Pierre de la Primaude's French Académie, first translated into English in 1586. This was primarily a modern work, its 4 volumes encompassing the creation, the cosmos, animals and plants, the human body and its diseases, and a Christian philosopher's guide to life. How did this show itself in Shakespeare's work? Convincingly, Professor John Hankins has traced elements of the French Académie in the "All the World's a Stage" speech in As You Like It, and in Lear's speech that, "When we are born, we cry that we are come to this great stage of fools." The references to the unweeded garden and the sleep of death in Hamlet may also derive from Primaudet, as well as the many references to the force and influence of custom in Hamlet and Pericles. Finally, Othello's speculations on Desdemona's supposed infidelity, and particularly the notion of the heart as a fountain, find several parallel sources in French Académie. It's an exercise worthy of the best detectives. None of this is conclusive, Neil Rhodes concedes, but if Shakespeare did own an encyclopedia, and in view of the enormous diversity of his subject matter, it would have been a very useful companion, then this would almost certainly have been it. And beyond these forensics, one recurring theme in his plays, man as a microcosm of the workings of the universe, reflects the grand ambitions of every compiler of the modern encyclopedia, the world in a book. Dogmatic delivery of knowledge. In his later years, Shakespeare would have known of the far-reaching educational proposals of Francis Bacon, 1561 to 1626, and in his roles as Attorney General and Lord Chancellor, Bacon would have been known to those who saw Shakespeare's plays. Bacon's treatise, The Advancement of Learning, 1605, was a hugely influential work, an exuberant promotion of the idea that the health and wealth of human lives could be improved beyond measure by the application of intellectual pursuits. Bacon was a heavy-hatted cheerleader, leaving it to others to realize his ideology in practical form. But all future encyclopedists would have reason to be grateful to him. Footnote: 3 decades later, René Descartes proposed a similar philosophy. Discourse on the Method of Rightly Conducting the Reason and Seeking Truth in the Sciences, 1637, argued that there was little that couldn't be improved or solved by the systematic breakdown and analysis of a complex problem. But Descartes had doubts about the possibility of containing such knowledge between hard covers. "Even if all knowledge could be found in books," he wrote in the 1640s, "where it is mixed in with so many useless things and confusingly heaped in such large volumes, it would take longer to read those books than we have to live in this life, and more effort to select the useful things than to find them oneself." End footnote. Nothing if not precocious, Bacon attended Cambridge University at the age of 13, where his acquisitions included a bow and quiver of arrows, a pair of pantoffles, and a dozen new buttons for his doublet. He read Livy, Demosthenes, Aristotle, Xenophon, and Hermogenes. For 9 months, his education was interrupted by the plague. On his return to Cambridge, he impressed Queen Elizabeth with his gravity and maturity. When she asked his age, he announced he was 2 years younger than Her Majesty's happy reign, the charm of which suggested to all present that he would go far in life. The publication of his great educational proposal was initially overshadowed by the discovery a few days later of the gunpowder plot, but its influence endures. The advancement of learning opened with a double-length pull-out strip entitled Analysis, a visual aid for the treatise to follow. This praised the excellency of learning and criticized the zeal and jealousy of divines, self-appointed representatives of God, the severity and arrogance of politicians, and the slightly vaguer errors and imperfections of learned men. Other targets included those who displayed a distrust of new discoveries, the conceit that the best opinions prevail, an impatience of doubt, a mistaking of the end of knowledge, and the dogmatic delivery of knowledge. A second pull-out section at the start of the second volume, the one concerned with how Bacon's improved theories of learning may be practiced, again presented a shorthand view of the text to come. Here, the pluses, the places of learning, the books of learning, the person of the learned, were again outnumbered by obstacles, some of which prevail today. The smallness of rewards for lecturers, the want of apparatus for experiments, a want of mutual intercourse between the universities of Europe, and the want of public appointment of writers or inquirers into the less-known branches of knowledge. And then, in the form of a family tree, came Bacon's approximation of what such a compendium of knowledge should look like, with the branch devoted to human learning providing the most useful snapshot of the range and value of academic pursuits at the beginning of the 17th century. The accumulation of learning, Bacon decreed, should be divided into history, philosophy, and poesy. History is then subdivided into natural history, of creatures, of marvels, of arts, civil history, memorials, antiquities, chronicles, lives and narrations, ecclesiastical, history of the church, of prophecy, of providence, and literary, orations, letters, sayings, etc. Poesy was concerned with poetry and the imagination, narrative, representative, allusive. Philosophy was split into science, physical and metaphysical, prudence, experimental and magical, body, medicine, athletics and the sensual arts, and mind, human will and the nature of good, and reason, invention, judgment, memory, and tradition. Future encyclopedists would perceive in Bacon's summary a significant practical pointer for their own work, and certainly a confident mission statement, a reaffirmation that their occupation fulfilled a modern need. The vastness of the realms of knowledge now made these categorizations, this streamlining, a necessity. Encyclopaedia Britannica was still 160 years away, but these considerations would still be valid when its publishers first met. Bacon lived at a time when our understanding of science and natural history was producing a revolution of the mind. The work of Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler heralded a new type of precision thinking, and their number would soon be swelled by Robert Boyle, Christopher Wren, Edmund Halley, and Isaac Newton. The encyclopedia was about to turn from a mere storehouse of facts to a more contemplative whole, and it would provide the natural and facilitating companion to a complete transformation of how we viewed the world. E. Ephraim Chambers, gentleman. By all contemporary reckonings, Ephraim Chambers should be much better known than he is. As Bacon inspired, Chambers practiced. He made the first modern encyclopedia as we know it, and his work lit the touch paper for the Enlightenment. The title was a meal in itself. Cyclopedia, or an universal dictionary of arts and sciences containing the definitions of the terms and accounts of the things signified thereby in the several arts, both liberal and mechanical, and the several sciences, human and divine. the figures, kinds, properties, productions, preparations, and uses of things natural and artificial, the rise, progress, and state of things, ecclesiastical, civil, military, and commercial, with the several systems, sects, opinions, etc., among philosophers, divines, mathematicians, physicians, antiquaries, critics, etc., the whole intended as a course of ancient and modern learning, compiled from the best authors, dictionaries, journals, memoirs, translations, ephemerides, etc., in several languages, in 2 volumes, by E. Chambers, Gent. This groundbreaking work, published in London in 1728, came about because its creator believed that the world contained too many books. Chambers lived in London during a golden age of publishing. Bookstalls clogged the Strand and lined the Thames. The ports were full of travellers' tales and enticing maps, and printing presses hammered through the night in Clerkenwell and Westminster to meet demand. New copyright laws had recently been passed to restrict piracy, but it was a hopeless task. London was rapidly overtaking Paris as the largest city in Europe, its population growing from 630,000 when Chambers arrived from his birthplace in the Lake District in 1714 to around 730,000 when he was buried in Westminster Abbey in 1740. An appetite for knowledge had resulted in what Chambers saw as too much print and too much choice. He liked to quote Ecclesiastes, "Of making books there is no end." Although he would probably have called it something else, he was experiencing an early form of information overload. His solution was simple. He proposed a work that resembled a commonplace book, a gathering of relevant, significant, and arresting things that would answer all the purposes of a library except parade and encumbrance. He produced 2 massive folio volumes, each almost unliftable, some 2,500 pages combined, 2 guineas the set. The enterprise was financed by subscription, but sold well beyond its initial supporters. Chambers' group of printers, he needed 17 to manage the whole vast project, rewarded him with £500 for his success, about £60,000 today. The books are about the size of regular issue 10 Commandments, and their influence on contemporary learning was not much less. Indeed, not long after its publication, Chambers claimed, with no apparent pause for modesty, that his work was simply the best book in the universe. But like all groundbreaking projects, there were predecessors, inspirations, and rivals. Chambers' volumes represented the last of a trio of quite similar works, but the fact that he was published last and with the greatest fanfare ensured not only the greatest sales, but also the most enduring impact. They followed Antoine Furetière's 3-volume Dictionnaire universel, published at The Hague in 1690, and Lexicon Technicum, compiled by the clergyman John Harris and published in several editions between 1704 and 1710. This also claimed to be a universal guide to the arts and sciences, and appeared, like Chambers' work, in alphabetical order. Harris's E's began with Earth, the surface of the whole earth. Mr. Kyle, in his examination of Dr. Burnett's theory, makes to be 170,981,012 Italian miles, and the Italian mile is little less than the English one. Earthquakes. Mr. Boyle thinks that earthquakes are often occasioned by the sudden fall of ponderous masses in the hollow parts of the earth, whereby those terrible shocks and shakings are produced. Eccentricity. In the Ptolemaic astronomy is that part of the linea apsidum lying between the centre of the earth and of the eccentric, i.e. that circle which the sun is supposed to move in about our earth, and which hath not the earth exactly for its centre. And the ancients found this must be supposed because the sun sometimes appears large, and then it is nearest to us, and sometimes smaller, and then further off. Ephraim Chambers acknowledged Lexicon Technicum in his preface, while also raising its shortcomings. He called it and its predecessors part of an inferior class of books, while his own was superior to what had been known in any former work. This was a common enough trait amongst early encyclopedists, calling rivals out in the manner of professional wrestlers. In his preface he admitted he was more compiler than author, but he claimed much originality in his selection, writing that he was far from having contented myself to take what was ready collected, but had augmented it with a large accession from other quarters. In this he compared himself to a bee, gathering the pollen as he hopped from flower to flower, producing nectar for the public service. And in this he echoed Isidore of Seville's estimation that he was planting textual flowers. He extended this theme to the heart of the project itself, including an entry on plagiary, arguing that compilers such as he could not be accused of author theft because what they take from others they do it avowedly and in the open sun. In effect, their quality gives them a title to everything that may be for their purpose wherever they find it. Examining the monumental volumes almost 300 years after publication, I was struck by one feature in particular. They are remarkable material objects. The stamping of the ink on coarse pages creates an impression on the fingertips. Turning the giant leaves, the reader may feel, as I did, a considerable sense of power and good fortune. Here is the world, all its natural science, theology, cartography, philosophy. And here is a distinct advance from some of its more fanciful predecessors, the ones with the hokum about witches' brews and faith in magic. Here, indeed, is an attempt at purposely filtered fact that would stand the test of time 3 centuries later. Volume 1 opens with 2 extraordinary frontispieces. The first is a large opening fold-out copper engraving, a wide vista in the style of Hieronymus Koch. About 80 people in long robes are engaged in various forms of scholarship in an open-air classical forum, with pillars and statuary framing mechanical instruments and measuring devices. The message is clear. These people, about a quarter of whom are women, are mastering a great many of the activities you are about to read about, be they practical, astrological calculation, weighing, artistic, heraldic design, architectural planning, or theoretical. A lot of people debating, many with their arms open. Others are examining 2 large globes, perhaps wondering where to travel next. The second frontispiece is a complex chart of knowledge, laid out, as with Bacon's work, like a family tree. This is Chambers' statement of intent, a diagram serving as both contents page and higher theory. It identifies 47 subject or theoretical groupings from the arts and sciences, and attempts to wrestle the limitations of an alphabetical listing back onto thematic ground. At the top of the tree sits the phrase, "Knowledge is either," which then splits into 2 choices, "natural and scientifical," or "artificial and technical." These split again into sensible, rational, internal, or external, and there are more subdivisions towards the foot of the tree. The more precise subject categories we may recognize as specialisms, and perhaps careers today. Meteorology, hydrology, mineralogy, zoology, phytology, geometry, ethics, music, pneumatics, mechanics, astronomy, agriculture, rhetoric, and many others. And then there are detailed notes, wherein each of these subjects is further explained. Meteorology, for example, regroups the encyclopedia's various entries on the history of air and atmosphere, including ether, vapor, cloud, rain, shower, drop, hail, dew, and damp. Alluringly, geometry encompasses separate entries entitled perpendicular, parallel, triangle, square, polygon, cycloid, quadratics, prism, planisphere, analemma, and parabola. Who was this overwhelming book intended for? In Chambers' words, for anyone wishing to reclaim the mind from its native wildness. It was for those wishing to shrink rather than expand their library, an early desire for downsizing. Chambers wasn't alone with his wish. In 1680, the German polymath Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz detected a horrible mass of books which keeps on growing. Disorder will become nearly insurmountable. There is a connected dilemma, not only so many books, but nowhere to put them all, and an inequality of access that ensured only the well-educated could afford to consult them. Leibniz, incidentally, had read so many of these books that he was referred to by King George I as a living dictionary, a phrase we might more commonly translate as a walking encyclopedia. By the time Ephraim Chambers picked up his quill in the early 18th century, this phrase was already a mild insult, a term for an insufferable know-it-all. In classical Greece, and even in the Middle Ages, it was possible to imagine that the feat of committing a whole book's worth of factual content to memory was both desirable and possible. With the emergence of the cyclopedia, it was clear that this was no longer the case. Chambers dedicated his book to the newly crowned King George II. The nature of his fawning tribute may partly account for his work's impact. He lay at your Majesty's feet, an attempt towards a survey of the Republic of Learning. He believed that Great Britain now enjoyed a reputation for scientific and artistic expression that was once the province of Rome in her Augustan age. Rome would soon envy our own. To underline this British mastery, Chambers stressed the difference between Your Majesty's subjects and the savages of Canada, or the Cape of Good Hope. He claimed his readers had recently been ennobled by a monarch inspired with a generous passion to devote his cares to the welfare of mankind. And the author was one of the countless many conspiring with unexampled ardour and unanimity to all his glorious views. Among his E's, Chambers includes earnest, money advanced to complete or assure a verbal bargain, and bind the parties to a performance thereof. By the civil law, he who recedes from his bargain loses his earnest. Earth, extract. The orbits of all the planets include the Sun as the common centre of them all. The Earth is not in the centre of any of them. The Earth's orbit being proved to be between those of Venus and Mars, it follows that the Earth must turn around the Sun. For, as it lies within the orbits of the superior planets, their motion would indeed appear unequal and irregular, but they would never be stationary or retrograde without this supposition. Empalement. A crude kind of punishment, wherein a sharp pail or stake is thrust up the fundament and through the body. It was frequently practiced in the time of Nero, and it continues to be popular in Turkey. And encyclopedia, the circle or chain of arts and sciences. The word is compounded of the in, circle, and learning, the root being child, infant. It is sometimes also written cyclopedia. Vitruvius, in the preface to his 6th book, calls it Encyclios Disciplina. See cyclopedia. Padding back some 100 pages, one finds cyclopedia. The word cyclopedia is not of classical authority, though frequent enough among modern writers to have got into several of our dictionaries. Some make it a crime in us to have called the present work by this name, not considering that names and titles of books, engines, instruments, etc. are in great measure arbitrary, and that authors make no scruple of coining new words on such occasions. The word encyclopedia wasn't used in the title of a book until the Croatian polymath Paul Skalic published Encyclopedia, seu orbis disciplinarum tam sacrarum quam profanarum epistemon. Encyclopedia, or Knowledge of the World of Disciplines, in Basel in 1559. It was a minor work. Footnote: the word encyclopedist is believed to have been first used by John Evelyn in 1651 in reference to Johann Heinrich Alsted's Encyclopaedia Septem Tomis Distincta, a 7-volume set once again claimed by the compiler to be the totality of knowledge. End footnote. By 1750, when the word was used in a prospectus for a French publication, it was still such a novelty that its meaning had to be explained, and not entirely satisfactorily. The word encyclopedia signifies the interrelationship of the sciences. Then, as now, the word could be spelt either way. F. Fabuleux. Denis Diderot was born in Langres, northeastern France, on the 5th of October 1713. And from this day, the world was fated to change just a little. As with the first Britannica, his story begins with a problematic nose. Denis Diderot had 4 sisters, the eldest named Denise. Denis sometimes referred to this sister as a female Socrates. Such was her power of thought. Her early years passed without incident, but in her middle years she developed a little spot on her nose. The spot turned into a larger pimple, and the pimple, alas, grew larger and turned cancerous. The cancer consumed her face, and then her chances of finding a husband. She wore false noses made from wood and glass, and is reported to have remained astonishingly cheerful throughout, drawing strength from her Christian faith. Denis Diderot's daughter concluded that her aunt possessed the rare secret of finding heaven on earth. The way he described his birthplace, Denis Diderot had found a similar haven. Returning there from Paris in middle age, he wrote to his lover Sophie Volant of a charming promenade, consisting of a broad aisle of thickly verdured trees leading to a small grove. I pass hours on this spot, reading, meditating, contemplating nature, and thinking of my love. A century later, with his legacy secure, a statue of Diderot was erected in the square facing his childhood home. The sculptor was Frédéric Auguste Bartholdi, the man who designed the Statue of Liberty. Upon what was this eminence founded? Initially, it was a printed advertisement he wrote towards the end of 1750. Diderot offered a new product, new in length and scope, new in rigor and expertise, new in ambition and cost. It was the first encyclopedia that could lay claim to changing the world. The prospectus was mouth-watering, but to appreciate it fully, we should compare it to another prospectus issued 5 years before. This one was called a dictionary, but was actually a modified French translation of Ephraim Chambers' Cyclopedia. It was to have 5 volumes, each of approximately 250 pages. The reader was promised beautiful vignettes, and the text was to be composed and designed by good masters, not least the principal editorial force behind the project, John Mills, an Englishman with good French, and his German colleague Gottfried Sellius. The volumes were due to be published between 1746 and 1748, at a total cost, when purchased as a set, of 100 livres. But it didn't quite happen. Subscriptions trickled in, but Mills claimed he was cheated out of them by the publisher André Le Breton, who counterclaimed that Mills's French wasn't up to the job after all. The two came to blows, Le Breton beating Mills with a stick. And when the issue came to court, a judge found that Le Breton had every right to do so. Other editors were then enlisted, but only when Denis Diderot arrived on the scene did the project take on a new and more exacting shape. Indeed, his own prospectus of 1750 now promised a world far larger than that of Mills and Cellius, for it would eventually come not in 10 volumes, but 17. It contained a genealogical tree of all the sciences and all the arts, similar to the ones in Bacon's treatise and Chambers' work, and it stressed the interrelationships of knowledge, noting the connections, both remote and near, of the beings that compose nature, and which have occupied the attention of mankind, of showing by the interlacing of the roots and branches the impossibility of knowing well any parts of this whole without ascending or descending to many others, of forming a general picture of the efforts of the human mind in all fields and every century. And the cell worked. The prospectus itself was the subject of approving purrs in the journals. The Edinburgh Review suggested the work would be the most complete in any language of any age, and subscribers couldn't sign up fast enough. By April 1751, only 6 months after the prospectus appeared, there were already 1,000 purchasers for a work whose cost had risen to 280 livres, approximately £6,000 today, with the final number reaching 4,000. For that, they got an intention, neatly summarized by Diderot's own definition of the word encyclopedia. The goal of an encyclopedia is to assemble all the knowledge scattered on the surface of the earth, to demonstrate the general system to the people with whom we live, and to transmit it to the people who will come after us, so that the work of centuries past is not useless to the centuries which follow, that our descendants, by becoming more learned, may become more virtuous and happier, and that we do not die without having merited being part of the human race. But it was something more as well. As Diderot's biographer Arthur M. Wilson recognized, its readers would soon find that what purported to be a book of reference was in fact a sort of political tract. The timing was perfect. In 1957, Arthur Wilson composed a vivid reminder of the cultural scene into which Diderot pitched his work 2 centuries before. It was the world of wigs, small clothes, and 3-cornered hats, of panniers and beauty patches, and pancakes of rouge laid on delicate cheeks. Wilson found that each subscriber to the Encyclopédie made up a world which included the minuet, danced in rooms gleaming with gilt and shimmering with mirrors, the world of the harpsichord, the recorder, and the viola da gamba, of the musket, the frigate, and the balance of power, the time when immense French and British colonial empires were in the making and were providing stakes for great colonial wars, a time when the Church patently expected to continue confining men's thoughts within a narrow orthodoxy, and privileged classes patently expected to continue to enjoy their privileges. Yet it was also a time when the merchant, banking, and professional elements of society were everywhere rising in esteem and wealth. And beneath it all lay the disruptive rumblings of coal, steam, machine, and revolution. The world was moving at an irrepressible speed. At the time of publication, George Washington had just turned 18. Jacques-François de Menou, the first president of the Jacobin Club, had just been born. If you were an encyclopedist at this time, you were probably encumbered with 2 emotional states: delight that there was so much remarkable new material to include in every edition, and horror that there was so much remarkable new material to include in every edition. The first volume of the first edition appeared in Paris in 1751, the 7th volume by 1757, and the complete 17-volume letterpress set was for sale by 1765, with 71,818 articles and 3,129 illustrations. Then there were the plate sections and supplementary updates, which ran to another 16 volumes by 1780, all of which needed a 2-volume index. Printers throughout Europe began to share the load, with editions appearing in Geneva, Amsterdam, and Lucca. This last printing in 1758 provided a foretaste of what was to come. The Encyclopédie was progressive in its approach to a modern world, and it was inevitable that some would see it as transgressive. A papal condemnation regarded it as a threat to religion and morality, and called for a ban and confiscation. It wouldn't be the last time that the project was seen as a danger to tradition. The Grandes of the Ancien Régime were in no doubt of its power to influence and excite. Footnote: while this was an enormous enterprise weighing in at an estimated 40 tons, it was still only about 1/12 the size of the Chinese Yongle Dadian. End footnote. The contents of Encyclopédie are best considered in terms of its writers and editors, the latest erudite souls who put themselves forward to quantify the world. We must start, again, with Denis Diderot, who not only edited the bulk of the volumes, but also wrote and commissioned many of their leading articles. That he was destined for a life of the mind is best illustrated by an incident from his romantic youth. Living in Paris with friends from Provence, he was aghast when the girl he loved was wooed by his friend's proficient dancing. He resolved to become as good as he was, so secretly took lessons with a dancing master in the Rue Montmartre. He gave it up soon after, but then returned for another shot. The same thing happened again. Infuriated by his lack of progress, he quit, but then tried once more. What was lacking in me, he asked himself in his memoir, having given up for good? Lightness? I wasn't heavy on my feet, far from it. Motive? One could scarcely be animated by one more violent. What didn't I have? Malleability? Flexibility? Gracefulness? Qualities that cannot be had for the asking. But the attainment of broad intelligence, that could be achieved by anyone with application and modest funds. His father was a master cutler, his knives and scissors much in demand. According to one surgeon, his scalpels were very greatly perfected, better in the hand. They cut more cleanly, and the lancets with the mark of the pearl were sought out by all the doctors teaching medicine. His father wanted Denis to become a priest and sent him to a Jesuit school, and Denis took it seriously. At one point, when he wasn't failing in his dancing, fasting and wearing a hair shirt. At university in Paris, he read theology and law, but appeared so unsatisfied with both that his father stopped sending him financial support. He got married, unhappily, to a woman named Antoinette Champion, who was latterly described as beautiful but shrewish. Diderot took up with other women, most passionately with Sophie Volant, and by the early 1740s he had abandoned all religious beliefs and embarked on a literary career, first translating famous works from English to French, and then his own books, one of which, with its promotion of atheism, so scandalized the church that it led to 3 months in prison. His polymathic learning and a good relationship with the publishers of the earlier incarnation of the Encyclopédie brought him to its editorship in 1747. According to the scholars Frank and Serena Kafka, Diderot confounded as many contributors as he inspired, for he could be a tardy correspondent, a slipshod copy reader, and a colleague who sometimes made promises he did not keep. In spite of this, Diderot managed to take them with him. They assumed the grand scheme would be worth the personal slights. Diderot wrote or contributed to more than 6,000 entries, tackling almost every subject, although many of these were translations from Chambers and other sources, not least specialist medical textbooks. In the first A volume alone, he composed articles on giving birth, accouchement, steel, acier, agriculture, a boring machine for the manufacture of cannons, alessoir, the Arabs, silver, argent, and Aristotle. There exists hardly any record of his day-to-day notes or correspondence with his editors or writers, but certainly we know he did not edit alone. From 1747 to 1758, he was partnered by Jean Le Rond d'Alembert, the illegitimate offspring of aristocratic parents. He was abandoned in a wooden box on the steps of the Parisian church Saint-Jean-le-Rond. Like Diderot, d'Alembert was another one of those men whose agile mind found it impossible to settle on a single profession. Trained as a barrister and doctor, d'Alembert was also a skillful musician and mathematician. He was clearly suited to the breadth of learning required to edit a tremendous reference work. And perhaps he felt he had something to prove. Frank and Serena Kafka have observed that while he had a sharp wit and a talent for mimicry, he also had a high-pitched voice, a tiny build, and rather plain features. The relationship of the two editors was productive but fiery. The Kafkas defined their character as equally touchy, self-righteous, given to emotional outbursts, and convinced of his intellectual excellence. D'Alembert wrote daringly on mathematics, physics, music, and astronomy, and his professional connections resulted in the commissioning of many fruitful entries. He was keen to use the Encyclopédie to advance contemporary and original thought. Indeed, he saw it as a weapon, and his most controversial article almost brought down the whole enterprise. The entry, entitled Genève, contained rather more than just a brief history of that city-state. Its length alone suggested there was mischief to come. The whole of England was afforded 3/5 of a column, Denmark merely 17 lines, but for Geneva, d'Alembert wrote 4 double-columned pages. His tone was admonishing. He criticized the city's legislators for refusing to allow the staging of plays for the fear of the taste for display, dissipation, and libertinage that companies of actors communicate to the youth. In Geneva, d'Alembert argued, freedom of expression and loose morals were suppressed lest a whole generation grow up to sweep away their opposite. He had learnt of this suppression when visiting Voltaire, and the philosopher and playwright certainly influenced the complaint. For good measure, d'Alembert also accused Calvinist ministers of hypocrisy and deception, and criticized what he saw as tuneless singing at church services. His opinion of the city wasn't all bad. He approved, for instance, of certain Genevese penal leniencies, the refusal to put criminals on the rack among them, but he must have known that his article would cause offence. The local elders banned the Encyclopédie in the city, and an angry meeting called by the Council of Geneva stopped just short of an official protest to the French government for fear of reprisals. The controversy hastened the breakdown of d'Alembert's relationship with Diderot, whose imprisonment a few years before left him in no doubt how swiftly the old regime, the unenlightened anti-intellectual elite, could censor and punish when threatened. And there was still one more strong-willed individual in the mix, the Encyclopédie's stick-wielding chief publisher, André François Le Breton. Le Breton was born in Paris and entered the book trade by chance at the age of 17. A disputed inheritance landed him with the responsibility of publishing his grandfather's important Almanach Royal, a who's who of European nobility. This was a cash cow, and demonstrated to Le Breton how a successful reference work could set one up for life. He greatly expanded the almanach's coverage and sales, and he began looking around for other big projects. We have seen how his plan to translate Ephraim Chambers' Cyclopedia fell apart when he clashed with his editors, and it was a precursor of things to come. He then teamed up with 3 other publishers and appointed a new editor, Abbé Jean-Paul de Guat de Malves, but once again he quarrelled over money and the quality of the work. Malves was dismissed, clearing the way for Diderot and d'Alembert to take on their decisive roles. The The new prospectus created a rush of subscriptions and doubled the editor's ambitions. The original plan to complete the new encyclopedia in 3.5 years swiftly began to look unfeasible, as did the initial print run. The order of 1,625 copies of Volume 1 in 1750 had increased to 4,225 by Volume 4 in 1754, and Le Breton and his colleagues were getting rich. But the money, some 500,000 livres in receipts in the first 4 years, inevitably encouraged piracy, and the publishers fought hard to restrict unauthorized editions throughout Europe. Those in charge of the libraries at universities and other institutions abroad, alongside the wealthy educated elite, had recognized the emergence of something both fabuleux and incroyable, and the publishers of pirated copies, such as the one widely available in London within a year of the original, claimed a moral and economic obligation for their actions. One syndicate found a view to serve their country by encouraging arts, manufactures, and trades, and keeping large sums at home that would otherwise be sent abroad. Their set cost half that of the French edition. Le Breton faced another problem. The popularity of his encyclopedia was partly down to its boldness, and yet this also threatened its very existence. Church and state were nervous of its broad-minded acceptance of religions other than Catholicism, and wary of political views that veered from conservative norms. The most vituperative disapproval arrived from the Bishop of Montauban a year after publication. "Up until now," he wrote, "hell has vomited its venom drop by drop. Today there are torrents of errors and impieties which tend toward nothing less than the submerging of faith, religion, virtues, the church, subordination, the laws, and reason." Such orthodox opposition increased each year, with the encyclopedia condemned by 11 General Assemblies at the Sorbonne. D'Alembert's article on Geneva had sounded the loudest alarm for the editors in 1757, and 2 years later the progressive views in other volumes caused the Parliament of Paris to ban publication entirely and demand the recall of existing volumes. Further, it demanded that Le Breton refund all its subscribers. Faced with financial ruin and political embarrassment, the publishers canvassed influential royals, and after a brief interval managed to resume printing and distribution in secret. At the publication of the final volumes in 1772, the set was selling for 980 livres, more than 4 times its asking price when it appeared 21 years before. And such was the demand that people were willing to pay even more. But Le Breton had struck what Denis Diderot regarded as a deal with the devil. Behind the editors' and contributors' backs, he toned down the contents of about 40 controversial articles just as they went to press. According to the Kafkas, Diderot flew into a justifiable rage, never forgave Le Breton, and afterwards treated him with contempt. He found him miserly, touchy, and boring, and his wife was a bundle of contradictions. The Parisian police weren't delighted with Le Breton either, imprisoning him for a week for disregarding instructions not to publish. If Le Breton ever cared that he would henceforth be regarded as one of the century's great cultural villains, he didn't show it. And indeed, he laughed all the way to La Banque. He died one of the wealthiest publishers in Paris, with net profits from the encyclopedia estimated at more than 2 million livres, approximately £65 million. And he left an educational legacy of sorts. If anyone doubted the potential rewards from producing a studious but daring multi-volume reference work, the Succès de Scandale of the Encyclopédie would have set them right. It remains the preeminent storehouse of mid-18th century knowledge, and a remarkable glimpse of the enlightened world at the dawn of revolutions, cultural, mechanical, and political. That it itself partly facilitated this advance, there can be no doubt. Faculté. Our use of the word superior derives from the Old French supérieur, meaning upper, and no adjective better describes Diderot's own impression of himself, nor the moral position he assumed his nation held over others. In his mind, even years before the Revolution would attempt to reinvent the traditional calendar and the clock, France stood alone and above. His hauteur turned knowledge to prejudice, and there is no better example than his entry on Human Species from 1765, a starkly abstract and almost comically ignorant analysis of the inhabitants of foreign lands. His survey begins in the north, where Eskimos and other tribes are classed as degenerate men of small stature and bizarre shape. Most are no taller than 4 feet, the tallest 4.5. The women are as ugly as the men. Their breasts are quite considerable. All of the homely people are boorish, superstitious, and stupid. The Danish Lapps consult a fat black cat. The Swedes call the devil with a drum. They have almost no idea of God or of religion. They offer their wives and daughters to strangers. They live underground. They get light from lamps in their night, which lasts for several months. The women are dressed in reindeer skin in the winter and bird skin in the summer. In the latter, they defend themselves from the stinging of gnats with a thick smoke which they maintain around them. They are rarely sick. Their old people are robust, except that the whiteness of the snow and the smoke weaken their vision, and there are many who are blind. The Chinese, by contrast, have their limbs well proportioned, are tall and fat, with a large round face, small eyes, long eyebrows, lifted eyelids, small and flattened noses, sparse and clustered beards. In general, these people are soft, peaceful, indolent, obedient, superstitious, slaves, and ceremonial. Indian customs are considered bizarre. The Banyans eat nothing that has lived. They fear killing an insect. The Nayars of Calicut are, on the contrary, all hunters. They can only have one wife, but their wives can take as many husbands as they like. There are men and women among the last who have monstrous legs. And so on into Europe, where, in general, the Greek women are more beautiful and more lively than the Turkish women. The Spanish are thin and fairly small. They are finely made, have handsome heads, irregular traits, beautiful eyes, well-arranged teeth. Men are more chaste in cold lands than in warm ones. They are less amorous in Sweden than in Spain or in Portugal, and therefore the Swedes have fewer children. The most detailed, fascinated, and to us horrific analysis is reserved for Africa, an anthropology that would have enthralled the contemporary reader quite as much as it repels the modern one. The odor of these Negroes of Senegal is less strong than that of other Negroes. They have black crinkled hair like curly wool. It is by their hair and their color that they principally differ from other men. Negresses are very fertile. The Negroes of Gorée and of Cap Verde are also well-made and very black. Those of Sierra Leone are not quite as black as those of Senegal. Those of Guinea, although healthy, are short-lived. It is a result of corrupt morals. The inhabitants of St. Thomas Island are Negroes similar to those of the neighboring continent. Those of the coast of Ouida and of Arada are less black than those of Senegal and of Guinea. The Negroes of the Congo are more or less black. Those of Angola smell so bad when they become hot that the air of the areas where they pass by remain infected for more than a quarter of an hour. Although in general Negroes have little intelligence, they do not lack feeling. They are sensitive to good and bad treatment. We have reduced them, I wouldn't say to the condition of slaves, but to that of beasts of burden. And we are reasonable. And we are Christians. Elsewhere, the separate entry Negroes considered the commodification of humans in a civil manner, while leaving the reader in no doubt of its disapproval. People try to justify what is odious and contrary to natural law in this trade by saying that normally these slaves find the salvation of their souls in the loss of their liberty, that the instruction in Christianity given them, joined to their indispensability for the cultivation of sugar, tobacco, indigo, etc., mitigates that which seems inhuman in a trade in which men buy and sell others, just like beasts, for cultivating land. Published in Volume 11 in 1765, some 30 years before the young Republican Parliament partially abolished the slave trade in a few of its colonies, full emancipation only arrived in 1848, the entry describes the merits and costs of slaves as items in a machine catalogue, and suggests that they were often willing participants in this bargain. Some, to avoid famine and poverty, sell themselves, their children and their wives, to the most powerful kings among them who have the wherewithal to feed them. One can see sons selling their fathers, and fathers their children, or even more often those who have no family ties will place each other's liberty at the price of several bottles of spirits or of some bars of iron. The best Negroes come from Cape Verde, Angola, Senegal, the kingdom of the Wolofs and those of Galante, of Damel, of the Gambia River, of Marjugade, of Bar, etc. In the past, a pièce d'Inde, India piece, Negro, as they are called, from 17 or 18 to 30 years of age, came to cost only 30 or 32 pounds in the merchandise appropriate for the country, which is spirits, iron, canvas, paper, maces and glass baubles of all colors, cauldrons and copper basins, and other similar things that these people value a lot. But since Europeans have outbid one another, so to speak, these barbarians have known how to profit from their jealousy. And it's rare that handsome Negroes are still traded at 60 pounds, and the Compagnie de l'Assiette has bought them at as high as 100 pounds per head. And what of the lesser celebrated encyclopédistes themselves? What sort of tribe are they? They were as varied and intriguing as their scholarship and judgments. The article Nègre, for example, was written by Jean-Baptiste Pierre Le Roman, a cartographer and engineer who specialized in the topography of the West Indies. He wrote almost 70 articles for the Encyclopédie, the majority on the natural histories of plants, animals, and minerals of the Caribbean. His productivity aside, he was among the least interesting of Diderot's cohort. The Kafkas have assembled a huge personal dossier of these men. Women were not yet considered intellectually reliable enough for the task, and they are doubly pertinent in reminding us of the one ingredient the Encyclopédie lacked, the biographies of historical figures. For with regard to this particular encyclopedia, it would be hard to imagine a more disparate, maverick, or libidinous gathering of specialists. There was Alexandre de Laire, a clergyman who lost his faith and deserted his Jesuit church, and then edited and translated a collection of works by Francis Bacon. He wrote only 2 signed entries for the Encyclopédie, one a bold warning about the pitfalls of religious fanaticism, and the other an astonishing 4-page article entitled Épingle, which concerned itself with the 18-step manufacture of straight pins, Though we may now regard this as slightly excessive, 25 years later it was used as an important example of the division of labour in Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. Dallaire was a champion of the revolution, although his radicalism and pin obsession won him few friends at home. According to the Kafkas, his wife and daughter found him almost impossible to live with, often sullen, given to fits of rage, behaving like a tyrant while hating tyranny in others. There was Antoine Louis, the principal contributor on medicine. Louis wrote almost 500 articles, while still finding time to practice both medicine and law. His time at the autopsy table placed him in great demand as a witness in murder trials, and until the revolution robbed him of his savings, he was one of the wealthiest surgeons in Paris. But the revolution also saved him, as he played an important role in designing a new decapitating apparatus intended as more humane and less painful than its predecessors. Cleaner, too. The machine, which was built by a harpsichord maker, initially bore his name. It was known as the Petite Louison, or Louisette, although it swiftly adopted the name of Louis's sponsor, the legislator Joseph Ignace Guillotin. Then there was Jean-Joseph Menuret de Chambaud, who also wrote for the Encyclopédie on medical affairs, and was ahead of his time on many issues. He lived in Hamburg and disclosed how environmental conditions could have a direct result on a population's health. He was a champion of the Vitalist school of Montpellier, believing that exposure to the moon and the sun both had an effect on health and longevity, and he became, by buying the title, consulting physician in ordinary to Louis XVI. One of the things he taught the king was his text in the Encyclopédie entitled Manstropation, which advised that masturbation was effectively self-rape, and the harm caused would lead to unnamed diminishing powers. We should consider the fate of the majestically named Louis Necker de Germany, who probably never let anyone down in the CAD department. But around the time he was writing an influential article for the Encyclopédie on friction in mechanics, entitled Frottement, Monsieur Necker was also engaging in friction with the wife of the Genovese clergyman Pierre Verne. Verne discovered their love letters and asked Necker to dinner, during which he shot him in the thigh. Neither should we forget the entries on mechanics and economics made by Jean-David Perronnet, who championed Newcomen's first steam engines in print at a time when most failed to recognize their significance. Perronnet also wrote incisively about bridge construction. His entry entitled Pieux, Pilote ou Pilotis, a description of deep pile foundations in water, was the excitement of all France. But he built many bridges himself, including several over the Seine and Oise, and his great showpiece, Pont Louis XVI. He also found time to construct many relationships with married women, one of whom was the society favourite Madame Legendre, the younger sister of Diderot's mistress Sophie Volant, which made his relationship with his editor complicated. The Encyclopédie boasted a couple of father-son teams, and none were more objectionable than the Barthez clan. Guillaume Barthez de Marmorière wrote on sheep-rearing and beekeeping. His Mouche à miel et miel apparently drew much acclaim, as did his summary of shepherds as ignorant and lazy. But his son, Paul-Joseph Barthez, was the really foul one. He wrote 22 articles on such varied subjects as fainting, evil spells, the relative strength of man and animals, anatomy, and the problematic topic, to him, of women. Who were these strange creatures? They were the female of men. His entry surveys the literature. Hippocrates stated positively that a woman cannot become ambidextrous. Galen confirms this and adds that this is because of her natural weakness. The anatomists are not the only ones who have considered woman to be, in some manner, a failed man. Platonic philosophers have a similar idea. Barthes Jr. then quotes Livy, who has suggested the female is an animal both powerless and indomitable, and criticizes both the Christian and Jewish religion for their subjugation of women, and notes what a rough deal they receive in the East, where the domestic servitude of wives has made them contemptible. But then he emerges seemingly as something of a female champion. We have so severely neglected the education of women among all of the refined peoples that it is surprising that we can identify so many whose erudition and written works have made them renowned. Alas, his own life suggests a less respectful attitude. Not only was Barthes ugly, the Kafkas attest, as if such an attribute may infect his intellectual prowess, he was also hot-tempered and belligerent. His qualities as a physician were dubious. He made enemies of many, and he was rumored to be a materialist, a cynic, a scoundrel, and a lecher. In 1783, he was accused of raping an underage girl, and he is thought to have paid off the victim's father. You may be relieved to learn that Barthes did not fare well in the Revolution. His house was stoned, he lost most of his income, and he was forced to flee. But it did not all end badly. Towards the end of his life, his honor and professorship was restored by Napoleon, who may have recognized a kindred spirit. And finally, but most famously, are the contributions to the Encyclopédie made by the writer-philosophers Voltaire and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, rivals in literature, but both equally eager to promote the dissemination of new ideas. Voltaire wrote more than 40 largely uncontroversial articles on literary theory and grammatical definitions, but he also offered his thoughts on elegance, history, and taste, which had something to offend everyone. On elegance, he asserted that there are languages in Europe in which nothing is rarer than an elegant speech. Rough endings, numerous consonants, auxiliary verbs needlessly repeated in a single sentence offend the ear. On history, he regretted that so much writing about the past was based on fable to the exclusion of truth. Hence, the origins of all peoples are absurd. And he found it equally absurd that during the time of ancient Egypt, the sun changed where it rose and set 4 times. Throughout, Voltaire was his didactic, blustery self. But it was a particular feature of the Encyclopédie, and something that consistently distinguished it from its predecessors, that opinions were freely expressed as philosophical and moral truths. In this way, opinion replaced the superstition and myth of earlier encyclopedias, and the promulgation of progressive ideas enabled its subscribers to feel they were part of a movement rather than just a readership. Voltaire seemed to be writing with sore experience when he tackled the question of French taste. A depraved taste in food consists in choosing those dishes which disgust other men. It is a kind of sickness. A depraved taste in the arts consists in enjoying subjects that are revolting to men of good judgment. Such taste leads us to prefer the burlesque to what is noble, and to prefer what is precious and affected to simple and natural beauty. This is a sickness of the mind. And on the question of happiness, the attainment of which was a key concern of the French Enlightenment in particular, Voltaire observed, "What we call happiness is an abstract idea, comprising a few ideas of pleasure, as he who has only a moment's pleasure is not a happy man, just as a moment of sorrow does not make an unhappy man. Pleasure is more rapid-moving than happiness, and happiness more fleeting than felicity. When we say, 'I am happy in this moment,' we are abusing the word. And this only means that I am pleased, j'ai du plaisir, when we have a bit of repeated pleasures. We can, in this space of time, say that we are happy. And when this happiness endures a little longer, it's a state of felicity. Sometimes one is very far from being happy in prosperity, just as a person sick with nausea eats nothing of a large feast prepared for him. Rousseau's contributions were principally concerned with the technicalities of music, including entries on tone, rhythm, and the chromatic scale. But his major essay for the encyclopedia concerned political economy, and it is dated well. It is one of the most important concerns of government to prevent the extreme inequality of fortunes, not by taking away wealth from its possessors, but by depriving men of all the means to accumulate it, not by building hospitals for the poor, but by guaranteeing that the citizens will not become poor. The unequal distribution of inhabitants in our country, some crowded together in one place, while other areas are depopulated, the support given to the arts producing luxuries and to the purely industrial arts at the expense of the useful and laborious crafts, the sacrifice of agriculture to commerce, and finally venality pushed to such an extreme that public esteem is reckoned at a low cash value, and even virtue is sold at a market price. These are the most perceptible causes of opulence and poverty, of private interest substituted for public interest, of mutual hatred among citizens. Flaubert, Gustave, a diversion. A brief diversion to consider the case of Gustave Flaubert. The novelist appeared to be equally entranced and revolted by the notion of encyclopedias, their design, their intentions, their overwhelming suppression of wider reading. In Madame Bovary, a minor character vainly recommends one as a cure for grief. In Bouvard et Pécuchet, the notion of the encyclopedia appears to overwhelm the entire book. Flaubert knew Bouvard et Pécuchet was his swan song, and he spent a great many years on it. He claimed to have read 1,500 books as background research, but that was just too many books. He died in 1880 with the novel unfinished. The story is simple enough. The eponymous protagonists meet by a canal on a hot day in Paris and start a friendship. They are both copyists, old-fashioned scribes, medieval style. And in many ways they are copies of each other. They are the same age and are both vaguely dissatisfied with their lot. Several volumes of Roret's encyclopedia lie scattered around Pécuchet's Paris apartment, an indication of the narrative to come. When one of them inherits, they decide to leave Paris and move together to Normandy, where they will better themselves by reading, traveling, and learning important skills, an attempt to absorb all human knowledge, philosophical, agricultural, historical, medicinal, geological, and theological. They will dismiss almost everything as flawed, contradictory, or impossible, and they will alienate those around them. They have become the embodiment of the walking encyclopedia, but they have rejected almost all of its elements. Mais oui, it's a satire, and an occasionally funny one. And it's possible that the person Flaubert was really satirizing was himself. In a letter to a friend, Flaubert wrote that he intended his novel to be a kind of encyclopedia made into a farce. I am planning a thing in which I give vent to my anger. I shall vomit over my contemporaries the disgust they inspire in me. Julian Barnes has called Flaubert's novel an encyclopedia of human endeavor, and quotes Cyril Connolly's phrase that it is the Baedeker of futility. Flaubert himself proclaimed, "The book I am working on could have as a subtitle, Encyclopedia of Human Stupidity. The undertaking gets me down, and its subject becomes part of me." Indeed, the pedantry expressed by Bouvard and Pécuchet is something he shared. Flaubert liked exactitude, although he thundered against platitude. He was reclaiming Stendhal's complaint that an idiot who knows a date can disconcert the wittiest man. The grand sweep of knowledge, Bouvard and Pécuchet concluded, was just too difficult to grasp in its entirety, and was never complete or agreed upon, making any attempt to acquire even the smallest amount quite fatuous. And the same for history in particular. They consult a professor who confirms, "It is changing every day. There is a controversy as to the kings of Rome and the journeys of Pythagoras. It is desirable that no more discoveries should be made, and the Institute ought even to lay down a kind of canon prescribing what it is necessary to believe." Flaubert's notes for the unfinished portion of the book, discovered after his death, suggest that his anti-heroes would eventually return to their urban copying duties. In a lovely circle, they may have been obliged to copy the wisdom amassed during their doomed rural experiment, which they may have called a Dictionary of Received Ideas, the name of the volume Flaubert had been composing for years, independently of his novel. Inspired by the trite musings of an elderly relative, it was certainly more than a dictionary. It was a battle cry against herd thinking and mediocrity, a collection of corrupted, but funny, aphorisms and other instructions from a world that had rejected original thought in favour of inanities. It wasn't published until 1911, and if today it strikes readers as coarse and cynical, not to say sacrilegious, then the author has achieved his intention. A few of Flaubert's F's. Factory, dangerous neighbourhood. Farm. When visiting a farm, one must eat nothing but wholemeal bread and drink nothing but milk. If eggs are added, exclaim, "Heavens, how fresh they are! Not a hope of finding any like these in town." Felicity. Always perfect. If your cook is named Felicity, then she is perfect. Feudalism. No need to have any clear idea what it was, but thunder against it. Fiction. Inevitably featuring eponymous protagonists. Flat, brackets, bachelor. Always in a mess, with feminine garments lying here and there. Smell of cigarettes. If you hunted around, you would find the most extraordinary things. Foreign. Contempt for everything that isn't French is a sign of patriotism. Forgers. Always work in cellars. Funeral. About the deceased, say, "To think I had dinner with him only a week ago." Furniture. Always fear the worst for your furniture. Responding to Flaubert's list, in 2013 the novelist Teju Cole produced updated entries of his own for The New Yorker. These included Paris. Romantic, in spite of the rude waiters and Japanese tourists, don't simply like it, adore it. Germans. When watching football, never rule out the Germans. Magisterial. Large book, written by a man. Frankenstein's monster. In Germany in 1731, Jakob August Frankenstein became the first editor of the magisterial Großes Vollständiges Universallexikon aller Wissenschaften und Künste, an undertaking of 64 volumes published over 18 years. Each folio was about 2 inches thick and ran to some 284,000 entries on 63,000 pages. The estimated word count was 67 million. There were also 4 later supplemental books, but the authors ran out of alphabetical steam when they reached Kak. The work remains one of the largest European encyclopedias ever produced. Just the title deserves a shelf to itself. The great complete encyclopedia of all sciences and arts which so far have been invented and improved by human mind and wit, including the geographical and political description of the whole world, with all monarchies, empires, kingdoms, principalities, republics, free sovereignties, countries, towns, sea harbours, fortresses, castles, areas, authorities, monasteries, mountains, passes, woods, seas, lakes, and also a detailed historical and genealogical description of the world's brightest and most famous family lines, the life and deeds of the emperors, kings, electors and princes, great heroes, ministers of state, war leaders, equally about all policies of state, war and law and budgetary business of the nobility and the bourgeois, merchants, traders, and arts. Commonly, and with some relief, the lavishly titled project soon became known as either Universallexikon or Zedler's Encyclopedia, after its publisher and principal life force Johann Heinrich Zedler. Zedler almost went bankrupt producing the encyclopedia in its early days, and he spent much time in litigation protecting its copyrights. Unusually for an encyclopedia, it would carry biographical entries for living people. There were almost 50 entries for the name Wagner, and there would be a spectacular amount of idiosyncrasies and prejudices. Mermaids, for instance, were still a decidedly genuine thing. The Bible was hard fact. The reading of novels was regarded as harmful to the young. The entry on women was entitled Frauenzimmer, a term archaically describing a wench and later the contents of a woman's room, explained, with the weight of a news bulletin, that women have achieved remarkable things in the arts and sciences, sometimes equaling the accomplishments of men. The articles were either surprisingly short or unpredictably long. Leipzig, where the encyclopedia was based, and where Dr. Frankenstein was a law professor, received 155 columns, whereas Berlin got 2. Shakespeare received less than a column, there were 2 columns per page, while J.S. Bach, alive at the time, received no mention at all in the original publication and got less than a column in a supplemental volume, despite being heralded as a composer of undying fame. In contrast, the philosopher Christian Wolff, 1679 to 1754, a leading figure of the German Enlightenment, was granted an astonishing 175 pages, while Plato only merited 8. Why the anomaly? One of the editors to succeed Frankenstein, Carl Günther Ludovici, was a leading Wolff scholar, and it may be assumed he just couldn't help himself. We may revel in many other enthusiasms. Ananas, for example, the exotic pineapple, was one of the best things in the world. It was a thoroughly delightful American fruit with an excellent taste and pleasant smell. It had medicinal qualities too, boosting fertility and vitality, relieving nausea, ameliorating gout and arthritis, easing the passage of kidney stones. It even helped with insanity. The authors Peter E. Carrolls and Dan Florey have observed that the medical entries were also peculiar in their detail. A surgeon, inadequately trained in hand amputation, for example, could consult the encyclopedia for the right tools for the job and learn where their assistants should stand in relation to the patient and discover the precise amount of time of sawing required for the bones of the lower arm, about the same as it takes to read the Lord's Prayer. The process of conducting a mastectomy was described in a similar step-by-step style. There was also peculiarly naive advice on physical etiquette, including an earnest entry on how to manage the need to urinate or fart during a social gathering. The key was patience and suppression. We may recoil from some of the other excesses. Juden traces a history of Judaism from biblical days, claiming that God rejected the faith after the crucifixion. The Universallexikon was fearful of anything contradicting the Lutheran Church. Jews were deceitful and treacherous, and our sworn enemy. Redemption was only possible through conversion. If we accept that such a comprehensive storehouse of knowledge and opinion was representative of more than just a succession of opinionated editors, and certainly this is what the Universallexikon became as it claimed its authoritative 2 yards among the libraries of Europe, then mid-18th century Germany appeared poised between 2 worlds. It was a relatively peaceful time, a period as yet unshaken by political or industrial revolution. The Age of Enlightenment was an attractive proposition to a cadre of leading writers and philosophers consistently pegged back by the church and state. Their encyclopedia provides a fascinating panorama of human comprehension and opinion, and in this alone it shared much with the Encyclopédie. But we would have to wait almost 30 years and look once again to Scotland for the next great step towards the next great encyclopedia of the modern world. G. Germination. Encyclopedias are not like rose bushes, for which pruning is everything. They are usually the opposite, more like Japanese knotweed, spreading wildly and germinating freely, invasive and persistent in all countries where a foothold is possible. When the second edition of Encyclopaedia Britannica completed its publication in 1784, 16 years after the first, it had greatly increased its scope and cost, and had grown from 3 volumes to 10. It was issued in 181 installments, usually weekly, between 1777 and 1784, a total of 8,595 pages, although some of the pagination was erratic. Page 7099 was followed immediately by page 8000. The cost per issue had risen from 6p to 1 shilling, while the cost of the total set a year after completion was £12, more than 4 times the first edition. To afford it all, a skilled London carpenter would have to save everything he earned and go without food for 15 years. Its increase in size was due partly to the addition of biography, primarily of dead writers, artists, and churchmen. The majority were Britons, with a heavy bias towards the Scots. Isaac Newton received one of the longest entries at almost 3 pages, while Pythagoras received a single column. He made his scholars undergo a severe novitiate of silence for at least 2 years, and it is said that where he discerned too great an itch for talking, he extended it to 5. One of the few living subjects was George III, who appeared briefly in entries on his ancestors. And women were no longer just the female of man, they too now received biographical reverence, not least the literary lights Eliza Haywood, Aphra Behn, and Letitia Pilkington. Pilkington appears to have been astute at all manner of literary pursuits. Caught by her husband with another man in her bedroom one night, she explained that it wasn't what it seemed. The man had simply refused to let her borrow a book she wanted, but he was perfectly content to have her read it in his company until she reached a, happy ending. Most of the 1,000-plus biographies were laudatory and moralistic, with rulers commonly praised for advancing the lives of their people. Encouragement for the biographical expansion seems to have stemmed from the Duke of Buccleuch, one of Britannica's most generous subscribers. Kathleen Hardesty Doig observes that when it comes to the entries on writers, most lead exemplary lives while composing masterpieces, while the more arresting lifestyles of the ancients pass without censure, not least Nero's cross-dressing and Sappho's lesbianism. When it comes to religion, only Protestant ethics are commended. What made this edition twice as expensive as its forerunner? Certainly its greater length, but certainly not its new editor, James Tytler. The second edition had the same publishers, Andrew Bell and Colin McFarquhar, and their replacement for William Smellie must have raised eyebrows in the literary world. For James Tytler wasn't an established part of it, and not one of them. He was a pharmacist, a songwriter, and once served as a surgeon on a whaler ship. He edited and wrote pamphlets, although his intended masterwork, printed on his small, self-built press, Essays on the Most Important Subjects of Natural and Revealed Religion, was abandoned in mid-sentence on page 64. The closest he got to commercial publishing may have been his supposed authorship, just 2 years before, of a detailed guide to Edinburgh's prostitutes. But he came cheap, at 16 shillings a year, and he took to his new task with gusto. Footnote: Doig and colleagues question his role in the prostitute guide, although they concede he may have been desperate. Bell and Macfarquhar's ambitions for the second edition required partners, and they agreed to print and promote it with 8 other Scottish printer booksellers. End footnote. Tytler's tastes ran wide and happily odd. His work on the second edition was both authoritative and subjective, his opinions controversial, and his technique slipshod. He compared the work to a navigator's compass, though a reader often ran aground. Some editorial decisions appear both baffling and appealingly romantic, not least the open-handed approach to the veracity of mythical creatures and beasts of the sea. Mermaids were just the beginning. Other strange judgments we credit to the exciting times. The entry on Bastard informs that anyone who fathers an illegitimate child under a particular oak tree in Staffordshire will be safe from reprimand. And there was no way of knowing how much the steam engine, afforded 7 pages, might prove more significant in the world than fluxions, an impenetrable type of mathematical calculation, afforded 6. In the realms of history and geography, his entries were notably expanded. America increased from 31 lines to 20 pages, Britain from 5 lines to 81 pages, and France from 15 lines to 26 pages. But within those pages, written when the revolution was either underway or complete, many American states are still apparently under colonial rule of the British, and Native Americans are depicted as lazy, except when they're out for revenge. The entry Colony explains that the sad reverse that has taken place is well known to all our readers. For us to depict it would be a task equally superfluous and painful. In a similar, and to the modern reader shocking, tone, there are inferior people all over. Cypriots are lazy, the Hottentots are lazy and stupid, Highlanders are savage, the Chinese are in misery due to the corruption of their magistrates. Closer to home, in the entry on Leith, we learn that the commodities exported to the West Indies include wine, clothing, shoes, and Negroes. Elsewhere, vivid exoticism is the key. The Congo contains ants that will surround men and beasts at night and devour even to the very bone, while Mount Etna in Sicily contains a funnel with a tremendous and unfathomable gulf, so much celebrated in all ages, both as the terror of this life and the place of punishment in the next. The New Britannica omits to credit its contributors, providing instead an extended bibliography, 4 times the length of the first editions, prefaced by this explanation. To accomplish a task so arduous and important, neither labour nor expense has been spared. The best authors on each particular science have been collected and compared. Such as could be abridged without disadvantage have been epitomised with all possible care. Others who are more concise and tenacious of their subjects have been more closely pursued and more faithfully retained. When topics have been obscurely or imperfectly treated, the utmost endeavours have been used to supply, amend, these defects, and, upon such parts of science as the compilers have not found properly illustrated by other authors, original essays are inserted. Nor do these amount to an inconsiderable number. Certainly there is much lyrical, useful, and entertaining learning to be had. Among the G's. Galaxy. In astronomy, that long, white, luminous track, which seems to encompass the heavens like a swath, scarf, or girdle, and which is easily perceived in a clear night, especially when the moon does not appear. The Greeks called it Galaxy of Milk on account of its colour and appearance. The Latins, for the same reasons, call it Via Lacteae, and we, the Milky Way. The ancient poets and even philosophers speak of the galaxy as the road or way by which the heroes went to heaven. Galileo, Galilei. The famous mathematician and astronomer was the son of a Florentine nobleman and born in the year 1564. In 1592 he was chosen professor of mathematics at Padua, and during his abode there he invented, it is said, the telescope, or, according to others, improved that instrument, so as to make it fit for astronomical observations. Having observed some solar spots in 1612, he printed that discovery the following year in Rome, in which, and in some other pieces, he ventured to assert the truth of the Copernican system, and brought several new arguments to confirm it. For these he was cited before the Inquisition, and after some months' imprisonment was released upon a simple promise that he would renounce his heretical opinions and not defend them by word or writing. But having afterwards, in 1632, published at Florence his Dialogues of the two greatest systems of the world, the Ptolemaic and Copernican, he was again cited before the Inquisition and committed to the prison of that ecclesiastical court at Rome. On this sentence he was detained a prisoner till 1634, and his Dialogues of the System of the World were burnt at Rome. Gnomes. Certain imaginary beings who, according to the Kabbalists, inhabit the inner parts of the earth. They are supposed small in stature, and the guardians of quarries, mines, etc. See fairy. Fairy, in ancient tradition and romances, signifies a sort of deity or imaginary genius, conversant on the earth, and distinguished by a variety of fantastical actions, either good or bad. They were most usually imagined to be women of an order superior to human nature, yet subject to wants, passions, accidents, and even death, sprightly and benevolent, while young and handsome, morose, peevish, and malignant if ugly, or in the decline of their beauty, fond of appearing in white. One of the greatly expanded entries is on gardening, occupying 38 pages. The occupation has been newly entitled to a considerable rank among the liberal arts, being an exertion of fancy and a subject for taste. The author remarks that gardening is no longer confined merely to gardens, but may be applied to a park, a farm, or a riding, and in all these areas it is a gardener's duty to improve beauty and correct faults. But beware of over-embellishment. Woburn Farm in Surrey is excessively ornamental. There is much firm guidance. Mere rocks, unless they are peculiarly adapted to certain impressions, may surprise, but can hardly please. They are too far removed from common life, too barren and inhospitable, rather desolate than solitary, and more horrid than terrible. Several English gardens are then appraised in detail, not least the rolling spread at Stowe in Buckinghamshire, and as each season is considered in turn, there is much to delight the student of the obvious. In late summer, maturity is always immediately succeeded by decay. Flowers bloom and fade, fruits ripen and rot, the grass springs and withers. In the latter months of autumn, all nature is on the decline. It is a comfortless season. But gardening is outdone by pyrotechny. This explodes onto 31 pages, enlightened by 4 pages of Andrew Bell's copperplate engravings. We learn of the varying roles of saltpeter, brimstone, benjamin, and spur fire, and what combination is needed for water rockets, rains, and spiral wheels. There is detailed instruction on mortars and fuses, while the step-by-step guide to making crackers, bangers, is crackers. Cut some cartridge paper into pieces 3.5 inches broad and 1 foot long. One end of each fold down lengthwise about 3/4 of an inch broad, then fold down the double edge down 1/4 of an inch, and turn the single edge back half over the double fold. Then fold it over and over till all the paper is doubled up, rubbing it down every turn. This done, bend it backwards and forwards 2.5 inches or thereabouts. And so on, for many, many folds before you could add the touch paper and then visit your local hospital. And this is nothing compared to the complexities of making the homemade fireworks, fixed sun with a transparent face, or illuminated chandelier. Editor Tytler almost certainly composed this lengthy entry himself, joining his contributions on chemistry, earthquake, electricity, heat, and hot air ballooning, the last a newfound passion. Inspired by the recent ascent of the Montgolfier brothers, Tytler thought, "How hard can it be?" In 1784, he secured financial backing for his first flight in a balloon 40 feet high and 30 feet in diameter. He fired up his coal-burning contraption in Cumley Gardens in Edinburgh, and he was cheered off, according by one account, by a crowd of cronies and backers, including a well-known golf caddy nicknamed Lord North. He flew for about half a mile before crashing onto a road. He went up again shortly afterwards and became entangled in a tree. Robert Burns immortalised him as Balloon Tytler in his Notes on Scottish Song. Back on the ground, Tytler made a modest contribution to the third edition of Britannica, but then sailed for America, where he pursued various schemes, not least excessive drinking. And one drunken night he ventured out into the snow, caught a deathly cold, and died. H. Hamilton's choice. If you were a chief librarian at King's College in New York at the time of the American Revolution, and you had a budget to purchase just one major encyclopedia, something that would inform and inspire young and scrappy students such as Alexander Hamilton, John Jay, and Robert R. Livingston, which one should it be? The Britannica was the obvious choice, but there were a few others. Perhaps you would prefer a new and complete dictionary of arts and sciences, comprehending all the branches of human knowledge, published in 5 volumes, 3,500 pages, between 1763 and 1764, edited by a Society of Gentlemen and published by W. Owen at Homer's Head in Fleet Street. This hoped to be more universal and comprehensive than any set published previously. The smallest insect and plant find a place. Or perhaps, the new Royal Cyclopedia, or Modern Universal Dictionary of Arts and Sciences, edited by George Selby Howard, published in London in 3 folio volumes in 1788. This claimed to be modelled on an entire and new improved plan, containing all the latest discoveries and improvements, particularly amphibiology, brontology, fluxions, longimetry, mensuration, phytology, stereometry, and tactics. In fact, it was largely and shamelessly a copy of an updated Chambers Cyclopedia. Or maybe you'll be tempted by an Italian set, the profusely illustrated Nuovo Dizionario, 1746-51, compiled by Gianfrancesco Pivati, perhaps, reflecting the changing fortunes of Venetian trade, or the French spin-off from the Encyclopédie Jean-Henri Samuel Formet's Encyclopédie Réduite from 1767. But just a few years later, with King's College in New York recently named Columbia College, your choice will be much easier. It would be Dobson's. This enterprise, published from 1789, all 18 volumes and 3 supplements of it, may look a little familiar. It may look very like the 3rd edition of the Britannica, and 95% of it was precisely that. The other 5% contained additions, corrections, and amendments written to please an American readership, a fairly discerning lot. Among the first subscribers, in addition to the librarians at King's College and Yale, were Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, and Alexander Hamilton. George Washington was so keen on it that he bought 2. Suitably, Thomas Dobson began his bookselling career in Edinburgh. In 1784, in his early 30s, he moved with his wife and 3 daughters to Philadelphia and swiftly established himself as an importer of foreign titles in good editions in the most elegant bindings, including Shakespeare, Swift, Pope, and Sterne, and he built up specialist lists in medicine and children's books. Philadelphia was the most populous and cultivated city in America, and according to Dobson's biographer, Robert D. Arner, it was the only place where a project as ambitious and risky as his encyclopedia could have any hope of success. It was home to the wealthiest merchants and lawmakers, as well as leading novelists and actors, and it was soon to be home to the federal government. Dobson saw his opportunity, not merely an imported Britannica, but a Britannica typeset printed and improved in the very streets where it would be bought. Dobson's adverts in the local newspapers in 1789 promised a publication like none ever created on American soil. It would be printed in weekly installments of 40 quarto pages over several years, the whole containing more than 400 copper plates. The work could also be purchased for $5 per volume, but the portents were not good. A year before, Dobson had announced the publication of a deluxe 8-volume edition of Edward Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, in large-scale octavo, handsomely bound, gilt and lettered, with an elegant head of the author and all the maps. The cost was $2 per volume, but his request for payment in advance did not attract enough customers to proceed. For his Britannica, Dobson once again insisted on an advance subscription model, but this time his effort would be assisted by a more persuasive prospectus and paid agents in Philadelphia, New York, Boston, and Baltimore. He dismissed the alternative option of selling door-to-door, a method employed successfully just 5 years before by the book agent Parson Weems. Dobson regarded this method as short-sighted, as it sinks the book in the public estimation and never fails to take the trade out of the bookseller's hands, who, of course, is no longer interested in it. His prospectus in the newspapers was modelled closely on those of Bell and MacFarquhar in Edinburgh, and no wonder. Although he would never admit it, his undertaking was essentially piracy. American copyright law protected domestic publications, but those from overseas enjoyed no such privileges, and, it may be supposed, particularly not if they originated with America's former colonists. The only criterion was that any reprinted or translated publication was seen to improve the lot of American readers, and Dobson found no difficulty in such a claim. The first thing he did was remove the dedication to King George III. The illustrations, all those hundreds of copper engravings by Andrew Bell, were also copied and sometimes slightly modified. Frequently, American engravers would scratch their names where Bell's had been, and Dobson misinformed American booksellers with his broadsides. Every part of the work will be executed by American artists. Dobson hoped that his encyclopedia, he dropped the Britannica just before publication, would soon be regarded as the most timely and reliable publication of a forward-looking nation. As Robert D. Arner defined it, Dobson's encyclopedia brought old-world order and authority as well as the examples of the past to bear on unruly New World experience, offering a rebuke of democratic excesses that imperiled culture and learning. Further, it emphasized the primacy of the historical perspective, and although it had broken from England politically, the appeal of his encyclopedia lay mainly in its promise of reuniting the American intellectual community with vital and sustaining European traditions and learning. In Great Britain, the third edition of Britannica had received largely favorable reviews. After James Tytler's ascendancy in his balloon, its fervent new editor, the Episcopalian minister George Gleig, further added to Britannica's reputation, achieving sales of 13,000 copies and net profits for its publishers of £42,000. Although many smaller enterprises would suffer financial jeopardy trying to emulate this success, there was now no doubt that encyclopedias could be lucrative affairs. One obvious indication, the arrival in the Edinburgh office of several writs for copyright infringement, the biggest from James Clark, who claimed that 61 pages in the third edition were copied verbatim, alongside his engravings from one of his books on shoeing horses and preventing equine disease. The court found in his favour, but failed to order financial compensation. Its key new ingredients, the greatly expanded recruitment of experts in their fields, something that would soon be taken for granted among all great encyclopedias, was widely appreciated. The Eclectic Review, for instance, found considerable excellence, while the British Critic acclaimed a great work. But the increased print run may have affected quality. Judgment of the copper plates ranged from as good as can be expected to execrable. And there was one memorable hatchet job. The Agricultural magazine damned the entire work as a trash viler than the vilest Scottish haggish. In Philadelphia, Dobson's original print run was 1,000 sets, but the early level of interest from subscribers doubled this. When purchasers got their first volumes in the early 1790s, they found the extraordinary range of entries that had impressed British readers, including new treatises on logarithms and critical philosophy, Kant, and the 50-page article on the French Revolution, expressly written for the third edition, and editions designed to please American readers with their supportive post-revolutionary spirit. But the changes were small, and there were many notable omissions. While the article entitled President added the new executive, and Chronology added the date 1787 to include the formation in Philadelphia of the new Constitution, there was no mention of the Declaration of Independence, and no biographies of Americans were added, not even the most obvious candidate, Benjamin Franklin. Dobson's principal American contributor was the geographer Jedediah Morse. He wrote about American Indians, the history of several states, and specific revolutionary battles. Inevitably, his interpretation of the war was rather different from the British one. The original view from Edinburgh was that the beginning of every political establishment is contemptible, and went on to cast the turbulence of some North Americans and the blunders of some British statesmen as the villains. Morse had a more positive outlook. In the past, in the Old World, new political institutions were marked by the barbarous manners of savage tribes. But very different were the circumstances which gave birth to this new republic. The causes of the revolutionary conflict were very different too. Gone was the British blaming of French emissaries for the uprising and the destruction of the warmth of attachment to the mother country. More significant, Morse added, was an American abhorrence of oppression, love of liberty, and quick sense of injury. Further, he claimed the English found the cause of the conflict in any source rather than their own misconduct. While early installments of his work were well received by readers, Dobson was struggling financially. Each of his letters to his subscribers contained increasingly urgent appeals for payment. The Gazette of the United States carried a notice in which he took the liberty of representing to such subscribers as are in arrears the indispensable necessity of punctuality. Though the importance of a few dollars may be but a trifle to the individuals, yet the accumulation of these trifles unpaid leaves the publisher under very serious embarrassments. And then disaster struck. In September 1793, with precisely half of his 18 volumes published, a fire swept through his building, destroying not only the volume in progress, but the means of printing subsequent ones. His entire type foundry melted, with total losses exceeding $5,000. Dobson praised the kindness of strangers for his swift recovery, not least the printer, who donated an entire library of new metal type. The fire was a personal tragedy for Dobson, but the yellow fever that swept Philadelphia and the eastern seaboard in these years was a broader one, which also had a large impact on his production schedule and sales. The set was complete in 1798, and one of the earliest reviews appeared the following year. The magnitude of the work far exceeds anything ever before issued from the press in the United States, announced Charles Brockden Brown in his Monthly Magazine and American Review. Brown acknowledged both the great labour and hazard involved in such a production and excused the errors and omissions as an inevitable consequence of having so many hands tackling such a large spread of topics. He particularly admired the cross-referencing, the relation which the various objects of knowledge bear to one another, the distinguishing feature of an encyclopedia over a dictionary. And then, as Professor Arner observes, Brown turned lyrical, finding inspiration in Paradise Lost to praise not only Dobson's project but encyclopedias as a concept. Nothing better exemplified the new American nation in aspiration and purpose. The encyclopedist conducts his reader to a lofty eminence, from which he is enabled to descry the boundless prospect that stretches before him. He points out to his view the accumulated labors, experience, and wisdom of ages. He assists him to survey the history of the human mind in its progress from rudeness to refinement, and to teach him to anticipate the glorious destiny which awaits the full development and exertion of intellectual energy in a more enlightened age. I. Information overload. 3 new articles in the 3rd edition of Britannica, 1788-97, defined the far-seeing, near-seeing age in which it was published. Micrometer occupied 19 pages, microscope 32, and telescope 50. The entry for microscope began simply enough. Lenses, mirrors, Leeuwenhoek. We read of different makes: Withering's Portable Botanic, Ellis's Aquatic, and what to look for. The circulation of the blood may be easiest seen in the tails or fins of fishes, in the fine membranes between a frog's toes, or best of all in the tail of a water newt. Copper plates showed more than 30 types of lens and calibration tool. Place your object either in the needle G in the pliers H, or the object plate M, or in the hollow brass box O, as may be most convenient. The pace of science and technology was accompanied by a thirst to absorb and interpret it. The editors of the Britannica would never want for new findings, for research was now the buzzword in specialist publications of the age. The cultural historian Peter Burke has identified several. Recherche philosophique sur les Américains by the Dutch philosopher Cornelius de Pauw, 1768, Asiatic Researches, a journal from 1788, Recherche sur les principaux pays physiques, 1794, and Recherche sur l'organisation des corps vivants, 1802, by the French naturalist and evolutionist Jean-Baptiste Lamarck. Researches, chemical and philosophical, by the Cornish chemist Humphrey Davy, 1799. Recherche sur les ossements fossiles, by the French paleontologist Georges Cuvier, 1812. The Second Age of Discovery also announced big geographical finds: the West's exploration of the South Seas, the interiors of Africa, North and South America, Siberia and Australia, filling in the dark and blank spaces on the map and rendering them prime for plunder. As each new expedition enthralled members of the Royal Geographical Society in London and the Academy of Sciences in Moscow, so the explorers entrenched their reputations. David Livingstone, Alexander von Humboldt, Mungo Park, James Cook, Lewis and Clark. The hunger for discovery was accompanied by the desire to contain, own, and exploit. The encyclopedia was part of this control. History and maps enshrined ownership. The mighty book was a reader's mighty estate. Inevitably and immediately, an encyclopedia became a part of the society it aimed to reflect. Britannica was itself a land to be exploited. Once blank, the pages were now filled with new inky native wisdom. One early 20th century advertisement promoted pictorial scenes in foreign lands, costumes of strange peoples. For as long as Britain claimed an empire, the multi-volume encyclopedia was colonialism in print, or, in an overworked term, knowledge was power. Scholarly archaeology, paleontology, and anthropology were also boosted in this sudden golden age, a period in which the notion of deep time itself was scrutinized. In 1750, the Earth was widely considered to be only 6,000 years old. Geologists added millions to it. When astronomers joined the party, and the number turned to billions, the challenge for the encyclopedist was to explain not only earthbound philosophy, but our place in the universe. And we think we live in an information age. To accommodate all these new findings and acquisitions at the end of the 18th century, the study of storage and the concept of the archive became academic disciplines of their own, as did the art of knowledge gathering and the categorization of new finds. The encyclopedia again mirrored these developments in both concept and design, having struggled with similar dilemmas for decades. In one sense, the encyclopedia had it easy. More information just meant more volumes. But where would you stop? When would a project designed to limit and encapsulate the growth of books itself know when to limit its expansion? Could something be too comprehensive? Would the Ökonomische Enzyklopädie, printed in Germany from 1773 to 1858, eventually stretching to 242 volumes, be considered too ambitious for its own good? The fact that it is not better known may provide the answer. The work was generally known as the Grünitz, after its founder and editor of the first 72 volumes, Johann Georg Grünitz. Glorious legend suggests he died while working on the entry Corpse. His was a grand general work and much admired in its first years. But size wasn't everything, and it failed to find a large enough, inexhaustible readership. Its reputation rapidly eclipsed by a modest, never-ending little effort called the Brockhaus, of which we shall learn more shortly. J. Jahrbuch. We have seen with the Großes vollständiges Universallexikon aller Wissenschaften und Künste, welche bishero durch menschlichen Verstand und Witz erfunden und verbessert worden, how the Germans love a long title. So, it should come as little surprise to learn that the greatest German encyclopedia of the age had a name that also refused to roll off the tongue, but it was at least enduring. Konversationslexikon oder kurz gefasstes Handwörterbuch für die in der gesellschaftlichen Unterhaltung aus den Wissenschaften und Künsten vorkommenden Gegenstände mit beständiger Rücksicht auf die Ereignisse der älteren und neueren Zeit was a title that lasted in various forms almost 200 years, from the beginning of the 19th century to 2006. Increasing and decreasing in size and popularity, and second only to the Britannica in influence, regard, and longevity. The first 6-volume edition appeared between 1809 and 1811, and its 2,000 copies sold out within months. When a new and revised edition was published between 1812 and 1819, Europe's revolutionary wars and industrial expansion necessitated an increase to 10 volumes and a print run of 3,000. Its title was also revised and, inevitably, lengthened, and was now almost a volume in itself. Konversationslexikon oder Handwörterbuch für die gebildeten Stände über die in der gesellschaftlichen Unterhaltung und bei der Lektüre vorkommenden Gegenstände, Namen und Begriffe in Beziehung auf Völker- und Menschengeschichte, Politik und Diplomatik, Mythologie und Archäologie, Erd-, Natur-, Gewerb- und Handlungskunde, die schöne Künste und Wissenschaften mit Einschluss der in die Umgangssprache eingegangenen ausländischen Wörter und mit besonderer Rücksicht auf die älteren und neuesten merkwürdigen Zeitereignisse, was edited and published by David Arnold Friedrich Brockhaus. To save time and energy, his great encyclopedia was, almost from its inception, known simply as Brockhaus. And in Germany, the word Brockhaus is to encyclopedia what Roger is to thesaurus. The spark came from the German scholar Dr. Renatus Gotthelf Löbel. In 1796, aware of the impact of both the Encyclopédie and Britannica, Löbel began work in Leipzig on a modest version of a new German encyclopedia, but died before the century was out. After several other editors and publishers took the helm, Friedrich Arnold Brockhaus acceded to the venture and, with the aid of his two sons, transformed it. What set it apart? What would prompt the 11th edition of Britannica, 1910-11, to conclude that no work of reference has been more useful and successful, or more frequently copied, imitated, and translated than that known as the Konversationslexikon of Brockhaus? The answer, pertinently, lay in part of the title. This translated as General German Encyclopedia for the Educated, and it announced a simple concept with wide appeal. Rather than the increasingly lengthy philosophical and scientific entries of the Britannica, it offered a more popular approach to the attainment of knowledge. The educated of the title was inclusive, the volumes written to appeal to curious young adults rather than just the highly qualified. Further, the venture had an element of the newspaper to it. From 1857, supplements would appear every month, confusingly called the Jahrbuch. When the supplements appeared twice monthly from 1865, the name was changed to Unsere Zeit, our time. Never before had an encyclopedia created a sense of a living tutorial focused on continual intellectual improvement. Frequent new editions of increasing size were met with a corresponding increase in sales. The 5th edition was reprinted twice and sold more than 30,000 copies, a magnificent achievement, and soon its influence extended well beyond Germany. A translation of its 7th edition provided the groundwork for the Encyclopedia Americana, 1829-33, the most successful American encyclopedia after Dobson's. In 1890, a Russian version was published in St. Petersburg, where readers could choose either the 35 or 86 volume set. The Brockhaus was based in the same building in Leipzig from 1808 to 1943, when it was bombed and partially destroyed by the British. It took 4 years to resurrect itself on a smaller scale in Wiesbaden, and the great project flourished again until the last full-scale print edition of 2006, by which time it had been partially destroyed by the Internet. It still thrives online, where one is greeted with the message, Willkommen in der Welt des Wissens und Lernens. In Edinburgh, the importance of the regular update wasn't lost on Britannica. Facing increasing competition, its publishers realized that the depth and quality of its entries, not to say its dependability, would only continue to appeal if it kept pace with the world around it. Revolution was everywhere: technological, medical, philosophical, geopolitical. The answer would be supplements and yearbooks, but it wouldn't entirely solve the problem. Rival publications appeared more in tune with the times merely because they were new. And at the turn of the 19th century, there were a lot of them. One could choose between William Henry Hall's New Royal Encyclopedia, Kendall's Pocket Encyclopedia, the Edinburgh Encyclopedia, the English Encyclopedia, and the Domestic Encyclopedia. All of them were smaller, cheaper, and more hastily assembled than Britannica. And while envious of Britannica's success, they claimed their brevity made them more suitable to the general reader. But the biggest threat came from an updated version of an old friend and spur, the Cyclopedia. This was no longer the concise 2-volume folio edited by Ephraim Chambers in 1728. In fact, it was almost its opposite, a vast 39-volume quarto edition with 32,000 pages and about 32 million words of text, with an additional 5 plate volumes and an atlas with 61 folding maps, making it almost exactly twice as large as Diderot's Encyclopédie and the 1810 4th edition of Britannica. It appeared serially and alphabetically between 1802 and 1819, which meant, as with similar publications, readers learnt a lot about the world's A's and B's years before they learnt anything about its Y's and Z's. During its 17 years of completion, this occasionally made a mockery of the extensive system of cross-referencing, with the reader of acorn denotes the fruit of trees of the oak kind, see seed, having to wait years and many volumes before their inquiry was rewarded. Its editor was Abraham Rees, a Welsh Presbyterian minister, a Fellow of the Royal Society, a man determined to spread knowledge far beyond the schoolroom, even the university. His new enterprise satisfied the desire for biography and contemporary history, while its sympathetic coverage of revolutionary Europe led to accusations of subversive sympathies. To counteract this, its editor went to sincere lengths to stress its Protestant leanings and Englishness, even referring to King Louis as King Louis. In other ways, the volumes were exemplary examples of the Enlightenment. Some of the most numerous and longest articles tackled the latest interpretations of the atomic system, the cosmos, and the origins of the Earth, as well as recent research in botany, zoology, and natural history. There were many engaging and surprising anomalies. Some of the alphabetical ordering, for example, was original. New York appeared as York New, and St. Ives as Ives Saint. Occasionally, an entry starting with a letter earlier in the alphabet would invade a later one, entries beginning with I and J often appearing quite randomly, as if the editor had thought of a new edition when it was too late to reset the printing plates. And some of the editorial judgments were erratic, or at least acutely specialized, such as the 16 pages of arcane tables devoted to the heliocentric tracking of the latitude and longitude of Jupiter, which required 2 pages of explanatory notes and made a rocket ride to the planet an easier option. From Table 1 of the epochs, take out the epochs of the mean longitude of the aphelion and node, with the arguments 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and place them in an horizontal line. But if the given year not be found in that table, take the nearest year preceding the given year as the epoch, and take out as before, under which, from Table 2, place the mean motion in longitude of the aphelion and node with the arguments. Other entries now provide us with an intriguing glimpse into technological and scientific progress at the beginning of the 19th century. Battery. In electricity, a combination of coated surfaces of glass, so connected together that they may be charged at once and discharged by a common conductor. Dr. Benjamin Franklin constructed a battery consisting of 11 panes of large sash glass, coated on each side, and connected in such a manner that the whole might be charged together. A more complete battery is described by Dr. Joseph Priestley, of which he says that after long use he sees no reason for wishing the least alteration in any part of it. This battery consists of 64 jars, each 10 inches long and 2.5 inches in diameter, coated with 1.5 inch of the top, and contains in the whole 32 square feet. The most perfect batteries of modern construction since that of Dr. Priestley have been made in Holland for Tyler's Museum at Haarlem by Mr. Cuthbertson of Poland Street, London, then residing in Amsterdam. Tyler's second grand battery was finished by Mr. Cuthbertson in 1789. This is the largest and most complete battery that was ever made. 100 jars. The whole battery contains 550 square feet of coating, and for convenience it is put into 4 separate cases. Columbium. In chemistry, a new metal discovered by Mr. Charles Hatchett in the year 1802, in a mineral which he had from the British Museum. The mineral, it appears, had been sent with some specimens of iron ore from Massachusetts in America to Sir Hans Sloane, in whose catalogue it is described as a very heavy black stone with golden streaks. Its luster is vitreous, slightly inclining in some parts to metallic, moderately hard, and very brittle. Railway. Tram or dram road, or wagonway. In rural economy, a track constructed of iron, stone, timber, or other material. Speaking of the great utility of canals in the carriage of various articles in Shropshire, it is observed by Mr. Thomas Telford, an able engineer, that another mode of conveyance has frequently been adopted to a considerable extent, which is that of forming roads by means of iron rails laid along them, upon which materials are carried in wagons, which contain from 6 to 30 hundredweight. Experience, he thinks, has now convinced us that in countries the surfaces of which are rugged, or where it is difficult to obtain water for lockage, where the weight of the article of the produce is great in comparison with their bulk, and from where they are mostly to be conveyed from a higher to a lower level, that in those cases iron railways are in general preferable to canal navigation. When the project was complete, its preface announced that the publication was very much to the relief of the editor's mind. Writing in the godlike third person, Abraham Rees explained how neither expense nor energy had been spared in its construction, although, if he had foreseen the time and attention which the compilation and conduct of it required, and the unavoidable anxiety which it has occasioned, he would probably never have undertaken it. Further, he calls upon our sympathy, for he has devoted almost 20 years of his life, measured not by fragments of time, but by whole days of 12 or 14 hours, and in so doing impaired his health and constitution. And even in the preface he admits an element of failure. Some of the details in his contributors' articles appeared to him erroneous. They are actually controverted and contradicted in other parts of the cyclopedia. And he regretted its unanticipated length. It would have been more gratifying to the editor to have compiled a cyclopedia in fewer volumes, as in all probability the sale would have been greater, and the sum of money expended upon it would, of course, have been much less. A similarly exhaustive task was nearing completion in France, only this one was bigger, much bigger. The Encyclopédie Méthodique, 1782 to 1832, was a vastly reorganized and expanded version of Diderot and d'Alembert's work, published and edited by Charles-Joseph Panckoucke, resulting in 203 volumes and over 100 million words. The Méthodique rejected an alphabetical arrangement in favor of subject dictionaries that might allow readers a broader educational view. In his prospectus, Panckoucke compared the formation of his work to a brick-by-brick reconstruction of a beautiful palace. The old palace was Diderot's. The new editor's contributor-contractors installed conservatories as far as the eye could see. The greater length of the treatises ensured that the more controversial doctrines of the Enlightenment could be maintained with greater concealment from censors, although the extended number and the length of these entries did little to guarantee quality or a high subscription rate. Some contributors may have lengthened their entries to increase their fee, while others couldn't bear the thought of not including everything known on their subject. As for Panckoucke, its chief editor, it seemed as if he refused to actually edit. More was more. The ambition to create the ultimate work of reference must have been as frustrating as an attempt to reach the end of the internet. Ultimate for whom? And how could this unique and overwhelming work possibly hope to keep pace with the 19th century? Abraham Rees has admitted as much in the preface to his own vast undertaking. Science is progressive, and since the commencement of this work, its advances in several departments have not been inconsiderable. The scope of the Méthodique resembled the conception of perfect cartography by Lewis Carroll and Jorge Luis Borges. For true accuracy, a map would have to be the same size as the area it covered, as the scale of a mile to a mile. Such exactitude was clearly absurd as the encyclopedia of everything. The complete set of Encyclopédie Méthodique sold about 1,500 copies. As they aimed for an optimum size in the decades to come, all the editors of every encyclopedia reluctantly agreed on one thing: they couldn't win. A wider reading public, the expansion of trade and industry, cheaper costs of printing, and more outlets for marketing hastened the growth of both the specialist encyclopedia and the 2 or 3 volume general set. Even the editors of the Britannica, which ran to 21 volumes for both its 7th edition, 1830 to 42, and its 8th, 1853 to 60, confirmed to readers that their sets contained everything they needed to know rather than everything knowable. By its 9th edition, 1875 to 99, it was edging towards a specialism of its own, the foregrounding of experts, particularly on scientific matters. Its 25 volumes became known as the Scholars' Edition. Such was the academic style of its prose, frequently pitching itself beyond the capability of the general reader. And underpinning all of this was a grander question, one we may argue still. What is knowledge? And how should it be presented in a book? K. Knowledge. Knowledge confers majesty. The ownership of a large encyclopedia may suggest grandeur in the manner of a drawing-room globe or a hand-drawn map of aristocratic lands. At the beginning of the 19th century, possession of the Encyclopaedia Britannica had become a source of pride and privilege, of honor even. Such possession was often aspirational, an emblem of status, the Patek Philippe of the home library. The fable is told, and it may even be true, of how Fath Ali, Shah of Persia 1797 to 1834, took such pride in his acquisition of the 18-volume set of the 3rd edition of Britannica at the beginning of his reign that he decided to change his title. The set had been transported from London by the British ambassador, travelling for many weeks with his arduous load, and its arrival so overwhelmed the Shah that he decreed he would henceforth be known as Most Exalted and Generous Prince, brilliant as the moon, resplendent as the sun, the jewel of the world, the centre of beauty, of Mussulmen and of the true faith, shadow of God, mirror of justice, most generous King of kings, master of the constellations, whose throne is the stirrup cup of heaven, and most formidable Lord and Master of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. As the 19th century wore on, such a thing was increasingly seen. A well-bound set was now regularly purchased to furnish a room. The consultation of the volumes would be an occasional and secondary purpose. But how was this knowledge best transmitted and absorbed? Writing in Blackwood's magazine in 1824, the philosopher Alexander Blair argued that the concept of the large-scale encyclopedia had fundamentally failed, highlighting an essential fallacy. He claimed that knowledge is advanced by individual minds wholly devoting themselves to their own part of specialized inquiry. This was a process of separation, not of combination. He argued that previous attempts to display the circle of the sciences were based on the misconception that this unity could be grasped by individuals. His point was reinforced by the fact that the title encyclopedia was being increasingly attached to studies of single subjects. The Encyclopedia of Wit, 1804, for one, and an Encyclopedia of Gardening, 1822, and an Encyclopedia of Music, 1825. Blair evidently regarded an encyclopedia as something that failed twice. It was too big to be read in its entirety, but too wide-ranging and inclusive in its content to do any subject justice, even if treated at some length as a treatise. This was not an uncommon opinion. In their first half-century, the popular pioneering encyclopedias of Chambers, Diderot et d'Alembert, and Bell and MacFarquhar underwent a subtle shift in their proposition. moving from the realm of expanded dictionary into a much larger knowledge base. They were still far from Chambers' notion of many shelves of a library filleted into one publication, but they were increasingly designated items to be read rather than just referred to. More, this is all you need, rather than this may fulfill a need. The decades would change this pattern back again, and marketing men found it easier to sell the encyclopedia as a tool, an assistant, rather than an omniscient tutor. But at the beginning of the 19th century, the debate about precisely how this knowledge was to be presented, indeed precisely what the encyclopedia was designed to be, was still fluid. We have met the most famous debater before, but now his voice was louder. Samuel Taylor Coleridge was last seen berating the publishers of Encyclopaedia Britannica for presenting their installments in alphabetical order. This huge, unconnected miscellany, a worthless monster. His dissatisfaction endured through the years, so that by 1817 it had expanded to a fully formed manifesto, and the manifesto brought forth a brilliant adventure called Encyclopaedia Metropolitana. In tone, it wasn't that dissimilar from Kubla Khan, the epic fever dream he had published the year before, with its stately pleasure domes and caverns measureless to man. In his new vision, Xanadu was now London, and the dream was a compendium of knowledge unlike anything that had appeared before. Coleridge's grand project emphasized the systematic relationships within knowledge bases, presenting the sciences, the arts, and other subjects as a rational and unified progression, rather than a scattered constellation. This was the way to learn and document the world's learning, he argued, and to show how the soul of wisdom may exceed its circumstances. His thoughts are first glimpsed in a letter he wrote to a friend in 1796. On his return from university studies in Germany, he proposed to open a school for 8 young men at 100 guineas each, and perfect them in 1. The history of savage tribes, 2. Of semi-barbarous nations, 3. Of nations emerging from semi-barbarism, 4. Of civilized states, 5. Of luxurious states, 6. Of revolutionary states, 7. Of colonies. When it came to his encyclopedia, the key word was method. He employed it in the way mathematicians and physicists do, and in the way Francis Bacon did before him, the methodical and systematic advance from one piece of information or thinking to another. All things in us and about us are a chaos without method, he wrote in his preliminary treatise. There may be transition, but there can never be progress. There may be sensation, but there cannot be thought, for the total absence of method renders thinking impracticable. This wasn't entirely fanciful. The Metropolitana exists as 59 parts, or 30 volumes, 22,426 pages, 565 plates, issued between 1817 and 1845. The work of 4 editors, and Coleridge as founding supervisor cheerleader. The divisions of its contents page displayed both the variety and approach of its subject matter, but it also suggested quite a different type of publication to the Britannica. In many ways it harked back to the ancient world. The pure science division included logic, rhetoric, mathematics, metaphysics, morals, and theology. Mixed and applied science covered mechanics, pneumatics, optics, astronomy, heat, light and sound. Among the fine arts, one would read about painting, heraldry, music, and engraving. The useful arts and natural history featured agriculture, carpentry, fortification, anatomy, and zoology. These were lengthy, subdivided studies packed with academic fervor and exhausting thoroughness. They were not for random consultation on an inclement Sunday. If you bought the Metropolitana, you ended up with a big library of small books on major topics. The entry on numismatics, for example, stretched to 31 tight double-column pages, about 30,000 words. Both sides of every coin of every reign were scrutinized, and every symbol of war or god or chariot race had a story and a purpose. A reader would discover symbols on Grecian coins derived from the productions of the climate, including wines, melon, and parsley, the diminution in the size of Roman coins, signaling a deflation of the currency, a pyramid indicating the relative value of coins in 300 BC and 200 BC, where 1 sestertius equaled 2 quinarius and 20 quinarius equaled 2 tremissis, the use of abbreviations denoting high office, trib pot for tribunitia potestate, pont max for pontifex maximus, the differing values of brass, copper, and silver coins in the age of Augustus, until every coin was appraised. It ended with a look at various coin cabinets and caskets, one for every level of collecting, and advice on how best to arrange a collection within them. Here the alphabet was rejected as well in favor of a system more accordant with truth, specifically the truth of chronology, and a tour of dusty locations where coins once circulated and buried hoards might yet be found: Gaul, Thrace, Macedon, Thessaly, Illyria, Epirus, Euboea, Zacynthus, Commagene, Phoenicia, Parthia, and Zugitania. And this was letting the reader off lightly. Entries like these, and I've picked one of the most involving, appeared hewn from the side of rock cliffs, and they were not uninteresting once you hacked your way in. Through the story of coins, some of the hubristic glory that was ancient Rome also emerged. But these huge essays run next to each other with hardly a breath between them, the surrounding pages distinctly lacking the occasional geographical or literary diversion one might encounter in other encyclopedias, the sort of thing that makes them as engaging as they were instructive. In Britannica's 7th edition, for example, published at the same time as the Metropolitana between 1830 and 1842, one overruns a search for James Mill's thoughts on the freedom of the press and finds brief insights into the necropolis, Nepal, and the Netherlands. In Volume 5 of the Metropolitana, by contrast, there are 165 uninterrupted pages on meteorology and 51 on engraving, followed by 20 more on notes on engraving. The authors were the sort of leading figures to command respect, but none of them considered concision a virtue. Fellows of the Royal Society, a conclave of bishops and reverends, the astronomer William Herschel, the mathematician and computing pioneer Charles Babbage, professors from St. John's, Cambridge, and Oriel, Oxford, the great, the brilliant, the pedantic, and the windy. Admittedly, something unexpected happened in the Metropolitana's 4th division. The last volumes suddenly turned alphabetical and catch-all, and more of a glossary. They contained a complete vocabulary of geography, a philosophical lexicon, and a history of the English language, seemingly an attempt to cover everything not considered in the essays that had gone before. Perhaps a sop to everyone who had expected the sort of traditional encyclopedic dictionary they had grown used to. Although possessed of extraordinary philosophical scope, Coleridge's vision was swimming so fiercely against the tide that today its memory, not to say its physical presence, has been largely washed away. It was widely read within the universities, but failed to leave a lasting impression on either the popular psyche or the popular market. Its critical reception was mixed. In 1862, the editor of the monthly magazine British Controversialist found it a magnificent projection that dazzled by its excursive brilliancy. The treatises on logic and rhetoric added greatly to the estimation in which the encyclopedia began to be held. But a year later, the Quarterly Review sniped that the proposals of the poet Coleridge had at least enough of a poetical character to be eminently unpractical. In subsequent years, the journal noted, a large proportion of the contents was dug out of the ruins and reissued in separate volumes by fresh publishers who acquired the property of the work and thus distinctly recognized it as a mere quarry of valuable materials. Predictably, Britannica did not take kindly to the attacks on its principles and practice. The 8th edition, 1853-60, contained a biography of Coleridge by the author and literary critic Thomas de Quincey, and the vitriol flowed unceasing. He was capable of immense service to poetry, his verse imbued with simplicity and lucidness, but his prose style, evidenced in both his literary criticism and, it was implied, his groundwork on Metropolitana, was disfigured by turgidity and the affected use of words. His humour was ponderous and unwieldy. Coleridge, De Quincey concluded, lived on the future, and Coleridge's future was a bad bank on which to draw. Its bills were perpetually dishonoured. Coleridge's initial ambition, expressed in 1803 for a series of volumes designed to set up the reader, give him at once connected trains of thought and facts, and a delightful miscellany for lounge reading, had long been abandoned. By the time its 2nd edition was concluded in 1858, 34 years after its founder's death, the prospect of such popular appeal had been thoroughly replaced by text both earnest and exhausting, and the modern reader was looking for something else from their encyclopedias. The publishers of Britannica were having their own problems keeping pace with a changing world. Nothing had transformed modern lives so much as electric light, elongating both working and leisure hours, improving safety, transport and entertainment. For our particular purposes, the encyclopedia could be printed more swiftly, sold more efficiently, and be read for longer. But an attempt to actually explain the scientific principles of light could still easily run aground on the triple hazards of old-fashioned alphabetical order, traditional publishing methods, and the missed deadline. In the 1870s, Britannica was still published piecemeal. The first volume of the 9th edition appeared in 1875, and the last, the 24th, only in 1888. The contributor specializing in acrobats had to write his entry more than a decade before the one specializing in yaks, and if you were writing about light, it was no use submitting your entry after volume 14, Caerlyn to Lon, which had gone to press in 1882. Unless your name was John William Strutt, the 3rd Baron Rayleigh. Lord Rayleigh, 1842 to 1919, was just too clever for deadlines. A student of Eton and Harrow, a professor and chancellor at Cambridge, a president of the Royal Society, and a recipient of many scientific medals, Rayleigh was expert in mathematics, hydrodynamics, viscosity, explosives, acoustics, photography, and electromagnetism. He discovered and isolated the rare gas argon, for which he would receive the 1904 Nobel Prize for Physics. Britannica invited him to contribute the entry on the physical properties of light for its 9th edition. He was given a deadline, but more pressing demands caused him to miss it, and the volume was deprived of his insights. Another man hurriedly and inadequately filled his shoes. But there was still hope that the Lord's expertise could be employed, and an enterprising editor ensured that Volume 17, Mott to Orme, 1884, made space for an article from Rayleigh entitled Optics. But a similar calamity occurred. The Lord failed to get his act together. And then, as the 23rd volume, T to Ups, approached, a few blank pages were set aside for undulating light, and the editor held his breath. But, oh dear again, no dice from his lordship. With almost all hope lost, Rayleigh submitted his celebrated entry, Wave Theory of Light, for Volume 24, 1888, and the world learnt that among the many suppositions regarding the propagation of light as a vibration, the most famous is that which assimilates light to the transverse vibrations of an elastic solid. Transverse they must be, in order to give room for the phenomena of polarization. How illuminating that was, or how murky, only an individual reader could decide. Footnote: The Lord had the last laugh. When word got out that Britannica was planning a 10th edition for 1902, the 9th edition reprinted with supplements, Rayleigh was asked to write about argon. No one in the world knew as much about this noble gas as he did, except perhaps his fellow professor and co-discoverer Sir William Ramsay. So it would have been a travesty had anyone else composed a Britannica entry about such an inert subject. Rayleigh conjured around 3,000 words, frequently referring to his original research published in academic journals. He explained how he had isolated argon from other gases in the air, and how he and Ramsay had presented their discovery to an astonished Royal Society in 1895. Equally astonishing was the fact that he managed to get his unique account to the editor of Britannica early enough to appear in Volume A to Aus. End footnote. This was another problem for Britannica, the transformation of knowledge into comprehension. Contributions from experts often failed to prove useful to a lay reader approaching the subject for the first time. And while few entries came as close to the thicket of specialist detail that marked the Metropolitana, many faced their own problems of readability. Britannica's 9th edition was a towering masterwork of the British ivy-walled university. But its mastery did not initially extend to dirtying itself with the practicalities of sales or the popular market. Men like Lord Rayleigh, even if they met their deadlines, were writing for their peers, and this was not an attribute likely to expand the readership. But then, something happened to transform Britannica's fortunes. The arrival of two brilliant and shameless Americans intent on dragging the worthiest of institutions into the modern age. L. Liberation. In the last years of the 19th century, full-page advertisements appeared in the Times offering the 24-volume set of Encyclopaedia Britannica for £27, less than half the original asking price of £65. That was for the full Morocco binding. The half Morocco binding was only £20, once £45, while the no Morocco cloth-bound version was only £16, originally £37. What could you expect for a bargain like that? Prospective buyers were reassured that while the price had fallen dramatically, the value of what they were getting had not fallen at all, not by one word. They would receive the same extraordinary fare as the people, pity them, who had paid top whack. 30 million words across 22,000 pages, 338 full-page plates and 671 maps, and a separate 499-page index in a supplementary volume. Swinburne wrote on Keats, Robert Louis Stevenson wrote on the French poet and songwriter Pierre-Jean de Béranger, mathematicians descended from their lofty perches to explain complex proofs in impenetrable style. For just £1 down, the purchaser would find the entire set in every respect as desirable as the one printed for libraries and other institutions, and on the same high-quality paper. There was a catch, of course. The goods were newly printed, but old stock. The bargain on offer was the 9th edition, the Scholars' Edition, with all those brilliant but often too brilliant entries, parts of it 23 years old, repackaged and remarketed by two businessmen who had no input into its editorial content and no time to read its pages. But for Britannica, there was no catch. The cut-price marketing push transformed the fortunes and future of the company and brought profit to the Times after years of losses. Before the offer, and disregarding thousands of pirated editions, the 9th edition had sold about 5,000 sets over 10 years. The Times adverts doubled that in a few months. And beyond this, the businessmen, who were American and brought with them American concepts of the hard sell, transformed the entire notions of what an encyclopedia could be, who would buy it, and how they should pay for it. From now on, the encyclopedia would no longer be just for the wealthy or well-educated. It was no longer aimed at the contributors' peers. It was now to be sold to everyone with even a modest education who wanted to better understand the changes around them and wished to improve the lives of their family. Comprehensive knowledge would become aspirational and affordable by installments, and the market for encyclopedias would move from the margins to the mainstream. The cut-price adverts in the Times varied in length and appearance, becoming almost as much a fixture as its court reports. In return for this, and for its occasional editorial support, the newspaper received 1 guinea for every set of Britannica sold through its pages. It was a perfect match, each a fusty institution with enough authority to sink a battleship, each a cash-strapped knowledge base struggling to find its feet in a modernizing world. One of the advertisements stated, "The Encyclopaedia Britannica is too well known to need description," but then proceeded to describe it for more than 5,000 words. The Britannica is essentially the production of men who wrote out of the fullness of knowledge. The wonderful story of the 19th century is told by the men who made its greatness, for the men who fought against ignorance and brought enlightenment to their generation, themselves tell how the light was spread. The adverts were the chief responsibility of Henry Haxton, a well-connected newspaper man from the Hearst stable and a literary showman of the Barnum School. He was happy to boost circulation with any stunt or scheme, but he was also a man of higher culture, an urban salon dweller, a great friend of James McNeill Whistler. Haxton had been hired by Horace Hooper, a fellow American, who saw Britannica as much as a trading commodity as a learning resource. Hooper was the product of the Chicago School of Publishing, which bred a mindset of cheap books, knockoffs, multi-volumes, Bibles, and the selling of reference works to everyone who wished to be thought truly American. Encyclopedias were synonymous with aspiration. If New York and Boston were the well-mannered boutique side of the book trade, Chicago was the cacophonous supermarket. Having successfully sold a great many lesser and pirated sets with less prestigious names, Hooper regarded Britannica as underexploited, both in the United States and its home market. Resolving to fix this, he and his colleagues successfully negotiated reprint rights with A&C Black, the encyclopedia's Edinburgh-based owners, and they set about reviving a sleeping giant. But Hooper and Haxton's bold manipulation of the 9th edition was just a precursor to their real achievement. Not the 10th, which consisted solely of supplements to the 9th and made no special claims for itself beyond its earnest continuance of a line, but the 11th edition, arguably the most varied and robust popular encyclopedia ever made. It was so varied indeed and so enduring that when Wikipedia opened for business 90 years later, it copied almost every word for its website, finding in it a solid base on which to build a digital revolution. It helped that it was out of copyright. Haxton's promotion for the 11th edition was just as wordy as his previous campaigns. He outlined the depth of coverage, history and race development, biography, law and physics, and the timeliness of the work. The Britannica will enlighten you on prohibition, suffrage, tariffs, currency, waterways, transportation, and government ownership. He called the new edition a liberal education and remarked on its universal accessibility. In answer to the 100 questions which every day come to your mind and your wife's and children's minds, it will give you more precise information than you can get from any other source. The key theme of this edition was progress, of the world, of Great Britain's place within it, of the encyclopedia itself. The editors intended it as an altogether more engaging publication than its predecessors, and almost imperceptibly a more humane one. It was an invitation to a conversation, a liberating force. It had a new publisher, the University of Cambridge, giving Britannica an even more noble cloak of respectability than it had achieved under the aegis of the Times. But under the editorship of Hugh Chisholm, a generous, clubbable man whose journalistic experience extended no further than editing the St. James Gazette, it assumed a decidedly more energetic and less reserved academic approach, and certainly a less long-winded one, and adopted a warmer and more personable hue, so that its articles were far closer in tone to a genial discussion in a gentleman's club than a stern address from a lectern. The 11th edition is still widely regarded as a pinnacle, both of the encyclopedia industry and the publishing industry. One may begin with the layout, a clear double column per page with tight but wholly legible type. Then there was its self-confidence, to claim, as Henry Haxton had done, that it marked the high tide mark of human knowledge, was not empty rhetoric. It was a belief extensively shared by its editors and almost certainly by its readers. In his illuminating biography of the 11th edition, Dennis Boyles observed that it has a personality that can't be easily overlooked. It's plausible, reasonable, unruffled, often reserved, completely authoritative. He goes as far as to call it the last great English language encyclopedia. As a general reference work, it's unrivaled, as unique now as when it was published. Writing in The New Yorker in 1981, the Dutch author Hans Koning celebrated the 11th's 70th birthday. Its readership was once simply and obviously every English-speaking educated person on earth who would expect to find and would find the final authority on everything. Koning reasoned that the Encyclopédie of 1751 rang in the Age of Reason, and the 11th edition rang it out. He believed it marked the last time that an encyclopedia could hope to map a circle of all human knowledge with a single center, for the world then was a rational and ultimately a harmonious place. In 1910, Anglo-Saxon self-confidence and self-satisfaction were unshakable. With hindsight, and our studied suspicion of things empirical and colonial, Britannica's pomposity seems absurd. We know that the Enlightenment reflected in its pages, and the many subsequent decades of what Koning calls almost official, almost religious optimism, was doomed to be snuffed out forever on the battlefields of France and Belgium. The half-Morocco bindings crumbled like, yes, old books. But just 4 years before, Koning reasons, on the Oxbridge quads and in all the other learned stations of Britain and America, all of humanity appeared to be on the threshold of being totally understood, described, improved, and then perfected. The encyclopedia was the natural repository for all this, the ultimate pure salon for the world. And even after the First World War, with so many uncertainties and dislocations, Britannica provided a leaning post, unstable as it was. In our minds, this was still the world we would defend in the next war. The 29 volumes as good a domestic shelter as anything else. The 11th edition has 44 million words. My favorite ones concern the apple, for the simplest of reasons. It tells you something you didn't know, and it does so with an economy of expression, a lack of pretentiousness, and an element of delight. Most importantly, it stands the test of time. Alongside historical description and practical instruction on grafting, propagating, fertilizing, and harvest, about 2,000 words in all, there is a genuine love for the subject. As with many of its most noteworthy articles, this one is signed, or at least initialed, ABR. It is the work of Alfred Barton Rendell, FRS, FLS, MA, DSc, Keeper of the Department of Botany at the British Museum. A slice. Apple, a common Teutonic word, Aphul, Aphal, Apfal, modern German, Apfel. The fruit of Pyrus malus, belonging to the suborder Pomaceae of the natural order Rosaceae. It is one of the most widely cultivated and best known and appreciated of fruits, belonging to temperate climates. In its wild state, it is known as the crab apple and is found generally distributed throughout Europe and Western Asia, growing in as high a latitude as Trondheim in Norway. The crabs of Siberia belong to different species of Pyrus. The fruit is too well known to need any description of its external characteristics. The apple is successfully cultivated in higher latitudes than any other fruit tree, growing up to 65 degrees north. But, notwithstanding this, its blossoms are more susceptible to injury from frost than the flowers of the peach or apricot. It comes into flower much later than these trees, and so avoids the night frost which would be fatal to its fruit-bearing. The apples which are grown in northern regions are, however, small, hard, and crabbed, the best fruit being produced in hot summer climates such as Canada and the United States. Apples have been cultivated in Great Britain probably since the period of the Roman occupation, but the names of many varieties indicate a French or Dutch origin of much later date. In 1688, Ray enumerated 78 varieties in cultivation in the neighbourhood of London, and now it is calculated that about 2,000 kinds can be distinguished. A large trade in the importation of apples is carried on in Britain, imports coming chiefly from French, Belgian and Dutch growers, and from the United States and British North America. But the greatest delight is a list, a catalogue of apples arranged in order of their ripening. I found it bizarrely inspiring, almost moving in its variety and obsession. The list made me hungry for the crunch, and it made me sad to think that when I next visited a supermarket, or even the keenest grower in Kent, I would find hardly any of them. White Junating, July. Irish Peach, August. Devonshire Quarrenden, August to September. Duchess of Oldenburg, August to September. Peasgoods Nonsuch, September to November. Sam Young, October to December. King of the Pippins, October to January. Court of Wick, October to March. Sykehouse Russet, November to February. Ferns Pippin, November to March. Rainette de Canada, November to April. Ashmead's Kernel, November to April. White Winter Calville, grown under glass, December to March. Braddock's Nonpareil, December to April. Court Pendu Plat, December to April. Northern Spy, December to May. Scarlet Nonpareil, January to March. Lamb Ali Pearmain, January to May. This is just half of the dessert apples. There are 9 varieties of pippin. In addition, the large number of kitchen, i.e. cooking apples, included the Keswick Codlin, the Lord Suffield, the Yorkshire Greening, and the Besspool. How utterly enticing is this information? Just the thing, I'd suggest, to lighten the load between Appin, a coast district of Argyllshire, and Appleton Nathan, 1770 to 1861, American merchant and politician. These days the entry would be preceded by App Store, followed by Apple Computer, and it is just the thing to support the view that the 11th edition may be the most life-affirming Britannica ever made, and the most amenable to a general, open-me-anywhere read. If it wasn't so unwieldy, you might take it everywhere to recite to friends. This is particularly true of the biographical entries, the amuse-bouche of the encyclopedist's art. To open just one spread, pages 714 to 5 in volume 12, provides 7 entries from Gulfstream to Gum. We learn that gulfweed is the popular name for the brown seaweed observed by Columbus. We read of Sir William Withy Gull, 1816 to 90, a clinical physician who believed in never giving his patients false hope, and the first to describe, in 1873, the disease now known as myxedema, defining it as a cretinoid state in adults. We discover the Larinae, Sterninae, Rinchops grouping of gulls, and read how, in 1878, Howard Saunders of the Zoological Society of London counted 49 species. And we encounter the remarkable John Gully, 1783 to 1863, for 5 years the unlikely MP for Pontefract, Yorkshire. Why was he unlikely? Because he was first a sportsman, and for many years it seemed possible that he might never leave his varied fields of play alive. He came into prominence as a boxer, and in 1805 he was matched against Henry Pearce, the game chicken, before the Duke of Clarence, afterwards William IV, and numerous other spectators. And after fighting 64 rounds, which occupied an hour and 17 minutes, was beaten. In 1807 he twice fought Bob Gregson, the Lancashire giant, for 200 guineas a side, winning on both occasions. As the landlord of the Plough Tavern in Carey Street, London, he retired from the ring in 1808 and took to horse racing. In 1827 he lost £40,000 by backing his horse Mameluke, for which he had paid 4,000 guineas, for the St. Leger. In partnership with Robert Ridscale, in 1832 he made £85,000 by winning the Derby and St. Leger with St. Giles and Margrave. In partnership with John Day, he won the 2,000 guineas with Ugly Buck in 1844, and 2 years later he took the Derby and the Oaks with Pyrrhus I and Mendicant. In 1854, the 2,000 guineas with Hermit, and in the same year, in partnership with Henry Padwick, the Derby with Andover. Gully was twice married and had 12 children by each wife. He appears to have been no relation of the subsequent Speaker, Lord Selby. 64 rounds, the game chicken, 24 children in all, appears to have been no relation. We not only forgive but celebrate the idiosyncrasies. These entries were far from algorithmic in their construction. The 11th edition contained more biographies than any previous Britannica, many vivid with human foible and eccentricity. Hans Koning was both delighted and alarmed by the number of bizarre Germans included, not least princelings and captains of long-forgotten military campaigns, and the amazing number of times little towns popped up with names like Ingolstadt. No subject was too insignificant. Friedrich Rudolf Ludwig, for example, had a book of poems published posthumously in 1700, which were, for the most part, dry and stilted imitations of French and Latin models, but not so dry or stilted that they were considered unworthy of mention. And inclusion began young. Christian Heinrich Heineken was a talented student of history and spoke Latin and French, and all by the age of 3. Alas, he died at the age of 4 in 1725. Of course, there were weaknesses. There was a blindness towards issues we may now consider important, Freud and psychoanalysis, and a squeamishness around sex, which ensured there was no entry on sex. Conversely, there was plenty of sober coverage of topics we would now regard as dubious, poltergeists and other paranormal activity, phrenology. We may attempt to pardon both omissions and errors with the catch-all explanation we use so often these days. Those were different times, with different values and codes. Ignorant historical errors of judgment will always be easy prey for those who come later. In his introduction, the editor Hugh Chisholm carefully embraced the concept of controversy, something encyclopedists had previously been reluctant to do. Despite their revolutionary leanings, Diderot and d'Alembert were careful not to specifically endorse contentious entries for fear of imprisonment. Inclusion was endorsement enough. Chisholm welcomed debate, for impartiality does not consist in concealing criticism or in withholding the knowledge of divergent opinion, but in an attitude of scientific respect. But then, we must face the entry entitled Negro. This is more than problematic, a prejudice so extreme that it can neither be explained nor forgiven, and yet remains visible, cold and hard, on library shelves In my own beloved London library, indeed, not 10 yards from where I'm writing this, on an upper shelf, a shadow waiting to fall. It would be difficult to imagine assumptions more offensive. The entry will most likely leave you breathless, for it is history as written, and in 1911 it was believed to be both true and wise. It was written by Thomas Athold Joyce, the chief ethnographer at the British Museum. Negro, from Latin niger, black. In anthropology, the designation of the distinctly dark-skinned as opposed to the fair, yellow, and brown variations of mankind. The colour of the skin, which is also distinguished by a velvety surface and a characteristic odour, is due not to the presence of any special pigment, but to the greater abundance of the colouring matter in the Malpighian mucous membrane between the inner, or true skin, and the epidermis, or scarf skin. This colouring matter is not distributed equally over the body and does not reach its fullest development until some weeks after birth, so that newborn babies are a reddish chocolate or copper colour. But excess of pigmentation is not confined to the skin. Spots of pigment are often found in some of the internal organs, such as the liver, spleen, etc. Other characteristics appear to be a hypertrophy of the organs of excretion, a more developed venous system, and a less voluminous brain, as compared with the white races. It was of its time, of course, and it serves to remind us what a time it was. It will come as little relief or even surprise that Britannica expressed similarly assured prejudices against Chinese, Afghans, Arabs, and Native Americans. Other judgments appear so naive as to be almost comical. Anti-Semitism, for example, was a passing phase in the history of culture. Some of these slurs appeared as a theoretical and political act, and chimed with the encyclopedia's entry for civilization, which calls for the betterment of the race through wise application of the laws of heredity. Footnote. Dennis Boyles points out that the notoriety, i.e. blatant racism, of the Negro article has ensured that it is one of the 11th edition's most widely read. There is no record of any conflict or objection from the encyclopedia's editors or fellow contributors at the time of sale, and any objection from readers may have been treated just like an objection to any other entry, and dismissed with the assuredness that populates the rest of the publication. You may choose not to read on, but for factual context I've included some further representative extracts below. Mentally, the Negro is inferior to the white. The remark of F. Manetta, made after a long study of the Negro in America, may be taken as generally true of the whole race. The Negro children were sharp, intelligent, and full of vivacity, but on approaching the adult period, a gradual change set in. The intellect seemed to become clouded, animation giving place to a sort of lethargy, briskness yielding to indolence. It would be generally, but not universally, held also that the Negroes in the United States progressed under slavery, that they were far better qualified for incorporation as a vital and contributing element of the country's civilization at the time of their emancipation than they were on arrival, or than an equal number of their African kindred would have been. But probably the rate of progress has been more rapid under freedom than it was under slavery. The Negroes in the United States have played and are playing an important and necessary part in the industrial and economic life of the southern states, in which, in 1908, they formed about 1/3 of the population. But that life was changing with marvelous rapidity, becoming less simple, less agricultural and patriarchal, more manufacturing and commercial, more strenuous and complex. It was too early to say whether the Negroes would be given an equal or a fair opportunity to show that they could be as serviceable or more serviceable in such a civilization as they had been in that which was passing away, and whether the race would show itself able to accept and improve such chances as were afforded, and to remain in the future under these changing circumstances as they had been in the past, a vital and essential part of the life of the nation. It is a particular misfortune of Britannica's wide-ranging influence and authority that it may have both delayed and withheld the possibility of progress advanced in the paragraph above. In 1970, a social studies teacher in New York called Irving Sloan published a survey of the treatment of black Americans in 9 popular encyclopedias. He found considerable improvement in recent decades, including far more comprehensive and less prejudiced articles on the general history of the Afro-American. But he also noted a paucity of individual entries on the achievements of black men and very few for black women. End footnote. For many years after its launch, Britannica's 11th edition continued to be promoted as something between a knowledge circus and the latest time-saving gadget. Whereas once the Britannica was sold primarily on content, the caliber of its professors, the unique material between its covers, it was increasingly being marketed on price and value. At the present price, an advertisement in the American magazine proclaimed, it was the cheapest book ever published. How so? Because it eliminated the need for a reference library of 400 to 500 books and would be about 1/7 of the cost. The set also eliminated 16 arduous years of ordinary book buying. The entire set would be yours for $5 down, followed by $5 per volume for 37 or 47 months, depending on your choice of dark green sheepskin or dark red full Morocco. There was also a 31-month miserly cloth binding, regarded as entirely satisfactory by those who had to choose the cheapest form, and a version in full limp velvet suede, price on application. The advertising entry in the 11th edition, written by its advertising manager, Henry R. Haxton, expressed a common concern. In the French and some English newspapers, where an advertisement is often given the form of an item of news, the reader is distressed by the constant fear of being hoodwinked. But in 1913, 2 years after it launched, Haxton wrote another advertisement celebrating his and his encyclopedia's success. Published in the Times, it certainly matched the product it was selling, a thicket of text, explaining why this edition was superior to all its predecessors, and no feature was omitted. It was the most successful book of our time. In the last 2 years, Haxton claimed, it had sold 40,000 sets, or 1,160,000 volumes, making it imperative not to sell the encyclopedia, but merely to fulfill existing orders. But now, with only 10% remaining, the set was available once more. The reader had a choice of paper, either heavy book paper, which brought each volume in at 2 3/4 inches, or English-made opaque Indian paper, which made the volumes only 1 inch thick. This innovation was an inspiration of genius. Inevitably, Britannica would make the ideal Christmas present, and it was now so cheap that a clever reader would consider buying numerous sets as both an investment in knowledge and an investment in itself. I bought 2 copies for the benefit of my 2 sets of grandchildren, Dr. C.W. Eliot, President Emeritus of Harvard, happily informed the campaign. I find them altogether admirable, and my grandchildren, who are at the most inquisitive ages, are of the same opinion. But not everyone thought highly of it. A review by Joseph Jacobs in the New York Times criticized the extent to which it relied on articles reprinted from earlier editions. He estimated that not more than 1/5 of the content was absolutely new. Hugh Chisholm replied that the obverse was the case. Not more than about 1/5 was retained from previous editions. He claimed that a quick survey of 1 volume found only 16% had appeared in the 10th edition. I know it to be a fact that no previous edition has been so original in its matter as compared with its predecessor, as that which I have had the honor of directing to its conclusion. The most forceful and prolonged battering came from the critic and poet William Huntington Wright, who also wrote detective novels under the name S.S. Van Dyne. Wright Van Dyne's entry in Britannica.com lists many of his titles, including his philosophy primer, What Nietzsche Taught, 1915, and The Kennel Murder Case, 1933. But there is one significant omission: Misinforming a Nation, 1917. This was a 220-page assessment of how America had fallen fatally under the spell of the assumed cultural superiority of England, noting how everything English was consistently overvalued and overpraised on American shores. Wright's assault was fueled by what he saw as English contempt for Catholicism, coupled with an intellectual prejudice he perceived against all aspects of American beliefs and aesthetics. The majority of his ammunition was employed specifically against Britannica's 11th edition. This distorted, insular, incomplete, and suggestively British reference work. Its framework was narrow and parochial, and he could find no more vicious and dangerous intellectual influence on young American minds. If accepted as in any way authoritative, it would retard our intellectual development fully 20 years. Wright barely drew breath. He also found that, far from being universal, the encyclopedia was rather the home of second- and third-rate Englishmen, given space and praise much greater than that accorded truly great men of other nations. The vocabulary of hyperbole has been practically exhausted in setting forth the dubious merits of this reference work. The ethics and decencies of ordinary honest commerce have been thrown to the wind. His complaints appear not to have affected sales. The 11th edition was an extraordinary global success. It sold about 1 million sets, more than every previous edition combined. It won a famous army of fans, not least Ernest Shackleton, who took the entire edition on his 2-year voyage aboard Endurance, and would report how it saved him and his crew socially and psychologically as they battled the Antarctic ice. They believed they were carrying the sum of human civilization along with them, a talisman in which they would themselves soon feature as heroes. The 11th edition was also to be the last of its kind, the last to be so sure of itself, the last before the war. Many of its contributors died between 1914 and 1918, and with them died the superiority, the callousness, and the downright brilliant know-it-all assertiveness of Britannica's imperial tone. As Hans Koning concludes, one is almost tempted to envy the writers their doubtlessness in this unthreatened world. The key word here is almost. One re-examines the entry that observed how the Negro had dark, tightly curled hair of the woolly or frizzly type, or the lines that claim Haitians are ignorant and lazy. The Chinese character is inferior to the European, and the Afghan is cruel and crafty. And one begins to understand how the next generation of Britannica readers, those children who were once told they would be intellectually undernourished if they didn't consume its pages, might form their worldview. Little Women. In 1926, Janet Courtney published a memoir called Recollected in Tranquility, a title suggesting her career had hitherto been hectic. She had worked as a secretary at the Royal Commission on Labour and as a clerk at the Bank of England, but her most interesting years occurred at the High Holborn offices of Britannica. She was a linchpin of administration, a role that entailed discretion, sublimation, and being underappreciated on a daily basis. But in December 1910, at the launch of the 11th edition, when she was still known as Janet Hogarth, she had a rare evening in the limelight, albeit in a tokenistic way, when she was called upon to give a speech at a banquet celebrating the role of women at the encyclopedia. The banquet was at the Savoy. the last in a sequence of 4. The first 3 had been men only. Hogarth adored her job, and most of her colleagues. There never was an office so gay, so self-confident, so crowded, so uncomfortable, yet so irresistible in its attraction. She was proud of her own entries in the new edition, most of them small, and all of them unsigned, and prouder still of her achievements as chief indexer, a highly complicated assignment covering and cross-referencing 30,000 pages in less than a year, 500,000 separate entries, a volume in itself. She was introduced at the dinner by the editor Hugh Chisholm, who praised the number of women who had lent their assistance to bring the 11th edition to publication. The number of contributors was still small compared to men, but in the sections relating to social and purely feminine affairs, their contributions were of the first importance. Footnote: it was not immediately clear what these purely feminine affairs consisted of, but an American advertisement for the 11th edition sold by Sears, Roebuck & Co. provides a clue. Beneath the subheading, The Britannica in Women's Affairs, we read that the encyclopedia gives to the woman fundamental information on politics, on economics, child welfare, domestic science, on foods and their relative values, on hygiene, sanitation, home decorations, furniture, rugs, and furnishings. End footnote. Rising to her feet after the meal, holding a cigarette, Hogarth observed how the lighting in the ballroom had been softened to make us look our best. She said that the cleverest answer to the question, "What are women put into this world for?" was to keep the men's head straight. And she agreed that although the number of women was still small, at the launch of the 9th edition 35 years before, if anyone had suggested to the then editors and proprietors that women's share in the work should be not only acknowledged but proclaimed upon the housetops, the suggestion would have been regarded as absolutely revolutionary, if not positively indecent. But now, as the Daily Telegraph reported a few days after Hogarth's speech, Britannica had given them the chance to demonstrate in this way their rightful place in the learned world. Up to a point. It was true that Britannica had always been a male preserve. Indeed, this had barely changed for more than a century since the first edition of 1768, the one that had succinctly informed readers who chanced upon the entry "woman" that they were the female equivalent of man and should see homo. But even now the improvement was marginal. In the 10th edition, compiled by almost 1,800 contributors, only 37 had been women. In the 11th, the figure was actually smaller, at 35 women, although the total was also smaller, at about 1,500. A woman's rightful place in the learned world amounted to less than 2.5%. As the historian Gillian Thomas points out in her biographical study of those 35 women, a position to command respect, far from being proclaimed upon the housetops, as Hogarth claimed, the vast amount of women's work on the 11th Britannica was invisible and unacknowledged. Gillian Thomas attempts to rectify this by recognizing the many women who acted as literary devils on Britannica, a term encompassing ghostwriting, researching long articles that would be credited to men, and writing small articles that usually went uncredited. These included Agnes Muriel Clay, a tutor in classics at Oxford, Agnes Mary Clark, a classical scholar at Trinity College, Dublin, and the author of 4 books on astronomy, Pearl Craigie, classical scholar at University College London, a popular novelist and playwright, Agnes Mary Duclos, poet and literary critic, whose contributions to the Times Literary Supplement introduced English readers to Proust, Alice B. Gomm, a founder of the Folklore Society, Margaret Lady Huggins, a leader in spectrography and honorary member of the Royal Astronomical Society, Flora Lady Lugard, colonial editor of the Times, and Alice Meynell, poet and essayist. The women shared differing and unpredictable political views. One, Lady Amelia Dilke, was a committed trades unionist, while Agnes Clay was involved in the Association for the Education of Women. Others, including Pearl Craigie, Mary Ward and Janet Hogarth, were supportive of the anti-suffrage movement, arguing that women should stay above the fray of demeaning politics, fearing that a woman's influence in the home and education of children would be adversely affected. But not all their contributions were anonymous. The more unusual their specialisms, the more they received personal acknowledgement. Alice Gomme wrote on children's games, Mary Ward wrote on Spain, Jessie Weston on Arthurian legends, Flora Shaw tackled the British Empire, Victoria Lady Welby explained significs, a precursor to the study of semiotics. It was primarily in areas of the traditional university syllabus that their work was ignored, not least in the fields of classics, mathematics, and science. The content of the 11th Britannica was, predictably, also very male-dominated. There was no entry for Marie Curie, for example, despite the extensive coverage given to radioactivity elsewhere. Her work and her Nobel Prize for Physics was covered only briefly in the entry about her husband, Pierre Curie. Elsewhere, historical events seem to have been placed in what Thomas calls a hall of distorting mirrors. The story of Madame Roland, a popular hero of the French Revolution, appears only within a biographical entry for her husband, Jean-Marie Roland. While she occupies almost 3/4 of the text, the heading and the story's frame implies that the reader's attention ought to be devoted to her husband, even though the article itself can find little to say about him. The strangest entry was the one entitled Women. This is signed simply X, the only lengthy article in the whole edition with this credit, and it is thought to have been written by the editor Chisholm himself. It runs to 7 pages, compared to 10 on the subsequent wood carving, and betrays signs of wrangling. Much of the article is devoted to the legal standing of women in a historical and matrimonial context, and the issue of education, where it manages to be both chivalrous and patronizing, describing the temperate, calm, earnest demeanor of women as a credit to school and university teaching, something that has awakened admiration and respect from all. Women are said to have invaded other professions, including journalism, law copying, plan tracing, and factory inspection, where nonetheless they are found to be hard-working, persevering, and capable, and quite able to hold their ground. A woman may also succeed as a queen and regent. The other main topic concerns women's suffrage, something Britannica appears to be largely against. The word suffrage and the subject of the vote seem initially so unpalatable that their appearance is replaced by the movement for the abolition of the sex distinction in respect of the right conferred upon certain citizens to share in the election of parliamentary representatives. Footnote: in the 1950s, Herman Kogan wrote that Britannica's Walter Just, the editor of the 14th edition, was apparently surprised when informed by the historian Mary Ritter Beard how few were the biographies of women compared to men. Of roughly 13,000, fewer than 800 described the lives of women. Just asked Beard for a list of omissions, and she obliged. Subsequent progress was slow. End footnote. There was another reason why the entry entitled Women was subject to wrangling, an error in carpentry. The bookcases for the 11th edition had been ordered and built a year before the completion of the set, and when it was clear the edition would run to one more volume than originally planned, Hugh Chisholm faced a dilemma. According to Gillian Thomas, he issued instructions to keep entries beginning W to Z down to a minimum. But Janet Hogarth, the contributor and chief indexer, recalled how Chisholm once tried to justify cutting the entry on women in its entirety. I vividly remember a winter afternoon when he called me into council, as he called it, in the editorial sanctum, which meant that whilst I sat meekly by the fire, he walked up and down expounding to me that the then position of women as an integral part of the human race made it unnecessary to write about them as though they were a race apart. I cordially but respectfully agreed, and we decided that only a few columns chronicling the suffrage movement and certain educational advances need be inserted. More than any other publication, the storage of encyclopedias has always been an issue. But storage can also be an affectation, and from the time in 1860 when the 8th edition offered a £3 revolving mahogany bookcase to house its 21 volumes, spinning furniture became as much a status symbol as the books it was holding. By the time of the 11th edition, it had become an important selling point for the set, with 3 different designs. The first was a mahogany single-tier open case topped by a narrow consulting table, while the other 2 came in Jacobean oak, with glass fronts, one of sturdy and compact design, with the volumes placed vertically in 3 rows, the other of a more precarious build, resembling a grandfather clock, with all the books stacked horizontally flat on top of each other. They were all free, the way a mobile phone may now come free with a 36-month contract and only available while stocks last, which almost certainly meant while demand lasts. By 1930, the bookcases had become a dominant feature in the advertisements. Presented free with each set is a beautiful bookcase table, made of solid brown mahogany, proclaimed one, with everything in the accompanying photograph just as solid. A dad smoking his pipe in a chair by the edge of the bookcase, his wife on the edge of the chair consulting the Britannica, the long bookcase centre stage with a lamp and vase on it, and behind the bookcase 2 very engaged children, a boy and a girl, each busting their buttons to get their hands on their mother's volume. A few years later, a family in Port Washington, New York, posed on 2 sofas with the Americana in a bookcase between them. The Americana made a real improvement in the homework of our 15-year-old daughter Kathleen in just a few months, reported Mrs. Raymond Saunders. When people ask us if we use the Americana much, we just point to the bookcase, for at least one volume is always out of place and being used by one of the children. And Mrs. Howard W. Colburn of Goodwater, Alaska, concurred. My oldest boy even learned how to work his algebra problems from the article on algebra. M. Method. We do not have the guidance notes given to contributors for the 11th edition of Britannica, but we do have them for the next major set, published 18 years later in 1929. It's a revealing document, part style sheet, part commissioning form, part sincere editorial cheerleading. And as a statement of intent, it provides a rare insight into encyclopedic purpose early in the 20th century. Produced at Britannica's London headquarters in High Holborn in the spring of 1927, it began by justifying why a new epoch-making edition was necessary. It is planned to perform a service for the average intelligent man or woman that has never been done before. It has been attempted only in part, and then inadequately and intermittently. The proposed service was the continuation of a familiar policy, the further broadening of accessibility, the further diminution of the ivory tower. The editorial policy was a result of careful study, extending over a period of more than a year. The 12-page leaflet began, "The last few generations, and more particularly the last half-century, have seen an increase in knowledge beyond all precedent. While the man of today does know more than his forebears of 1 or 2 centuries ago, he is relatively much more ignorant. The reason is simple. There has been no organized attempt to present the results of modern research in a form that would be comprehensible to him. This is an age of specialization, and with a few exceptions, specialists have been content to write for other specialists rather than inform the public. Consequently, a vast section of what is known today remains a sealed book to the average person. This situation is one that has caused lively concern to many students of our contemporary life. It is a situation which the new edition of the Britannica will be designed to meet. To bridge the gap between the average reader and modern knowledge, the editors drew up a 15-point plan. In summary, 1. Write every article so that it can be understood by anyone of average intelligence and education. The editors acknowledged that such a task may present a severe limitation on the text, and that many subjects will be difficult to treat in simple language. That problem is one which the contributor must face. There are books, even on relativity, which present that difficult subject so that an intelligent man can grasp it. 2. Be interesting, be lively, be picturesque. Do not antagonize. Do not repel the reader by a dull, forbidding style. 3. Write for a leisured audience and help the reader in the pursuit of their business or hobby. Seek to answer most of the common questions that arise in everyday living. The new readership will include many who are interested in such ordinary practical details as how to repair a Ford or paint a house. 4. The new edition will be designed to grip the attention of the reader and hold it, no matter where he should open a volume. Illustrations will therefore be of the utmost importance, second only to the text. Stand by for a further communication as to how you may assist the art department. 5. Articles should not be local but international and should appeal to readers of English everywhere in the world. The English author writing on, say, wages, trade unions, armies, ships, should not confine himself to facts relating to Great Britain, but should include also the United States, Germany, and such other countries that may be of importance in connection with the subject. 6. Any words or quotations in a foreign language should be translated. 7. Any important article should include not only a bibliography, but also an indication of whether the book in question is for the expert or popular in nature. 8. Don't exceed your commissioned length. It is the maximum, and it will greatly aid the editor if your entry is precisely that amount. Otherwise, the editors will have to condense, a proceeding naturally not pleasing to the contributors, or return to the authors themselves for condensation. 9. Send in your entry promptly. 10. Do not use the ambiguous and excluding words we, us, our, etc. 11. When writing at length, provide cross-headings, subheadings, and side-headings. For example, a long article such as France, electricity, philosophy, should be divided into its important divisions, eras, or whatnot. For example, the French Revolution, the rise of Napoleon, the Battle of Marengo. To make life easier for editor and reader alike, cross-headings should occur every 3,000 to 10,000 words, followed by subheadings at 1,000 to 3,000 words, and then side-headings of 300 to 700 words. Triple wavy lines, double wavy lines, and single wavy lines should distinguish between them. 12. If you must use technical terms, explain them to the non-technical. 13. Always give a person's name in full when used for the first time. 14. Send in your entry typewritten with a carbon copy. One will go to the printer, while the other will immediately be placed in safe custody. 15. When you send in your article, also send in a brief summary of your degrees and other qualifications for inclusion in the contributors panel at the front. Britannica's contributors were coordinated by more than 50 associate editors in London and New York, and they had assembled quite a lineup. Cecil B. DeMille, motion pictures; Lillian Gish, also motion pictures; G.K. Chesterton, Charles Dickens; J.B. Priestley, English literature; T.E. Lawrence, guerrilla warfare; John J. Pershing, the Meuse-Argonne operation; Ralph Vaughan Williams, folk song, Gene Tunney, boxing, Harold Lasky, Bolshevism, Konstantin Stanislavski, theatre directing and acting, Alfred P. Sloan Jr., General Motors, Helen Wills, lawn tennis, JBS Haldane, Heredity, Erte, modern dress, and Orville Wright, Wilbur Wright, and several hundred professors from leading universities. Each of these figures was paid the same as less famous contributors, 2 cents per word, a fee that remained unchanged from 1926 to 1973. In 1926, George Bernard Shaw received $68.50 for his article on socialism, while Albert Einstein received $86.40 for his piece on space-time. Beyond the famous contributors, a great many of the important new articles were in the scientific fields, including the latest thinking about vitamins, carbohydrates, muscular exercise, insulin, X-rays, and stellar evolution. Before they submitted their entries, the contributors received one last pep talk. Their commissioners vowed not to lessen by one hair's breadth the accuracy or authority of their submissions, nor the elevated scholarly position that Britannica enjoyed. But may the editors once more emphasize the great importance of writing all articles in a style so interesting that the average reader who begins them will read to the end. Britannica, after all, was, for many families, the only important educational book to be found in their homes. Its influence in the diffusion of information is and has been profound, and there was a duty to honor that trust. The aim was definitive. The contributors would write the most useful, the most instructive, and the most enlightening work that has ever been produced. The resulting 24-volume 14th edition appeared 2 years later in 1929, and it would remain in print, with minor updates and new printings, for 45 years. One didn't have to be as astute as its writers to surmise that the widening of the encyclopedia's appeal was driven by an equally expansive quest for an increase in sales. And something else, too, an overdue attempt to improve the perception of the encyclopedia in the popular imagination. N. Novelties. This was no small task. The encyclopedia had an image problem, the weight of the object presaging both the density of its contents and the burdens of its makers. The industry didn't invite much clowning around, in other words, and it didn't help that the popular novel chose to focus on the arduous nature of its construction. In the main, fictional encyclopedias are objects of duty, both to write and to purchase. Most often they are drudgery personified, cumbersome as furniture. Dickens set the tone, and Arthur Conan Doyle followed. And by the time Vonnegut and Borges got their hands on a set, the encyclopedia had become an absurd folly, a monument to human futility. Imaginative fiction presented the antithesis of the multi-volume reference book, and it was no wonder that it took until 1910 for Britannica to define what a novel should look like and how it got its name. The word derives from the Latin novus, meaning new. It is the name given in literature to a study of manners founded on an observation of contemporary or recent life, in which the characters, the incidents, and the intrigue are imaginary, and therefore new to the reader. Such a thing was founded on lines running parallel with those of actual history. The entry classifies the novel as a modern form of literature, a sustained story which is not historically true, but might very easily be so. It has been made the vehicle for satire, for instruction, for political or religious exhortation, for technical information. But these were side issues, for the main purpose of the novel is to entertain by a succession of scenes painted from nature and by a thread of emotional narrative. The article was written by the poet, biographer and critic Edmund Goss, a leading reviewer for the Sunday Times, a champion of neglected poetry and librarian to the House of Lords. He identifies key literary trends in France, Spain, Germany, and Russia, where, since Gogol set the pace in the 1830s, the novel has been one of resignation and pity, but wholly divorced from sentimentality. The novels of China, by contrast, are predominantly moralizing and virtuous in intent, not least the 16th or possibly 17th century work The Twice-Flowering Plum Trees. Nearer to home, Gosse reliably singles out Congreve, Fielding, Richardson, and Sterne as central to the early structure of the English form. His tastes run to the traditional. He is scathing of the popular ambitions of most authors. The novel's presence in literary life only became absolutely predominant in the 19th century, after which, he writes, everyone seemed to have a go, able or not. The novel requires, for those who are content to be only fairly proficient in it, less intellectual apparatus than any other species of writing. This does not militate against the fact that the greatest novelists, always a small class, produce work which is as admirable in its art as the finest poetry. But the novel adapts itself to so large a range of readers and covers so vast a ground in the imitation of life that it is the unique branch of literature which may be cultivated without any real distinction or skill, and yet, for the moment, may exercise a powerful purpose. 60 years later, in 1974, Britannica's appreciation of the novel was written by Anthony Burgess. Ranging over many forms of fiction, serious and less so, his approach is predictably more welcoming towards the modern and the experimental. But his own idiosyncrasies are no less apparent. He reasons that it may or may not be accidental that the novels most highly regarded by the world are of considerable length, citing Don Quixote, War and Peace, and David Copperfield. And his own work is seldom far from his mind. Among the novels Burgess selects for special mention in the category of fantasy and prophecy are Orwell's 1984 and A Clockwork Orange by Anthony Burgess, while the books he chooses for his discussion of the upending of classical myth are Joyce's Ulysses and A Vision of Battlements by Anthony Burgess. His entry ran to a novella-ish 22,000 words and displayed great care for structure. Passages on plot were followed by character, setting, narrative, method, and point of view. He found no distinction between plot and story, as both propel the novel through its 100 or 1,000 pages. A plot may be a very simple device, a mere nucleus, a jotting on an old envelope, and he offers 3 examples. Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol might have been conceived as a misanthrope is reformed through certain magical visitations on Christmas Eve. Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice could be plotted as a young couple destined to be married have first to overcome the barriers of pride and prejudice. Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment was a young man commits a crime and is slowly pursued in the direction of his punishment. In 1974, when his entry was published, the reader may have detected a note of frustration in Burgess's claim that the novelist is always faced with the problem of whether it is more important to represent the formlessness of real life, in which there are no beginnings and no ends and very few simple motives for action, or to construct an artifact as well balanced and economical as a table or chair. Burgess concludes that since he is an artist, the claims of art or artifice frequently prevail. He reasoned that the novelist is required to show much ingenuity. The dramatist may take his plot ready-made from fiction or biography, a form of theft sanctioned by Shakespeare, but the novelist has to produce what look like novelties. The fictional encyclopedia has never been a mouth-watering proposition. In David Copperfield, the amenable but plodding clerk Tommy Traddles dreams of the legal profession, but is struggling for funds. When David calls on him at home in Camden Town, they are old school friends, Traddles is working for a man getting up an encyclopedia. He describes himself as a compiler, but it is clear that he is a mere copyist. The work is perfect for him, he reasons, for he has no invention at all, not a particle. He supposed, there never was a young man with less originality than I have. About 40 years later, in The Red-Headed League, Sherlock Holmes encounters Jabez Wilson, a pawnbroker described by Watson as obese, pompous, and slow. He too is earning money by copying, on this occasion, abbots, archery, and architecture from Britannica. But before beginning on the bees, he uncovers the true reason for his dreary and diversionary employment. His paymasters are not publishers, but bank robbers, digging a tunnel that ends up at his pawn shop. In the short story Where I Live from 1964, Kurt Vonnegut shifts the focus to commerce. His narrator describes a salesman trying to sell the latest Britannica to a baffled librarian in a rundown place on Cape Cod's North Shore called Barnstaple Village. The library has an edition from 1938, backstopped by a 1910 Americana, and the salesman observes that rather a lot has happened since those volumes appeared, including penicillin and a world war, and the town's children would surely fall behind without his updates. But the librarian can't make these purchasing decisions without consulting his trustees, and they are nowhere to be found. So the salesman wanders around, describing what he sees in the village, not all of it charmless, and then, one supposes, leaves the area in pursuit of better leads. At the end of the story, the reader learns that the library has indeed provided shelf space to the new Britannica and a new Americana too, both of which mention the Iron Curtain. But so far, the school marks of the children and the conversation of the adults have not conspicuously improved. In 1975, the Argentine writer Jorge Luis Borges introduced another salesman, this one selling Bibles. He knocks on the door of the narrator, but the narrator already has a lot of Bibles, including rare ones. Both salesman and narrator are unnamed. The salesman says he also has one other book, something special, the Book of Sand. It is special because it's always producing more pages and has unpredictable pagination. Page 40,514 is followed by 999. The little primitive illustrations are equally mysterious, appearing and vanishing at whim. Footnote: Professor Richard Yeo has observed that real encyclopedias were very much a part of Borges' life. In an autobiographical essay, the author remembers the steel engravings of his father's Britannica, and how, after winning a literary prize in 1929, he bought his own second-hand copy of the 11th edition. End footnote. The salesman reveals he is a Presbyterian Scot from the Orkneys, which may or may not be relevant, though it does throw up a link with Britannica's first editor, William Smellie. A deal is arranged, the salesman departs, and the book becomes an immediate burden to its new owner. This obscene thing that affronted and tainted reality itself. He decides to lose it in the vast Argentine National Library, a leaf in a forest, to be found only by chance. This was the terror of the never-ending encyclopedia, and its resting place brought to mind another of Borges' stories, The Library of Babel from 1941, in which the library was itself a universe, a Byzantine series of hexagonal chambers containing every book ever written on every subject in every language. The library is finite, but the books are infinite, and most are gibberish, and it is the hapless librarian's and reader's task to locate and interpret those that aren't. Somewhere, there may even be a librarian who understands the system in which these books are categorized, and somewhere in this labyrinth there may be one book with an index to all the others. Borges' parable presented a desperate acknowledgement of the overwhelming inexactitude of words and knowledge, and the futility of trying to contain either. but within it lay an element of hope. Somewhere there was that mythical person who could understand and explain it all, that figure on the mountaintop. It has always been the encyclopedia salesman's mantra that this person could be you. Unless your name is Clarence Wilmot, the troubled figure at the beginning of John Updike's In the Beauty of the Lilies. Wilmot is a church minister in Paterson, New Jersey, who loses his faith. To feed his family, he answers an advertisement in the local newspaper for door-to-door salesmen. It's going to be a tough job. It is 1913, and Paterson is reeling from a strike at the silk mill. Hardly anyone has any spare money for encyclopedias, and those who do don't want one. And they especially don't want the Popular Encyclopedia, a cruelly misleading title. The Popular costs $3.15 for each of its 24 volumes, and once you have the set, a free walnut-stained cabinet will also be yours, an heirloom for your children and your children's children, etc. For each volume sold, Wilmot gets $1, but Wilmot's 3 children are ever hungry. As he trudges around in the snow, he has doors slammed in his face by frightened maids, on orders he could hear shouted within rooms curtained from view. At the few thresholds he does cross, he finds he has been admitted merely to alleviate the householder's boredom. He unfurls his demo books and sample pages and reels off the stats. More than 30 million words, 25,000 entries from more than 1,000 contributors, all the way from Aachen to Zwickau. Clarence Wilmot proclaimed that 85% of the authors were American, in sharp contrast with an unnamed competitor whose contributors and emphasis were preponderantly British. Wilmot is occasionally welcomed into a home, but then toyed with. On one visit, his host marches him over to a study and to the recently issued 11th edition of Britannica, and although Wilmot protests that any true American would find far more to interest them in the Popular, and at a far better price, he is barely listened to. His mark, described by Updike as a bespectacled, sallow retired accountant or clerk, tells him, "I don't envy you your task, trying to sell books of knowledge in a city where ignorance is up on a high horse." Once or twice our man finds a sympathetic ear. "My English not good," says one Polish immigrant. "Never can read. But my children, maybe, already they speak good." Clarence tells the man, who was once employed at the mill, that his encyclopedia will ensure his children get high marks at school. But then comes the heartbreak for both salesman and his prospect. "Not good time now, mister. Strike. Come back when strike one. You a good man. I like your ideas. America the best country." Clarence Wilmot then meets Mavis, an eager and willing buyer. But she is a friend of his family, and when she asks to examine his wares, he takes pity on her. Quite worthless, really. A less expensive American imitation of a British encyclopedia. An encyclopedia, you might say, is a blasphemy, a commercially inspired attempt to play God by creating in print a replica of creation. But Mavis won't let him go. She has heard encyclopedias are all the rage. They are, he agrees. They are in the air now, along with radiotelegraphy and flying machines. Encyclopedias began, more or less, with a Frenchman named Diderot. You don't want these books, Mavis. There was one more reason Wilmot was reluctant to sell his friend the Popular. He believed that all the information within an encyclopedia breaks your heart in the end, because it leaves you as alone and bewildered as you were not knowing anything. Wilmot had a point, and Updike did too. His novel was published in 1996, by which time personal computers were in millions of homes. Apple was already 20, and the problem of information storage and retrieval had met a viable solution. But in 1913, when Wilmot was doing his rounds, the idea of owning knowledge in a preordained manner was as daunting as it was attractive. It was necessarily a new religion. Its editor, a god. Its contributors, the clergy. one need look no further than Britannica's 11th edition to see how assured this new order was, and how it left no room for doubt or debate. We were long past that point where the Greeks aspired to compiling a circle of knowledge that could be memorized. Faced with an encyclopedic gathering in 24 volumes, the reader may only acknowledge that they have yet to learn how unspecialized they are and how lacking even in general knowledge. And thus, Wilmot's customers faced their inadequacies and fears, for there their volumes would sit, the hand-tooling pristine, the calfskin not yet creased, too solemn to even wink at us, the Tower of London in print, something always there and therefore seldom accessed. So, we approach this pass, just over midway in the alphabet, the encyclopedia as problem, as fallacy, something no longer suited to its environment. Perhaps it will rise again, but for now there does appear to be an alternative to the multi-volume set of tightly bound knowledge. A few years before Updike's Wilmot began plying his trade in New Jersey, two outrageously ambitious Belgians were conceiving an entirely different method of knowledge compilation and retrieval, an information system they hoped would provide access to all the world's learning in one place. The system involved a vast collection of 3x5 index cards, and as preposterous as it may appear to us now, it once represented a daring and viable future. O. Otley, Paul. In the pedestrianised centre of the fortified city of Mons, western Belgium, lies the Mundaneum, a monument to a valiant dream. It consists of 3 floors of plans, photographs, a large globe, a reproduction of a multimedia desk known as the Mondothèque, and tall banks of wooden filing cabinets, beautiful in their worn patina and general disrepair. The physical remains of what its founder hoped would be an encyclopedic synthesis, embracing everything we know. Today it is a popular tourist attraction, and it was particularly popular during 2015, when Mons was the European capital of culture, and the curators popularized the notion that the Mundaneum was like Google but on paper. One walks around in ceremonial reverence. You may feel you are performing an autopsy on a brain. The items displayed here were originally designed as both a conceptual and practical factory of knowledge compression, formed from a belief that traditional printed encyclopedias had run their course, and that new electric communication systems should now bring the greatest knowledge to the greatest number of people, not least those who were responsible enough to act magnanimously with it. Its founders were Paul Otley and Henri Lafontaine, 2 bespectacled bibliophiles with earnest demeanours and serious facial hair. Fontaine, born in 1854, Otley in 1868, each committed to the pursuit of peace and the rights of women, and both intrigued by the possibilities of creating something even the most intoxicated editor of Britannica would never dare envisage, a complete catalogue of the world. The pair met in the early 1890s while assisting on the compilation of the definitive book of Belgian jurisprudence. But like an encyclopedia, a definitive book of law would only remain so until the law changed. Otley and Lafontaine were fascinated by what they saw as a formidable increase in the flow of information in all spheres of their lives, not least the new technological advances in production and transport, and their attendant philosophical theories about where they would lead. They saw the possibilities of global communication, the world expanding and shrinking simultaneously. And rather than being daunted by this inexorable expansion, they were excited by the potential to contain it. Summarizing his thinking in later years, Otley spoke of the need for new instruments to comprehend humanity. Or, the intellect will never know how to overcome the difficulties which overwhelm it, nor realize the progress that it glimpses and to which it aspires. The earliest and grandest public demonstration of this thinking was unveiled, to some scoffing, at the Paris Expo of 1900. Belgium once had an expanding and intimidating Victorian empire, not to say a grimly exploitative one, and now was the time to bring all its fragmented colonial knowledge home on clean white card. The Expo was, after all, a good place for nationalistic boasting, and the stands that attracted the most attention were the ones with the greatest novelty. Oettli and La Fontaine certainly had that. They told everyone they met that even the best encyclopedias had their limitations, for they were part of an old order. They were cumbersome to update, and despite the best attempts of the smartest editors, it was almost impossible to make meaningful connections between topics or theories. But now there was a new way. La Fontaine and Oettli, accompanied by Léonie La Fontaine, Henri's sister, would attempt to incorporate the best encyclopedic principles with new communications technologies and global change. Not a minor quest, clearly. More like slaying a dragon. And it wasn't an ambition even the most far-thinking print encyclopedists would dare to entertain. Their earliest physical manifestation of this was called Répertoire bibliographique universel, and today it might strike us as both quaint and overly familiar, for the original, circa 1895, resembled, in fact was, a stocky wooden filing cabinet divided into 72 small trays, each with a metal handle and a slot for a removable label. A visitor in a hurry might have thought they were promoting office furniture. To Oettli and the La Fontaines, the filing cabinet more closely resembled a bank vault, each tray a safe deposit box. For here were the connections between all the publications in the world, or at least their beginnings. The indexing was based on Melville Dewey's American Library Decimal Classification System of 1876, although Oettli and La Fontaine would soon come to see it as too limited for their needs. They divided their topics in ways that would not have been unfamiliar to Ephraim Chambers compiling his Cyclopedia in the 1720s. They used Dewey's 10-category schedules: 0, generalities; 1, philosophy and psychology; 2, religion and theology; 3, social sciences; 4, vacant; 5, natural sciences and mathematics; 6, technology; 7, the arts; 8, language, linguistics and literature; 9, geography, biography and history. The vacancy at 4, achieved by combining language and literature, was an attempt at future-proofing, making space for an exciting new subject matter in the years to come. The new system also eliminated the decimal from Dewey Decimal, enabling a more fluid interplay of relationships between topics. 5.1 plus 5.3, for example, would connect mathematics and chemistry, while 6.3:30 would suggest statistics relating to agriculture. Behind this lay a system of what Alex Wright calls brute force indexing, a hard-hatted method of categorizing all human knowledge into 4 elements: facts, interpretation of facts, statistics, and sources. This sidelined creativity in favor of essential gutting. The ideal, according to Oettli, would be to strip each article or each chapter in a book of whatever is a matter of fine language or repetition or padding, and to collect separately, on cards, whatever is new and adds to knowledge. Oettli is preempting the modern computer search engine. As Wright observes, Umberto Eco's distinction between books to be read and books to be consulted seems relevant. By the end of 1895, the Belgians had already amassed more than 400,000 entries in their catalogue, growing to 1.5 million at the end of 1897. By the time they presented their ideas at the Paris Expo in a series of lectures and displays, the figure stood close to 3 million, and they had received royal approval for the establishment of their Office of International Bibliography. Henri Lafontaine classified his aims as nothing less than a question of creating a world depot where all human ideas can be automatically stored in order to be spread afterwards among people with a minimum of effort and a maximum of effectiveness. Paul Otlet hoped to copy his card bibliography for distribution to leading libraries throughout the world and hoped for reciprocal input as a result. Not for the first time, ambition was thwarted by the limitations of technology. Rather than replicate their card system, the Belgians were obliged to reverse compile it back into a very fat book, and then encourage recipients to cut out the strips of information on each page and stick them to cards themselves. The book wasn't an encyclopedia, it was rather information about where information could be obtained. Otlet and Lafontaine were dismissed in the Belgian press as solemn fools, wishing to turn a whole pulsating city into cards. But Otlet in particular seemed inured to ridicule, and swiftly expanded his thinking into many areas beyond the index card, all of them optimistic, some of them hubristic, others conceivably torn from the pages of Amazing Stories magazine. He was driven by the death of his son in the last year of the Great War, and he often declared that only by the global sharing of information could future conflict be averted. He was involved with the founding of the League of Nations and resolved to devote his life to the formation of a great human city, completely devoted to peace. We are fortunate to still have access to the vast amount of the visual demonstration material that Otlet and Lafontaine created in the course of their 50-year passion, not to mention the index cards a visitor may peruse freely in their filing cabinets. Some of the graphic posters resemble vast and complex pyramids, with tiny writing and lots of arrows. Others seem to anticipate the pictorial spreads in a Dorling Kindersley book. A geopolitical atlas on boards takes its place next to a sketch of an ideal international museum, while a chart delineating the governing structure of the Union of International Associations hangs near a three-dimensional plan of the ideal classification and presentation of didactic material. For years, these items were gathered at the opulent Palais Mondial in Brussels, but when they were ignominiously displaced by a rubber trade fair in 1923, Otlet was forced to store them in a variety of unsuitable locations, including his home and the basements of buildings throughout Belgium. Only in 1998, 54 years after his death, did they take their permanent and honoured place at the new Mundaneum in Mons. What did the traditional encyclopedists make of all this? Not much. They certainly didn't appear to be threatened by Otlet and Lafontaine's new systems. Most editors seemed too busy updating their editions. But the remnants in Mons are deeply prescient. Paul Otlet in particular was grasping towards a future of hyperlinked information retrieval. Inevitably, one thinks of the internet. Although Otlet's vision was primarily tempered by a philanthropic and political liberalism. As his biographer Alex Wright concludes, his tireless endeavours are important not just as a kind of historical curio, but because he envisioned a radically different kind of network, one driven not by corporate profit and personal vanity, but by a utopian vision of intellectual progress, social egalitarianism, and even spiritual liberation. That was the future then. Its zenith, during the last summer before the war seemed inevitable, occurred at a gathering at the Trocadero in Paris in August 1937. It is not unusual for today's historians of technology to look back at that 5-day conference as the dawn of the information age, although back then it was just the plain old World Congress of Universal Documentation. Delegates from 45 countries discussed acquisition, retrieval and storage, all the librarians' favourites, and there was a particular focus on the exciting potential of microfilm. Paul Otlet spoke again on his big subject, the potential of emergent technologies to benefit the scholarly exchange of information, and by implication, a peaceable global government, a United Nations before its time. Not everyone at the conference had such generous internationalist plans. A German delegation delivered a speech ominously titled, "The Domination of Knowledge." Other speakers included H.G. Wells, who had his own last days of empire vision of how the world's knowledge might be colonized and controlled. Like Paul Otlet, the author believed that the answer lay in a universal network. Knowledge alone, if properly organized and disseminated, could still save the world from itself. P. Pantology. 2 months later, on the evening of the 14th of October 1937, H.G. Wells stepped ashore in New York to begin his first lecture tour of the United States. He was 71. He planned 7 talks in 6 weeks, and a few important diversions along the way, including meetings with Henry Ford in Detroit and President Roosevelt in Washington. A reporter at the dockside asked him about the possibility of war, but Wells predicted no conflict for 2 years, because the nations are not quite ready. And he had a scheme to prevent the war happening at all. Lasting peace could be achieved and global prosperity enhanced with a thing he called the World Encyclopedia. It was an ambitious but attainable goal, he told his awed audiences in Boston and Chicago. A sort of mental clearinghouse for the mind, a depot where knowledge and ideas are received, sorted, summarized, digested, clarified, and compared. It would be nothing less than a vibrantly pulsing world brain. It was the epitome of pantology, a systemic view of all human knowledge. Wells had been perfecting this idea since the First World War, but the skies had never been so dark. Only now, he proclaimed, had the prospect of catastrophe turned a faintly fanciful notion into an overwhelming need. A decade before his lecture tour, his photograph had appeared on the cover of Time, thick walrus moustache, self-satisfied countenance. His celebrity had begun with his science fiction novels, The Island of Dr. Moreau, The Invisible Man, The War of the Worlds. But in later years he had developed a reputation as a serious historian. His joint roles as public doom-monger and prophetic problem-solver had met much encouragement in the media, not least because he repeatedly railed against the backward-looking stupidity of the powerful. In 1936, the New York Times visited him at his home overlooking Regent's Park, finding both a divine cockney and the outstanding utopian of this distracted generation. He was a workaholic, with no time for theatre or opera when there were new treatises to write. Age had only strengthened him, or at least hardened him, and in the arena of cross-Atlantic public affairs, he was still too big to be ignored. Previously, Wells had forsworn the American lecture tour for reasons of inadequacy, specifically his weak voice. "The microphone is a great leveler," he announced, but it was just one of the things he regarded with a combination of wonder and terror. The aeroplane shrunk the world, but its bombs destroyed cities. The microphone was a useful boon to dictators. "Our world is changing," he always began his lectures. The script hardly varied from city to city. "And it is changing with an ever-increasing violence. An old world dies about us." The principal culprits were politicians, particularly those who had failed at Versailles and misdirected the League of Nations. They simply refused to acknowledge the extent to which scientific advance clashed with their own centuries-old values. The gap that appeared between the futile amazement of the Great War and the rapidly accelerating progress of the present was now a chasm, and he feared that our leaders were on the wrong and crumbling side of it. And not only politicians, but educators too. He saw the most intelligent individuals in the world, university intellectuals, captains of industry, lawyers and doctors, conquerors of science, and observed their lack of connection with the requirements of modern society. He remarked how seldom their talents were designed to benefit the common good. He had his solution: a world community linked by reason and enlightened thought. In one sense, he argued, such a thing already existed. An immense and ever-increasing wealth of knowledge is scattered about the world today, a wealth of knowledge that might suffice to solve all the mighty difficulties of our age, but that knowledge is still dispersed, unorganized, impotent in the face of adventurous violence and mass excitement. And so he proposed a great encyclopedism, an intellectual authority sufficient to control and direct our collective life. He imagined a permanent institution, untrammeled by precedent, something added to the world network of universities, linking and coordinating them with one another and with the general intelligence of the world. He referred to the great French achievements of Diderot and D'Alembert, and how he would use their spark to launch something vastly more elaborate. They served their purpose at the time, but they are not equal to our current needs. A world encyclopedia would be in continual correspondence with every university, every research institution, every competent discussion, every survey, every statistical bureau in the world. It would develop a directorate and a staff of men in its own type, specialized editors and summarists. They would be very important and distinguished men in the new world. This encyclopedic organization need not be concentrated now in one place. It might have the form of a network. It would centralize mentally, but perhaps not physically. His American lectures were a refined précis of an address delivered the year before at the Royal Institution in London. There he called his oligarchy of professors and other exceptionally competent people a sort of modern priesthood, although religion itself would not play a part. Instead, like Plato, they would make the philosopher king. For the sake of argument, Wells placed himself in the role of ordinary educated citizen. I will ask you to imagine how this World Encyclopedia organization would enter into his life and how it would affect him. From his point of view, the World Encyclopedia would be a row of volumes in his own home, or in some neighboring house, or in a convenient public library, or in any school or college. And in this row of volumes he would, without any great toil or difficulty, find in clear, understandable language and kept up to date the ruling concepts of our social order, the outlines and main particulars in all fields of knowledge, an exact and reasonably detailed picture of our universe, a general history of the world. After this, the student of knowledge could go deeper. The row of volumes would include a trustworthy reference to more detailed primary sources. In fields where there was controversy, casual summaries of opinions would be replaced by very carefully chosen and correlated arguments. Wells proposed that this World Encyclopedia would be the mental background of every intelligent man in the world. Wells foreshadowed Orwell. What a dreadful, dreadful world it will be when everybody thinks alike. But it wouldn't be so, he insisted, decrying a dictatorship of knowledge. That said, some uniformity of order would be required. It may be worthwhile remarking that it really does not enhance the natural variety and beauty of life to have all the clocks in the town keeping individual times of their own, no charts of the sea, no timetables, but trains starting secretly to unspecified destinations. He prioritized a garden over a swamp. He had an early outline of what his new venture should contain. It would begin with an account of the philosophies of the world, compared critically and searchingly. A history of languages would be interesting, followed by the origins and development of writing. Then it would be time for mathematical signs and symbols, accompanied by conceptions of time and space. After that, pure physics. After physics, chemistry and astronomy. Then the general science of life and biographies of scientists, pursued by health and medicine, mental health as well as bodily health, followed by sport and pastimes. Greek and Roman history would now find its unexpected place next to stories of outstanding men and women, next to education, religion, and ethics. Two huge parallel sections would give a double-barreled treatment of economic life, the first covering production and economic organization, the second distribution and finance. Wells's leftist interest in the principles and laws of property would get a look in here, accompanied by an economic geography and global atlas. The final part would have a different tone, for it would deal with beauty, culture, and the artistic life. In this category, aesthetic criticism would pursue its wild, incalculable, unstandardized career, mystically distributing praise and blame towards the cinema, radio, architecture, and the high mystery of the novel. It was quite a soufflé. Wells admitted there was a lot here already covered by the Encyclopédie and Britannica, but now was the time to bring those gallant pioneer essays properly up to date. How much would such a thing cost, he asked himself. Only about £500,000 annually, but as much money to bring it into existence as would launch a modern battleship. Wells thought it preposterous that one newspaper had reported that he was to write the encyclopedia himself. All with my own little hand, out of my own little head, at the age of 70. Instead, he planned to write only an infinitesimal part. He suggested an encyclopedia society to handle the administration. He hoped it would be written in English, but a team of translators should be on hand to make it accessible to everyone in the world. He imagined a bibliography of between 10 and 20,000 items. He hoped the vast enterprise would constitute a world monopoly with no serious competition, and thus income would be generated from its sale to repay the investment. In London, Wells made it clear that while his ideas were yet to be executed, he was not throwing casually formed ideas before you. Instead, I am bringing you my best. One of the earliest manifestations of his thinking, albeit not yet his best, surfaced in The Work, Wealth and Happiness of Mankind in 1932, in which he wrote of the need for an encyclopedia produced by a committee of intellectual cooperation. A photograph in the book shows the central reading room of the British Museum Library. The caption is, "A cell of the world's brain." The room is conspicuously deserted. The section in the book devoted to encyclopedias is useful for the survey of volumes already in existence, an opinionated, potted history not dissimilar to this one, although much more potted. Wells charges through the bases. The great library at Alexandria, which he calls a museum, Aristotle, Pliny's Natural History. He praises Diderot and his first encyclopedia of power, noting its cardinal importance in the intellectual movements of the time, not least the ideological content and impetus it lent the revolution. It released minds, he reasoned, and it set a precedent in recognizing diversity of opinion. He is less impressed with later editions of Britannica. He welcomes part of it, singling out recent entries on architecture, pottery, and porcelain, but he wanted more of a debating arena, on general ideas such as the idea of property or the creative possibilities of financial or political reorganization. Wells wanted radicalization of thought. In other words, something that would reach down to direct the ideological side of human education. Diderot's venture aside, this wasn't something modern encyclopedias were generally proficient at, or desired to be. Footnote: Wells couldn't resist a dig at the airy specialists he saw as Britannica's main contributors. The rooms of these individuals are sometimes in the dignified colleges of universities, sometimes in carefully sought country retreats. These fundamental people are not very gregarious, as a rule. Some are negligently dressed and distraught in their bearing, but for the most part they look fairly well cared for. Wells found this species generally unobtrusive and ineffective. They were not sufficiently political, in other words, or forward-thinking. A single shipyard at work makes more noise than all the original thought of the world put together. End footnote. But this is where his early ideas for the World Encyclopedia slotted in. It would not necessarily be alphabetical, he suggested, but this would constrain its desire for continual updates. It would be philosophical and factual, discursive and organic, consistently liberal rather than predominantly reactionary. And so it was that a few years later, Wells' brief historical survey would rub up against the calamitously violent nature of the world, and germinate, or congeal, or coagulate into his grand encyclopedic scheme on the eve of war. You see how such an encyclopedic organization could spread like a nervous network, a system of mental control about the globe, knitting all the intellectual workers of the world through a common interest and a common medium of expression into a more and more conscious, cooperating unity and a growing sense of their own dignity, informing without pressure or propaganda, directing without tyranny. It may appear, albeit fleetingly, as if Wells, like Paul Otlet before him, was planning the Internet, or rather, the ideal Internet, a force for intellectual good, guided only by the principled. He was closer, perhaps, to Wikipedia, and closer still to a child's view of the world, with a child's eternal optimism and masterfully naive solution to all our great dilemmas. Python, Monty, a diversion. Eric Idle is at the door with malicious intent. He is smiling in that cheeky way he has, but don't be fooled. He is after your family's silver. The door to the flat is answered by a slightly nervous woman, played by John Cleese. The sketch is from November 1969, the first BBC series of Monty Python, the episode entitled Man's Crisis of Identity in the Latter Half of the 20th Century. The woman asks the man what he wants. He says he'd like to come in and steal a few things. The woman is suspicious. Are you an encyclopedia salesman? No, the man repeats. He burgles people. The woman is doubtful. She still thinks he may be an encyclopedia salesman. No, he insists, he's really not. The woman wonders whether, if she lets him in, he'll then sell her a set of encyclopedias. He can't make it any clearer. He'd simply like to come in and ransack her flat. No encyclopedias at all? She asks. Correct. None at all. Still wary, she finally opens the door. Once inside, the man says, Mind you, I don't know whether you've really considered the advantages of owning a really fine set of modern encyclopedias. The sketch shifts to Michael Palin sitting at a desk. That man, he announces, was a successful encyclopedia salesman, but not all of them are quite so successful. Cut to a clip of a man falling from a tall building. And now, Palin says, here are two more unsuccessful encyclopedia salesmen. Cut to two more bodies falling from a tall building. Palin. I think there's a lesson there for all of us. Palin took the lesson to heart. In the 1980s, he published, with fellow Python Terry Jones, Dr. Fegg's Encyclopedia of All World Knowledge, which inevitably had very little knowledge of the world at all. Dr. Fegg was a salivating monstrosity with a blood-soaked axe. His principal source of education was Parkhurst Prison, where he spent time for grievous bodily harm. The previous title of his encyclopedia was Bert Fegg's Nasty Book for Boys and Girls, but this updated edition contained a lot more misinformation. The entries were generally not to be found in other publications. Aladdin and His Terrible Problem, The Patagonian Shoe-Cleaning Rat, Do-It-Yourself Teeth. The Patagonian shoe-cleaning rat was not a fearsome thing, but rather a sad one. This rat lives by hiring itself out as a shoe brush, Once it goes bald, its career is at an end, and it has to rely on what it can make out of selling Patagonian rat's cheese, which, understandably, isn't very popular. By contrast, there was a certain frisson of danger to be found in the entry parlour game, Pass the Bengal Tiger. This game required 7 boys, 7 girls, chairs, wrapping paper, tiger. One plays by passing the wrapped tiger around until the music stops, at which point a child unwraps a layer of paper. Good luck to you. And the loser is the child holding the now completely enraged mammal during the final unwrapping. Q. Questioning. For the child in the real world, the year 1910 began with a lot of questions. Do animals know when they are treated kindly? Is the country healthier than the town? Why does it rain so much in Scotland? Because we once lived in simpler times, these things once had simple answers. They appeared in the Children's Encyclopedia, which was known as the Book of Knowledge in the United States, a hugely successful and unpredictable enterprise that made at least a modest contribution to shaping young opinion between the wars, and thus adult opinion after it. One could build a fair case suggesting that a junior encyclopedia would always be more influential than an adult one, given the impressionable age of its readers. The answers are, we don't know, but it certainly does the human good. Yes, if you like pure air and sunshine, but no if you're more interested in better water and drainage systems. And Scotland is further north than England, and so its colder climate condenses more water in the atmosphere. It also has a very broken west coast, and the water of the sea comes far up into the land. Initially available as a fortnightly part work between 1908 and 1910, and sold primarily on platform kiosks at train stations, the instalments would build into that well-worn encyclopedic phrase, a treasury of knowledge. But it wasn't like most encyclopedias that had gone before. For a start, it wasn't alphabetical. It was a huge, engaging hodgepodge of everything. And because it had no recognizable shape, it was both surprising and balmy. It wasn't even thematic. It was just all over the place. It read as though its editor, Arthur Mee, had thrown his index cards out of the window into a high wind. The contents page of Volume 1 lists 19 groups of entries, although these too repel easy categorization. For instance, Group 2, Men and Women, features articles on the first flying men, the kings of music, the famous men of Venice, and the French revolutionists. Or take Group 16, Ideas, which features movement, justice, courage, and truth. All the Marvel heroes in one. The Children's Encyclopedia was a huge success. Its publisher, the Educational Book Company, claimed sales of 800,000 in its first decade, a great many of these to schools and libraries. The entry on truth reveals another aspect of the project, a hard-line faith in God. It cites Montaigne's suggestion that we are born to inquire after truth, and we should keep it constantly before our minds. But it is not enough. He did not say that truth was hidden in a well. He said it was in the heights of the divine. Truth is God, and in seeking truth, we are seeking our Creator. This was heady stuff for a child who has just learnt, in the same volume, about how to make their own sweets and a bag from a pair of gloves. And so the quest for truth became a game, the greatest game of hide-and-seek that was ever invented. God had hidden his truth, and we shall never find it on this earth. But he has made the search for it so exciting and splendid. And on the following page, page 501 out of the 764 pages in Volume 1, you can build a toy to measure the wind. Put the washer on top of the wooden post. The encyclopedia, composed at the height of empire, was also committed to a proudly British way of life, all except the title, which changed from Encyclopedia, P-A-E, to Encyclopedia, P-E, as it broke into the American market sometime in the 1920s. A section on the slave trade provides a distinct flavor of this: supercilious, even-handed, very sure of itself. The entry was called The Good Explorers and the Bad Explorers of the Long Ago. The early explorers were of two kinds: simple priests who went with incredible daring into realms of benighted savagery to baptize men, women, and children whose very language they did not know, and Spanish and Portuguese slave dealers who, by the middle of the 17th century, were carrying 10,000 poor wretches a year from Africa to Brazil alone, where, toiling like beasts of burden, the unhappy creatures, if exceedingly strong and equally fortunate, might live out 7 years, but not more than 7. England, to her shame be it told, had her share in those slaves. In the century preceding the American Declaration of Independence, we carried 3 million African slaves to the New World, and threw another 250,000 into the Atlantic as they died in our ships. All the Negroes in the New World, and they number many millions now, are descended from the slaves stolen with cruelty and violence from the Dark Continent. This was the encyclopedia I had at school, a fact that now makes me feel slightly queasy, not least because the title of the editor's preface read, "To all who love children all over the world." Arthur Mee's manifesto proclaimed that he wanted to cram a child's mind with everything relevant. His work would be written in words every child could understand, and the longest word in it would be encyclopedia. His grand project had not come to steal away the joy of childhood and put a bitter grinding in its place. Rather, it was a gift to the nation, and he hoped that every child who opened it would find something to engage him or her, not least upon gender-specific lines: the mechanical interests of boys, the domestic interest of girls. He signed off with a further list of questions. What does the world mean? And why am I here? Where are all the people who have been and gone? Who holds the stars up there? Initially, and perhaps unsurprisingly, with conundrums like these, Mee had no competitors. La Petite Encyclopédie du Jeune Âge, published by Larousse, hadn't been updated since 1853 and wasn't available in English. The hugely successful World Book from 1917 was a richly illustrated encyclopedia marketed to both children and adults, but it had little of Mee's peccadilloes or charm. The first proper rival emerged in the United States in the 1920s with the 10-volume Compton's Pictured Encyclopedia. Heralded its marketing as both more up-to-date than Britannica and more centered around classroom teaching. It teaches happily, it informs accurately. Compton's keeps pace with annual progress. Compton's would emerge as a significant mid-market rival to the highbrow Britannica, but this particular set was a general publication written for adults and much older children. Britannica had its own plans to launch a junior version in 1914, but the war and its aftermath postponed the launch of Children's Britannica until 1934. It was a proper encyclopedia designed for you, the editor of the second edition, Robin Sales, wrote to its young readers in 1969, but with a plan that will help you to use, when you are older, a grown-up encyclopedia. Like the Grown-Ups Britannica, the articles were arranged in alphabetical order. In Volume 2, Badger was followed by Badminton, Baghdad, and Bagpipe, taking one on a tour of the animal kingdom, the world of sports, an ancient Muslim civilization, and the disputed origins of resonant woodwind in a few colourful pages. Likewise, in the last volume, Walnut would be followed by Sir Robert Walpole, who would precede Walrus, who would learn to waltz. And because the slim 19-volume set was just a stepping stone to greater things, there was detailed instruction on how to use the index, knowledge judged indispensable when confronting the full 40 million words later in life. The children's version contained 4 million. Thus, There was no point being disappointed when you flipped the pages of Volume 8 to look up Goldfinch and found no such entry. The clever boy and girl would rather go to the index, find that the goldfinch was considered part of the large finch family, and happily turn to page 132 in Volume 7. The quest for knowledge would usually involve a bit of detective work, yet more valuable preparation for adulthood. The first volume of Britannica Junior carried a list of the many hundreds of authors who have helped to make this encyclopedia know a great deal. Many of them were not experienced at writing for children, so a specialist group of editors in the Britannica office ensured that every article could be easily understood. The entries were also sent to be read by the pupils and teachers at a junior school, and if anything wasn't clear to them, more clarity was inserted. The authors then got the articles back to ensure no errors had crept in during the clarification. The whole was then checked anew by an educational advisor. Unlike adult encyclopedias, each volume would end with a suggestion for hobbies and pastimes, how to act Shakespeare, how to draw animals, while the last volume included an alphabetical quiz to send you skittering back to previous volumes. How did Androcles win the friendship of a lion? What is meant by irrigation? Of what metals does soft solder consist? This was a publication aimed at the elementary years, although Britannica was keen to open up a market younger still. To this end, in 1954, it published a pamphlet called Using Britannica Junior with Your Preschool Child. The cover illustration showed a smiling mother standing behind a smiling father in an armchair, with a boy of about 4 standing, smiling, at the side, and a smiling girl sitting on her father's lap. They were all reading the same volume. The foreword was written by Newton R. Calhoun, who was billed as a psychologist at Winnetka Public Schools in Winnetka, Illinois. Has home seemed too confining for your child to discover new interests in it? He asked. It will take a great many different subjects to interest him from hour to hour and day to day. The pamphlet explained that Britannica was the ideal way of dealing with a child's insatiable and, let's face it, sometimes overwhelming curiosity. Often, a child asks the same question repeatedly because he remains confused or wants reassurance. It is important not to overemphasize the giving of factual information if his question really refers to his feelings. Britannica chose an example one imagines that its committed editors had been asked by their own children. Why do you drink so much coffee? Sometimes actions are better answers than words, the adult should realize. He may want to know why it's right for you to drink, but not for him. If this is his concern, you will want to answer in a way that does not alarm him, and yet makes it clear that there is a good reason. Or the same question may mean that he wonders how you can like that stuff. It looks and smells quite unsavory to him. If so, he will feel more satisfied by tasting coffee than by listening to words. You can give him some coffee diluted with milk and amply sweetened. He will be made to feel more secure because the gap between his and the adult world has been lessened. He may then ask, where does it come from, and what does it look like before it gets into the can? And this is where having Britannica on hand really pays dividends. Coffee uses water, of course, and so a child will probably have other questions, such as where the water comes from, how does it get into the pipes, and where does it go after it goes down the drain? The answers to these questions are given in simple form in the articles Rain, Volume 13, page 30, column A, Water Supply, 15, 58A, and Sewage Disposal, 13, 292B. You can be sure of finding the answers in Britannica Junior. The Oxford Junior Encyclopedia, 1948, reverted back to a thematic arrangement. The editors believed that it would be more educationally beneficial for its 11-plus readership if each of the 12 volumes tackled a broader but more cohesive subject matter, with the alphabet only coming into play within each volume. a system that harked at least as far back as Samuel Taylor Coleridge. The subjects were humankind, natural history, the universe, communications, great lives, farming and fisheries, industry and commerce, engineering, recreations, law and society, home and health, and the arts. The preface emphasized its serious intent. The work had been the subject of authorizing by the delegates of the Oxford University Press. The editors hoped their encyclopedia would be an extended treatise on the value of reading as a whole. To many children, and indeed to many adults, reading is not a natural activity. They do not turn to books for their own sake. They might be trained, however, to go to the Oxford Junior for a particular purpose, and thus to form a habit which will be of lifelong value. The set was primarily intended for school libraries, and in its preface, the editors Laura E. Salt and Geoffrey Bumfrey explained their desire to provide a work of reference suitable for those who found standard encyclopedias too heavy and overly dense with technical information. They hoped that thousands of illustrations would lighten the load, as would their omission of purely scientific topics. Theirs was a humanistic outlook, more concerned with the modern world than the past, more practical than abstract. An encyclopedia, unlike a dictionary, deals only with words and subjects about which there is something interesting to be said. But what, for example, would the first volume of the Oxford Junior Mankind say about Americans? After a demographic and social breakdown, people of the States are of very mixed origin. British, French, German, Scandinavian, Russian, Finnish, people from the Balkans, Italians, Dutchmen, Greeks, Poles, Jews, even Chinese and Japanese. We learn the Americans are a people who are mentally very much alive. They have always stood for the great principles of liberty and democracy, although there are among them great variations of wealth and poverty, and frequent bitter struggles between capital and labor. The spirit of free enterprise, still paramount in America, though it certainly stimulates initiative, may be leading to the development of an individualism which threatens the common good, and may lead Americans to put too high a value on financial and material success. An entry titled British Peoples is illustrated by 3 photographs: haymaking in Suffolk, an aerial view of the pottery district of Staffordshire belching smoke from 100 chimneys, and Trafalgar Square, captioned The Heart of the Empire. The English are characterized as having a fondness for understatement. The expression "not bad" is a typical example, something that Americans find most conspicuous and put it down to false modesty. Elsewhere, Englishmen are noted for their coldness, although they are companionable once one gets to know them. England is also known abroad for what often appears as a willingness to combine expressions of high moral idealism with a very realistic ability to hold on to territory and business. The famous white man's burden as a slogan of empire has, for instance, always appeared to Britain's competitors as a piece of hypocrisy. We should remind ourselves of the date of this writing, 1948, the year Empire Windrush unloaded its Jamaican passengers by the Thames, the year the British Mandate ended in Palestine, the year George VI lost his title Emperor of India. The young boys and girls reading those books will be in their 80s now, having run the country and influenced the course of the world for some 50 years. Footnote: Arthur Mee's The Children's Encyclopedia no doubt had a similar impact in the decades before. An entry on the British Empire in South Africa praised the part that has been played by our country in opening up the great African continent. It is not generally realized that the British Empire controls in Africa, in 1910, a larger area of the Earth's surface than it controls either in Canada or Australia. But we were slow to get going with our exploitation. The reason for this was that only a small proportion of the continent had a climate in which white men could live healthily and work productively on white men's industries. Trade could still be conducted to some extent because the continent had a large population, mostly uncivilized, but capable of bringing to the coast things which civilized people desired, particularly gold dust and ivory. End footnote. The critical response to the Oxford Junior was mixed. Because each of the volumes carried a different subject, they were reviewed primarily by specialist magazines. So the Modern Law Review of 1953 picked up Volume 10, Law and Order, and a certain J.A.G. Griffith found it diverse and excellently printed. He was less happy with the large number of errors. Despite the statement to the contrary, Griffith observed, there was nothing to prevent a member of the National Coal Board standing for Parliament. Local authorities began to build housing estates long before the 1920s, and the explanation of the funding of the National Health Service was wrong. Apart from these mistakes, and many others, the writer concluded, the volume was a considerable achievement. In 1950, History magazine found much to admire in the first 3 volumes, covering mankind, natural history, and the universe. But there was one black hole, a stark lack of history. The history teacher has a fundamental grievance, wrote the history professor R.F. Trahan. Thanks to the highly arbitrary plan of the work, his subject seems to have been largely forgotten. In its tortuously metaphorical analysis, the Burlington magazine found the encyclopedia almost edible. Writing for the young is difficult, declared the author Wilfrid Blunt, brother of the art expert and spy Anthony Blunt. The older young may be persuaded to accept simple nourishment, but they will revolt against pap. The stomachs of the younger young, on the other hand, cannot yet assimilate adult food. Irrespective of age and digestive systems, Blunt found that almost all readers would find the set admirable. The pabulum there provided is easily digestible, yet not pre-digested. It is attractively served. It is eminently nourishing. Only occasionally was the editor's taste questionable, he felt. There should have been no entry on the limerick, for one, and he disapproved of sullying the publication with even a passing mention of the blues, judging it irritating and an ephemeral kind of music that is better forgotten. The prejudices of the reviewer sit uneasily upon the prejudices of the product, but as to accuracy, we'll see that this was anyone's guess. Footnote: the blues received only a few lines of coverage within a 1-page entry on jazz, and its very last words are questionable. It states that many blues songs are deeply expressive of sadness, fear, even satire upon the lot of the black man at the expense of the white, but never of vindictiveness or hatred. End footnote. R. Rule Britannica? In the early 1960s, an American physicist named Harvey Einbinder took a break from his job advising defense contractors on missile projects to work on a series of television programs designed to explain great breakthroughs in science to a general audience. Consulting Encyclopaedia Britannica for his show on Galileo, he read that he had once disproven an ancient theory of gravity by dropping weights from the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Not true, alas, even when a biography of Galileo highlighted the error in 1935, it remained in Britannica for another 30 years. And so Harvey Einbinder began to wonder, did the encyclopedia contain many similar mistakes? Was it a catalogue of errors? He was alarmed by what he found. He brought his own knowledge to the entries on heat, vaporization, and the Compton effect, and discovered several flaws. Then he began a wider study, on the same principles as S.S. Van Dyne's assault misinforming a nation from 1919, and his 390-page The Myth of the Britannica, 1964, was his influential best-selling result. There were many erroneous comments passing as indisputable fact. Equally problematic was his finding that many articles had not been amended for more than 50 years. Some had not been changed since 1875. Opinions were outdated, and bigotry was rife. On the whole, societal attitudes towards many topics, the role of women, racial issues, sexual politics, censorship, had changed and liberalized. But on a great many issues, Britannica still had its feet planted in Victorian soil. When new historical evidence came to light, it was often ignored, Einbinder found, and there was a particular reluctance to amend those articles written by famous contributors. Dr. Einbinder chose for his survey the 1958 and 1963 printings, both updates of the 14th edition from 1929. If you had been one of the many purchasers of the 1963 printing in the United States, about 150,000 sets were sold annually in the early 1960s, you may have been convinced by the claims in its advertisements that it was the most complete collection of facts and knowledge excitingly explained by leading authorities. Learn about gardening, missiles, philosophy, science, just about any subject you've ever heard of, and thousands you haven't. And you might have reason to feel both unsatisfied and misled if this turned out not to be the case. Einbinder attacked his target with devilish pursuit. His study included a list of 666 articles, each occupying at least half a page in his two mid-century printings, that were unchanged from 1911 and in some cases 1889. Many were biographies: Hadrian, Henry Fielding, Goethe, Jonathan Swift, many King Henrys and Richards, and others considered major historical events without including any of the century's new discoveries or interpretations. The Gunpowder Plot, the French Revolutionary Wars, the 30 Years' War, the Battle of Waterloo. A 12-page essay on the Renaissance by J.A. Symonds, grandiloquently composed, had lain virtually untouched for more than 50 years, even though modern scholarship had superseded many of its views. Contemporary magazine advertisements from the 1960s considered the latest Britannica to be the finest edition in 200 years, with 36 million words written by 10,300 of the world's great authorities. It claimed that 17,900 articles had been revised, although in some cases this just amounted to spelling corrections. Dr. Einbinder found that some of these revisions inserted new errors, noting mistakes in a list of Beethoven's quartets and the biographical details of Abraham. The myth of the Britannica had a lot of dastardly fun with animals, or what it called fanciful zoology. Historically, encyclopedias have always had the biggest fun with animals, not least the mythical beasts to be found within Pliny's Naturalis Historia and Gervase of Tilbury's Otia Imperialia. But those are ancient classics. One might expect more from the middle of the 20th century. But here is the camel, in which water is stored chiefly in the hump. It isn't. The hump is fatty tissue used as a source of food. The voluntary suicide and blind impulse that apparently causes hordes of lemmings to leap to their watery deaths is also a myth, still perpetuated. It is not blind impulse nor a death wish, it is rather overpopulation and a search for food. Similarly, wolves do not generally hunt in large packs, as Britannica attests, and birds happily and annually migrate, despite Britannica remaining doubtful of this activity. Social issues that may directly impact the reader were also in need of an overhaul. The article on birth control, for example, reflected both a very conservative and chauvinistic attitude, and clearly a callous and obdurate one. In 1963, Britannica was still reporting that the poorest and least successful families, commonly handicapped in health and education, as well as economic resources, produce and rear more than their proportion of children. In a contrastingly absurd vein, It is the successful members of the more industrialized and supposedly advanced populations who seem headed for extinction for lack of fruitful breeding. With regard to racial issues, discrimination was ever present, along with subtle asides. In a not-so-subtle example, Dr. Einbinder quotes the article on lynching from his 1958 set, an entry unchanged since it first appeared in 1910. After Reconstruction, with the increase of Negro crimes, came an increase of lynchings because of prejudice. The fact that for some time after Reconstruction, the governments were weak, especially in the districts where Negroes outnumbered whites. The fact that Negroes nearly always shielded criminals of their own race against whites, and because of the occurrence of the crime of rape by Negro men upon white women. This passage does not rest on facts, Einbinder notes, but is merely an attempt to justify Southern mob violence. The entry was written by a dean of Vanderbilt University, then a largely white Southern school. Although the article was revised within the last decade to include recent statistics on lynching, the only change made in this biased passage was to alter its punctuation and capitalize the word Negro. Footnote: 3/4 of the 3,693 people lynched in the U.S. between 1889 and 1929 were Negroes. Of this number, 17% were accused of rape and an additional 7% of attempted rape. In many cases, these charges were unfounded, and hence there is no basis for citing rape as a major cause of lynching. End footnote. Harvey Einbinder's revelations of 1964 strengthened the demand for an entirely new edition, and claimed this was his intention. He conducted his investigation more in love than in anger. He had always relied upon Britannica as a trustworthy source, he said, and he emphasized it was still a valuable enterprise with much rigorous text. He just wanted all of it to be better, more current. He almost apologizes for his scrutiny, suggesting it would be impossible for the editors of such an unwieldy institution to keep abreast of all the breakthroughs in the scientific journals or developments in natural history. It would be another decade before the groundbreaking 15th edition was published with much fanfare in 1974, and we shall see how it endeavored to sweep away almost everything that had gone before. But in the meantime, there was an awful lot of old stock that needed to be sold. S. Selling. In October 1964, a 17-year-old Londoner named Peter Rosengard was attracted by a classified advertisement in the London Evening Standard that read, "International Publishing Company launching major new publication seeks young, enthusiastic management trainees." His parents wanted him to become a dentist, but he had his eye on a sporty soft-top Sunbeam Alpine, and the management opportunity seemed to be the fastest way to get it. More than 50 years later, Rosengard recalls being interviewed by an American in cowboy boots and 10-gallon hat, promising him the world. But it was clear early on that his job would be unlikely to include any management training at all. The American in the hat ran a franchise of Collier's, the New York publishing company that had been in the encyclopedia business since the 1880s. Its 20-volume set was now being sold in Europe for the first time, and the company would use the same sales techniques it had perfected in the United States. Rosengard remembers the set costing £240, but being told that some recipients would be paying rather less. "We're doing an advanced marketing campaign here in the UK to select a number of families to receive a free set," he was told at the interview. "They can tell everyone how good they are, so when we come to sell them, we'll have a ready-primed market." And there was something else, too. As well as the set of books, there is an annual information service and updated single volume to keep them abreast of new developments in the world. All we ask is that the selected families sign up for this service, which costs £12 a year for 20 years. But rather than have it around their necks for 20 years like a mortgage, they can pay it over just 24 months at £10 a month. What do you think of that, Peter? Well, that is really a fantastic offer. So they get the entire set of encyclopedias absolutely free? You've got it. Absolutely free, Peter. The next day, he found he had joined a team of about 50 new recruits. Every morning, we had a pep talk, which ended with us all standing on our chairs. "Okay, guys, what have you got?" "Enthusiasm," we shouted. "What do you want?" "Money," we shouted. "What are you going to do about it?" "Rock 'em." "Okay, let's rock 'em." Then we all ran down the small staircase, out into the street, got into our group leader's car and roared off to Upminster or Slough, to whatever housing estate we were headed for. He was invited into the first house he approached. We had to learn a 10-page script, word for word. I was doing pretty well in the tiny living room of this young couple, and just getting to the bit where I threw open my briefcase, took out the stuck-together concertinaed spines of the 20 volumes, when my mind went totally blank. I knew I was halfway down page 6, but I hadn't a clue what came next. "I'm terribly sorry, but it's my very first day, and you are the first people I've done this to, and actually I have got a little stuck. But I have the script in my briefcase, and if you don't mind, I can read the rest to you." Amazingly, they were very understanding, and so I got out the script and hurled the dead encyclopedia spines across their living room. It bounced off the wall, and they signed up. I had earned £16. By the end of the first week, I'd signed up 9 families and made £144. As the average income in 1964 was £15 a week, this was amazing. I got the top prize at the Friday morning meeting, a silver Dunhill lighter. It didn't matter I didn't smoke, I felt fantastic. And that's how I became a salesman. Now in his 70s, Peter Rosengard has been a salesman his entire life, although for most of it his line has been life insurance. He sells the majority of his policies from his permanently reserved breakfast table at Claridge's. He has also enjoyed side careers managing the 80s pop band Curiosity Killed the Cat and co-founding London's Comedy Store. In 1964, it took him 3 months to realize he was selling anything at all. He writes, "I was angry. I felt I had been duped." But he was told, "You can't just knock on a door and say, 'Hello, I am an encyclopedia salesman. Would you like to buy one?' You have to make them feel they have been selected. Everyone wants to feel special. We selected you for this job, didn't we? Remember, you're saving their children from a life of ignorance, and therefore the yawning jaws of poverty." The Collier's Encyclopedia of 1964 was an updated version of the 1962 edition, containing about 15,000 illustrations and 1,500 maps. The spines suggested an engagingly diverse range: Art Nouveau to Beetle, Keating to Infantry, Infinity to Kathmandu, while its clear editorial tone was necessarily pitched below the brow of Britannica. Peter Rosengard had been selling it successfully for 5 months, making £250 a week, when he was called to a meeting at a hotel in Kensington. "Guys, we have some big news," he was told. "The reason not everyone is here today is because this is only for you, our very top guys. You are being selected to go on this exciting new journey. Guys, we are going to hit Germany." His employers explained that the consumer protection law in the UK allowed customers a 7-day cooling-off period, resulting in a large number of cancellations. Apparently, Germany had no such policy. "On the ferry to Calais, I opened the briefcase we had all been given," Rosengard recalls. "Wait a minute, what's this?" I had pulled out the sample encyclopedia we showed the families we were selling to, but I wasn't holding a Collier's Encyclopedia. The name in gold print on the cover said Caxton Encyclopedia. I had never heard of the Caxton Encyclopedia. What was it doing in my briefcase? I've never heard of them, and I doubt anybody else has either, apart from the Caxton who invented the printing press, and I'm pretty sure he didn't do an encyclopedia in his spare time. His boss replied, Look, it's real simple, Pete. When you get to that page of the script, when you say, "Let me show you the new Collier's set of encyclopedias," all you do is say, "Let me show you the new Caxton set of encyclopedias." Think you can manage that? In the United States, a more experienced salesman named James W. Murphy was also going door to door. In 1969, after several successful years as a typewriter salesman for IBM in North Florida, Murphy began selling the World Book Encyclopedia, established in Chicago in 1917 as a more student-friendly, less academic alternative to Britannica. He became one of the most successful members of a sales force of 50,000, and in his 22 years with the company, he won many sales awards. He led a team in Kentucky that regularly achieved more than $5 million in annual revenue. In 2014, his son, James D. Murphy, noted that his father knew every angle of the script the company had perfected over many years. He knew the objections, he knew the value propositions, and he could tell by the way you turned the book's pages whether you were ready for the close or not. His father believed in his product. At home there were volumes everywhere, and he would frequently scamper away during mealtimes to find the particular book required to find a fact or settle an argument. He had a nice company briefcase containing the sample A volume, the thickest of the set, with the most science and the best illustrations: animals, art, aviation. Murphy's father often spoke about his sales technique as a true rip-'em and stick-'em mentality. He made 10 house calls a day, usually on mothers while their husbands were at work and their children at school. If he found that the wives were hesitant to make a decision without consulting their husbands, he would leave behind the A volume for everyone to peruse in his absence, believing it would be working for him as his silent salesman, giving the family something to think about besides the price. A complete set cost $500, but once the kids were looking at the pictures and using it for their homework, any parent would find it hard to give it back. James Murphy Jr. also became a salesman for a while, but he knew he was never as good as his dad. It was paint by numbers, sell by numbers. Every action had an equal and opposite reaction that got you closer to yes. The World Book sales script was encyclopedic in itself, covering all the ways to turn "I can't afford it" into a closed deal. He made a sport out of it, his son says. It was always fun. It was always a mental game. Murphy encouraged his father to write his memoirs, and in Who Says You Can't Sell Ice to Eskimos, Murphy Sr. revealed techniques that he hoped could apply to anyone selling anything. There was one constant: never enter a home saying you were selling encyclopedias. Instead, you were in the education business. Much of Murphy's advice sounded like a script by David Mamet. I did the first thing you got to do in selling. I sold myself. Once we've got the influencer in front of the wallet, we've married the end user to the money. Parachute me in. I'm serious. You can give me a World Book sales book and an order pad and parachute me anywhere in the English-speaking world, and I'll guarantee in 8 hours I'll have a minimum of 1 order and probably 3. Guaranteed. Murphy would never lie to a potential client. He was always smarter than that. One favorite trick was to agree with the prospective buyer that for all the benefits the World Book conferred on their schoolchildren, all the visuals of the human body to help with biology, all the little biographies of the presidents, the 26-volume set was still a hefty buy at $500. Who could afford to pay that for books? But a lease agreement was surely within their range, paying $20 a month for 2 years perhaps, or $10 a month for 4. Footnote: several friends I spoke to during my research recalled their own youthful experience of selling encyclopedias. As Peter Rosengard found, the job seemed like a lucrative stopgap until something better came along. And like Rosengard, it wasn't initially evident they were selling anything at all. When the truth dawned, so did their conscience. The architect Robert Dye recalls answering an advert looking for adventurous salesmen in the mid-70s. A training week taught him about getting his foot in the door and closing a deal. And he remembers setting off in a car with 4 others to an outer London suburb. Having talked his way into a home and convinced a family that the encyclopedias would be just the thing they needed, while aware they could barely afford it, he got a twinge of conscience just as the father was due to sign. He told the family he had reconsidered, left without the signed contract, and quit the next day. Another friend, the artist Naomi Frears, remembers selling to mining families in Nottinghamshire. Her sample volume contained the most impressive colour illustrations from the whole set, including the layered see-through diagrams of the human body. There was a technique to keep flicking through and pausing on good pages while talking. The goal was to get them to sign something there and then, and visits were timed in the hope that only wives would be in. End footnote. And if $10 a month seemed too much, how about 3 dimes a day? Murphy carried a money box in the shape of a miniature book. They'd always take it. He would then drop in 3 dimes, clink, clink, clink. 3 dimes a day, to put all the knowledge in the Western world at your child's fingertips, he would say. He doesn't have to go to the library, doesn't have to stand in line to borrow these volumes kids want most. Don't have to bug your husband. I know he's the smartest man in the world. Could you put 2 dimes a day in there and let your husband put 1 dime in? For all this month? It was known as the dime bank close, and it had a kicker. Murphy would say, I sure don't want to take food off the table or anything, but your husband eats lunch out every day, doesn't he? Well, I wonder what he tips the waitress if she's extra nice to him, and just let that settle in there a minute. Did Encyclopaedia Britannica push as hard? Did it need to? Would its sterling reputation and elevated position shield it from the necessity of confronting its lower-grade competition? There was now an epidemic of encyclopedias. Grolier, the New Caxton, Compton's, Collier's, Encyclopaedia Americana were all different in pitch, but were all being enthusiastically sold in the territorially assigned living rooms of the United States and Europe. Because of its higher price and the higher cost of production, Britannica's advertising and highly trained sales force now had to fight harder to assert its dominance and maintain market share, which explained why, in the early 1960s, it was becoming difficult to turn a page of the Saturday Evening Post, Good Housekeeping, or the New York Times without seeing one of Britannica's advertisements. While Vietnam occupied the news, here was a fresh battle for hearts and minds. The greatest treasury of knowledge ever published. Thousands of subjects that you and your family will refer to in the course of your normal day-to-day affairs. You pay later on convenient budget terms. The most readable, interesting, and easy to use in our entire history, equivalent to a library of 1,000 books. Think of it. And one aspect of the advertisements had changed fundamentally. In the late 1950s, the campaigns altered their course. Once marketed exclusively to mature adults, no professional home should be regarded as complete without one. Its articles are not mere outline sketches, always so unsatisfactory to the information seeker. The focus moved in the late 1950s to younger parents and their children. The obligation of educating one's offspring and the guilt that would descend if you didn't had always been a part of the marketing kit, but now this approach moved center stage. How can you express the inexpressible love you feel for your child? Asked an American advert in 1961, adorned with a proud mother looking at her pre-teen boy. You guessed right, education. A certain Dr. D. Allen Walter advised that only through education could a child achieve a full measure of success and happiness. And because you wanted your child to be happy, children who are taught to look it up in Britannica are taught to inquire, to seek, to learn, to think. could you give the child you love a more priceless heritage? But these carried a fundamental misdirection. The detailed style of Britannica's articles, written by all those world authorities, most of whom were experts, often writing for their peers and not necessarily educators, was solely directed at adults. As Harvey Einbinder explained in 1964, the fact that the Britannica is not intended for children and cannot be used by children because of its scholarly and technical content is immaterial as far as copywriters are concerned. Their mission is to increase sales, and the truth of their copy is secondary. Footnote: Britannica was not alone in this approach. In 1958, an advert for Encyclopedia Americana featured a befuddled-looking boy ringed by the latest 30-volume set and the strapline, "Knowledge makes dreams come true." The text explained, "Every ambitious youngster dreams of becoming a success, but success doesn't come from just dreaming." Another advert for the same publication, this time touting the quality of its writing rather than its value to a child, contained the immortal lines, "Then there's our biography of Poe. It reads like a novel. It ought to. It was written by the celebrated author-critic Joseph Wood Crutch." A year before, an advertisement featured a boy and a girl climbing a staircase made from volumes of the World Book. A similar World Book ad explained, "It cost over $2 million to bring you and your children the latest edition," as a teenager is pictured examining a volume and explaining, "Gosh, it's got everything." But this was indeed a more child-centered publication, and its success may have been one of the reasons Britannica adopted a similar approach when selling its standard adult editions. End footnote. Selling deceptively. Beyond the highly competitive market in which they operated, there was another reason these print advertisements had to work so hard in the 1960s. The door-to-door rep was having a hard time with the authorities. The Federal Trade Commission, FTC, the governmental body established in 1914 to protect and promote consumers' rights, was frequently bringing the encyclopedia companies to account. If there was a rule to be broken, a successful sales team was breaking it. Indeed, this would have been one of the prime reasons for its success. In 1960, the FTC found that Britannica salesmen were misrepresenting the true price to the buyer. A sales brochure would be deliberately padded to reflect a higher total so that when a buyer was offered a discount, it would seem like a bargain. The New York Times, reporting on the findings, noted that the company stated a sales offer was available at a reduced price for a limited time only, when actually it was regularly available at the same prices and terms. Britannica was partially successful in appealing this complaint, the FTC conceding that the padding was not $120, as it had originally found, but only $49.50. The basic price of a set in the royal red binding was just under $400. At the same time, the magazine Sales Management carried an interview with a G. Clay Cole, a senior vice president at Britannica, who described his company's sales presentation as politely aggressive. His encyclopedia was a product for which a feeling of immediate need must be created, he said, which was perhaps another way of saying that his ultimate book of learning, with famous contributions from more than 1,000 famous world authorities, was being sold just like any other can of beans in a competitive marketplace. Britannica was far from alone, of course. Encyclopedia Americana and the New Standard Encyclopedia were reprimanded for the classic tricks, claiming the price was a limited-time deal, saying that the prospective purchasers had been exclusively selected for a very special offer, or explaining that the volumes were free if only the buyer subscribed to an exclusive phone line information service. In 1971, the Poughkeepsie Journal revealed further slights. Its reporter, George Bernstein, had been an encyclopedia salesman in the 1960s, and not a terribly good one. After all, it is pretty hard to sell people something they really don't need, especially when the family could use some bread and butter. Among the techniques he failed to master, get the client to say yes as much as possible, so they get in a yes frame of mind. This could be as simple as asking, "Aren't these color photographs beautiful?" He learned never to refer to the product as books, as most clients would find this a psychological turnoff. A line that occasionally seemed to work, "A house without an encyclopedia is just a house, not a home. Definitely not a home." Bernstein found there was little point trying to close a deal with just one half of a married couple present, as the spouse that didn't hear the pitch probably will cancel the contract. He didn't name the encyclopedia brand he was selling, and he was told to wear a wedding ring himself, as this would make him seem more honest and reliable. A year earlier, in the Democrat and Chronicle of Rochester, New York, the investigative reporter A.F. Ehrbar went undercover as a trainee with an experienced salesman from the Grolier Society, Inc., who remained in the dark about the sting until it was too late. They called at the house of a newly married young couple. One of the rep's colleagues would later tell the reporter, "Never try to pitch to rich people. They're too smart and won't fall for it." When one of the newlyweds opened the door, the salesman told them, "I'm with the publicity department of Grolier. I bet you wonder why I'm here. Well, don't worry, I'm not a salesman, and I'm not going to sell you anything." The couple were intrigued, if a little suspicious. The Grolier man explained that he wished to use the couple as a sponsor family in a new campaign, and in return they would get some wonderful books, except he didn't call them books. "In return, we ask only 3 helps from you," the rep explained. He wanted to use their name in Grolier's advertising. He wanted them to write a letter telling us what you think of the product once a year for 10 years. And they needed to give him the names of 5 families who might want to buy the encyclopedias. They might even make them a little jealous, given that they were getting their set for free. At this point, the reporter, who was posing as a trainee, was sent out to the car to collect the display case. "Never take the case in with you, or they'll think you're a salesman," said the salesman afterwards. He laid out 3-foot-long reprints along the young couple's floor. They were still thinking the set of Grolier encyclopedias and various other books, including a popular science library and a child's guidance program, would be theirs for free. In fact, by the end of the 45-minute visit, they would end up agreeing to pay $554.50. The salesman told the couple that unfortunately his company wasn't able to write off the total cost as an advertising expense, and they would have to pay for paper and binding. This would be $49.95 for 10 years. To keep up to date, they could also opt to buy the yearbooks, which they would have for almost half the price, down from $12 annually to $6.95. And if they wanted to stop getting the yearbooks, they would simply have to write in. The salesman would get $88 in commission for each set sold in this way. The reporter from the Democrat and Chronicle noted that he closed his pitch with a clever admonition: "Don't tell your friends to expect the same deal." For a while, Britannica salesmen operated in much the same way, also suggesting the buyers would be taking part in an advertising promotion. The main difference was they only had to supply the names of 4 neighboring friends rather than 5. The difference for the salesmen, and a very few saleswomen, was that they didn't work solely on commission. They received a $700 a month salary, but on certain conditions. They had to complete full pitches at 3 homes every night, $60 a month, with the prospective buyer required to sign a document that they had been pitched to, whether or not this resulted in a sale. The salesperson would have to buy their leads, i.e. target names and addresses, for $3 each, deducted from their salary. There was a happy ending of sorts. The following day, the young couple in Rochester changed their mind and declined to complete the contract. They even refused when another salesman called and offered them the same books for $100 less. In the corporate world of the 1970s, The Federal Trade Commission was widely regarded as toothless. The greater the profits to be made, the more a successful company found the fines and other reprimands, usually a cease and desist order, a price worth paying. In an entry in its last printed edition, Britannica itself appeared to endorse this view in its very own entry on the FTC. In reference to a judgment against Campbell's Soup Company for false promotion, it used glass marbles to make a photo of its vegetables appear more abundant than they were. It stated, "The FTC, however, had not been given the legal instruments or the staff necessary to effectively administer and monitor advertising. Moreover, in many cases, the FTC relied heavily upon making deals with companies in the form of consent orders to halt misleading or false advertising." In 1971, the New York Department of Consumer Affairs reported that deceptive encyclopedia salesmen were still on the scene. It had received around 500 individual complaints. Accordingly, it had persuaded Encyclopedia Britannica, Inc. to sign a 10-point assurance of discontinuance, by which it agreed that its salesmen would not instill fear and anxiety during their pitches in the home, nor to suggest to a parent that their child could underachieve unless they bought the encyclopedia. They also agreed not to offer a special deal, wherein a set would be sold at a cheaper price than originally stated, the reduction merely reflecting the same set in a cheaper binding. In its defense, Britannica, Inc. said it was happy to sign the assurance, but admitted no wrongdoing apart from isolated cases. This was at the peak of its doorstepping. In 1970, Britannica had about 2,000 traveling salespeople. The department also found that Field Educational Enterprises, the publishers of World Book, frequently failed to leave purchasers with a post-paid reply card that enabled them to cancel their orders during the 3-day cooling-off period. Grolier fought back, claiming the attacks were unwarranted. "We're the favorite whipping boy," said William J. Murphy, the company's president. "This is the day to be against business, against everything." A year later, the FTC found that Britannica representatives were still failing to reveal the true purpose of their visit when they entered a person's home, often claiming they were engaged in advertising research. Further, the company was charged with deceiving its own prospective salespeople in its recruitment adverts. Britannica unsuccessfully took the case to the U.S. Court of Appeals and were instructed to remedy its deceptive practices by fully disclosing the nature of any domestic visit. In 1979, in a similar case, the FTC ordered the publishers of the Grolier Encyclopedia to cease misrepresenting, failing to make relevant disclosures, or using any other unfair or deceptive method to recruit door-to-door sales personnel, sell merchandise and services, and collect delinquent accounts. Perhaps the greatest shame about these stories is that the product they were selling was generally a good one. Encyclopedia companies, through their marketing wheezes and sales representatives, had somehow managed to give their entire industry, this vast educational resource, a bad name. This was the truly dastardly irony. They were selling a valuable trove of well-intentioned and trustworthy information in a mean-spirited and duplicitous way. The industry was unable to shake off this reputation to the very end. Sexuality, a diversion. To paraphrase Philip Larkin, homosexuality began in 1929. This was rather too late for Britannica's 11th edition, 1910-11, which made no mention of it between homonym and homs, and also the supplementary volumes of the 12th, 1922, where there was nothing between the German theologian Heinrich Julius Holtzmann and Honduras, nor the 13th, 1926, an omission between the British painter Sir Charles Holroyd and the American zoologist William Temple Hornaday. The 14th edition made a little headway. Homosexuality was afforded a single page, whereas home equipment, water softeners, and electrically heated utensils was allocated 6, and Homer got 14. Alas, what did appear from 1929 to 1973 was disparaging, hysterical, and malicious. The subject was referred to as sexual inversion. The entry began by studying animals, notably apes. The suggestion was clear. The article explained that among the Greeks and certain ancient pre-literate societies, homosexuality was regarded as a normal practice, but in modern societies it existed even when repressed. The death penalty itself has failed to stamp it out. The article then looks for a cause, suggesting homosexuality is disproven as both a genetic aberration and an endocrine disorder, and it dismissed the theory that it was the cause of the collapse of the Roman Empire. It is now thought that any deterioration in the Romans that cannot be explained by political or economic causes is better attributed to malaria than to perversion. The modern social aspects are regarded by the encyclopedia as the most troubling. Homosexual prostitutes are frequent blackmailers, which explains the fact that homosexuals sometimes sink down the social scale. On the other hand, not all male homosexuals are outwardly effeminate, and some can be dangerously violent. Some homosexuals have made valuable contributions to society, notably in the arts, though it is improbable that it is the sole or even the main cause of genius. It wasn't until the 15th edition, 1974, that a more modern, dispassionate view appeared, although this too sanctioned a level of disapproval. Homosexuality was a sexual interest in and attraction to members of one's own sex. This attraction usually, but not always, leads to physical contact culminating in orgasm. The entry mentioned lesbianism and how the term gay had become an acceptable substitute for both men and women. Historically, Britannica notes, and in different cultures, homosexuality was either approved of, treated, or banned. Modern Western attitudes were said to be in flux. Until the early 1970s, the U.S. psychiatric establishment classified homosexuality as a mental illness. But that designation was dropped amid increased political activity and efforts by homosexuals to be seen as individuals exercising a different sexual preference rather than as aberrant personalities. Possible causes are examined: Freudian, physiological events in fetal development, and not dismissed. The Kinsey report gets a look in, noting the dubious finding that only about half as many women as men are homosexual, and a large population of bisexuals are mentioned for the first time. The concept that all male homosexuals are effeminate or that all lesbians are masculine and aggressive, widespread in the West as recently as the 1950s and early 1960s, have largely been discarded. Similarly, the notion that homosexuals are sick individuals who need only to meet the right person of the opposite sex to be cured has largely given way, particularly in areas with large homosexual populations, to some degree of tolerance or acceptance. Footnote: the first Kinsey study of 1948 had been completely ignored by earlier printings, despite, or probably because of, its findings that a third of its male respondents had had some kind of homosexual experience. End footnote. As one might expect, the classification of homosexuality in religion-based encyclopedias ranges from dismissive to intolerant. The New Catholic Encyclopedia found that, usually, temporary homosexuality is due to specific environmental conditions, such as those found in prisons, army camps, and boarding schools, or to passing emotionalism, crushes, or adolescent curiosity. Some men are homosexual for a time because nothing else is available, and some adolescents are curious and have no other outlets. The vast majority of boys who engage in homosexual activity, even for several years during their adolescence, grow out of it. Permanent homosexuality, on the other hand, is found in the true sexual invert. The publication went on to examine this inversion in some depth, analysing incidents, causes, and morality, before considering pastoral guidance. This again divided the topic between adolescence and adulthood, and between the apparent and real homosexual. The priest must re-educate the homosexual youth on the nature of love, it advised. All true love is a going out of oneself, a self-giving, but all unconsciously, homosexual love is bent back upon the self in a closed circle, a sterile love of self, disguised in apparent love for another. With regard to adults, it should be stressed that a homosexual is just as pleasing to God as a heterosexual, as long as he makes a sincere effort to control his deviant bent with the help of grace. God must become the driving motive in the life of the homosexual, who otherwise will grow lonely for the kind of fellowship found in homosexual haunts, in which he had been formerly enslaved, to which he is still attracted, and in place of which a stronger love must be found. The 16-volume Encyclopaedia Judaica, published in Jerusalem in 1972, pursues a similar line. According to the Torah, homosexuality is a sexual perversion, punishable by capital punishment. Talmudic law commutes the punishment to flagellation and extends it to lesbianism. Historically, these abhorrent practices are linked to the Egyptians and Canaanites. The prohibition of homosexuality is omitted from Joseph Caro's Shulchan Aruch, the 16th century code of Jewish law. The Encyclopaedia Judaica explains that this omission reflects the virtual absence of homosexuality among Jews rather than any difference of views on the criminality of these acts, while noting that Rabbi Caro felt obliged to add, "Nevertheless, in our times, when lewdness is rampant, one should abstain from being alone with another male." Homosexuality was judged illegal for 3 reasons. It might lead to the male abandoning his wife, it might debase the dignity of man, it will almost certainly lead to spilling the seed in vain. The practice should be confined to the abominations of the sinful city of Sodom. The Judaica concludes, whereas the more liberal attitude found in some Christian circles is possibly due to the exaggerated importance Christians have traditionally accorded to the term love, Jewish law holds that no hedonistic ethic, even if called love, can justify the morality of homosexuality any more than it can legitimize adultery, incest, or polygamy, however genuinely such acts may be performed out of love and by mutual consent. Why are these entries worthy of our consideration today? Why should they not be dismissed as the predictable reactionary objections of organized groups threatened by the subject in hand? Because they question the very concept of the encyclopedia. These multi-volume publications are necessarily conceived as a physical compression of definitive knowledge. Far from the historical equivalent of the rant on social media, they are instead the tablets from the mountain. The influence they impart is immense, and these particular entries, which I have predominantly culled from the open shelves of the London Library, have the power to transform lives. As the New Catholic Encyclopedia makes clear, it is not unknown for adolescents who were told that they were homosexual to commit suicide. The original publication date of 1967 is no sad apologia. When the set was updated for the 4th time in 1996, the text remained untouched. Such entries should serve as a check on the contents of all encyclopedias, an invitation to question authorship and intentions. The notion of opinion masquerading as fact is something we've become increasingly aware of in the digital age, not least with the emergence of open editorial access. But it is something we should question with regard to even the most revered print editions, and something we may wonder about historically. Encyclopedias are a mirror of contemporary knowledge, a spotlight on current learning, and we may legitimately question what sort of opinions we have formed from our consultations with apparently irrefutable text at an impressionable age. How has the monolithic reference slab, be it in our homes or in the school or local library, shaped us as individuals? Marginally, I would argue, but not entirely academically. With regard to Britannica, the early omissions and persistent damnation were consistent with the encyclopedia's prudishness regarding all matters deemed potentially upsetting to adults and necessarily intriguing to children. Biographies of the famous obscured any incident of sexual matters that differed from either morally good or normal behaviour. Oscar Wilde, for example, was imprisoned in Reading Jail for offences under the Criminal Law Amendment Act, a statute most widely known for protecting underage girls. In earlier years at Oxford, Wilde adopted what to undergraduates appeared the effeminate pose of casting scorn on manly sports, wearing his hair long, decorating his room with peacock's feathers, lilies, sunflowers. In addition to his survey of factual errors, Harvey Einbinder uncovered numerous incidences of clumsy euphemism. Paul Verlaine's personal life was disturbed when the strange young poet Jean Arthur Rimbaud came somewhat troublingly into his life. A later reference described their relationship as extravagant. Of the naturalist Alexander von Humboldt, we learn how, in his later years, the sway of an old and faithful servant held him in more than matrimonial bondage. And Tchaikovsky's marriage to Antonia Ivanovna Milyukova was described as an impossible one through no fault of hers, but simply through his own abnormality of temperament. The Victorian desire to make artists and poets respectable members of society is sometimes carried to amusing extremes, Einbinder writes, quoting the entry on Robert Browning. He frequented literary and artistic circles and was passionately fond of the theatre, but he was entirely free of a coarse bohemianism and never went to bed, we are told, without kissing his mother. The entry on Dickens from the 1930s is similarly shy of a full biography when it came to the turbulent details of his relationship with Ellen Ternan. "The little that needs saying has already been said," wrote G.K. Chesterton, an oddly terse comment in an otherwise comprehensive account, and more to the point, it hasn't been said in this great encyclopedia of record. Einbinder concludes that Chesterton grew up under the influence of Victorian ideals which demanded moral perfection from its heroes, an influence that also shielded the personal life of William Thackeray. Britannica's influence was far greater than a regular biography, and its impact reverberated globally for decades. Prudery is like a rare disease that strikes infrequently but leaves serious consequences in its wake, Einbinder concludes. Effectively, the encyclopedia's frailty when confronted with a true life lived seals off important areas of human experience from mature examination and perpetuates taboos which are no longer accepted by educated readers. In 1974, the 15th edition did modify these matters. Tchaikovsky is now definitely homosexual, as is his younger brother Modest. His marriage was hastily conceived to conceal this, and a letter to his other brother Anatoly from 1878 is quoted, "Only now have I finally begun to understand that there is nothing more fruitless than not wanting to be that which I am by nature." The trials of Oscar Wilde and his imprisonment are also now explained, although there is still a disapproving reference to his reckless pursuit of pleasure. Elsewhere, a certain studied suggestiveness presides. Alexander von Humboldt is a gregarious figure, appearing regularly in the salons of Parisian society. He was always willing and anxious to assist young scientists at the beginning of their careers. The fact that encyclopedias are irrefutable bastions of uniformity and correctness should view homosexuality as distasteful at best and abhorrent at worst should come as little surprise. More remarkable, perhaps, is the fact that as the 20th century advanced, it should devote so much of its energy to this disapproval and disavowal, evidently enthralled. One may only wonder at the true sexual tendencies of some of its editors and the fervid atmosphere within its largely male offices. T. The single volume. In the early 1930s, Columbia University decided it would expand its teaching facility into a new area. It would capitalize on its reputation by publishing its own encyclopedia, and it would stand out from the crowd by cramming everything between one set of covers. The full title was The Columbia Encyclopedia in One Volume, and when it launched in 1935, the first topic to look up was hernia. The surface area of a breadboard, the thickness of a mattress, here was an organ that had burst its regular boundaries. It had 1,949 pages, and consulting it was fraught with bad possibilities, including ruptured intestines, broken limbs, and, if you dropped it on someone's head, murder. In later years, it became known as the Columbia Desk Encyclopedia, not only because it was often to be found on the issuing desk of a library, but also because moving it was like moving a bureau. What was the big idea? This wasn't a junior encyclopedia. There were no illustrations, and it obviously wasn't a condensed one. It contained 52,000 articles compared to 45,000 in the full Britannica. Its preface explains that not long ago, an encyclopedia would contain substantially all the book learning of the minister, the physician, the lawyer, the teacher, the businessman, the scientist, and the historian. Specialization has made any such achievement now quite hopeless. First aid is all that a general encyclopedia can now give successfully. There were no treatises. The articles were unsigned. No maps or illustrations. No expert was allowed to present their interpretation of a subject without it being inspected and amended by others. An article about a Roman Catholic topic, for example, would be read and revised by either a Protestant or a Jew. Its chief editor, Clark F. Ansley, explained that a reference work as authoritative as this one hoped to be could never succeed if its accuracy was compromised by original opinion. If this made for a rather dull but reliable read, and it generally did, then that was an acceptable compromise. And it steered away from anything that might cause controversy or offence. So here too there was no mention of homosexuality, or indeed any sexuality, and sex was limited to the reproductive organs of animals. Sexpartite Vault, on the other hand, was awarded 30 lines, the first of which began, "Developed in medieval masonry construction from the difficulty of vaulting an oblong space with ribs of exclusively semicircular form, since the diagonal ribs, being longer, would unavoidably rise to a higher crown than the transverse ones." The New York Times judged the Columbia an essential tool in a fast-moving world, and praised both its simplicity and intelligibility. It was stronger on science than literature, however, particularly when it came to biography. The articles on Ralph Waldo Emerson and Nathaniel Hawthorne were mere skeletons of a life. The length of entries was unpredictable. Julius Caesar received 2,800 words, but Napoleon only 1,350. Mussolini got 850. But overall, its 5 million words were a welcome addition to the reference shelf, and it was very well bound. The Columbia set a trend, exacting, precise, manageable. It was, once again, the world in a book. But now it really was one book. To have the world explained between single covers without multi-volume cross-referencing, was a godlike achievement. How far could the shrinking go? It could go a lot smaller. There is something quietly absurd about the very notion of the pocket encyclopedia, as if the world itself was suddenly considered more containable than before. Or perhaps it was an admission of defeat. The world's knowledge was just too vast, too complex to include in a multi-volume encyclopedia suitable for home consumption. So instead, here's something for your backpack. The variety of pocket editions was almost as diverse as the full-sized versions. The Wordsworth, an up-to-date guide to the changing world, was arranged thematically: society, the arts, science and technology, and was aimed at an adult readership. The entry on the United Nations included individual sections on the General Assembly, the Security Council, the Economic and Social Council, the Trusteeship Council, and 3 others. NATO was given a similar breakdown. The Hutchinson Pocket Encyclopedia was derived from its larger scale single volume, first published in 1948. It handled almost every entry at between 6 and 12 lines. It was hard to ascertain the relative importance of a subject when Camus was only a few lines shorter than the entire entry on Canada, and Chaos Theory received 6 lines next to Charlie Chaplin's 10. When first published in 1995, everything was as important as everything else. From Aristotle to Zen, from black holes to smart weapons, from DNA to MS-DOS. One wonders what the Nobel Prize winners, listed at the back, would have thought of it all. Richard P. Feynman, who won the Nobel Prize for Physics in 1965, formulated his own logical conclusion to the shrinkage of knowledge. He offered a cash prize to anyone who could shrink it even more. In December 1959, he delivered a lecture to the annual meeting of the American Physical Society at the California Institute of Technology, entitled, "There's Plenty of Room at the Bottom." He reasoned it was now possible to take almost any usefully bulky object and make it smaller, and perhaps more useful. He wasn't talking specifically about microchips, although he acknowledged that computers that were no longer the size of a room might one day prove beneficial. For the moment, he had an exacting challenge for his audience: to reduce a page of a book to 1/25,000th of its regular size, and then be able to read it on an electron microscope. Anyone who could do this, he used the phrase "any guy," would win $1,000. Feynman actually had more than one page in mind for his miniaturization, and more than one book. Why cannot we write the entire 24 volumes of the Encyclopedia Britannica on the head of a pin? He asked. He then examined what might be involved, beginning with the head of a pin measuring 1/16th of an inch across. He reasoned that all one had to do was reduce all the writing in an encyclopedia by 25,000 times. Then he figured how it would be inscribed onto the pin, and then he concluded, "I don't know why this hasn't been done yet." Footnote. Feynman then calculated that it would require about 1 million pinheads to reproduce all the books in the world, which, if laid on their side, would occupy an area of about 3 square yards. The $1,000 prize money for the single page wasn't claimed for 25 years, until a Stanford graduate named Thomas H. Newman spent a month in 1984 shrinking the first page of Dickens' A Tale of Two Cities. In my book, In Miniature, I had speculated it was the best of Times New Roman, it was the worst of Times New Roman. End footnote. But of course, one could go the other way with encyclopedias. One could practically begin again, completely rethinking what a modern edition should look like. Perhaps the way forward was not shorter, but longer and more elaborate, an encyclopedia sold on the premise that it would last forever. U. Unprecedented. At the peak of his fame, the broadcaster Michael Aspel turned his hand to many things. He was suave and silver-tongued, and for a while British television couldn't get enough of him. He began his career as a newsreader and would soon be one of the most popular, respected, and reliably bland personalities on air, presenting Ask Aspel, Antiques Roadshow, and long-running radio shows on London's Capital Radio and BBC Radio 2. In 1973, I was in the audience at the Golders Green Hippodrome when he presented the children's comedy challenge show Crackerjack. That was also the year he was asked by Encyclopaedia Britannica to promote its latest edition. Aspel appeared in magazine adverts in a grey flannel suit, leaning against a shiny bookcase, displaying 24 slabs bound in crimson. The wraparound text explained the usual stuff: 10,000 and more leading world authorities, 28,000 pages, 22,000 pictures, illustrations, and maps. The text also explained that if you wanted yet more of Aspel, he would come to your home free of charge and with absolutely no obligation in the form of a flexi disc, a 7-inch record made from very thin plastic that spun at 33 revolutions per minute. I sent off for the disc, and it was good to hear Michael's voice. "This is Michael Aspel," he began, as familiar music played in the background. "No doubt you'll recognize this bit of Beethoven," he said. "This great composer is described in Encyclopaedia Britannica as having a musical imagination that was constantly alive. Do you enjoy meeting people who have minds that are constantly alive?" Imagine answering no to that. "Children have lively minds," Aspel continues, "and they want answers. Lively minds shouldn't be starved," he reasons. "That leads to apathy, frustration, waste." There was, of course, an easy way to feed these minds. Britannica was a powerhouse of knowledge. Then there was a 45-second audio clip of an Apollo launch, and an assurance from Aspel that the Britannica was right up to date. He said there was even an article about colour television. And the Britannica had many uses beyond just helping the children. You could also widen your social contacts and further your business career. "Whatever the reason, I hope you will extend the courtesy you have shown in listening to me to the Encyclopaedia Britannica representative when he calls." It was understood that because you had requested this record, a salesman now had your address and would be appearing on your doorstep soon. Aspel closed by suggesting that by listening this far in the record, you have already displayed a lively mind, and you would probably enjoy the quiz on the other side. The quiz, which was read by someone other than Aspel, had 12 questions. Where did the camel come from? What has campanology to do with? How did the saxophone get its name? Alas, the record supplied no answers. For those, you would have to wait until the Britannica representative paid you a little visit. But then, a year later, Aspel's sales pitch, all that dapper effort, was useful no more. The edition he was plugging, and the one the representative had subsequently tried hard to sell you, the 14th, which, since its first publication in 1929, had been revised in 1930, 1932, 1933, 1936, 1937, and every year to 1973, had now been declared redundant. Harvey Einbinder's time had come. The publication would soon receive a complete overhaul, including the information about the camel, campanology, and the saxophone. Aspel would be all right. He would go on to advertise no-calorie Sweetex and host This Is Your Life, but the Britannica would never be the same again. The 15th edition of 1974 was unlike any encyclopedia that preceded it, and its editors hoped there would never be a need for another. It was a vast and complicated endeavour, 13 years in the making, and it arrived with the sort of operating instructions that might have floored Steve Wozniak. Gone were the days when Britannica came with a statement of intent and an explanation of cross-referencing. Taking possession of the new 30-volume edition now involved a personal handover, and its instructions came with pie charts. The intention was both forward-looking and retrograde. The preface referred to a circle of learning, a concept that rooted it in the traditions of the ancient Greeks. The new edition aimed to give the reader access to its contents by both alphabetical order and topical subject matter. This time, a reader didn't get one encyclopedia, but 3. Indeed, rather than the 15th edition, it was sometimes called Britannica 3. There was the one-volume Propoedia, described as a kind of preamble or antechamber to the world of learning that the rest of the encyclopedia aims to encompass. This encompassing was to be found in the 10-volume Micropedia, ready reference volumes containing short information on 102,000 topics, and the 19-volume Macropedia, containing knowledge in greater depth on 4,200 topics. There was also the promise of annual yearbooks, the latter designed to keep the reader up to speed with world events at about the same pace as the information they'd already purchased in 30 volumes hastened towards obsolescence. No one gets to launch a monument like this without the stats. 33,141 pages, 43 million words, 25,000 illustrations. There were 4,000 contributing authors from more than 100 countries. In June 1974, the advertisements heralded the first new idea in encyclopedias for 200 years, the encyclopedia that will wear out from use, not from time. The price was at least £249, or about $500, and considerably more if you wanted the full Morocco. The editorial creation of the work cost $32 million exclusive of printing costs. The Britannica justifiably claimed that this made it the largest single private investment in publishing history. Explaining the concept in a BBC interview at the time of its launch, Mortimer J. Adler, the chairman of the board of editors, said, "Let's take Napoleon for a moment. You're doing some research, and you want to find out very quickly the date that Napoleon crowned himself Holy Roman Emperor. If you went to the old Britannica, you'd find a 10-page article, 20 columns on Napoleon, and somewhere in that, the date would be buried. You couldn't find it quickly. You might thumb through it, but you wouldn't find it. Here, you'd turn to the Micropedia first, and you'd get 700 words on Napoleon with all the facts. And then, if you wanted to read more, we give you index references to the long article. We've separated the long background pieces from the short information pieces because they have 2 separate functions." This sounded easy enough, but the preface of the Propoedia showed how the presentation of the world's knowledge in the world's most famous encyclopedia was now much more complicated than a bit of thumbing through. Each section number, in the Propoedia's 7-page content section, incorporates the numbers of the part and division to which it belongs. For example, Section 725 is the 5th section in Part 7, Division 2. Section 96/10 is the 10th section in Part 9, Division 6. In each sectional outline, the major subjects are indicated by capital letters, A, B, etc. There are always at least 2 major subjects, but there may be many more in a given section. When it is necessary to subdivide a major subject, up to 3 additional levels may appear in the outline. The first is indicated by Arabic numerals, the second by lowercase letters, and the third by Roman numerals. There were then 5 pie charts relating to 10 subject matters, from life on Earth to the history of mankind. Each subject rotating to occupy a different piece of pie in the circle, depending on which subject was at the center, and therefore at the heart of a reader's initial inquiry. And these were followed by some detailed examples designed to make finding information about biology, say, a little easier. Section 10.34 in Division 3 of Part 10 examines the nature, methods, problems, and history of the biological sciences. but the knowledge of life that the biological sciences afford is outlined in Part 3. Or, to take another example, Section 10/41 in Division 4 of Part 10 examines historiography and the study of history, but the actual history of mankind is outlined in Part 9. Not everyone found this classification edifying or knew what the hell was going on. It is worth noting that this was not some elaborate and very expensive joke. It was a genuine and clearly overthought attempt to redefine how the communication of knowledge was absorbed in the last quarter of the 20th century. Alas, this fabulously complex system may have already come too late. 1974 marked at least one other milestone in communication, the first mobile phone call. In The New Yorker, Hans Koning reasoned that the very form in which the 15th edition was published showed that knowledge now came in a shattered, scattered avalanche of data, to which no category such as purpose was attached. According to an essay by Jeffrey Wolf in The Atlantic in 1974, the editors of the 15th edition worried copy mercilessly. Every article was rigorously outlined before the contributor got to work, and the writer was warned that to add to the material in his outline would be to duplicate material appearing elsewhere in the set, while to ignore something included in the outline would be to leave it out of the set. Wolf quotes one of Britannica's executive editors, "We really shoved it down their throats." This may explain why this edition sometimes reads as if it's written by a committee, and a committee devoid of character or warmth. Jeffrey Wolf reasoned convincingly that one shouldn't expect to have much fun with it, for it lacked eccentricity, elegance, and surprise, these singular qualities that make learning an inviting transaction. He singled out the article on gout. In the 11th edition, this ran to 2.5 pages. Gout provoked a remarkable tendency to gnashing of the teeth, and the parts affected cannot bear the weight of the bedclothes. There was also a fascinating, if questionable, moral aspect. Gout was less common in countries where its citizens had fewer errors in living. That's the kind of stuff a gouty reader can take some pleasure from, Wolf declared. The shorter, methodical entry in the 15th edition observes how the elevation of uric acid appears to be transmitted by an autosomal gene. That said, it still does what any encyclopedia should. It carries tens of thousands of authoritative, interesting, and useful articles. That's in the general macropedia, the sort of encyclopedia one has grown accustomed to over the years. But upon opening the highly exacting world of the micropedia, we enter a very different and strange universe. One tries to apply some logic to it by examining, for example, the 56-page article on Logic, the History and Kinds of, all 70,000 plus words and equations of it, and one is left exhausted. This was not general learning. This was extreme obsession, and it was not an exception. There are hundreds of columns on such far-reaching and rather hard-to-grapple topics such as cities, 10 pages, climate and weather, 86 pages, and continental landforms, 55 pages. After climate and weather, there are 6 pages on cnidarians. Footnote. I had to read the entry to find out. Cnidarians are a particular type of aquatic animal comprising polyp and medusa, the latter commonly known as jellyfish. The more one wrote, the more one got paid, of course. The usual rate was 10 cents per word, and major contributors also received a complete edition when published. End footnote. As always, this exhaustive enterprise could be paid for in monthly installments. The precise amount depended on the quality of leather slapped around it. But the 15th edition also came with the revival of something Britannica hadn't offered for decades, a personal knowledge assistant. If the volumes in your possession didn't already answer everything under the sun, or didn't provide answers in enough depth, and if the world was moving just too fast for its pages, you were entitled to call on Britannica's Library Research Service. This had been created in 1936, and its department of Answer Girls featured heavily in its promotions. Having fallen from favour in the 1960s, it was now being revived with vigour. Every purchaser received 100 coupons to be redeemed for one or two products. The first was an instant response system, by which the coupon holder could select from 10,000 written reports that didn't make it into either the Micropedia or Macropedia. The extensive catalogue included R201, the value and utilisation of poultry manure and deep litter as fertiliser and stock feed; 3R53, the hazards of wind shear and microbursts; 3R148, establishing a pecan grove; R140, Zea diploperennis and the possibility of breeding perennial corn; and R5662, influences of Oriental mysticism upon Ralph Waldo Emerson, to sample just the agriculture, aeronautics, and American literature sections. The second research product was up to you. For 10 years, from the date of purchase, a Britannica owner could ask up to 100 questions on matters of fact, as many as 10 questions per year. The answers to these questions would then arrive in the post, varying in length from a few lines to a few pages. It was a sort of Alexa Siri service before its time, although it did take up to a month for any questions to be answered, and the service would be suspended in the event of a user slipping into arrears on their installment plan, and no questions could be answered regarding personal, medical, or legal matters, and no research would be conducted relating to public competitions with a cash prize. In the same interview in which he'd explained the diminution and aggrandizement of Napoleon, Dr. Mortimer Adler was asked about the possibility of mistakes in his 32 volumes. "We have a vast staff of data verifiers or fact-checkers," he said, "and even so, of course, errors do creep in. I would guess there may be 2,000 or 3,000 small errors, typographical errors, little errors of fact that we have to correct within the next printing and the printing after that. It's impossible not to. Every encyclopedia has errors, and it's a constant vigilance to keep finding them and correcting them. So, when will the information that a cricket pitch is 10 foot long, rather than the correct 66 feet, be corrected?" asked the man from the BBC. "In the next printing, in 1975. The BBC man also wondered how long it would be before the new edition went out of date. "We think we have produced an encyclopedia that is so flexible and so capacious in its structure that it will accommodate any changes in knowledge in the next 50 years at least." Footnote: that would take us to 2024, but in 1974, when Dr. Adler was speaking, something else had just been born, the first node of the Internet. End footnote. If we still have the Encyclopaedia Britannica in our homes, the 15th edition is probably the one we have. True to Dr. Adler's word, annual revisions continued into the late 1990s, and the set received a major overhaul in 1985. Articles were redesigned, reorganized, and amalgamated, and the set expanded to 32 volumes, including a 2-volume index that readers had suggested would have been useful when trying to negotiate the original version. The price was now about £1,000, or $1,500. Perhaps, out of curiosity, because we felt sorry for it just lying there, we might even consult the monolith from time to time. What we would never do, unless we were crazy, is read it in its entirety. Step forward, the enthusiastic A.J. Jacobs. In 2003, much to the amusement and then consternation of his wife, he undertook to tackle the literary equivalent of the north face of the Eiger, reading the 15th edition complete and unabridged in a year. Jacobs, a writer on Esquire, hoped to achieve two goals: reduce his television consumption and, in the process, become the smartest person in the world. He then achieved a third goal, writing an amusing book about his challenge. He revels in the joys of learning, although often plays the clown. "I'm completely ignorant of this man," he writes of Petrarch, "but he sounds like someone I should know about." He concludes that Petrarch's devotion to his chaste love Laura would today be called stalking and result in a restraining order. He throws in a large amount of pop culture gags and interjections from family and friends. He reads the entry on Plato on a train journey with his wife Julie to see her brother Doug in Philadelphia. If that isn't too much information in a book about information, we also learn that his wife's rash has cleared up. This is clearly a running gag, but there is no cross-referencing. A.J. Jacobs was not the first to attempt a complete read. George Bernard Shaw claimed he had studied most of Britannica's 9th in the British Museum reading room, although he admitted to glossing over some of the science articles. The son of the novelist C.S. Forester remembers his father reading Britannica in bed, a physical as well as a literary achievement. In fact, he may have read the whole thing 3 times. A man called George Foreman Goodyear, a lawyer in Buffalo, New York, took 22 years to read the complete 14th edition. The pioneering heart surgeon Michael DeBakey read the whole of the 11th in his teens. Aldous Huxley apparently read the whole of the 14th, but randomly. He focused on a particular volume and would then amuse a party crowd by his knowledge of things beginning with the letter N or P. And in 1934, The New Yorker reported on a man called A. Urban Shirk. Shirk was the advertising and sales manager of the International Products Corporation, which apparently isn't a made-up name. And in his spare time on lonely business trips, Shirk liked nothing more than reading the 14th. He spent 2 to 6 months on each volume and was currently up to volume 4, Bray to Cast. If some of the entries seemed familiar to him, it was because he had already spent 4.5 years reading the whole of the 29-volume 11th edition. Upmanship, a diversion. For those unfamiliar with what people with greying hair like to call the golden age of British television, the two Ronnies were Ronnie Barker, rotund, bumbling, professorial, and Ronnie Corbett, petite, pernickety, anecdotal. As comedians, they were peak time and family-friendly, and they loved lexicography, spoonerisms, and good puns. When, in 1975, a year after the latest Britannica, they pilloried the dreaded encyclopedia salesman, they chose not to target the hapless soul himself, for he was just spreading knowledge and making ends meet, but instead something broader, and something all British viewers would understand: the class system. And like Python before them, they succeeded in undercutting all expectations. The scene is a cliched depiction of a northern working-class front room. A wife called Elsie is at the ironing board in curlers. A husband in a vest called Arthur is pumping the tires on his upturned bike. All that's missing is a whippet. A knock on the door reveals a hatted, raincoated salesman with a chirpy greeting. He is the middle-class invasion, probably from the south. Ronnie Corbett as the salesman. "Good morning, Sonny. Is your mummy in?" Arthur is played by Ronnie Barker. It's safe to assume that no one has called him Sonny for at least 40 years. "It's another one of them sales, my love," he calls to his wife in the front room. The salesman enters and wonders whether he can interest them in a nice set of encyclopedias. Each volume is full of very interesting information. For example, did they know that Siberian Lake Balkhash has an area of no less than 7,050 square miles? "Yes," Arthur says as he returns to his bicycle. Well, how about the fact that the Yangtze Kiang is some 3,400 miles long? Yes, he knew that too. Fine, but did he know that the highest mountain in South America was Mount Ilampu at 3,012 feet? I think you're wrong there, lad, Arthur says. The highest mountain in South America is surely Mount Aconcagua, isn't it? Which is over 69 feet higher than the Ilampu. Isn't that right, our Elsie? Our Elsie disagrees. She thinks it's Mount Cotopaxi. Luckily, their daughter Lily has just entered the room to settle the matter. Oh, you're not on that one again, are you? She asks as she settles in the easy chair to file her nails. It's Mount Chimborazo. This goes on for a while. The salesman has various other items to tease them with. Who said, many a good hanging prevents a bad marriage? How does the diameter of Neptune compare with that of Earth? Name the dwarf monkey that lives in the Amazonian mountains and feeds on small flowers, roots, and small birds. The window cleaner, outside the parlour window, for some reason on a ladder on the ground floor, chips in with the answer. It's the white-eared marmoset. There was also mention of a neighbour named Mrs. Butterworth, who recently proved the existence of a fourth dimension. The salesman, increasingly infuriated, begins ripping up pages from the book in his hands. He says he hasn't sold one all week. But then there's a twist. Arthur says he'll buy a set. And then another twist. The salesman says the cost is £2 a week for 5 weeks. But Arthur, Elsie and Lily can't agree what that will be in total. It may be £10, but it may also be £7. V. Valedictory. In 1994, Kenneth F. Kister, a reference book enthusiast in Tampa, Florida, published the second edition of Kister's Best Encyclopedias. It was, almost inevitably, a 500-page, single-volume encyclopedia itself, and covered the big general encyclopedias alongside medium-sized encyclopedias and small encyclopedias, as well as children's encyclopedias and specialist encyclopedias on the decorative arts, engineering, and childcare. There was even a small section on the leading encyclopedias in China, Japan, Korea, Spain, and Russia. In Russia, there was only one, Bolshavia Sovetskaya Encyclopedia, or Great Soviet Encyclopedia. Not entirely the work of the Central Committee, but certainly a publication with a Marxist-Leninist bias, with, for example, the American Declaration of Independence derided as the product of a disastrous bourgeois revolution. Among Japanese sets, Kenneth F. Kister singles out the serviceable single-volume Daichiten Desuku, Tokyo, 1983, and the well-edited, handsomely illustrated 23-volume Dai Nixon Haka Jitendra, Tokyo, 1973. Among Korean-language volumes, Kister notes that when a translated Britannica appeared with added Korean interest articles in 1992, its publishers in Seoul had an optimistic message. They had taken great pains to cover North Korean topics in a realistic manner. In this way, the editors have made their own contribution to realizing a unified Korea. Nothing if not ambitious. Kister's exhaustive survey was timely in a way he couldn't have known when he began. The mid-1990s marked a long, slow funeral for the print encyclopedias that occupied 9/10 of his report. The CD-ROM was taking over. And not long after that, most people would have some sort of dial-up online service provider, and his guide swiftly came to resemble the passenger list on the Titanic. But what a list, and what a story was winding down. He mentions many briefly popular volumes from the 1950s and 60s, the heyday of small-scale editions, produced by established publishing houses eager for a slice. The Macmillan Family Encyclopedia, Webster's Family Encyclopedia, Barnes & Noble Encyclopedia, Random House Encyclopedia, many of them with student or children's versions. Kister's tone is as generous as his analysis is bland. Information in Funk and Wagnalls is normally reliable and presented in an impartial manner, he declares. The Grolier Encyclopedia of Knowledge, a slightly reduced version of the standard Grolier Academic American, produced primarily for sale in supermarkets, was praised for its broad and carefully balanced coverage, accurate and impartial presentation of material, sound organization, and effective access to specific topics and facts, first-rate illustrations, impeccable authority. In other words, like the vast majority of publications under consideration, it was a good encyclopedia, or at the very worst, good for its intended market. What made Kister's interesting were his comparison tables, in which he rated one publication next to another in terms of number of words, pages, and illustrations, and then cross-references, index entries, and price. Each encyclopedia was then assigned a grade, with A being excellent and D below average. In the 14 medium-sized adult encyclopedias under consideration, 11 were either A or B, with 1 C and 2 Ds. Prospective purchasers were encouraged not to base their judgment purely on the grades, which are necessarily arbitrary. Equally arbitrary were the report cards he assigned according to the treatment of various topics. For the medium-sized publications, he took a list of 10 subjects, including computers, Halloween, Magic Johnson, measles, nuclear energy, and sex education, and gave each a grade for coverage, accuracy, clarity, and recency. In Compton's, almost every topic got an A in every category, although computers and nuclear energy only got a C for clarity. For the large adult comparison between Britannica, Americana, and Collier's, Kister reshuffled his subject list, now selecting topics including Philip Glass and the Shroud of Turin. The best overall performance was judged to be Collier's, with A's across the board, followed by Americana, with only a little slippage when it came to Galileo, and lastly there was Britannica, which let itself down with poor recency when it came to both circumcision and heart disease. Who was Mr. Kister to conduct such a guide? He billed himself as North America's best-known reviewer of information materials, although this in itself must have been hard to quantify. As well as encyclopedias, he had written comprehensive guides to atlases and dictionaries, and he held a master's in library science from the Simmons College Graduate School of Library and Information Science in Boston. Kister was also the new Lawrence Hart. Beginning in 1929, and for the next 35 years, Hart had published his Comparison of Encyclopedias, known universally as the Hart Chart. This was a sheet measuring 17 by 11 inches, sent every 6 months from his home in New Jersey at a cost of 35 cents for the first sheet and then 15 cents thereafter. Each sheet contained 11 tables, some of them primitive in their appraisal. He measured both price per 100 pages and price per million words, thus penalizing elegant typography and good editing. His obituaries, in at least 2 library journals, praised the role his work played in raising standards in reference works and simplifying the work of acquisition. A few years later, librarians would be faced with other, less familiar choices. In June 1998, at the annual conference of the American Library Association in Washington, D.C., one of the topics concerned the future of digital encyclopedias. Specifically, members were concerned with how confusing this new world could be, and how fast this landscape was changing. They wanted to know where to invest their energies and budget. James Rettig, a librarian at the University of Richmond, Virginia, presented a conference paper marking this radical transformation over the last 15 years. It started, he said, with the simple porting over of imageless ASCII text to pre-web online systems. But then things got complicated. Then we had text-only CD-ROM encyclopedias, followed by text and still image encyclopedias, followed by text, still image, sound and video CD-ROM encyclopedias, followed by text, still image, sound and video CD-ROM encyclopedias, including simulations and animations, followed by text, still image, sound and video CD-ROM encyclopedias, including simulations and animations, and links to websites, followed, of course, by online interactive encyclopedias, combining all of the above. The field now resembled a forest of wires at the back of an early computer. Amid the confusion, mistakes could be costly. Early CD-ROMs cost hundreds of dollars. Library users would all want the latest and most exciting versions, but when would the technology reach its zenith? The answer, of course, was never. But at some stage, a decision had to be made. The confusion and mistakes could, of course, prove costlier still to the encyclopedia makers themselves. In June 1983, the big digital questions descended upon the offices of Encyclopaedia Britannica. The sales promotion department met to consider precisely how much of a threat to its business was the computer. A memo documenting the main discussion points of that meeting was issued to its sales teams as ammunition against potential customers wanting a digital version, and years later it was published on the website of Robert McHenry, for several years Britannica's editor-in-chief. One of the questions we are most frequently asked by both our own people and outsiders is, when will Britannica be available on a computer? The memo began. The answer we give is, not for a long time. The memo then outlines several reasons for this decision. 1. None of the popular models of home computer had enough memory to store Britannica. The company calculated how many floppy disks would be required just to store the index, and it came to a vague figure of 100 to 200. 2. The option of putting the encyclopedia on a large mainframe computer and allowing a user to access it via their home computer and a telephone was deemed unwieldy and expensive. It was difficult to find your way around, and it was easy to lose your place. On a screen, one could read only a few words at a time. A book is a lot easier to use and is more cost-effective at this time. 3. A computer makes searching fast, but it is not an intelligent way of negotiating an encyclopedia. The memo gave the example of Orange, which would offer the possibilities of the fruit, the color, Orange County, or William of Orange. In the print version, Britannica indexers had already done that sifting for the reader, eliminating trivial or random references. Until new ways are developed, the memo concluded, we can provide a better, easier-to-use encyclopedia in printed form than in any computerized version. We will not change our delivery method from the printed page to the electronic form until we are sure that it is the most efficient way for our readers to receive it. Within a decade, Britannica would be all but overrun by the forward-thinking, distinctly glamorous, multimedia and easily searchable CD-ROMs marketed by Compton's, Grolier, and Microsoft. Tradition, even one stretching back to the 18th century, would be afforded little respect as it crashed head-on into a digital future. Vanquished. If the sport was boxing, the pre-match betting would have evened out nicely. In one corner stood the Behemoth, a champion of such towering intellectual prowess and competitive experience that it was surely able to outsmart anyone. And in the other stood the sprightly upstart with fanciful ideas backed by new money. In late 1985, with Britannica's sales flourishing and Microsoft Windows still at its launch pad, only the foolhardy or visionary would feel secure about the outcome. But then the rules seemed to change mid-fight, and the sport was suddenly being marketed to a new and younger audience watching it on reflective screens. and all the hard-won expertise acquired in the traditional training camp seemed suddenly irrelevant. Rather than fight to the end, as it had done in all its other contests, the hardened behemoth collapsed, tragic in its shocking fall. A tortuous analogy, admittedly, and quite lacking the redemptive Hollywood ending. It wasn't Rocky, but it could have all turned out rather differently. In the mid-1980s, a fledgling Microsoft had tried to entice Encyclopaedia Britannica Inc. into a digital partnership. The software company knew that a CD-ROM encyclopedia would encourage people to adopt its Windows operating system, and it tried to persuade Britannica that a partnership would keep it relevant in the 21st century. A searchable database of the world's knowledge available on home computers at a fraction of the cost of the original, with minimal delivery complications and no shelving issues. Britannica said no, partly out of pride, one imagines, and certainly because it feared a diminution of profits. The deal seemed far too one-sided in Microsoft's favor. Only with hindsight, as the project Microsoft had codenamed Gandalf turned into Encarta, does this seem like a calamitous decision. In 2016, Shane Greenstein, a professor at the Technology Operations and Management Unit at Harvard Business School, published a paper called The Reference Wars, a forensic account of Britannica's failure to embrace digital technology. It was really a story of the decline of all standard encyclopedias and the old model notions of how an encyclopedia should be bought and read. There was an obvious moral, too. This was a story of how the personal computer could visit major trauma on an old institution, and how no enterprise could afford to consider itself too revered or intellectually superior to take on the challenge. Professor Greenstein suggests that Britannica executives were thoroughly aware of the threats of the new technology to their business, but were too tied into the old model, the old sales methods, the reliable profits from book sales that had sustained the company for 220 years, to even want to move fast enough in the digital world. In Britannica's case, even the best outcome in the new market would have been a decline in sales and profitability, he notes. As executives begin to manage this uncomfortable situation, the situation goes from bad to worse in the old market. The demand for the old falls at almost the same time that Britannica fails to succeed in the new. It was like an addict helplessly acting against their own best interests. When no rational manager could maintain an illusion about the prospects for growth in the old market, management still chose not to favor the new market. It was all the more perplexing because Britannica Inc. had an early toehold in this new world. It had owned Compton's Encyclopedia since 1961 and had launched Compton's Multimedia Encyclopedia in 1989, the first such product on the market. The Compton's operating manual reminds us just how unfamiliar the system must have appeared. To scroll through an article, select play using button 1. Pushing button 1 several times allows you to scroll faster. To page through an article, select play using button 2. Some short articles may be complete in themselves, but in most cases the article will contain one or more cross-references to major articles in Compton's. These are indicated by jump icons. To go to a reference, select the jump arrow. But there were also imaginative attempts to make the information, 30,000 short articles, enticing. Icons indicated sound and video clips and links to maps. For some entries, Star Trek's Patrick Stewart guided users through a time machine, a tour through specific historical periods and major events. First, select Enter Machine, then select Past, Rewind. Eras are indicated by drawings in the window, with dates above the window. To go toward the future, select Future, Play. If operating it was clunky, selling it was half-hearted. The Compton CD-ROM came bundled, for free, to anyone who bought a full print set of Britannica at between $1,500 and $2,000. But it was vastly overpriced at $895 when bought on its own. At the beginning of the 1990s, Britannica's 2,000-strong sales force still sold most of their sets through solicited house calls. They had no idea how to use a compact disc, let alone market one. Shane Greenstein quotes a Britannica employee who recalls, "I conducted over a year of training with the sales force and taught them step by step how to use the demo on it. They didn't know how to operate the computers in the potential buyers' homes." 4 years later, having fumbled its early chance to dominate the market, Britannica Inc. sold its interest in Compton's to the Chicago-based Tribune Media Group. By the time Britannica tried again and released its own expensive and unexciting Britannica CD-ROM in 1994, it had already lost out to Microsoft's much cheaper, all bells and whistles Encarta by a year. And it was no consolation for the Britannica executives to tell themselves that Encarta was an inferior product. In fact, it was only inferior when judged by the reverentially high standards of print. Judged by the clickable criteria of the new world, it would change the game. The development of Encarta wasn't smooth, but its main champion, Bill Gates himself, was persistent. After Britannica had rejected its overtures, Microsoft pursued its encyclopedic content one rung down to the popular and successful World Book. But World Book also turned down a Microsoft partnership, as did Collier's. Like Britannica, the publishers feared a big dent in print sales, and World Book was hatching plans to launch its own disc version in 1990. Microsoft's frustration increased when it learnt that Grolier would soon be partnering with Apple, making its content more easily accessible with a point-and-click mouse than it was in the PC MS-DOS version. In 1989, Gates finally found a match in Funk & Wagnalls, the company that reasoned that if it wanted to sell its low-budget encyclopedias to a mass market, the best place to do that might be in supermarkets. Once a licensing deal was agreed, Microsoft set about enhancing the text for its digital offering. The Grolier had been criticized for including only grainy images in its disc, and so Microsoft employed the great media buzzword of the time, synergy, to use its recently created Corbis photo and video library to bring Encarta alive. Faced with storage limitations, at a time before MP3s and efficient image compression, Encarta editors added clips that would grab most attention at its presentations. The Apollo moonshots, a recording of Einstein, spuming whales. It also included more entries on popular culture and business affairs, and it reflected as many recent events as it could. Meanwhile, in the world of ink and tree felling, Britannica kept on pushing its exhaustive and leaden yearbooks. The initial launch of Encarta towards the end of 1992 was not a success. Its marketing team missed the holiday season, and it was deemed much too costly at $295. But the following year it tried again. It now cost only $99 and was faster and more exciting than its rivals. It included a video clip of the Israel-Arab Oslo peace accord that occurred only a few weeks before its release. It received solid, but not rave, reviews. Yet, the sales were phenomenal. Encarta sold 120,000 copies in the 1993 holiday period alone, and production couldn't keep up with demand. In its first year, 350,000 copies were ordered, and 1 million the year after. Clearly, no encyclopedia had ever sold like this. Initially, users didn't seem to mind that they were reading a less-than-great series of articles. The fact that they were accessing such a fast reference tool on a screen without a visit to the library or an outdated print volume was appealing enough. And the audio-visual buzzes were fun too. A modern encyclopedia may even have appealed to the modern child the way it was supposed to in the adverts, although most of their time with Encarta was probably spent clicking on the videos. Over the next few years, Microsoft did much to increase the quality of its product, meeting an educational responsibility it had never expected to bear. "We consciously invested in the contextual value," wrote Tom Caudry, Encarta's former team leader, on the New York Times website in 2009. "In expanding the core content, in creating the world's first truly global encyclopedia, and in an efficient update cycle, we had enough multimedia in the original product to keep the reviewers happy, but focused on the overall usefulness of the whole product much more than on the relative handful of video clips." Caudry disputes the idea that Funk and Wagnall's original text was low quality compared to Britannica. For Encarta's needs, it was almost ideal. Its structured data ensured a consistency of text from one article to the next, easing the construction of a highly efficient set of links and navigational tools across the entire content. Britannica, by contrast, was a bloated mishmash, Caudry maintained, a consequence of its long tradition of having articles written by many different celebrity authors. I'd argue that within its first 5 years, Encarta became the best encyclopedia in history. It had tremendously consistent quality and usefulness across a very broad range of topics, and added a great deal of value by the relationships it illuminated between topics. All of this has since been rendered a bit quaint, the Encarta chief conceded, but in its day it did more than unsettle the traditional print encyclopedia, it pretty much destroyed it. In 1990, the last year it saw a profit, Britannica made $40 million on a sales revenue of $650 million. That year it sold 117,000 printed sets, but by the time revenue dropped to $453 million in 1994, it was selling only 51,000, and a large proportion of its sales force, 2,000 plus in 1990, was being laid off. "We need capital and are confident we can secure it," said Peter B. Norton, the company's president, in a statement in April 1995. But Britannica Inc. took more than a year to find a buyer, and when it did, the Swiss investor Jakob Safra paid only $130 million, a fraction of its value in the 1980s. By 1996, revenue had fallen to $325 million, sales were just a few thousand sets each year, and losses were mounting. At the time of the sale, computers were in more than a third of American homes. The exciting writing was on the screen. But there was another way of looking at this. Perhaps Britannica and other traditional encyclopedias had simply misjudged the competition. The boxer it thought it was fighting was actually someone else. In 2000, Britannica's fall had been studied by two senior vice presidents at the Boston Consulting Group. In the opening pages of Blown to Bits, their account of what they call the new economics of information, Philip Evans and Thomas S. Worster considered that the company simply underestimated the challenge. Judging from their inaction, Britannica executives at first seemed to have viewed the CD-ROM encyclopedia as an irrelevance, a child's toy, one step above video games. This perception was entirely reasonable. One reason for this was a predicament they shared with almost every other traditional business. Old incumbents were saddled with legacy assets, bricks and mortar, sales and distribution teams, mainframe systems. It was just hard to destroy these things. Instead, blame comes into play, and last-ditch financial calculations hit a wall of internal political debates and personal self-protection. Then there were the psychological elements. Evans and Worster argue that the key decision-makers at Britannica were blinded by their own history and myths, making them unable to appreciate something that didn't fit into their collective mental framework. Worse, they failed to see how one of their oldest and most reliable sales principles, parents wanting to do something valuable for their children's education and feeling bad if they didn't, had been subconsciously transferred to a new medium. If the fundamental value proposition is assuaging parental guilt, then the fundamental competitor is not Encarta, it is the PC. Writing 20 years ago, Evans and Worcester state, "Today, when parents are anxious about their children's performance in school, when they feel guilty about not doing enough to help, they buy a computer. The new PC may never be used for anything other than chat rooms and video games, but parental guilt has again been duly salved. It just so happens that the computer costs about the same amount as Britannica. And along with that computer comes a CD-ROM drive. And along with the CD-ROM drive come several free CD-ROMs, one of which is a promotional copy of Encarta." Certainly, Encarta did its job. It sold millions of copies. And Microsoft reaped rewards both from the disk and its operating system. That it couldn't continue being successful forever would have been clear to all those who worked on it, not least to the person who wrote Encarta's entry on the irrepressible growth of the Internet. In March 2009, Encarta announced its shuttering, the phrase suggestive of a shop pulling down its grill as a new supermarket destroys its livelihood. It was indeed stuck in the past, a victim of the speed of technological advance that had once crowned it king. It was almost tragicomic. Only 20 years before, it was conceived as the indomitable future. In its last year, it dropped its price to $22.95, the clearest indication that almost all of its knowledge was already available elsewhere. Encarta did try to keep its brand alive online, but it had entered the arena far too late. According to the internet ratings service Hitwise, 2 months before it closed, Encarta had just 1.27% of all U.S. internet traffic to encyclopedia sites. The category of traditional encyclopedias and reference material has changed, Microsoft announced, a rare understatement in a world of hyperbole. People today seek and consume information in considerably different ways than in years past. As part of Microsoft's goal to deliver the most effective and engaging resources for today's consumer, it has made the decision to exit the Encarta business. This was a huge admission of defeat from such a huge corporation. It had been beaten by its inability to keep pace with popular demand, with the spread of information itself. What Encarta achieved above all was expectation. As computer users engaged in information retrieval, we came to anticipate constant progress and increasing value. Our insatiable desire for all the knowledge in the world would not content itself with a noisily whirring disk of coated plastic. Vietnam. A diversion. Joey Tribbiani is removing the chewing gum from the underside of a small metal patio table in his New York apartment when he hears a knock at the door. There is a big man waiting there, and he has a big question. "Good afternoon. Are you the decision-maker of the house?" This is the salesman's classic opener. Even a child might find it hard to answer no to this one. But Joey hesitates. He looks around his apartment. He is alone, but still he pauses. He opens his mouth, still pondering. All he can offer is, So the salesman intervenes. "Do you currently own a set of encyclopedias?" This one Joey can answer. "No," he says. "But try the classifieds. People sell everything in there." The salesman says he's not buying, but selling, and he offers his hand as he asks him another question. Do Joey's friends ever have the sort of conversations during which he just nods along, not quite sure what they're talking about? Cue the flashback of Joey nodding along as his friends sit around talking about something unconstitutional, and then one in which they refer to something as the Algonquin's kids' table. Joey is clueless, but he laughs along heartily with his buddies nonetheless. The salesman notes that Joey has been silently flashing back for about 2.5 minutes. He wonders, "Are you at all interested?" "Sure," Joey says. "Come on in." The salesman already has a volume in his hand, the one with the letter V. They sit down at the patio furniture, and the salesman wonders what Joey knows about Van Gogh. Not much, apart from the fact that he cut off his ear because he sucked. Selecting another page brings another question. Where does the Pope live? "In the woods," Joey says. The next flick-through brings up vulcanized rubber. After an ad break, the volume has moved from the salesman's hands to Joey's, and he realizes there's a lot he didn't know about vomit. The whole set can be his for $1,200, or $50 per book. Joey is astonished that the salesman thinks he may have that much to spend. Asked how much he can actually afford, he offers $0 down and $0 a month for a long, long time. He starts to empty out his pockets. A baby Tootsie Roll, a movie stub, keys, a Kleenex, a rock. But as the salesman turns to go, he finds a $50 note, and he thinks for a moment that he must be wearing his friend's jeans. This $50 buys him one book, and rather than take the A volume, Joey decides to stick with the V. The payoff comes at Central Perk. As Joey's friends talk of relationships, he mentions how one particular girlfriend could blow up like that Vesuvius. When his friends question why they're suddenly talking about volcanoes, Joey says he's happy to talk about something else. Vivisection? The vas deferens? The Vietnam War? But when Monica asks whether anyone else saw that documentary about the Korean War, Joey is once again all knitted brows and confusion. This was in October 1997 from Friends' 4th season, The One with the Cuffs, with Matt LeBlanc as Joey, Penn Jillette as the salesman. To this day, Jillette says, whenever he does a magic show anywhere in the world, someone always comes up to him afterwards and asks about his friend's appearance. Selling is all about vocation, Jillette tells them, and about volume. W. Wikimania. Each summer, the staff of Wikipedia get together with their most fanatical contributors for a 5-day conference called Wikimania, a sort of WrestleMania for the brainy and pedantic. There is soul-searching, navel-gazing, pulse-taking, and crystal balling, not forgetting punch-pulling and verbal flame-throwing. Popular issues for discussion include inclusion, deletion, citation, representation, notability, harassment of editors, empowerment of users, and the open-source software operating system called Ubuntu. Astonishingly, perhaps, the event sells out fast. In 2014, the venue was London. In 2018, Cape Town. In 2019, Stockholm. Like the textual behemoth that inspired it, Wikimania goes high and low. You turn up from all corners of the globe, get the bright yellow t-shirt, and within minutes you're embedded in a breakout group called Wiki Loves Butterfly, or Serbia Loves Wikipedians in Residence, or Let's Completely Change How Templates Work. The conference also holds board meetings and pledges to do better next year on issues of gender and racial diversity. It even announces its Wikimedian of the Year, a title awarded in 2020 to Emna Mizouni, a Tunisian human rights activist praised for organizing the conference Wiki Arabia and contributing to the photographic project Wiki Loves Monuments. And then, as the sky darkens, and should you have the stomach for such things, you may join the gatekeepers of the world's knowledge as they knock back tequila-based wiki shots and indulge in their passion projects. You would be surprised if these didn't include making snow globes, real-life Quidditch, being awesome, and jail-friendly power yoga, at the very least. Wikipedia is a universe unto itself. Its ambition unequaled, and its scale unprecedented. Its staff are fond of a single phrase: "Thank God our enterprise works in practice because it could never work in theory." In theory, Wikipedia should be a disaster. The work of world experts and world amateurs, creators and vandals, anarchists and train spotters, super grammarians and super creeps, many hundreds of thousands of each from all the world's nations, everyone vaguely suspicious of everyone else, some using Google Translate in hilarious ways, all battling for some sort of supremacy in a multiverse of ultimate truth. That doesn't bode well. And yet, that's what Wikipedia is: an errant community of career-long academics and lone wolf information crackpots that continues to create something of brilliance with almost every keystroke. In 2021, Wikimania was scheduled for Bangkok, and the focus was on Wikipedia's 20th birthday. But the party was derailed by COVID-19. In all other respects, Wikipedia flourished under the pandemic, tracking the first weeks in a masterful way, and like nothing else. It was on the ground everywhere, in 100 languages, keyboarded up. Many thousands of people contributed their knowledge of the virus and its impact on their lives and local area, as always, for no financial reward. Sometimes it seemed as if the virus itself was contributing, such was the speed of the spread. The number of words grew from a few hundred in mid-January 2020 to a few 100,000 by mid-March. Many hundreds of useful links brought the reader to current medical journals, historical accounts of pandemics, and an early discussion on the efficacy of masks. Conspiracy theorists were given very little credibility, and deliberately malicious information was removed within minutes. Between December 2019 and April 2020, Wikipedia pages relating to the pandemic received an average 163 edits per hour. By 23rd of April 2020, there were about 4,500 pandemic-related Wikipedia pages across all languages. All of this led the writer Noam Cohen of Wired magazine to suggest that Wikipedia had developed a conscience, which, with the exception of Diderot's Encyclopédie, was not something regularly attributed to an encyclopedia, and would not always be considered a compliment. But it stayed free of hysteria, and as free as it could from propaganda. It was ultimately instantly useful. Since its creation in January 2001, Wikipedia has grown into the world's largest online reference work, attracting more than 500 million page views per day and 1 billion unique visitors each month, who make 5.6 billion monthly visits in total and hang around for an average of 4 minutes. It offers a total of more than 54 million articles in about 270 languages, including, at 11:25 GMT on Saturday the 9th of October 2021, 6,390,565 articles in English that have been subject to 1,044,294,099 edits since 2001, with 19.21 edits per page. That makes it 93.11 times the size of Encyclopaedia Britannica, and the equivalent of 2,979.7 Britannica volumes. According to the analytics company SimilarWeb, Wikipedia is the world's 7th most visited site, sitting behind Google, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the Chinese search engine Baidu. Wikipedia is actually 7th equal with Czech-based X videos and only just ahead of Cyprus-based Pornhub. In the UK, Wikipedia stands 9th in the charts, overtaken by eBay and the BBC. Since you're wondering, the highest-ranked porn site in the UK is Pornhub at number 13, which is just one place above the Daily Mail. More than any other float in this parade, Wikipedia settles arguments and ignites debate. It sends you down rabbit holes so fathomless that you emerge gasping astonished at what other people know and consider important, dismayed at where the time has gone. Its offshoots help you with your degree, Wikiversity, your wedding speeches, WikiQuote, your journals and presentations, Wikimedia Commons, your online sightseeing and travel adventures, Wikivoyage, and your spelling, Wiktionary. The rest of it just helps you with your life and the placing of it within contexts, both modern and historical. It combines every highbrow piece of technicality with every lowbrow piece of junkery. It has the track length of the fourth song on the third album by a band you've never heard of and never will, a list of the 74 churches preserved by the Churches Conservation Trust in the English Midlands, the complete text of Darwin's treatise The Various Contrivances by Which Orchids Are Fertilized by Insects, and a biography of the mathematics teacher Riaz Ahmad Naiku, also known as Zubair, one of the top 10 most wanted rebels in the disputed territory of Jammu and Kashmir. But obscurity never overwhelms relevance. I watched in awe as its COVID-19 pages expanded in number, depth, and sober analysis from the first cases at the end of 2019 to its global peak 7 months later, as it diligently modified facts, trends, and theories as they emerged. There was nowhere else with such a calm and comprehensive global approach, and nowhere else where the common reader could go for a comparative overview of every other deadly virus in our richly plague-ridden past. You could make a strong case for suggesting that Wikipedia is the most valuable single site online and the most eloquent and enduring representative of the Internet as a force for good. It has indeed completely changed how templates work. It strives for democracy in its performance and neutrality in its effect. It is ad-free, pop-up-free, cookie-free, and free. It confounds human venality and appeals to our better nature. It certainly confounds its co-founder, Jimmy Wales. Wales set up Wikipedia to supplement an earlier online open-source encyclopedia he had founded with Larry Sanger the year before, named Nupedia. The problem with Nupedia was its concept. Its articles were written by experts and peer-reviewed, which rendered it much too slow for mass appeal in the digital world. Wiki means quick in Hawaiian, and Wikipedia joined the growing number of online communal wikis already available that could be compiled and edited swiftly by anyone with a basic knowledge of digital etiquette. Everyone who contributed to Wikipedia was a volunteer, and from the start, the site was governed by its contributors. Although I have often described myself as a pathological optimist, Jimmy Wales told me via email for an Esquire story I was writing in May 2020, I don't think I really understood the depth of the impact that we would have. I certainly didn't foresee how some very early decisions against collecting, sharing, and selling data would end up setting us fundamentally apart from the sector of the Internet that people are increasingly uneasy with. The techlash against Facebook and Twitter has left Wikipedia largely unscathed, or rather, Wikipedia is saddled with many of the same sorts of criticisms and shortcomings it has always had. Wales calls these difficult questions about behavior. We're humans, and people do get into arguments, and people who aren't here to build an encyclopedia show up to push an agenda or to trawl or harass. And dealing with those cases requires a great deal of calm and sensible judgment. It requires building robust institutions and mechanisms. If we were to deal with some problems in the community by allowing the Wikimedia Foundation to become like other Internet institutions, Twitter comes to mind, where policing the site for bad behavior is taken out of the hands of the community, we'd end up like Twitter, unscalable, out of control, a cesspool. I asked Wales what he thought of his own Wikipedia entry, which includes his nickname, Jimbo, his background in the financial sector, and his involvement in an online portal that specialized in adult content. It's as right as the media about me is right, he replied. I don't think it mentions that I'm a passionate chef, which is a pity, but I think that's because it's never been covered in the press. You can mention it. That'll set the world to rights. Footnote. The mention of cookery in the Esquire article had its desired effect. A few days after the story appeared, the following line was added to his Wikipedia entry. According to Wales, he is a passionate chef. End footnote. Wales is now Chair Emeritus of the Wikimedia Foundation. When I asked him to describe his present role in the empire, he made an unusual comparison. I think UK audiences will understand this better than other audiences. I view my role as being very much like the modern monarch of the UK. No real power, but the right to be consulted, the right to encourage, and the right to warn. I wondered whether he regretted not being a billionaire like all the other pioneers on that top 10 chart. Did he never regret not monetizing Wikipedia in some way? Just a bit of advertising, I suggested facetiously. Think of what good all that money could do. He replied, No, I'm content with where we are. In 500 years, Wikipedia will be remembered, and if we do our job well in setting things up with a long-term perspective for safety, still be informing the public. I doubt many of our commercial colleagues will even be remembered, much less still here. Writing in the New York Review of Books in 2008, Nicholson Baker conjured a cute image of Wikipedia's early methodology. It was like a giant community leaf-raking project in which everyone was called a groundskeeper. Some brought very fancy professional metal rakes or even back-mounted leaf-blowing systems, and some were just kids thrashing away with the sides of their feet or stuffing handfuls in the pockets of their sweatshirts. But all the leaves they brought to the pile were appreciated. Then the pile grew, and everyone jumped up and down in it, having a wonderful time. But there was a problem. Not long into adolescence, self-promoted leaf pile guards appeared, doubters and deprecators, who would look askance at your proffered handful and shake their heads, saying that your leaves were too crumpled or too slimy or too common, throwing them to the side. What is and isn't valued knowledge, and how best to present it, has been the recurring headache of every encyclopedia editor in history. Add in the digital world's perfectionists, elitists, sticklers, and bullies, you have a recipe for chaos. So certain policies and guidelines evolved to keep the leaf pile both useful and valuable. While its free-form open-access ethos still holds, anyone can contribute new articles and edit old ones, the appearance of new material on the site is subject to approval from the rest of the editing community. You cannot, for example, just go in and write that your teacher or boss is a feeble-minded moron, however accurate that may be, and expect it to be hyperlinked to the site's many other feeble-minded morons, or the history of feeble-mindedness, or the ancient Greek derivation of the word moron. If you have some sort of published evidence, though, that's a different matter. Very early on, Wikipedia decided that it would not publish original unsourced material on its site, relying instead on information published elsewhere. The funny thing is, Wikipedia used to be considered a joke. When, around 2005, an editor emailed to say that he was putting together an entry on my work and would I be prepared to supply some additional information, I let the email pass. I wasn't sure it was genuine. And even if it had been, Wikipedia was unreliable and prone to so much misinformation that I didn't think much of being a part of it. Although many early elements were sound, large portions resembled a 6-year-old's birthday party. Some entries have become famous for their uncompromising subjectivity. Among the most elegant was an early article on the poodle, which remained on the site for some time and stated simply, "A dog by which all others are measured." Nicholson Baker found incisive early entries on the Pop-Tart. Pop-Tarts is German for Little Iced Pastry o' Germany. George Washington invented them. Popular flavors included frosted strawberry, frosted brown sugar cinnamon, and semen. Although most large errors are corrected by a system of flags and checks, many Wikipedians enjoy nothing more than controlling bad new entries like minesweepers on a beach. A large number of new small errors are inserted every day, either mischievously or inadvertently, and some persist for a long time. Often, the closer one is connected to the truth of a topic, the harder it can be. One is not allowed to edit anything with which one may have a personal connection, and therefore insider knowledge. One cannot edit one's own biography, for instance, or ask anyone associated with you to do it. Case in point, the entry on the best-selling chronicler of the human condition, Yuval Noah Harari. On the 28th of October 2020, he appeared on the podcast The Tim Ferriss Show, and Wikipedia came up at the very beginning. Yuval Noah Harari. It's good to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Tim Ferriss. We're going to start in an unusual place, perhaps, and that is with correcting my pronunciation on a word. Moshav. How do you pronounce that? And what does it mean? Harari. Moshav. Oh, that's actually a mistake on Wikipedia. It's a moshav. It somehow got around that I live on a moshav, which is some kind of socialist collective community, less radical than the kibbutz, but one of the experiments of socialists in Israel like decades ago. And it's just not true. I live in a kind of middle-class suburb of Tel Aviv. Ferris. So this is an example, for those listening, of something that some people called the Wikipedia echo effect, because I actually, Harari, yes, I tried to correct it so many times, and I gave up. It's stronger than me. Wikipedia stated that Harari lived at the Moshav with his husband. Ferris. Right, so at some point it got into Wikipedia, then it ended up in The Guardian, then other people cite The Guardian, and it just will not go away. So it just keeps coming back. Wikipedia has thousands, and probably tens of thousands, of these kinds of mistakes. And it would be strange if it didn't, given that it is the largest store of global information ever assembled, and given that it is written by humans. It would be untrustworthy if it didn't. It would also be untrustworthy if these kinds of errors weren't corrected. And at 08:54 on the 1st of November 2020, 3 days after the podcast with Harari was released, Paco 2718 removed the line stating, "The couple lives in a moshav," a type of cooperative agricultural community of individual farms, in Mezilat Zion near Jerusalem. Paco 2718 also removed 3 references in which this statement appeared in Haaretz, the Sunday Times, and the Financial Times. In the 6 months before this correction, Paco 2718 had made small amendments to entries on Socrates, the Barack Obama Hope poster, and the Big Bang. In the 6 months after, he made small changes to Bronte family, Republican Senator Ted Cruz, and Mount Everest. His brief biographical entry on his Wikipedia user page reads, "Hi, I am Amir. I don't understand how everything works here, but I'm doing the best I can." My own entry is basic and bland and predominantly accurate. There is one very small mistake in it, the name of the publisher of my last book. As I am not permitted to correct this myself, or nominate anyone I know to do it, I shall await the time until a stranger spots it or reads this book and quotes it as a reliable source. Footnote. Shortly after I had fact-checked this section with a regular contributor, the error was corrected. End footnote. These kinds of errors, however, are only one of Wikipedia's dilemmas. More involved issues, and the attempts to solve them, were acknowledged in a company progress report in 2017. Toxic behaviors and harassment have had a negative impact on participation in our projects. Our success has generated an overwhelming amount of maintenance and monitoring, and we have addressed these challenges with tools and practices that have turned good faith community members away. The structures of our movement are often opaque or centralized, with high barriers to entry. The fact that Wikipedia is a non-profit organization that doesn't track its readers, and thus doesn't sell on a reader's information, must necessarily raise the question of how it keeps going. It has a lot of servers and cybersecurity to maintain, as well as about 550 staff and contractors, and its headquarters in San Francisco, and it has a legacy-maintaining charitable foundation to run. Part of the answer lies in an email I received recently from Catherine Ma, Wikimedia Foundation's executive director. The subject was, "Simon, this is a little awkward," and the message, which came with a photograph of the smiling sender, was an appeal for a donation. 2 years earlier, I had responded to another appeal. Wikipedia received the occasional large donation. In 2018, Amazon gave it $1 million, not least, one suspects, because Alexa mines it for information. But most of its $100 million plus annual income comes from small personal donations from users. In 2017, I donated the huge sum of £2 to carry on its sterling work, but the foundation was insatiable. It wanted yet more. Ma wrote in her email, 98% of our readers don't give. They simply look the other way. And without more one-time donors, we need to turn to you, our past donors, in the hope that you'll show up again for Wikipedia as you so generously have in the past. If I didn't give again, she feared, Wikipedia's integrity was at stake. You're the reason we exist. The fate of Wikipedia rests in your hands, and we wouldn't have it any other way. I ignored it. But a month later, Catherine Ma wrote to me again. There was a new photo of her, still smiling, but she had a darker message. The email was titled, "We've had enough." It explained how every year Wikipedia has had to resist the pressure of accepting advertising or selling on information or establishing a paywall, and every year they've been proud to resist. But we're not salespeople, Ma wrote. We're librarians, archivists, and information junkies. We rely on our readers to become our donors, and it's worked for 18 years. Catherine Ma now wanted another £2, although there were also click buttons to give £20, £35, or £50. Obviously, these weren't personal emails. Hundreds of thousands of others received the same messages, but I thought I'd make it personal by going to see her. As with Wikimania, the virus scuppered our plans, so we met on Zoom, which meant I got to watch her eat breakfast eggs on her partner's sourdough at her home in San Francisco. She told me she was in her late 30s and that her surname rhymes with Carr. She says she began editing Wikipedia as a university student in 2004, an article about the Middle East, which she doesn't think survived on the site for very long. She joined the Wikimedia Foundation in 2014 as Chief Communications Officer after a career in communications technology at UNICEF and a digital rights company. Soon after becoming Executive Director in 2016, she encountered a problem about herself. The freshly created Wikipedia page detailing her appointment and early career was marked for deletion. I wasn't notable enough, she told me. The thinking was, just because she runs the foundation doesn't mean that she's actually done anything of great note in the world. She says she loved this utterly compliant nature of the beast she was now running, although she wondered whether the proposed deletion also had a gendered element to it. The article stayed. Our chat necessarily led to a discussion of what, after 4 years in the job, she would now regard as the most notable achievements of her tenure. She spoke in terms of an ongoing battle. While Wikipedia is not a site on the internet that has really obvious issues of harassment, it is not an environment that is particularly welcoming to new people. It is not an environment that is particularly welcoming to women. It is not particularly welcoming to minorities or marginalized communities. She says the aggressive approach she's taken towards those editors she sees as destructive has occasionally blown up in my face, not least her decision last year to ban an editor she saw as prolific but not productive, somebody who was driving other editors away through their behavior. She has upset others by her insistence that the world in which Wikipedia will operate in the future will demand large additional and alternative sources of revenue. Machine learning and artificial intelligence will require new tools that are computationally expensive. The site, although efficient, may need a complete aesthetic rethink. It does look increasingly 20th century. And the expansion into emerging communities in Africa and elsewhere will also require new resources. When we spoke again a few weeks later, our conversation turned philosophical. "I don't think Wikipedia represents truth," she began. "I think it represents what we know or can agree on at any point in time. This doesn't mean that it's inaccurate. It just means that the concept of truth has sort of a different resonance. When I think about what knowledge is, what Wikipedia offers is context. And that's what differentiates it from similar data or original research. Not that that isn't vital to us. Original research is what news organizations push out every single day. Ma mentions a YouGov poll from 2014 that found Wikipedia to be more trusted in the UK than the BBC. I think for a lot of companies, they would say, that's wonderful, we beat our competitors. My response was, first, the BBC is not a competitor. And second, that's not wonderful at all. If there's a trust deficit with the sources that we rely on, then ultimately that deficit will catch up with us as well. We require that the ecosystem be trusted. Ma calls herself an inclusionist, arguing against those who wish to keep Wikipedia on a high intellectual footing, reasoning that anything that involves a learning journey is beneficial. If we don't have your Bollywood star or pop singer, then you'll come to us and you'll bounce right off because you don't see anything that's relevant to your life. She says the people who are most excited to meet her are the ones who use Wikipedia every day, but the ones who give her frosty looks are those who have the highest public profile. She recalls sitting next to two distinguished female scientists at a recent conference. I introduced myself, and very often in a context like that, it's, "Oh, another woman who's going to be a speaker, and that's fantastic." So I say I run the foundation that runs Wikipedia. And the first thing I heard was, "We don't like our articles." One of the things they reflected on was, look, my body of work has changed dramatically since the article was first written, and it hasn't kept up to date with my newest thinking in the area. And that's a very legitimate concern. But at least they had an entry, which was not the case with Canadian scientist Donna Strickland. On the 2nd of October 2018, Strickland was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for her work on chirped pulse amplification, something that may have a direct bearing on the future of eye surgery and other medical laser applications. But good luck trying to find more information on her on Wikipedia the day after the announcement. Her absence became a cause célèbre. There had been an entry prepared about her, but it was rejected on the grounds of insufficient references from secondary sources. That is to say, because she was only famous in the world of physics and had not previously been written about in the popular media, she then couldn't be written about in the world's most popular encyclopedia. No one was keener to point out the anomaly than Ma. Soon after Strickland's entry finally appeared, Ma blogged that as of the beginning of October 2019, only 17.82% of Wikipedia's biographies were about women. She is proud that women gather frequently for day-long editathons to improve this figure, and flags up the site's recent focus on improving and expanding articles concerning women's health and the history of the Black diaspora. This is not merely a worthy ambition. It is regarded as crucial to Wikipedia's global standing. Ma has a neat phrase for another cultural imbalance. Too many articles on battleships, not enough on poetry. Conversely, Ma says there is a whole industry based upon changing existing Wikipedia profiles from people who don't like what's written about them. It's considered black hat editing, and the community really gets upset by it. We encourage people not to do it because usually you'll get caught, and when you do get caught whitewashing your own Wikipedia page, it's not a good look. We always tell elected officials this. Even Boris Johnson seemed to grasp the difficulty. In June 2020, referring to the destruction of statues of dishonoured men, he columnised thus: "If we start purging the record and removing the images of all but those whose attitudes conform to our own, we are engaged in a great lie, a distortion of our history, like some public figure furtively trying to make themselves look better by editing their own Wikipedia entry." Was I the only one to think he was writing from experience? Between our two chats, Ma had attended a Zoom board meeting that sounded like every other board meeting. Performance reviews, financial shortfalls, expansion, or the lack of it. But then there were more specific issues: how to celebrate Wikipedia's 20th anniversary in January, and continuing discussions about the impact of small screens on people's ability to absorb content and make edits. Does this inevitably mean less deep reading, or does it vastly increase accessibility? Both. Between March and May 2020, 43% of users accessed Wikipedia on a computer and 57% on a phone. Wikipedia's mobile app is a fascinating thing in itself, not least its article randomizer. This is an addictive lucky dip through millions of its pages. You click on a dice symbol and you get a nice way to spend a minute, or a day. On one occasion, it threw up the following, in the following order: Peter's Wrinkle-Lipped Bat, Roads in Northern Ireland, Eddie Izzard live at the Ambassadors, Proper Palmar Digital Nerves of Median Nerve, nerves in the palm of your hand, Vinzenz Fettmilch, early 17th century gingerbread maker, Hermann Meyerberg, Swedish footballer who played in the 1912 Olympics, list of Huangshu metro stations, Hand Cut, 1983 album by Bucks Fizz, methyl isothiocyanate, chemical compound responsible for tears, and Lusty Lady, defunct peep show establishment in Seattle, which once boasted a marquee wishing passers-by, "Happy Spanksgiving." The thing that set Wikipedia apart from everything else that had fired the digital world over the past 3 decades, Google and other search engines, Facebook and other social media, was that Wikipedia's code wasn't new. All the software and hardware already existed and was being made use of elsewhere. What distinguished Wikipedia was, as sappy as it sounds, a belief in humanity and the triumph of good behavior over bad. There were other things too, including a commitment to information sharing, a celebration of specialization and exactitude, and a deep and fundamental acknowledgement of the value of accumulated learning. The very first homepage, composed at 1927 GMT on the 15th of January 2001, stated, "This is the new Wikipedia." Its creator, office.bomis.com, made the first edit 23 minutes later, adding a list of subjects Wikipedia should contain. Foundational disciplines included philosophy and logic, mathematics and statistics. Natural sciences included physics, chemistry, astronomy, earth sciences, biology, botany, and zoology. There were also to be sections on social sciences, applied arts, urban planning, aerospace technology, classics, performing arts, religion, and recreation. The last category included sports, games, hobbies, and tourism. The following day at 1900, office.bomis.com created a mission statement. "This is the new Wikipedia. The idea here is to write a complete encyclopedia from scratch, without peer review process, etc. Some people think that this may be a hopeless endeavor, that the result will necessarily suck. We aren't so sure. So, let's get to work. Just over an hour later, the page received its first edit from an external contributor, eiffel.demon.co.uk, who made a few small changes to the priority and presentation of the subject list and added the topics air transport, rail transport, road transport, and sea transport. And the day after that, just after midnight on the 17th of January 2001, user dhcpo58.246.lvcm.com, who was evidently connected to the project, elaborated on the mission statement, added some links, and rallied the troops. This is the new Wikipedia. The idea here is to write a complete encyclopedia from scratch, collaboratively. Add a page, come back tomorrow, look what others have added, and then add some more. We think this might be fun. The links included, what is a wiki? What's a wiki for? Why on earth would I want to contribute to a wiki? The new entry ended with a forceful announcement. This wiki is an experiment, but for those who might be confused about this point, it is not Nupedia. Nupedia is a serious encyclopedia project found at http://www.nupedia.com. This wiki is a proposed fun supplement to Nupedia. Its founders, Jimmy Wales and Larry Sanger, would subsequently fall out over several issues, not least factors surrounding the protocols of the reliability of entries. Sanger departed in 2002, and 4 years later formed his own knowledge website, Citizendium, designed as a more rigorously fact-checked and peer-reviewed site than Wikipedia. Although launched with much publicity and an initial burst of activity, the project soon lost momentum. By the end of its first year, Wikipedia had approximately 20,000 articles, including many entries on the original subject list and many that would not have been included in more traditional encyclopedias. Some of the earliest articles took for their subject matter the American philosopher William Alston, the singer Fiona Apple, the slapstick silent film director Max Sennett, the civil rights activist Rosa Parks, a list of the amendments in the U.S. Constitution, a full list of the characters and locations in the novel Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand, details about the number of people in the Algerian military, a definition of oligopoly, a description of duopoly, the French actress Leslie Caron, and a list of female tennis players. Because its creators were also its readers, from the outset it reflected a world as varied as the interests of its inhabitants. In the first few weeks, there were also articles on the meaning of the word Machiavellian, the postage stamp, a track listing of the album Horses by Patti Smith, a description of uric acid, and a brief biography of the Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. The randomness reflected the joy of the blank page. We're tiny and new, so just write anything. 20 years later, it has become very difficult to find anything that doesn't have an entry. And then Wikipedia got bigger. By the end of 2003, Wikipedia had more than 100,000 articles in English, and in 2005 the figure exceeded 750,000. By 2008, the figure topped 2 million, and by October 2021, the figure was 6.39 million. The total number of words on the site, not including discussion and other behind-the-scenes entries, has increased from 4.8 million at the beginning of 2002 to 1.8 billion in 2010 to 3.98 billion by the 20th of October 2021. The number of people who had used Wikipedia up to that date came to 42,410,237. The first mention of global warming, an 80-word article noting an increase in surface temperature over the last 150 years and stating, whether this increase is significant or not is open to debate, appeared in October 2001. By the 23rd of October 2021, a week before the Global Climate Summit in Glasgow, the name of the entry had become Climate Change and stood at almost 8,640 words. It had received 25,396 edits at an average rate of 4.4 per day. There were 14,252 links directing readers to the article from other pages and 924 directions to external links. There were 347 references and hyperlinks to more than 200 peer-reviewed sources. Over the previous year, the entry had been viewed 1,911,705 times. The entry, titled Climate Change, like a great many other articles on topics deemed important, was semi-protected. It meant there were restrictions on new edits that could be made at any point. Anyone wishing to make a change would have to be a confirmed user, which meant having a registered account for at least 4 days and making at least 10 other edits in that time. An edit would then be moderated and possibly challenged or removed for a stated reason, often due to a lack of a recognized source. Long after it was shown to work, and once it had become hugely popular, the executives at Wikipedia found themselves skilled at coming up with retrospective summations of desire. When we talk about Wikipedia being a free encyclopedia, one said, what we're really talking about is not the price that it takes to access it, but rather the freedom that you have to take it and adapt it and use it however you like. Someone else had another thought. We make the internet not suck. Wikipedia has an obvious and magnificent advantage over the print stores it supplanted: incredible speed. Britannica, in particular, had the habit of being published in the same month as calamitous events. A new printing on the 14th edition arrived from the printers just 3 weeks before Germany invaded Poland. A new printing on thin Indian onion paper in July 1945 narrowly managed to miss the dropping of the first atomic bomb. These days, when someone notable dies, the cause of death is on Wikipedia before the funeral. Similarly, the prevalence of what may best be described as dubiousness in print might have a pernicious effect for decades, much to our amusement today. How to treat tuberculosis, for example. The most sovereign remedy, Britannica's first edition assured, is to get on horseback every day. Childhood teething could, the encyclopedia assured, be treated by the placing of leeches beneath the ears. In those days, leeches cured everything. The 9th edition, published volume by volume between 1875 and 1889, advised its readers on how to become a vampire. Get a cat to jump over your corpse. While 30 years later, the 11th found werewolves in leopard form among the people of Banana, Congo. I looked up People of Banana on Wikipedia and found this. The page People of Banana does not exist. You can ask for it to be created, but consider checking the search results below to see whether the topic is already covered. The search results included banana, Banana Republic, banana leaf, banana fish, banana ketchup, speech banana, banana Yoshimoto, and everyone's favorite, Banana Sunday. So I asked for People of Banana to be created. I prepared my entry. The People of Banana is said to be one location where you may find werewolves. I cited Entry on Werewolves, Encyclopaedia Britannica, 11th edition, 1910-11, as referenced in Britannica's special 250th anniversary collector's edition, 2018. I didn't hold out much hope. My submission joined 2,160 other pending submissions, 114 of which had been waiting 5 weeks for a Wikipedia administrator to approve or dismiss it. Other recent submissions included items whose titles I didn't understand: Dog Puller, IBTS Greenhouse, and Bug Music. My administrator would probably dismiss my banana entry on the grounds that it did not pass muster. There is a very good chance that the topic is not notable and will never be accepted as an article, the guidelines informed me. Other reasons why my entry could be rejected were divided into 34 subcategories, including declined as a non-notable film, declined as jokes, declined as not written in a neutral point of view, and the ultimate, declined as not suitable for Wikipedia. I had a vague 21st century fear that anything connecting banana with Africa might be rejected on the basis of racial assumption. But then, with almost all hopes dashed, I found that I had missearched, and a place called Banana in the Democratic Republic of Congo did indeed have its own entry, albeit a tiny one. There was no mention of the people of Banana specifically, and none of werewolves, but I learnt that Banana was a very small seaport situated in Banana Creek, an inlet about 1 kilometre wide on the north bank of the Congo River's mouth, separated from the ocean by a spit of land 3 kilometres long and 100 to 400 metres wide. The article, like all articles on Wikipedia, was accompanied by its own history page, a behind-the-scenes catalogue of the edits that had made the page accurate and compliant, and attuned to house style. Often these making-of comments are more fascinating than the article they scrutinize. In this case, a Danish contributor called Morten Blabjerg, one of relatively few to use a real name. Other editors on this banana page plumped for War of Dreams, Prince Hubris, and Tabletop. Added the Henry to Henry Morton Stanley. Stanley used banana as a starting-off point for an expedition in 1879. That edit was made in July 2005. The page had received relatively few edits since its inception, the year before, although for a short while in 2007 there was a nice little hoo-ha over whether Banana was a seaport or a township. As far as contributor Morten Blabjerg goes, we learn that he now lives in Odense, but was born in 1973 in the small southern Danish town of Strib, near Middelfart. WUB. On Thursday, the 7th of May 2020, at 5 to 7 in the evening, a man calling himself The WUB added the following sentence to the article Exploding Animal. The Los Angeles Herald in 1910 reported a duck which exploded after consuming yeast. A simple statement, and possibly a true one. Since he began contributing to Wikipedia on the 24th of March 2005, the WUB has made thousands of similar entries. In fact, by the beginning of October 2021, he had made 85,788 edits to 64,283 pages at an average rate of 14.2 edits a day. He had created a great many original entries on subjects as diverse as Fitzrovia Chapel in London, the British rower Mark Aldred, the former Lord Mayor of London Ian Luder, the history and significance of the hotel rating, and the centuries-old concept of putting a message in a bottle. He has also made hundreds of contributions to Wikipedia's talk pages, a behind-the-scenes forum in which fellow Wikipedians discuss whether someone is notable enough to merit their own article and how best to deal with people who enjoy deleting paragraphs at random and adding "I am the king" in their place. On some mornings, the WUB will make 20 small corrections an hour. Some of his longer edits reflect the diversity of Wikipedia as a whole. The 2019 North Korea-United States Hanoi Summit, the M12 motorway, the British politician Claudia Webb, the worshipful company of pewterers. To accompany his sentence on the exploding duck, the WUB included a link to the archive of the newspaper in which the fate of the animal was originally recorded. One clicks on the link and finds that, on the 31st of January 1910, a reporter from Des Moines, Iowa, even managed to get the poor duck's name. Rhadamanthus, a prize-winning duck at the recent poultry show, is no more, having exploded into several hundred bits, one of which struck Silas Perkins in the eye, destroying the site. The cause of the explosion was the eating of yeast, which was placed in a pan upon the back porch and tempted his duckship, which was taking a morning stroll. Upon returning from church, Mr. Perkins discovered his prize duck in a somewhat loggy condition. Telltale marks around the pan of yeast gave him his clue. He was about to pick up the bird when the latter quacked and exploded with a loud report, and Mr. Perkins ran into the house holding both hands over one eye. A surgeon was called, who found that the eyeball had been penetrated by a fragment of flying duck and gave no hope of saving the optic. The Wub is a big reader, as one might expect, sometimes managing a book a week, and his tastes are as wide-ranging as his edits. Oliver Sacks, John Steinbeck, Neil Gaiman, George Orwell, Ursula K. Le Guin, and Sue Townsend. He's read plenty of Philip K. Dick, too, and that's where he found his Wikipedia name, in the short story Beyond Lies the Wub. If you look up Beyond Lies the Wub on Wikipedia, you'll discover that the story first appeared in the pulp magazine Planet Stories in July 1952 and has since appeared in more than a dozen anthologies. The story received its own Wikipedia entry on the 6th of February 2004, an article in which user 68.86.220.131 explained the fantastical plot, noting that the Wub is a large and intelligent pig-like creature capable of polite conversation and telepathy. More than a year later, on the 15th of July 2005, an editor called The Anome added that Philip K. Dick liked his creation so much that he revisited the Wub in his short story Not by Its Cover. The article then lay untouched and little read for 3 months until, at 16:01 GMT on the 14th of October 2005, the Wub changed the spelling of revisited to revisited. The Wub's bookshelves also include A Short History of Nearly Everything by Bill Bryson and the E.H. Gombrich classic A Little History of the World. One would be forgiven for thinking that both of those would have been of great use to him in his role as a Wikipedia editor, but most of his wiki work, which began as an occasional glancing pastime and has since blossomed into what seems like a full-on obsession, is concerned not with great historical events, but with minutiae. Many of his amendments go unnoticed by the general reader. Commas, the addition of capital letters, correcting bad links, other things that add uniformity to the millions of articles. His first contribution in March 2005 involved the removal of a contentious comment in the biography of the motoring journalist and television presenter Jeremy Clarkson. Another editor had written that Clarkson is known for continually rubbishing MG Rover, Britain's last remaining volume car manufacturer, threatening thousands of jobs in the UK car industry. The Wub removed threatening thousands of jobs in the UK car industry. 3 minutes later, the Wub edited an article about the television series Grumpy Old Men, changing the word was to were. 6 days after that, he italicized the film Vincent in the biography of the film director Tim Burton. And a day after that, he contributed to Wikipedia's April Fool's Day hoax about the takeover of Wikipedia by Encyclopaedia Britannica. Clearly, none of these items changed the world, but with the exception of the last, they illuminate Wikipedia's daily grind. The grand ambition, if it ever existed, has long been replaced by process. This is one of the few things it shares with every encyclopedia that preceded it. There are a few necessary egomaniacs in the creation of every enterprise like this, but most of the work, and most of the things that make it work, are created by the largely unthanked, traddling away. As well as being a Wikipedia editor, the Wub is also an administrator, a janitorial role which allows him to block other users, protect pages from editing, and delete pages when required. Because he is an experienced Wikipedian, he has also been granted certain privileges not available to a novice, such as the ability to change the biographies of very famous people, which are often the subject of vandalism. Things like, Mozart wrote the symphonies of Beethoven and vice versa. The Wub receives no payment for his edits. In 2011, a survey into what motivates its users to contribute found that the key reasons were people enjoyed giving their time to share and improve available information, they believed information should be freely available, they enjoyed sharing their areas of expertise, it was fun, they appreciated Wikipedia's policy of openness, they enjoyed finding and correcting mistakes. It was a quest, a challenge, and a puzzle. They wanted to gain a reputation as an accurate and productive editor. But they didn't like being patronized by more experienced editors, having their edits deleted or reverted without explanation, heated arguments with other editors on discussion pages, seeing articles they were working on being spoilt by inaccurate or offensive information. The number of the Wub's edits, while impressive, is not enough to get him into the top 500 list of the most prolific Wikipedians. His 85,788 edits only puts him at number 880, just behind Tony Sidaway, Animal Party, Anything You Want, R.S. Rickanth 05, and Rog Dell. Those who have made more than 90,000 edits include Super Jew, Snake, Brian Dirksen, Summer PhD, and Edward. Edward must have got in really early to snag a username like that. The first person to have made 1 million edits was a man calling himself Coav, who got there, amid some fanfare, on the 19th of April 2012. The following day, Wikipedia declared 20th of April should henceforth be known as Justin Knapp Day, in honor of Coav's achievement and real name. Knapp, who was 29, was taking a nursing degree at Indiana University. He said he found his Wikipedia work both relaxing and rewarding. His proudest achievement on the site was his contribution to the entry on George Orwell, which he estimated took about 100 hours. But he didn't stop there. As I write, he's made 2,098,059 edits. But wait, Coaf is online at this very moment, and the number has jumped to 2,098,061. He's just added some details to the page concerned with the Bruce Springsteen song Letter to You and the German technical pen company Rotring. But dark news has recently cast a shadow over Coaf's door. Today, he is only number 2 in the charts. He's been dramatically eclipsed by Ser Amantio Di Nicolau, who's made 3,756,703 edits. By the time you read this, it's likely that Ser's total will have exceeded 4 million. Even the world's most prolific authors do not come close to writing 4 million words in their lifetime. But 4 million edits? By now you may be thinking, who are these people? How do they find the time? What qualifies them to do this? And why should they want to, given that they often receive vituperation for their work and no money? What complex combination of altruism, one-upmanship, ego, deep learning, and extreme pedantry would make people like Rich Farnborough, 1.7 million edits and counting, and Brown-Haired Girl, 2.04 million edits, stay up until 2:37 a.m. to make an encyclopedia and the world it informs a slightly more accurate place. The Wub's real name is Peter Coombe. He began editing Wikipedia on his gap year before university and describes his first contributions as essentially vandalism, messing around with deletions and stupid additions. He found the site increasingly interesting when he saw how quickly his comments were corrected. It was as if he was being looked after. Coombe was born in 1987 and looks like an aging cherub, his light brown fringe and beard framing a gentle, round face. His Zoom background shows rolling hills and the bluest sky, but I think that's wishful thinking. Most of his waking hours are spent with screens and software. He says he was a quiet child, finding books and computers faithful companions. He was entranced by his Encarta CD-ROM before his teens, not least the videos and interactive features. We only got the internet quite late in our house, so that was the encyclopedia I grew up with. I loved it, and I still feel really bad that Wikipedia killed it. At Cambridge, he studied natural sciences and met other people who shared his enthusiasm for Wikipedia as a concept. The reliability and depth of the articles were beginning to improve, but the greatest delight was still to be had in the practical elements and the open-source idealism, the fact that a community could indeed create its own encyclopedia from scratch, the fact that a 21-year-old could sit in his bedroom and write useful additions to one's online knowledge of Zürich's Hauptbahnhof and useful deletions to mischievous entries on obscure railway stations in Australia. I looked behind it and saw that there were all these systems, Coombs says, delighting in the site's machinery as much as the content. The ability for certain software programs to detect possible vandalism and refer it for discussion. These tools have become more sophisticated over the years, but are still far from foolproof. In October 2020, for example, Coombs spent much of his month making hundreds of edits made by the benign invasion of a rogue bit of software that could only be corrected manually. The Bloomberg.com news agency had erected a wall on its website preventing automated programs being able to link directly to its site. A human user had to complete a CAPTCHA test to prove they weren't a bot. And so the WUB spent many days correcting hyperlinks to articles on Eduardo Bolsonaro, Justin Trudeau, and the 2020 floods in Jakarta, more than 600 edits in all, on each occasion removing more than 600 insertions of the line, "Are you a robot?" It's a pretty simple, mindless task, and I can do it while I'm listening to a podcast. Many established editors on Wikipedia have their own user page, a biographical diversion in which to reveal as much personal information as they feel comfortable with. At the foot of the WUB's page is a list of Barn stars, accolades awarded for various achievements, each accompanied by a different badge, illustration, and description. He has 14 in all, ranging from the simple, "Excellent new help pages, well done," to the historical, "The true mark of great character is defending someone when there is no possible benefit to such actions. Your comments on the ANI, Administrators Notice Board, incidents today were brave and selfless," to the cryptic, "Your assistance was eaten by a bear," from Karma Fist. The WUB's page also contains a display of wind-blown flags of all the countries he's visited: Sweden, Iceland, Hong Kong, the United States, and many others. There was one other reward. Coombs was now a Lushpa laureate of the encyclopedia, which meant he was able to display a photograph of the battered cover of the Complete Compendium of Universal Knowledge from 1891. This volume, printed in Philadelphia by the Franklin Square Bible House and running to 833 pages, was fully titled The Complete Compendium of Human Knowledge, containing all you want to know of language, history, government, business, and social forms, and 1,001 other useful subjects. At 1958 GMT on the 31st of July 2020, 15 years after mistyping "revisted" in his line about Philip K. Dick, the Anom created a brief article called Thank You NHS, describing a heartwarming collective act in the early, bewildering weeks of COVID-19. The Anom wrote, "Thank You NHS was a social phenomenon in the United Kingdom in 2020, in which people and organisations posted messages of support for the National Health Service for its efforts in the COVID-19 epidemic in the United Kingdom. Organisations supporting the campaign include the British Labour Party and Hull City Council." That was the entirety of the entry, fewer than 100 words. The Anom actually entered his text much as one would write an email, in a simple text format that enabled those quite unfamiliar with programming to make their own additions. The format placed it in line with all other Wikipedia entries and enabled links to other Wikipedia pages and external sources. But behind the curtain there was, quote, quote, "Thank you NHS," unquote, unquote, was a social phenomenon in the United Kingdom in 2020 in which people and organisations posted messages of support for the open square bracket, National Health Service, close square bracket, for its efforts in the open square bracket, COVID-19 epidemic in the United Kingdom, close square bracket. Organisations supporting the campaign include the British open square bracket, Labour Party, close square bracket, smaller than sign, ref, greater than sign, open curly bracket, site, web, vertical, title equals, on the 72nd birthday of the NHS, we say thank you, full stop, vertical, URL equals https://action.labour.org.uk/page/content/thank-u-NHS vertical access-date equals 2020-07-31 vertical website equals action.labour.org.uk vertical language equals en close curly bracket smaller than sign / ref greater than sign and open square bracket Hull City Council close square bracket dot smaller than sign, ref, greater than sign, open curly bracket, site, web, vertical, date equals 2020-04-24, vertical, title equals City's thank you message to NHS staff, vertical, URL equals https://www.hey.nhs.uk/news/2020/04/2/cities-thank-you-message-to-NHS-staff/ vertical access-date equals 2020-07-31 vertical website equals Hull University Teaching Hospitals NHS Trust vertical language equals en-gb close curly bracket smaller than sign / ref greater than sign. 1 minute later, the ANOM made a revision, replacing the word epidemic with pandemic. And a few seconds after that, he changed the title of the page from Thank You NHS to Thank You with a capital Y NHS. 8 minutes later, also in simple text code, he added, other sponsors included sports teams such as the Hibernians. Less than a minute later, he added, large number of private individuals placed homemade signs in their windows to thank the NHS workers. He also added a See Also link to the article Clap for Carers that had been created 4 months before by Philip Huyuk, a user who had earned the respect of his peers 14 years earlier by restating hundreds of words of text about Bletchley Park that had been deleted by an anonymous user and replaced with the 2 words Miss Grimley. 3 minutes after that, the ANOM extended this to large numbers of private individuals placed homemade signs in their windows and outside their homes to thank the NHS workers. 2 minutes later, he changed the Hibernians to Hibernian FC. 15 minutes later, at 2027, he made 2 additions. The handmade posters frequently featured drawings of rainbows, followed by some media outlets released poster artwork for people to print and display. At 23:17, in what would be his last contribution to his new page that day, the ANOM added a photograph showing the words Thank You NHS displayed on an electronic billboard in Leeds, and then he went to bed. His creation had been logged on Wikipedia's hard drive as page ID 646-95292. The following morning, at 10:23, he corrected the typo outside their homes to outside their homes. Other editors made additional changes over the coming days, including a destructive move by someone assigned the user number 95.149.192.174. This user added the phrase "complete bollocks" to the introduction. It took less than a minute for a bot patrolling Wikipedia to remove it and to bring it to the attention of human administrators. The bot, a software robot programmed to perform repetitive tasks that would be too tedious to perform manually, was called ClueBot-NG and was created specifically to root out vandalism and to aid Operation Enduring Encyclopedia, one of the site's many mission statements. According to the bot's own page on Wikipedia, it makes over 9,000 such edits per minute, most of them correcting the work of malicious bots intent on spoiling. Although over 9,000 is not, by Wikipedia's standards, a usefully accurate figure, the amount is more of a phrase than a number, denoting something unfeasibly large. One thing was clear. In the quest for truth and learning, Wikipedia faced a newly destructive dilemma: bot versus bot. This was a problem Encyclopaedia Britannica never had to face. Open access lays bare a wide and varied community. Like the NHS, it is free at the point of entry. Over the next 6 weeks, the Anome added several pictures to Thank You NHS and continued to tweak it as the real-life story developed. And then he moved on, shifting his gaze to other topics, including the intricate explanation of Turingery, the manual code-breaking method devised by Alan Turing at Bletchley Park during the Second World War, to which he made more than 20 small changes. Among the many behavioral guidelines circulated to experienced editors on Wikipedia is a gentle reminder to "please do not bite the newcomers." The text is accompanied by a photo of a large dog with a cat in its mouth. Nothing scares potentially valuable contributors away faster than hostility, the message begins. It is very unlikely for a newcomer to be completely familiar with Wikipedia's markup language and its myriad of policies, guidelines, and community standards when they start editing. The message reminds editors that many of their first contributions were probably unencyclopedic in their nature, and yet slowly they learnt how to write according to house style. Communicating with newcomers patiently and thoroughly is integral to ensure they stay on Wikipedia and ultimately contribute in a constructive manner. Newcomers to Wikipedia are its lifeblood. A study in 2006 suggested that the majority of substantive edits, new articles, and lasting content were contributed by those who weren't long-term users and often weren't registered on the site at all. They knew something that others didn't, or at least hadn't thought to add, and then often they went away. More established users were more responsible for tweaking, reverting, and rearranging content. Experienced editors were reminded that newly registered users were encouraged to be bold in their actions and not to be thwarted by too many regulations and guidelines. A newcomer brings a wealth of ideas, creativity, and experience from other areas that, current rules and standards aside, have the potential to better our community and Wikipedia as a whole. Wikipedia's suggestions carried the tone of the benign schoolteacher welcoming a child to a new class. If a newcomer seems to have made a small mistake, e.g. forgot to put a book title in italics, correct it yourself, but do not slam the newcomer. A gentle note on their user page explaining the Wikipedia standard and how to achieve it in the future may prove helpful, as they may be unfamiliar with the norm or merely how to achieve it. If you use bad manners or curse at newcomers, they may decide not to contribute again. Elsewhere, the benevolent parent comes to mind. If you feel that you must say something to a newcomer about a mistake, please do so in a constructive and respectful manner. Begin by introducing yourself with a greeting on the user's talk page, to let them know that they are welcomed here, and present your corrections calmly and as a peer. If possible, point out something they've done correctly or especially well. Do not call newcomers disparaging names, such as sock puppet or meat puppet. We inevitably deal with a few difficult people, Wikipedia administrators tell their newest editors. Some editors are only here to cause trouble, either by making destructive edits, by pushing an agenda, or by stirring up controversy. Others may believe so strongly that they are right that they are unable to edit collaboratively. Such people may be blocked or banned by higher powers on the site, but it is inadvisable to take matters into your own hands. Calling a spade can be a very bad idea, editors are told, as such conflict often leads to escalation. The key is to correct or dispute the edits, not the editor. This advice is accompanied by a clever illusion, a drawing that sometimes looks like a duck and sometimes like a rabbit. It recalls the aphorism, if it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. But ducks don't know they are ducks. A humane way to communicate with an anatid that you believe to be a duck would be to calmly inform it of its duck-like behavior. Shouting, "It's a duck," is likely to excite the duck, and it may quack at you. And when you're in a shouting match with a duck, no one really wins. This note to editors contained underlined hypertext links for both anatid and quack. Clicking on quack takes you directly to the Wikipedia article entitled Anger. Wikipedia is a very live thing. That is its beauty and occasional failing. It is humanity in all its forms. The project will not be finished until we are all finished, or until something destroys Wikipedia's servers in Virginia, Texas, Amsterdam, San Francisco, and Singapore, and all its mirror sites globally, and then possibly the entire internet and our ability to rebuild it. The people concerned with Wikipedia's security take their roles reassuringly seriously, for they realize how much is at stake if they do not. When it began in 2001, its existence could not possibly have seemed so important. Its custodians are also rightly concerned with its future, and the future of how we obtain and comprehend information as we evolve. When I Zoomed with Janine Uzel, Wikimedia's Chief Operating Officer, we predominantly discussed Wikimedia 2030, the strategic plan concerned with broadening access to the company's resources. Information and access to information has always been in the hands of the privileged, she said, while the plan talks of Wikimedia as a social movement that will focus on dismantling the barriers preventing people from accessing and contributing to free knowledge. Our current communities don't represent the diversity of the human population, the document notes. That is to say, there are many other forms of knowledge beyond the printable page. Catherine Ma told me that these days she seldom thinks of Wikipedia as an encyclopedia at all. It is rather an information ecosystem that will ideally link to many others. She mentions the Library of Congress and movie studios. She talks of the integration of structured information with unstructured knowledge, which will allow us to enter a newly concentrated world of learning open to all. Its 53 million articles will just be a jumping-off point. Intriguingly, some of this ambition comes very close to the 19th century liberal thinking of the poet Matthew Arnold and his supporters, who proposed an integrated thoroughness of thought from knowing ourselves and the world through a shared culture of science and literature. Arnold was largely thinking of the high-minded ivory tower, of course, while the Wikimedia Foundation aims to make this a universal global reality in the rather more complex digital sphere. It's an impossibly noble project, and it inevitably made me glance back at Wikipedia's homepage from the end of its first year. "We already have 19,000 articles," it stated. "We want to make it over 100,000, so let's get to work. You know, with Wikipedia, it's merely a protocol, Catherine Marr told me. It's a reference point, a place that people know has been doing this work already. How do you expand that outwards so that others can join in, getting all that knowledge together around the globe? So there's just always going to be more to do. She wouldn't do it herself. At the beginning of 2022, she was replaced as CEO by Mariana Iskander, an Egyptian lawyer with degrees from Yale and Oxford. She told the Associated Press that her principal objective was to continue expanding the diversity of Wikipedia's writers and editors, and by extension, its content. The Global South should have as much presence as the Global North. And beyond this lay the exacting and continual maintenance of one rudimentary principle, the universal right to wisdom. These days, Iskander reasoned, the idea that anything belongs to all of us is really quite revolutionary. X. Extinction. According to Wikipedia, Funk and Wagnall's Standard Encyclopedia began life as 25 volumes in 1912. In 1931, it was renamed Funk and Wagnall's New Standard Encyclopedia, and by 1945 it was known variously as New Funk and Wagnall's Encyclopedia, Universal Standard Encyclopedia, Funk and Wagnall's Standard Reference Encyclopedia, and Funk and Wagnall's New Encyclopedia. Like Ben & Jerry's, its founders, Isaac Kaufman Funk and Adam Willis Wagnalls, A, established a reliable brand based on their name, and B, found that their product really took flight when it became available in supermarkets. We have seen how its metamorphosis into Microsoft Encarta helped to destroy the very sector in which it once played a significant role. What Wikipedia cannot help us with is what the funk to do with the old print sets when they're, yes, defunct. The adult reader will find the encyclopedia an indispensable companion throughout his life, wrote the renowned Notre Dame University educator George N. Schuster in the preface to an edition from the 1960s. I am sure this Funk and Wagnall's new encyclopedia will, as did its predecessors, long hold an honored place and a well-deserved reputation among English-speaking people everywhere. Apparently not. Not if one believes the discussion boards on the homemaker community site thriftyfun.com. Are Funk and Wagnall's encyclopedias from 1959 worth anything? Asks a forum member named Diana in August 2011. Unfortunately, these old encyclopedias do not sell at any price, replies Kathy Kay. Most thrift stores will not even accept them as a donated item. You will never find anyone to take them, so just put them out for the trash, adds Lilac. Sorry. Maybe you can use them as a safe of sorts, suggests Stacy. Just hollow out a portion of the pages to make a well and glue the pages' edges together, but not the front cover, or you won't be able to get in it. Libraries won't take them, Lilac adds to her last message. I know because I tried to get rid of my parents' set. If you live in an area where this is allowed, put them in a box marked free and set them on your curb. If they're not gone in 3 days, put them in the trash. The following year, the philosopher and writer Julian Baggini posted a video on YouTube with a different solution. He had decided to burn his set of Britannica. His film follows him from his garden, where we see the 32-volume 15th edition gathering mould and seepage in leaky plastic storage tubs, to a big bonfire in a field. It's a spectacular burn and a spectacular gesture. A few months later, Baggini weighed the magnitude of his actions in the online magazine Eon. He quoted Heinrich Heine, "Whenever they burn books, they will also, in the end, burn human beings." The German poet and playwright wrote in 1821. The most egregiously insulted were all the parents who, like mine, sacrificed so much for the benefit of their children's education, Bergini continued. Most families who signed up to the book a month payment plan were really buying a promise of a better life for their children. This was often advertised as the Britannica advantage, a position of privilege available to those already advantaged. And of course, that advantage had long since been eroded by the internet. Encyclopedias belonged to a time when knowledge was owned by a handful of established authorities, who decided not only what was true, but what deserved to be ennobled by its inclusion. Their feel of leather-bound permanence encouraged us to forget the dynamic nature of scientific knowledge. In the end, Bergini believed the books were already dead, slain, not only by pixels and bytes, but by the erosion of our belief in experts. Before the incineration, Bergini had considered making his Britannica into an art project. He thought about transforming each volume by shredding it in public and using the paper ribbons to make papier-mâché facsimiles. These would then be auctioned online, with proceeds possibly going to buy books or computers for Africa. He concluded that, as with other conceptual art projects, perhaps as much is achieved by describing it as by actually creating it. Online, there are many other exciting uses for a dead encyclopedia: lampshades, footstools, dolls' houses. Many volumes have never been so useful. One of the strangest repurposings involves a man named Peter Yearsley, a veteran of audiobooks. Perhaps you've heard him read Alice's Adventures in Wonderland or Kafka's In the Penal Colony. His technique is solid rather than involving, more BBC News than Stephen Fry. For our purposes, his biggest hit is a 52-minute video on YouTube entitled Soft-Spoken Man Reads Encyclopedia. The additional title is A Really Boring Video to Help You Sleep Now. Yearsley reads entries beginning with C from Britannica's classic 11th edition. The visuals are easygoing. A bankside view of the Pacific Ocean, gently lapping up on Bowen Island, British Columbia, with the leaves of a book obscuring the bottom right of the picture. This may then have been judged too stimulating as the screen turns entirely black at 1550. Audio highlights include cookery, Latin coccus, a cook. The art of preparing and dressing food of all sorts for human consumption, of converting the raw materials, by the application of heat or otherwise, into a digestible and pleasing condition, and generally ministering to the satisfaction of the appetite and the delight of the palate. We may take it that some form of cookery has existed from the earliest times, and its progress has been from the simple to the elaborate, dominated partly by the foods accessible to man, partly by the stage of civilization he has attained, and partly by the appliances at his command for the purpose either of treating the food or of consuming it when served. If you're still awake at this point, you will be entertained by the history of cooking, with things warming up when the story reaches France. In dulcet tones, we learn, for example, that the French Revolution was temporarily a blow to Parisian cookery, as to everything else of the Ancien Régime. And if you're still lively after this, I suggest you scroll back an entry or two. Convolvulaceae, a botanical natural order belonging to the series Tubiflorae of the Sympatelus group of dicotyledons. It contains about 40 genera with more than 1,000 species, and is found in all parts of the world except the coldest, but is especially well developed in tropical Asia and tropical America. The most characteristic members of the order are twining plants with generally smooth, heart-shaped leaves and large, showy white or purple flowers, as, for instance, the greater bindweed of English hedges, Calistegia sepium, and many species of the genus Ipomaea, the largest of the order, including the Convolvulus major of gardens. And so it goes on, until you are well entwined, if not in the arms of Morpheus, at least by the alluring roots of the efficient tropical sandbinder Ipomaea pes capri, I did find it mildly soporific, and perhaps only the task of typing it out kept me awake. Mostly, I found Yearsley's rendition annoying, but the comments below the video are appreciative. Is it weird that I actually find this really interesting, especially the section about cookery? I just slept with this on, and now I'm Albert Einstein. Used this the night before my final flight test. Got a great night's sleep, and now I'm a commercial airline pilot. YouTube, of course, will not let you go at that. Dead encyclopedias continue to entertain almost as much as they did in rude health. In September 2021, a short clip emerged of the England footballer Jack Grealish being interviewed about his footballing knowledge. A few weeks before, Grealish had signed to Manchester City for £100 million, a new British transfer record. Interviewer: Dean Smith also says you're an encyclopedia of football. Where does that come from? Grealish: a what? Interviewer: an encyclopedia of football. Grealish: I don't know what that means. Interviewer: well, you know what an encyclopedia is. An encyclopedia is a book that has descriptions of every word and thing and everything else in it. And in terms of football, you have an encyclopedic knowledge. Grealish: yeah. But these old books were already an unexpectedly novel proposition to young people in 2015, when the YouTube channel React posted the video Teens React to Encyclopedias. It's a rather sweet 8-minute watch, very sharply edited, with 11 kids between 14 and 19 displaying a range of spontaneous emotions as they're presented with the complete World Book from 2005. There's astonishment, intrigue, annoyance, delight, eye-rolling, face-covering, gesticulating. There's a lot of, wait, what? As the books pile up in front of them, a sample. I don't got to read all these, do I? They're encyclopedias. Can I look at them? Opens one. Yup, boring already. In ancient areas of our library, they have dusty books that look exactly like this. Host: what is an encyclopedia? It tells you about stuff. It's like a dictionary for different stuff. A collection of books of knowledge. It's the internet in books. It was Google way back in the day. It was the worst of times. Host: so go ahead and find the chapter on reading. Okay, wait. Flipping through. Dang, this is so much. Come on, it takes forever. This is why I don't use these. R-E-A... Oh, I'm getting close. Reading. I found it. Host: now, let's test the encyclopedia. Come up with anything that you can think of. Are there people in encyclopedias? Let's look up Tycho Brahe. Tycho Brahe was an astronomer who was most famous for having his nose cut off in a battle, and it was replaced with a metal nose. Here's Brading, here's Brahe, Tycho, hey! Host: can you imagine relying just on these books for information compared to the information that's at your fingertips today? In theory, I could. I would hate it. 5 whole minutes of my life is gone when I could have found it in 0.000098 seconds with Google. Host: are there any advantages to a physical encyclopedia compared to the internet or Wikipedia? I'm pretty sure there is, but no. The video has been watched more than 4 million times. It left me with the intended reaction, a very clear sense of how something so much part of my life for so long can suddenly seem so absurd to a younger generation. World Book isn't like the vinyl LP. It shows no sign of making a comeback. It's more like the horse and cart. You can understand it, and you can understand how eager we were to grasp its brilliant, if problematic, replacement. Why? Yesterday. Throughout their editing work on Wikipedia, the WUB and the ANOME were aware of many principles, ground rules, foundational ethics, stylistic recommendations that guided their contributions, and chief among them was the concept of neutrality. For the encyclopedia to reflect knowledge rather than opinion, and to limit the time its writers and users spent in endless argument, Wikipedia strove for impartiality and objectivity. The Anome was thus discouraged from writing about "Thank you NHS" as heartwarming, no matter how universally true this was considered to be. All of Wikipedia's hundreds of thousands of other active registered editors are expected to abide by two further policy cornerstones: verifiability and the notion of no original research. All material and quotation open to challenge must be attributed to a reliable, published source. The familiar "citation needed" tag is a note from one editor to another that a linked source is absent and should be supplied, or, in time, the material will be removed. Wikipedia has several paragraphs devoted to what may or may not be regarded as a reliable source. Published books, recognized journals, trusted newspapers and other media channels are generally acceptable, while social media and personal blogs are usually frowned upon. The concept of an encyclopedia with no original research is something that many first-time editors and many first-time readers find hard to grasp. The rule insists that no facts, ideas, or allegations may appear on Wikipedia's main pages for which no reliable published sources exist. A source should exist for all material, even for statements that are unlikely to be challenged. So whenever the Anome or the WUB created a new article or amended an old one, let's say on Noah's Ark or the ozone layer, they could only do so if they were based on writing or thinking that already existed. It was a distinct type of creativity, one rewarding affirmation more than pioneering or inceptive thought. It was the world as it was, rather than how it could be, which one might also assume might make it less of a venue for controversy or dispute. But a problem remained. "I always advise people to check the sources," Peter Coombe, the WUB, told me. It was not enough to have citations, because these too could be unreliable, or even fabricated. The fact-checkers had to fact-check the fact-checks, which would naturally make the general reader wonder, how could one know what one knew? On 15th of October 1968, the guests sat down to velouté of Cornish crab, fillet of Dover sole in Cheshire sauce, quail in port wine aspic, a mint sorbet palate cleanser, followed by noisette of Southdown lamb and pears in Madeira. Encyclopaedia Britannica was 200 years old, and damned if there wasn't going to be a party. The 500 guests at the Guildhall in the City of London included Prime Minister Harold Wilson, the editor of The Times, the director of the British Museum, the Lord Mayor, the Lord High Commissioner, a great many masters and vice-chancellors of universities, representatives of 40 press and broadcasting outlets, the director of the Wallace Collection and the Victoria and Albert Museum, controllers of BBC Radio, deans of several cathedrals, high-ups at W.H. Smith, W&G Foyle and W. Heffer, poet Stephen Spender, novelist Anthony Powell, the chairman of Weidenfeld and Nicholson, and two great-great-granddaughters and one great-great-grandson of Britannica's first editor, William Smellie. The Queen sent a telegram with warmest congratulations and thanked the Board of Editors for her special anniversary edition, full Morocco. Britannica's chairman, Senator William Benton, gave a speech, as did its newly appointed editor-in-chief, Sir William Hayley. Everyone thanked everyone. There had been some rocky periods, everyone said, not least during wars and depressions, but the encyclopedia pulled through and would always pull through. It was, as Dr. Robert M. Hutchins, chairman of the Board of Editors, proclaimed, the common expression, the common possession, and the common contribution of the English-speaking peoples. This institution, and this one alone, symbolizes the joint effort of those peoples to engage on a world scale in the highest of all human activities, learning and teaching. Everyone looked forward to their grandchildren and great-grandchildren celebrating Britannica's 300th anniversary in 2068. The champagne was Charles Heidsieck, 1959. 6 months earlier, an exhibition celebrating the same anniversary opened at the Newberry Library in Chicago. The items on display included many early editions of Britannica and copies of its forerunners, including Historia Naturalis, Pliny the Elder, Etymologiae, Isidore of Seville, Speculum Historiale, Vincent de Beauvais, Francis Bacon's Classification of Knowledge expounded in Instauratio Magna, and Ephraim Chambers' Cyclopedia. The show also displayed the typescript with editions of Leon Trotsky's biography of Lenin for the 13th edition, written in 1925. Trotsky was paid $106, which he pocketed just before fleeing Moscow. The article, an exhibition card explains, is reasonably accurate and surprisingly dispassionate. Of particular interest elsewhere is a collection of letters from the archives, predominantly noteworthy for their narrow range of subject matter. Most are complaints from contributors about either the space allotted to them or the rate of pay. A few request a deadline extension to allow for the inclusion of an upcoming statute or conference. One reflects an editor's desire for accuracy. Having asked Nikola Tesla to confirm whether he was born on the 9th or 10th of July 1856, the inventor replied that he was born at midnight between the two. No one in 1968 would have dared to suggest that the exhibition would one day come to resemble a shrine. The meteorite in the sky wasn't yet visible. Britannica's entry on economic forecasting was too interested in existing markets to worry about the shrinking of computers or their internetworking. And when the New York Times reviewed John Updike's In the Beauty of the Lilies in 1996 and saw in it a reassessment of the American dream, surely no one at Britannica's headquarters in Chicago, who might have read the novel, would have agreed with Clarence Wilmot's assessment that all the information within an encyclopedia breaks your heart at the end because it leaves you as alone and bewildered as you were not knowing anything. The very structure of the traditional encyclopedia dooms itself. It can never know it all or show enough of what it knows. It can't hope to keep up with important developments in the world, nor take back what it said about Hitler or slavery. And it can never answer the most searching questions about its own existence. Are the people who read it from A to Z better able to understand the world than those who only read the preface? Does the present lowly cost of a fine set of Britannica or World Book or Brockhaus from 2005, £10 or $10 or €10 on eBay, mean that we no longer value things we held dear when the century was young? Is the information we receive today more or less reliable than the information we received in our childhood? Knowledge is not general, it is specific, and only specifically useful at certain points and intervals. The hope of the ancients to capture everything between covers now seems as futile as counting the number of stars in the universe, or, with hindsight, as futile as Britannica's attempts, in its twilight years, to find a viable future. The 2011 Seiko ER8100 folding electronic Britannica Concise, with keyboard and grey-green screen, perhaps? Or the 2012 Britannica Ultimate Reference Suite DVD with 82,000 plus articles and biography bonus, Great Minds and Heroes and Villains? Encyclopaedia Britannica is now just Britannica.com. And it's not a bad place to hang out for a while. There is a lot of information one doesn't need to pay for, and a neat homepage displayed as a sort of historical newspaper, with stories on the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Cold War, a good array of quizzes and crosswords, and an On This Day column, featuring on the day I last visited, an anniversary marking the date Dr. Crippen murdered his wife. It is more democratic than its print version, insofar as it doesn't distinguish between ownership in full Morocco or half Morocco. And when you get to the page for your annual premium subscription, $74.95, inclusive of what appears to be a permanent 30% discount, you are reminded of the immense detail within and the 110 Nobel Prize winners and 50 notable sports figures who contributed in the Golden Age. Importantly, the site emphasizes its credentials regarding truth. Facts matter more than ever, but they are becoming increasingly hard to find. Every Britannica article has been written by experts and vetted by fact-checkers. It didn't actually say, "Suck on that, Wikipedia," but it didn't have to. Besides, they were fighting different wars now. Compared to the 16.83 billion visits made to Wikipedia between March and May 2020, Britannica.com attracted 124.7 million. Though tiny in comparison, the figure is far larger than the number of people who ever consulted its print edition. Towards the end of our alphabet, we confront one arresting paradox. We know more about our lack of knowledge today than at any previous time in history. Maybe that's one of the things that keeps us going, the old hunting and gathering. A famous map of ignorance, constructed in the early 1980s by Ann Kerwin and Marlis Witter of the Arizona University Medical School, only heightened the value we place on learning. They applied it specifically to medicine, but it is fairly applicable to all fields of research. Known unknowns, all the things you know you don't know. Unknown unknowns, all the things you don't know you don't know. Errors, all the things you think you know but don't. Unknown knowns, all the things you don't know you know. Taboos, dangerous, polluting, or forbidden knowledge. Denials, all the things too painful to know, so you don't. Dr. Kerwin, a philosopher in residence at the medical school, was delighted to see her chart travel the world online, calling it a cosmic swerve, a silly prompt for exploration and celebration of the fertile home territory of learning. Her colleague, Marlis Witter, reasoned that unanswered questions are the raw material of knowledge, and current knowledge is the raw material of future ignorance, i.e. answers and questions shift with time and the accumulation of answers. Or, as the Danish polymath Piet Hein put it, knowing what thou knowest not is, in a sense, omniscience. The Germans have a nice name for the study of the cultures of ignorance, Nichtwissenskulturen. One reason I like it is because it forms a triumvirate with two other words, Informationswissenschaft, the organization of knowledge, and Wissengeschichte, the study of the history of knowledge. This book has not been a history of knowledge, but it has tracked how one aspect of our knowledge has been communicated, circumscribed, and passed on. When I drove down to the outskirts of Cambridge to retrieve a pristine set of encyclopedias at the beginning of this book, I was using elements of my knowledge of finance, markets, communication, cartography, risk and safety, travel, and technology. Driving back with the set, I was adding knowledge to ignorance and knowledge to knowledge, which, as Denis Diderot knew in 1751, is all one can ever hope learning to be. The goal of an encyclopédie is to assemble all the knowledge scattered on the surface of the earth, to demonstrate the general system to the people with whom we live, and to transmit it to the people who will come after us, so that the work of centuries past is not useless to the centuries which follow, that our descendants, by becoming more learned, may become more virtuous and happier, and that we do not die without having merited being part of the human race. Z. Zeitgeist. This is what we knew then. The great deceit of the encyclopedia is that its obsolescence will necessarily render it redundant. Every generation believes its world to be changing faster than the last, and with a greater clarity of purpose. But we make a mistake if we think it necessarily contains more valuable knowledge. A fine encyclopedia will stand you in good stead like an old wristwatch. Its timing may be out, and sometimes it may not work at all, but its mechanics will always intrigue. These old volumes show us what we thought we knew, and we discard them with a rash disregard for the work of our forebears. Ancient editions carry a secret knowledge of their own, the enshrined accretion of learning. If nothing else, they are materially wonderful objects. Run your fingers down their raised spines and tell yourself you are not transported. As Albert Einstein once reported, the pursuit of truth and beauty is a sphere of activity in which we are permitted to be children all our lives. And what of the last jagged letter? Have most compilers run out of zest? Do the strings of their hearts still go zing as the presses ready their cranks? Here are a handful of entries in the rear view mirror, heavily truncated, loaded with distant and noble erudition. Some appear willfully naive. Many check the "who knew" box. I hope they show the benefit to be had from not rejecting old things just because they are not modern. When we ascend to space in a rocket, we are only able to do so because of those who once paddled uncharted in canoes. From Encyclopédie, 1751 to 65. Zimbi. Small shells that serve as everyday currency in the Kingdom of the Congo, as well as in a great number of other countries in Africa, along whose coasts they are found. We find a large quantity near an island that is opposite Luanda, São Paulo. These are the most valued. These shells are a gold mine for the Portuguese, who hold the sole right to collect them, and that helps them purchase from Africans their most precious merchandise. From A New and Complete Dictionary of Arts and Sciences, comprehending all the branches of human knowledge, 1763-4. Zytho Gala, beer posset, a drink recommended by 17th century physician Thomas Sydenham as good to be taken after a vomit, for allaying the acrimonious and disagreeable taste the vomit has occasioned, as well as to prevent gripes. From Encyclopaedia Britannica, 1st edition, 1768-71. Zapata, a kind of feast or ceremony held in Italy, in the courts of certain princes, on St. Nicholas's Day, wherein people hide presents in the shoes or slippers of those they would do honour to, in such a manner as may surprise them on the morrow when they come to dress. From Encyclopaedia Britannica, 2nd edition, 1777-84. Zaleucus, a famous legislator of the Locrians and the disciple of Pythagoras, flourished 500 years BC. He made a law by which he punished adulterers with the loss of both their eyes. His son offending was not absolved of this punishment, yet to show the father as well as the just lawgiver, he put out his own right and his son's left eye. This example of justice and severity made so strong an impression on the minds of his subjects that no instance was found of the commission of that vice during the reign of that legislator. From Encyclopaedia Britannica, 5th edition, 1815. Zest, the woody thick skin quartering the kernel of a walnut, prescribed by some physicians when dried and taken with white wine as a remedy against the gravel. From Abraham Rees's Cyclopedia, 1819. Zabda, a large and pleasant town of Syria, chiefly, if not solely, inhabited by Christians, which furnishes 700 men fit for war. The town is sheltered by mountains, but the locusts are very destructive. From the Children's Encyclopedia, circa 1930. Zeppelin, although his name came to be hateful to humanity, Count Ferdinand Zeppelin, born at Mansell near Lake Constance in 1838, must have credit for the change from the helpless balloon to the successful lighter-than-air craft. He saw he must depart entirely from the pear-shaped gas bag which had been for a century in use, and that he must have a vessel which would not crumple up when driven against the wind. It must be rigid and steerable. So, after many trials and failures which ultimately brought him almost to beggary, he devised the famous and infamous Zeppelin. Nothing else counts in the history of steerable airships. They are as much ahead of all rivals as our ocean liners are ahead of sailing ships. From the Columbia Encyclopedia, single volume 1935. Zaharoff, Sir Basil, 1850. International financier and munitions manufacturer. Zaharoff, often called the mystery man of Europe because of the secrecy surrounding his personal and business affairs, was born of Greek parents in Anatolia, Turkey. He is generally considered the greatest armament salesman the world has known. For his services to the Allies in the World War, Zaharoff was knighted by George V and decorated by the French government. He has, however, been subjected to harsh criticism on the grounds that he fomented warfare and has been accused of exerting a baneful influence on politics by secret intrigue through his association with European statesmen, notably Lloyd George. From Children's Britannica 1960. Zoo, Regent's Park. In Regent's Park, many of the animals, such as lions, wolves, and monkeys, are kept in cages. Many people think that wild animals roam over very large spaces and will therefore feel cramped if they're shut up in cages. As long as they have enough space to move about in, most animals seem able to live quite comfortably in cages. Some creatures seem to enjoy being looked at by visitors and play all kinds of tricks as if they are showing off. Among these are the chimpanzees, orangutans, and gibbons, which perform acrobatics, often leaping all round the cage, or wrap themselves up in newspaper. From Grolier Encyclopedia International, 1967. Zacharias, Mildred Didrikson, Babe, 1911 to 56. American athlete, born in Port Arthur, Texas. She was voted the outstanding woman athlete of the first half of the 20th century in an Associated Press poll. As Babe Didrikson, she distinguished herself in track and field by setting world records in the javelin throw and 80-meter hurdles in the 1932 Olympic Games. In 1938, she married the noted wrestler George Zacharias. An outstanding performer in basketball, baseball, and billiards, she later concentrated on golf. Her courageous but losing battle against cancer won the admiration of the sports-minded throughout the world. From Encyclopedia Judaica, 1st edition, Jerusalem, 1971. Zichlin, town in Lodz province, near Kutno, central Poland. A Jewish community existed in Zichlin from the 18th century, and in 1765 there were 311 Jews paying the poll tax. About 3,500 Jews lived in Zichlin in 1939, forming approximately 50% of the total population. The town fell to the German forces on September 17, 1939, and on the following day all the Jewish men were driven to a village 15 miles away. But after detention in a church for 3 days, were released. In April 1940, the Polish and Jewish intellectuals, especially teachers, were arrested and deported to German concentration camps. On Purim, March 3, 1942, the remaining Jewish population was assembled in the marketplace, and 3,200 persons were loaded on carts. Anyone too weak to climb up on the carts was shot on the spot. The entire Jewish population of Zichlin was thus dispatched to the Chelmno death camp and murdered. From Great Soviet Encyclopedia, 3rd edition, Macmillan, 1975. Zen, one of the currents of Far Eastern Buddhism. The word Zen itself is the Japanese pronunciation of the Chinese character transcribing the Sanskrit term jhana, meditation, self-absorption. The Chinese pronunciation is Chan. Zen devolved in China in the 6th and 7th centuries under the strong influence of Taoism, from which Zen borrowed the disregard for knowledge and the conviction that the truth cannot be expressed in words, but can only be attained by an internal leap, freeing the consciousness not only from the beaten paths of thought, but from thought in general. An idiosyncratic, vulgarized variant of Zen flourishes among beatniks, who understand Zen as an ideology that rejects civilization. From Encyclopedia of the Arctic, Routledge, 2005. Zagoskin, Lavrentiy Alexeyevich, Russian explorer of Alaska in the 19th century. He discovered the mountain ridge between the Yukon Territory and the eastern coast of the Norton Bay, explored the Kotzebue Sound, studied the climate of Alaska, and published his meteorological data collected over this 2-year period. In 1848, Zagoskin retired from the Navy and moved to the village of Ostrov, 20 kilometers outside of Moscow. Not content to retire from scientific endeavors, he planted a garden of apple trees and made daily meteorological observations, studying the impact of climate on crop yield. From Encyclopedia Britannica, 15th edition, 2007. Zahir Shah Mohammed, born 1914. King of Afghanistan from 1933 to 1973, providing an era of stable government to his country. He undertook a number of economic development projects, including irrigation and highway construction, that were backed by foreign aid, largely from the United States and the Soviet Union. He was also able to maintain Afghanistan's neutral position in international politics. In a bloodless coup on July 17, 1973, Zahir Shah, who was in Italy undergoing medical treatment, was deposed. The leader of the coup, General Mohammed Daoud Khan, the king's brother-in-law, proclaimed Afghanistan a republic, with himself as its president. Zahir Shah formally abdicated on August 24, 1973, and remained in Italy, where he spent most of the next 3 decades. During that time, his native home descended further and further into chaos in what came to be known as the Afghan War. From Wikipedia, early October 2021. Zuckerberg, Mark Elliott, born May 14, 1984, is an American media magnate, internet entrepreneur, and philanthropist. He is known for co-founding Facebook Inc. and serves as its chairman, chief executive officer, and controlling shareholder. Born in White Plains, New York, Zuckerberg attended Harvard University, where he launched the Facebook social networking service from his dormitory room on the 4th of February 2004, with college roommates Eduardo Saverin, Andrew McCollum, Dustin Moskovitz, and Chris Hughes. Originally launched to select college campuses, the site expanded rapidly and eventually beyond colleges, reaching 1 billion users by 2012. Zuckerberg took the company public in May 2012 with majority shares. In 2007, at age 23, he became the world's youngest self-made billionaire. As of October 2021, Zuckerberg's net worth is $122 billion, making him the 5th richest person in the world. Since 2008, Time magazine has named Zuckerberg among the 100 most influential people in the world as part of its Person of the Year award, which he was recognized with in 2010. In December 2016, Zuckerberg was ranked 10th on Forbes' list of the world's most powerful people. Zvich. But human decency prevents me from giving Zuckerberg the last word. Instead, the last word, because it is the last word to appear in the last printed edition of Encyclopedia Britannica in 2010, the unwitting final stop, a conclusion even, of a journey lasting hundreds of years, is Zvich, a town on the Sola River in south-central Poland in the Carpathian Mountains near the Czech and Slovak borders. The town was first chronicled in the 14th century and is a popular tourist centre, being home to a church containing the Dormant Virgin. It is also known for its large breweries, and the estimated population in 1982 was 28,800. Zwiech exists on Wikipedia too, where it gets more than the 14 lines devoted to it in Britannica. Many thousands of useful words more. By the end of June 2019, its population had grown to 31,194. There is a history of its churches, of its role in the first partition of Poland in 1772, and about its fate in the two world wars. There is geographic and demographic information, and one learns that although between 1975 and 1998 it was located within the Bielsko-Biała voivodeship, it has since become part of the Silesian voivodeship. There are men's and women's football teams in the town, and the main brewery is now owned by Heineken. Wikipedia also has several colour photographs of Zwiech, and the one of the town hall ought to be in a Wes Anderson movie. Should you wish to corroborate the information or find out more, there are 16 references to sources and many hyperlinks. Notable people born or connected with Zwiech include the former IBO cruiserweight champion Tomasz Adamek, the Poland international footballer Tomasz Jodlowicz, and Tadeusz Wrona, a pilot who successfully performed a belly landing of a Boeing 767 during LOT Polish Airlines Flight 16 at the Chopin Airport in Warsaw on the 1st of November 2011, and so smoothly did he do it that none of the 231 passengers and crew hurt as much as a hair. When I accessed this information on the 7th of October 2021, there was a blue box with white type above it. Please don't scroll past this. This Thursday, for the first time recently, we humbly ask you to defend Wikipedia's independence. 98% of our readers don't give. They simply look the other way. If you are an exceptional reader who has already donated, we sincerely thank you. If you donate just £2 or whatever you can this Thursday, Wikipedia could keep thriving for years. Most people donate because Wikipedia is useful. If Wikipedia has given you £2 worth of knowledge this year, take a minute to donate. Show the world that access to reliable, neutral information matters to you. Thank you. The pedant in me balked at the use of FIRST for FIRST, but I donated £12, the price of a set of Britannica at the end of the 18th century. I couldn't think of anything that provided better value. I hope this book has encouraged you to think twice about throwing out an old set of encyclopedias of whatever vintage, of whatever quality. I hope it may even encourage you to rescue a set from a charity shop, or Abe Books, or eBay. But be quick, as I may beat you to it. In September 2021, I went back to eBay to look for a set of the Children's Encyclopedia, the volumes I had first taken off the shelves at school 50 years before. There were a lot of copies, blue bindings, brown bindings, single volumes, and complete 10-volume sets. One complete set in readable condition from the 1930s requested an opening bid of £3.50, and after a week it had attracted no interest. So I paid the minimum, and almost triple that for postage, and a large parcel arrived in a battered box after 5 working days. I imagined it had been thrown into the back of a lorry, the way one chucks large objects into skips at dumps. The volumes were a little lighter than I remembered, but not much. How could my 10-year-old hands have handled such things? They smelt of, yes, school. A few images were instantly familiar. The opening plate showing a dapper young Shakespeare reading to a bored Anne Hathaway. A large gathering of the world's children in national dress. Your little friends in other lands. A depiction so well-meaning and so wholly offensive. Naked Hottentots, inscrutable Chinese, that to reprint it today would land you in scalding water. It wasn't just a nostalgia trip for me. It was a learning trip. I can only confirm the old adage that education is wasted on the young. Did you know, for example, why we hear better on water than land? Or why some people have dimples? And does iron get heavier when it rusts? I found it diverting, hilarious, surprising. Equally surprising was the discovery that new junior encyclopedias were still being published in heavy print. In 2020, Britannica launched a new single-volume, full-colour, punchily designed edition called Children's Encyclopedia in the UK and Kids Encyclopedia in the US. Its editor, Christopher Lloyd, wrote something unusual in his introduction, something few editors of encyclopedias had mentioned before. He admitted there was a lot he didn't know. The known unknowns, he suggested, might be as interesting as anything else, for they were the inspiration for future generations and future editions. He hoped that an inquiring mind rewarded in an orderly way, and is this not the best value of an encyclopedia yet produced, even at this late hour, would prove to be a reliable and satisfying alternative to the maelstrom online. I learned a lot. A nebula cloud the size of Earth only weighed as much as a small sack of potatoes. I read how crystals form. I discovered that the oldest living things on Earth were the Great Basin bristlecone pines in the Rocky Mountains, around 5,000 years. I questioned the statement that a human being can make more than 10,000 different faces, and wondered how one measured them. I was disappointed to find that the Bugatti La Voiture Noire hypercar would cost me $18.7 million, and I regained my faith in human ingenuity when I saw that the first artificial kidneys were adapted from washing machines. A lot of these were the sort of hey wow factoids I had learnt to distrust as an adult, substitutes for deeper learning, but they made the child in me want to know more. The book joined the unsteady piles of encyclopedias to the left of my desk. I counted 87 volumes in all, a wildfire of information. The whole spinning world continues to revolve in those pages, pungently outmoded as they are. And to handle just one of those books is to be transported to a place of dedication and expertise, and often to obscurity, and occasionally to genius. I'm saddened that the world no longer has a use for most of them, and that this remarkable corner of history is history itself. This is Tim Bentinck. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of All the Knowledge in the World, The Extraordinary History of the Encyclopedia by Simon Garfield, presented by William Morrow and Harper Audio. This program was produced by Orion Publishing Limited, engineered by Adam Bromley. Executive producer, Suzanne Franco Mitchell. Text copyright Simon Garfield 2022. Production copyright 2022 by Orion Publishing Limited. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.